Chapter 93. Fearful that she might sell him to the magical beasts. The awakening requirements for spiritual masters. For instance, a spirit artifact master must possess both gold and fire attributes, while a spiritual pharmacist requires wood and fire attributes. Jiang Shushu specifically selected a gold attribute raw stone for He Mian. The task of refining raw stones is something every spiritual master can accomplish, thus it posed no challenge for He Mian. After successfully refining a piece of raw stone, she began to attempt infusing it with fire elemental abilities, yet, as soon as the fire energy entered, the gold patterns within the spirit stone were scorched away. He Mian. Indeed, not everyone can be a genius. It appeared so effortless when Jiang Shushu did it, yet when it was her turn, it proved exceedingly difficult. Not only did she fail, but she also ruined a stone. Mian, it's alright. No one is born with such skills. It took me numerous attempts to reach my current level. Take your time. I believe you will succeed. Jiang Shushu consoled her. He Mian couldn't help but chuckle. Just yesterday, she had offered similar words to comfort Jiang Shushu, and today the roles were reversed. Nevertheless, she was not disheartened. She simply couldn't allow these raw stones, which did not belong to Jiang Shushu, to be wasted by her. I have some raw stones in my space, though they are not of the gold attribute. How about I exchange these for one of yours? He Mian produced 3 baskets of raw stones from her storage space. Generously placing them before her, she proposed, as a token of gratitude for your guidance, how about I trade these 3 baskets for one of your gold attribute stones? These 3 baskets of raw stones were set aside by her father for emergencies. Initially, she hadn't scrutinized them closely, and they encompassed all attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, rendering them unsuitable for her practice. Furthermore, the methods for refining superior-grade items are exceedingly rare. Even gifting Jiang Shushu 10 baskets would undoubtedly be to her advantage. Jiang Shushu stared at the baskets of raw stones, falling silent. Indeed, everyone around her seemed wealthier, which was truly a delightful revelation. What could be more joyous than being surrounded by a group of affluent individuals? Surely, it is a gathering of exceedingly generous millionaires. As a small fry still struggling on the brink of survival, Jiang Shushu was immensely grateful for her sister's generosity and rushed forward to embrace her. Mian, tell me, what else do you wish to learn? Whatever knowledge I possess, I will impart to you. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Please teach me how to cultivate spirit plants, He Mian replied with a beaming smile. I have long coveted your prowess in nurturing plants. Cultivating spirit plants? Jiang Shushu was momentarily taken aback. Her usual supply of fully energized fruits and vegetables relied on spirit spring water. However, the energy within her space had its limits and could not be carelessly given away. If it were merely the maintenance and cultivation, it would not pose a challenge for her. There were numerous methods to accomplish this. Once she found the time, she could embark on it and perhaps even earn some interstellar currency in the process. Contemplating this, Jiang Shushu readily agreed, and the two made a pact to return to the Imperial Star to commence their endeavors after the completion of their task. To facilitate better guidance, He Mian moved her small table from her tent to join Jiang Shushu for the refinement process. By the end of the morning, Jiang Shushu had completed all her refinements, leaving only the last 2 baskets gifted by He Mian. Meanwhile, He Mian was also making good progress. She had refined half of a basket of gold attribute stones, although only 2 had been successful. Shushu, look. I have successfully refined 2 superior-grade stones. Oh, if my father hears about this, he will undoubtedly throw me a celebratory feast. He Mian exclaimed, feeling quite satisfied and excited. Although success is indeed a matter worthy of celebration, the sight of the scattered debris elicited an involuntary twitch at the corner of Jiang Shushu's mouth, allowing her to acutely experience a pang of distress. The 2 individuals planned to have lunch first, intending to refine the remaining materials later in the afternoon. As they exited, they fortuitously encountered the returning Chen, who was engaged in a conversation with Ling Jun about some unknown topic. Upon seeing the pair approach, Chen inquired with great interest, "Ling Jun is heading to the war zone shortly. Do you wish to accompany him?" "To the war zone? Who said he was going? His injuries have yet to fully heal. What business does he have in a war zone?" Jiang Shushu furrowed her brow, casting an indignant glare at Chen. She had yet to identify the source of Ling Jun's ailment, leaving her uncertain about the appropriate medicinal remedies. Fortunately, the abundant spiritual energy had a soothing and restorative effect on his injuries. With a few more days of rest, at the very least, the damage inflicted by the vines would heal. Yet, it had only been a day of rest. How could he already be contemplating a trip to the war zone? Si Chun remained silent, glancing at Ling Jun, and shrugged his shoulders. Why are you glaring at me? It was Ling Jun himself who requested to go. The ball was kicked back to him, and Ling Jun, contemplative, had not anticipated that Jiang Shushu would be upset over such a trivial matter. I find it somewhat stifling in the garrison area and merely wish to visit the war zone. My injuries are nearly healed, and as long as I refrain from using my abilities, I should be fine. Ling Jun turned to her, offering a gentle smile. Jiang Shushu pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about this? This afternoon, I will accompany you for a stroll outside, but let us forego the war zone. She understood that Ling Jun, being a soldier who had spent considerable time on missions, would feel disoriented if suddenly left idle. However, the war zone was fraught with unpredictable dangers. What appeared safe one moment could turn perilous in the next. Si Chun, exasperated, remarked, do you truly believe outside is safe? This is Phantom Star number 5, teeming with demonic plants and beasts, and one could spring forth from the underbrush at any moment. He Mian tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Shushu, where are you planning to go? It's quite dangerous here. It's best not to take unnecessary risks. Jiang Shushu felt equally exasperated and could not help but roll her eyes at the group. Did they think she was unaware of the dangers present? Her suggestion to accompany Ling Jun was merely a ruse to placate him, and she had no intention of venturing far, just a brief walk near the garrison area. Why did they all appear so tense, as if fearing she might sell Ling Jun to a beast? Surely, the garrison area was comparatively safer than the war zone, was it not? I have just finished refining the raw stones, and since I have no pressing matters this afternoon, if Ling Jun feels restless, I can take him for a walk nearby. It won't be far, and there's no need for you all to be so anxious, Jiang Shushu stated, exasperated. He Mian and Si Chun exchanged glances. Si Chun was about to speak when Ling Jun interjected, all right, then it's settled. This afternoon we shall explore the surrounding area. Excellent. Let us first have some lunch. By the way, this is my first visit to this planet, and I have yet to see many of the magical plants. Perhaps you could enlighten me about them? Observing the retreating figures of the two, Si Chun could not restrain himself from leaning closer to He Mian. What should we do now? I'm not at ease with Ling Jun going out with her. You know this engagement was initially arranged by the military to court the Jiang family. Why has our prince suddenly become so invested? He Mian replied, it's only natural for him to be concerned. Shushu is truly wonderful, beautiful and kind-hearted. Most importantly, she is no longer a waste. Her abilities are formidable. Honestly, can you find anyone better among her peers? Even if you could, it would be of no consequence. If the prince isn't interested, would you dare to pressure him? I merely expressed a single opinion. You've gone on at length. I never claimed she was inadequate, only that I worry for their safety. Do you wish to follow them? Surely not, Si Chun. If you dare to be a third wheel, I can assure you the prince will give you a thrashing. Believe it or not. What a splendid idea. Chapter 94. The disrupted date. What was supposed to be a leisurely stroll around the vicinity turned into an unexpected detour as Jiang Shushu glanced back to find herself increasingly distanced from the encampment. She halted, casting a bemused look at Si Chun and He Mian, along with the ominous god-slaying sword hovering above them. Since the incident of the confession, she and Ling Jun had not had a proper conversation alone. She had hoped to seize this opportunity to openly discuss future plans with him. Yet, what was meant to be a romantic outing for two had transformed into an unwieldy gathering of 5, if one considered consciousness to be akin to personhood.
Si Chun,
feeling somewhat guilty under Jiang Shushu's gaze, discreetly stole glances at Ling Jun, whose entire demeanor radiated an aura of coldness. He made a concerted effort to appear nonchalant. The god-slaying lord heard we were going for a stroll, and it expressed interest in joining us. You know I usually take care of the god-slaying lord, so if it's here, I must accompany it, he explained, turning to He Mian and giving her a conspiratorial wink, clearly urging her to provide an explanation as well. He Mian, feeling quite flustered, had been forcibly dragged along by Si Chun to serve as a shield. Standing closer to Ling Jun than he was, she desperately wished to cry. Being next to such an automatic cold air machine was making her forehead sweat. She subtly adjusted her position. Mustering a smile that was more akin to a grimace, I just wanted to tag along to cool down a bit. You won't hold it against me, will you? Of course not, Jiang Shushu replied, gazing up at the azure sky with a sigh, as she linked her arm with He Mian's. Who could refuse the inclusion of a beautiful and kind-hearted woman? As for Si Chun, he was merely an afterthought. Influenced by Jiang Shushu, He Mian had chosen to wear a simple sleeveless dress that day. Her slender figure, with a notably prominent bust, made her appear somewhat shorter than Jiang Shushu. As she moved, her arms inevitably brushed against Jiang Shushu's. Comparing herself to He Mianmian, Jiang Shushu could not help but let out another sigh. Noticing her continuous sighing, Ling Jun inquired, "Are you tired? Perhaps we should head back." He was also feeling quite frustrated, as he had anticipated that this would be a chance to draw closer to Jiang Shushu, only for it to be thoroughly spoiled. At this moment, even his usually calm demeanor was tinged with a desire to lash out. Jiang Shushu turned and pointed ahead. "I'm not tired. Didn't you want to check out the battle zone? It's just up ahead." It was ironic that she had gone to such lengths to prevent this very outcome, only to find herself wandering right into the battlefield, and she would not believe it was all without Si Chen's influence. The romantic date she had envisioned was now in shambles. Si Chen forced a smile, feeling awkward. After a tense journey, they had finally caught up with the main group, and he felt a modicum of relief. He Mianmian secretly gave Si Chen a thumbs up, impressed by his prowess. The quartet, accompanied by the sword, swiftly approached the front of the team. Upon spotting their arrival, Bei Yuan exhaled in relief. Earlier, Si Chen had merely tossed out a comment about letting the god-slaying lord protect Ling Jun and had rushed off with his sword, leaving Bei Yuan concerned for much of the day, fearing something had gone awry. As they approached, they beheld the scene of various ability warriors engaged in combat with magical plants. Jiang Shushu was astounded. This was an expansive area where the warriors were divided into several groups. The gold element warriors led the charge, followed by the fire element, with various other elemental forces providing support, unleashing a riot of colors towards the dense jungle ahead. Vines of all sizes danced in defiance, and as the gold element abilities sliced through, the fire element followed closely behind. However, just as they made contact with the branches, a massive water orb emerged, extinguishing their flames. Jiang Shushu observed with clarity that the water orb had been expelled from a large, lush tree. A tree that could expel water orbs? She had never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen one. Ling Jun had already followed Si Chen and Bei Yuan to another side. Jiang Shushu glanced over and noted that he had not utilized his abilities, prompting her to quietly ask He Mianmian beside her, "Is that tree that expels water the king of magical plants in this jungle?" He Mianmian responded, "No. It pales in comparison to the king of magical plants. This one is called the water-spewing tree. Aside from expelling water, it poses little threat." She gestured towards other, slightly shorter bushes, explaining, "Look at those others. Either they are highly aggressive and can drain half your life with a single hit, or they can release toxins to incapacitate a group. But this magical plant has no offensive capabilities. It merely expels water. Yet, we cannot underestimate it. With its fire-extinguishing ability, it has become the darling of this jungle." Magical plants, much like magical beasts, possessed a form of intelligence. They could unite and understood how to protect themselves. Jiang Shushu recognized that this group of magical plants would not be easily dealt with. Other elements could hardly harm them. The fire element had the water-spewing tree, and aside from the gold element, they had nothing to fear. Just then, Ling Jun and the others approached. Bei Yuan asked, "Miss Shushu, we want to let the god-slaying lord enter the jungle to attract the magical ancient beasts. What do you think?" Jiang Shushu was taken aback. Unsure why they were seeking her opinion, decisions regarding the combat team should be made independently. Bei Yuan, with a resigned glance at Ling Jun, silently stepped back, nudging Si Chen forward. Si Chen, feeling the pressure but knowing he had no choice, stepped up. "The thing is, we've been discussing this with the god-slaying lord for 2 days, but it refuses to agree," he said, exasperated. "I even suggested using the awakening powder on it to ensure the magical beasts wouldn't dare approach, but the god-slaying lord remains adamant." "What do you expect from me?" Jiang Shushu asked, incredulous. "You want me to persuade the god-slaying lord? No wonder you two have been hesitant to speak up. After enduring 2 waves of torment on the first day, the god-slaying lord would surely harbor psychological scars. Moreover, although the magical beasts were not terrifying, their antics were thoroughly annoying. Even though it was merely a sword, it possessed consciousness and feelings, and it would have aversions to certain people and things. Asking her to intervene was akin to courting the sword's ire." Seeing her silence, Si Chen signaled He Mianmian with a glance, urging her to persuade Jiang Shushu. He Mianmian rolled her eyes at him, choosing to gaze at the sky, the ground, and the battle, but not him. Si Chen, frustrated but powerless, could only roll his eyes in response, feeling like the sole laborer surrounded by ancestors while everyone else remained calm. Jiang Shushu genuinely did not wish to pressure the god-slaying lord. She was currently discussing with Xiao Jiao. "I remember you mentioned that space could release energy to interfere with magical beasts. Could it also disrupt magical plants? For instance, could we coax the magical ancient beasts to flee the jungle? Chapter 95. A grand surprise for the owner. Yes, I can release a form of energy outward. Just specify which magical plant or beast you desire, and I can summon it to your side. Xiao Jiao replied succinctly. Then let us see if we can get the magical ancient beasts to come out on their own. Jiang Shushu was taken aback by this revelation. Ever since binding with Xiao Jiao, aside from the spiritual spring water and spiritual soil that appeared after upgrading, she had not seen any other functions. The sudden display of such capabilities made her skeptical. As if on cue, she heard a familiar voice. However, Master, my current level is too low for these functions to be available until I upgrade. Xiao Jiao seized the opportunity to suggest, Master, I possess great potential. You must gather more energy bodies for me, so I can better assist you after upgrading. Jiang Shushu gazed heavenward, exasperated. So after all this, you cannot do anything? Xiao Jiao fell silent for a moment before hesitantly stating, there is one function. Yet it seemed reluctant to elaborate. Jiang Shushu quickly understood. This method would likely deplete the energy within the system space. She made a promise, Xiao Jiao. Do you like that tree that expels water? Just wait. I will find a time to have the god-slaying lord cut it down and bring it to you. Xiao Jiao felt a bit dazed. This offer sounded all too familiar. It still remembered that not long ago, this woman had remarked on how beautiful that big red flower was and had promised to bring it into the space. But where was that flower? Where had it gone? Having not seen even a single blossom was already disheartening. And now there was a desire to weave grandiose tales and coax its energy with sweet words. What could be done? As its master, one could only indulge it. Xiao Jiao insisted it was not due to coveting that particular tree. Summon that foolish sword, sprinkle the insect repellent powder you concocted on its blade, and apply a touch of spiritual soil, just a smidgen, mind you, no excess, Xiao Jiao advised. And then let that foolish sword soar above the jungle. And the Mo Gu will emerge in pursuit, while the Mo Ing beasts will remain oblivious. Was that all it took? It turned out that the spiritual soil was so miraculous, capable not only of nurturing abundant spiritual energy, but also of attracting magical flora. Jiang Shushu did not comprehend the principles behind it, yet she was astounded and eager to try. She summoned the god-slaying sword. Initially, the sword was reluctant, but after she grasped the hilt, it seemed Xiao Jiao had whispered something to it, and it eventually acquiesced. Liang Yu followed the god-slaying sword. As ever since he played that exhilarating tune for it, he had inexplicably begun to understand the language of divine artifacts. Seeing the others exchange puzzled glances at Jiang Shushu and the sword, he stepped forward to clarify. The god-slaying sword just stated that it agrees to enter the jungle. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shushu approached, holding the sword, and inquired of Si Chun about the awakening powder. The sword had consented, and she requested some of the concocted insect repellent powder be sprinkled on its blade. Si Chun hurried forth, extracting the powder and pouring it onto the sword. So excited that he accidentally emptied the entire bottle. Bei Yuan rushed over to wipe away the excess powder. Si Chun, take your time, while the powder is not precious. Disrespecting the god-slaying sword is unacceptable. You must realize that they deliberated for 2 days, with little progress. And if your impulsive actions cause the divine sword to retract its agreement, then all our efforts would be in vain. After erasing the surplus powder, Jiang Shushu gazed at the darkly gleaming sword suspended before her and surreptitiously applied a small amount of spiritual soil to the hilt. Xiao Jiao cried out in distress. That's excessive, far too much. Only a size equivalent to a fingernail is necessary. You're wasting it, Master. It was crucial to note that the spiritual soil had been transformed from its energy, and taking even a small piece required replenishment, which was energy-intensive. Additionally, it had promised the foolish sword that it would release spatial power to protect it. However, Jiang Shushu had only taken a modest amount, merely 2 fingernail-sized portions. Ignoring Xiao Jiao's lamentations, she tossed the sword into the air. Go forth, god-slaying sword. The divine sword elegantly twirled midair before soaring deep into the jungle. The onlookers watched as it vanished from sight, and Si Chun curiously asked Jiang Shushu what she had said to persuade the sword. Oh, I hardly said anything. I merely told it to drive out the Mo Gu, and it complied. Si Chun, skeptical, wondered if it could be that simple. Indeed, it is that simple. You ought to consider where it originated. Naturally, it heeds my command, Jiang Shushu replied, her brow raised in pride. In the space between them, Xiao Jiao lifted its head and then lay down quietly, conceding that while its master was not powerful, she spoke the truth. Ling Jun, who had been silent until now, approached her with a smile in his eyes, ruffling her hair. Shushu, you are truly remarkable. Jiang Shushu beamed at him, increasingly convinced of his admirable qualities. When Bei Yuan and Si Chun had suggested she persuade the god-slaying sword, he had stood by calmly, not wanting to pressure her. Jiang Shushu was confident that had she later expressed disagreement with the sword entering the jungle, Ling Jun would have undoubtedly supported her stance. Liang Youyu's eyes crinkled in a smile. Sister, you are the most extraordinary. Bei Yuan nodded in agreement, thanks to Miss Shushu. He Mianmian's admiration followed suit, her eyes sparkling with adoration. Shushu is incredible. The god-slaying sword is so formidable, yet it willingly listens to you. She had heard that the god-slaying sword was a divine artifact of the marshal, dispatched to protect his highness in the first strike squad, and was astonished that it now obeyed Shushu. Si Chen twitched his mouth, casting a glance at He Mianmian. As the god-slaying sword entered the jungle, Bei Yuan commanded the ability warriors to cease their attacks on the magical plants. The various magical flora, previously agitated and clawing at the air, gradually calmed down, returning to their normal state, swaying gently with the breeze. The god-slaying sword successfully ventured deep into the jungle and promptly encountered a herd of Mogu in flight. However, to its discerning eye, this group appeared to be fleeing. Yet, what did that matter? Once it spotted them, there would be no escape from its sight. With a flick of its sword tail, it gracefully spun in the air, driving the Mogu herd toward the direction of the first strike squad. Just as the sword intended to follow, it suddenly halted midair as a rather audacious thought emerged within its nascent yet astute consciousness: to drive out all the Mogu. To surprise its master, this venture into the jungle, aided by the insect repellent powder, ensured that all magical beasts fled from its path, a good 10 meters away. Furthermore, with the blessing of the spatial god's energy, the disgusting Moing beast seemed utterly unaware of its presence. Not a single one approached. It was not that it feared those small magical beasts. Rather, it was weary of their reckless nature, prone to swarm and employ despicable tactics. Now, free from such annoyances, the god-slaying sword hovered in the air, contemplating the feasibility of its surprise. Without hesitation, it veered sharply, darting toward 3 other directions. On Planet Illusion Star Number 5. Not the largest nor the smallest of the illusion stars, fatefully, the god-slaying sword flew toward a direction where it chanced upon Chengnan. The sword's blade gleamed brightly. Ah, this human is familiar. Just yesterday, he attempted to seize our Mogu. Not only that, it recalled having struck him before, though it had not fully vented its frustrations as another human had intervened. Just thinking of this ignited a desire for retribution within the sword. When foes meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. However, as it surveyed the human ability warriors, it noted their tactical prowess. Behind the area they were attacking lay several large trees housing a nest of Mogu. If they continued in this direction, it would not be long before the Mogu's lair was discovered. The god-slaying sword, being clever, promptly discarded its thoughts of vengeance, howling as it slashed through the jungle, then soaring to a great height before the magical plants could ensnare it with their numerous vines. The Mogu, inherently timid and fond of concealed, secure spots, were startled into flight by the sword's onslaught. Without a glance back at Chengnan, the sword hastened in pursuit of the fleeing creatures. As for Chengnan, he had been diligently directing his team when he caught sight of the god-slaying sword diving from the sky. Honestly, the moment he saw it, a complex feeling stirred within him. It was not fear of the sword seeking trouble with him. After all, even if he could not match it alone, he had a squad of ability warriors. Should the sword truly wish to challenge him, it would find no advantage. His complex feelings stemmed from having heard about Bei Yuan's team, who had hunted numerous Mogu thanks to this sword on the first day, even battling the magical plant king and managing to retreat unscathed. To say he felt no envy would be a lie. Whether it was the First Legion or Bei Yuan's first strike squad, they paled in comparison to the Second Legion and his team. Yet now, due to the divine artifact, they were basking in glory, stealing the spotlight. Naturally, he felt a sense of disparity and imbalance within. For the past few days, he has been unable to suppress the thought that it would be splendid if the god-slaying sword were part of his team. Thus, when he saw the sword soaring towards him, his heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions, tinged with a hint of joy. His first impulse was to devise a way to coax it into staying. Consequently, Chengnan revealed what he believed to be a gentle smile and took a step forward, intending to greet it. However, he soon saw the god-slaying sword veering towards the thicket below, where it unleashed a flurry of strikes that had the strength of the audacious demonic plants. At that moment, A thought flickered in his mind. The god-slaying sword was assisting him in combating the demonic vegetation. Before he could revel in this notion, he noticed a multitude of demonic beasts leaping out from behind the forest. Before he could react, they fled deeper into the woods. In swift succession, the god-slaying sword also changed course to pursue them. Sheng then watched helplessly as the sword vanished into the horizon, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. Captain, the demonic beasts have all escaped. What do we do now? His aide, Lin Fu, exclaimed, having already leapt to his feet. They dared not chase into the forest. And the god-slaying sword was clearly intent on a heist. He could scarcely imagine it would return with the demonic beasts in tow. Sheng then evidently shared this sentiment. With a wave of his hand, his voice emerged squeezed through clenched teeth. Let us go. Follow the direction the god-slaying sword flew off. At the edge of another part of the forest, Lu Yao was conferring with several subordinates when he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Upon looking up, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the sword's afterimage disappearing into the sky. Captain, this is bad. The group of demonic beasts we discovered has been startled by the god-slaying sword and fled deeper into the forest. What shall we do now? How did the god-slaying sword suddenly come this way? The demonic beasts we finally found have been scared off. Are we to leave empty-handed today? His subordinates exchanged glances, each voicing their concerns, but no one had a solution. They all turned to Lu Yao, imploring, Captain, what do you suggest? Lu Yao's expression remained calm, though his gaze was icy. Follow my orders. Pursue in the direction the god-slaying sword vanished. On the opposite edge of the forest, a similar scenario unfolded. The combat team watched as the god-slaying sword chased the demonic beasts, disappearing from view, and feeling a surge of urgency, they too followed their captain's command. The god-slaying sword was blissfully unaware of the astonishment it had incited among the other teams. It was diligently gathering the demonic beasts together, driving them towards the forest's edge where Jiang Shushu was located. The demonic beasts, inherently large, when amassed in such numbers, represented a formidable force, though regrettably, they lacked combat prowess and could be considered the lowest tier of the food chain in the forest. As they fled in a panic, some were devoured by magical beasts, while others were consumed by the ruthless flora. Despite the god-slaying sword's meticulous oversight, it could not prevent the diminishing numbers when faced with the oblivious ones that met their end to a swift strike. The god-slaying sword's heart ached. These were the surprises it had painstakingly gathered for its master, now unwittingly fed to these creatures. Upon seeing its master, it would surely demand hugs and affection. In truth, the god-slaying sword was placing undue pressure upon itself. When its master witnessed such a massive group of demonic beasts bursting forth from the forest, not only would Jiang Shushu be rendered speechless, but the entire team would stand frozen in astonishment, forgetting to dodge. It was Ling Jun who first snapped out of the daze, shouting, "Clear the way! Activate the energy shield!" He swiftly gathered Jiang Shushu and a few others, leaping to a safe spot. Before they landed, he had already conjured an energy shield for the two. The warriors benefited from a shout, quickly regaining their composure and successfully avoiding being trampled into the ground. Beiyuan, Sikhen, quickly the purification potion. The Earth-type ability user stepped forward to erect the first layer of earthen walls for protection. The Wood-type user followed suit, unleashing a second layer of vine protection. The Water-type user came next, summoning a third layer of water curtains for defense. With Ling Jun's commanding voice, the initially chaotic ability users swiftly regained their composure, releasing their powers in an orderly fashion, effectively halting the panicked flight of the demonic beasts. Chapter 97. The majestic god-slaying sword. As Beiyuan and Sikhen reacted under Ling Jun's direction, they quickly began to coordinate their efforts. Under the arrangement of the three, they soon gathered all the demonic beasts within the confines of the energy walls. Jiang Shushu and the others stood outside, observing as the once chaotic group of demonic beasts settled down. They were all astounded. A rough estimate suggested there were nearly 2,000 beasts. Each thick pillar of flesh bore a circular canopy over half a meter in diameter, towering and huddled together, creating a truly spectacular sight. Sikhen stammered, "Is this all the work of the god-slaying sword?" Everyone stared at the demonic beasts below, rendered speechless. Jiang Shushu silently took in the scene, recalling the first day of the hunt when the god-slaying sword had toiled to draw out merely 100 beasts. Now, suddenly, 2,000 had appeared. Surely, everyone would be overjoyed. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the air as the god-slaying sword, having kept watch at the perimeter to prevent any from straying, descended from the sky with a swoop, darting into Jiang Shushu's embrace, nuzzling against her. Jiang Shushu. Instinctively, she withdrew the sword, creating distance between them. Beiyuan and the others approached. Sikhen cautiously spoke, God-slaying sword. Did you encounter a magical beast that frightened you? He felt a pang of guilt, blaming Beiyuan for the reckless idea. The God-slaying sword was far more important than the demonic beasts. It must have encountered something terrible to be trembling so. Upon hearing this, everyone froze, their expressions mirroring Sichen's self-reproach. The God-slaying sword. These foolish humans. Surely, my master can comprehend my intentions. Jiang Shushu admitted that she too found it somewhat perplexing, yet her feelings differed from the others. She sensed the God-slaying sword was merely excited. But why was it so exhilarated? Just then, Liang Yuyu approached and aptly interjected. The God-slaying sword says that this group of demonic beasts is a surprise for you, sister.
A surprise?
Everyone was taken aback, turning in unison to Jiang Shushu. Jiang Shushu was equally astonished. She held the sword aloft and examined it closely. Seeing no hint of boasting, doubt crept into her mind as she looked up at Liang Yuyu. How do you know it means that?
Can you understand it?
Liang Yuyu smiled shyly, sister. I can only understand a little. He paused, pointing at the God-slaying sword, and then at the group of demonic beasts. The God-slaying sword said it went to great lengths to gather these demonic beasts just to surprise you, and wants to know if you like it. Do I like it? To be honest, aside from the initial shock, she found it quite delightful. This wasn't merely a gift of demonic beasts, it was a treasure trove of interstellar currency. Surely no one would dislike money, right? Understanding the God-slaying sword's intent, Jiang Shushu wasted no time in lavishing praise. God-slaying sword, you are truly remarkable. I adore the surprise. If you could bring me a haul like this every day, I would adore you even more. Every day? Beiyuan and Sichen's hearts raced as they exchanged excited glances, each recognizing the thrill in the other's eyes. It was simply a matter of seeking praise. They could do that as well. Beiyuan stepped forward, gingerly accepting the God-slaying sword and lifting it high, bellowing, "The God-slaying sword is magnificent." Sikhen followed suit, shouting, "The God-slaying sword is magnificent. The God-slaying sword is magnificent. The God-slaying sword is magnificent." As the captain's voice resonated, the ability users erupted into a fervor, echoing the chants. The God-slaying sword, buoyed by the rising tide of praise, swelled with pride, basking in the adulation. Meanwhile, the jubilant cheers grew louder as the three teams hastily pursuing the God-slaying sword arrived simultaneously, only to be startled by the resounding shouts that greeted them. Sheng Nan and Lu Yao exchanged a glance from afar, their silent understanding conveying their intentions. With a slight nod, they beckoned another team towards Beiyuan and Sikhen. Soon, vigilant soldiers observed their movement and promptly reported it. Upon hearing that three combat teams were approaching simultaneously, Lingjun and Beiyuan felt an ominous sensation rising within them. The trio exchanged glances, and Beiyuan furrowed his brow, inquiring, what do they mean by this? Have they come for the demon ancient group? Lingjun, maintaining a calm demeanor, subtly turned to stand beside Jiang Shushu, shielding her from prying eyes, and remarked, "It seems that is indeed the case." Sikhen rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "The demon ancient group belongs to us. What concern is it of theirs? We shan't yield it. And I dare say they wouldn't dare to seize it. Regardless of their intentions, we must first step out to confront them. If they truly seek the demon ancient group, it is unequivocally unattainable." Beiyuan frowned, and the three reached a consensus to proceed outward. After taking a few steps, Lingjun halted, turning back to place the God-slaying sword into Jiang Shushu's embrace. He deliberately sought out Jiang Feng's position, pulling Jiang Shushu closer, and whispered, "Ensure your safety." Only then did he turn back and join Beiyuan and Sikhen at the forefront of the formation. Jiang Shushu stared blankly at Lingjun's retreating figure, utterly surprised that he still remembered her safety at such a moment. The sword in her grasp emitted a faint hum, uncertain whether it was responding to Lingjun or offering solace to Shushu. He Mianmian squeezed through the back of the line. When the demon ancient group first appeared, she had nearly been trampled. Fortunately, Sikhen had pushed her into the team of capable individuals just in time. By the time she finally managed to squeeze her way to Jiang Shushu's side, the raucous warriors had bellowed her back to the rear of the formation. Still unaware of the unfolding situation, she intended to share her recent ordeal with Jiang Shushu when she was suddenly grasped by the wrist. "Mian Mian, do you see that person ahead? Do you recognize him?" He Mian Mian paused, following her gaze and exclaiming, "Oh, isn't that Lu Yao? How did he get here?" Her tone brimmed with delight. Had it not been for His Highness personally intervening, she would certainly have been a spirit master within Liu Yao's team. I recall you mentioning he belongs to the Second Legion? Shouldn't he know Shengnan, or at least be familiar with him? Jiang Shushu inquired. Certainly, they must be acquainted. Though perhaps not closely. I haven't heard him mention Shengnan. By the way, Shushu, do you know why they have come? If I am not mistaken, they must be here to demand the demon ancient group. Jiang Shushu's deduction was accurate. The three teams indeed harbored that intention, and it was already laid bare. In addition to Shengnan and Liu Yao, another team belonged to the Third Legion, who, upon their arrival, had been discreetly invited by the two to inspect the encircled demon ancient group. To be frank, the sheer volume was undeniably enticing. It was no falsehood to claim that. Even without the proposed division into 4 teams as suggested by Shengnan and Liu Yao, he would be content with merely 1% of the total. Chapter 98. Godslaying Sword. Explain yourself. Regrettably, the marshal had issued a decree forbidding any active military personnel from Suhuingsing from seizing the belongings of their comrades. Moreover, the Third Legion and the First Legion had historically maintained cordial relations, and the general had repeatedly emphasized the importance of fostering amicable ties with other combat teams, particularly with the First Legion. Contemplating this, the captain sighed inwardly with regret. Having initially hoped to capitalize on the God-slaying sword's trail, but now realizing that such hopes were futile. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Bei Yuan, he decisively took his leave, not sparing a glance at Xingnan's meaningful expression as he turned away without looking back. Ling Jun, along with Bei Yuan and Siken, stood at the forefront of the first combat team. Opposite them, Shengnan and Liu Yao stood at the vanguard of their respective teams, calmly locking eyes with the trio. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, punctuated only by the sporadic thuds and crashes emanating from the demon ancient group. Observing the composed demeanor of the three across from him, Shengnan had originally intended to draw the Third Legion into the fray, but to his surprise, that weakling had been frightened off after only a few words. However, it mattered not. The outcome would remain unchanged with or without them. Addressing the trio, he declared, Bei Yuan earlier, some of the demon ancient creatures from my team strayed to your side. I kindly request their prompt return. Bei Yuan, maintaining his composure, replied earnestly, I have not observed any creatures from your team approach.
What do you mean by that?
Are you attempting to renege on your responsibility? Siken chuckled derisively. Shengnan, do listen to your own words. What do you want us to acknowledge? You claim that your team's demon ancient creatures have come to our side. Where is your evidence? Who witnessed this? Did you mark them somehow? Shengnan retorted angrily. Are you trying to hoard them for yourselves? Liu Yao and I have already seen that among the group behind you are indeed creatures belonging to our two teams. Bei Yuan, without further ado, these creatures should be divided equally among the 3 teams. Such a brazen demand for outright theft while expecting a fair division? What audacity! Bei Yuan cast an impassive glance at Shengnan before his gaze settled on Liu Yao. Liu Yao, do you share this sentiment? Shengnan was a newly appointed captain of the Second Legion, personally promoted by Yu Shao, and was known for his arrogance, often disregarding even the most seasoned captains. In contrast, Liu Yao had collaborated with him on several occasions and appeared cold yet reasonable. Liu Yao remained silent, his expression inscrutable, before slowly responding, Bei Yuan, my stance aligns with Xingnan's. I have come here on the general's directive. Why should we divide it with you? We refuse. Siken, I am here per the general's orders. Yu Shao, is this your intention?
What did he mean by this?
Did he intend to provoke a conflict by refusing to agree? A thought flashed through Bei Yuan's mind as he exchanged glances with Siken, both feeling a simultaneous tension in their temples. They gritted their teeth. This Yu Shao clearly had no regard for His Highness. This was the hunting star, not a typical human-inhabited planet. The safety here was tenuous. Should a conflict arise, it would undoubtedly attract the ire of the magical plants and beasts, as well as other combat teams lurking in the shadows, seeking to capitalize on the chaos. With Ling Juan's injuries still unhealed, any misstep could lead to dire consequences they could ill afford. That scoundrel Yu Shao, it was an overt threat. Regardless of whose intention it was today, the demon ancient group rightfully belonged to whoever had laid claim to it. None would be permitted to seize even a single creature. Ling Juan's calm voice resonated, his gaze steady upon the two. I care not whose orders you follow. Within the first combat team, we only heed the commands of Generals Xiangming. Shengnan and Liu Yao exchanged glances, aware that the general's instruction was merely to negotiate with the opposing team. If they could secure a share through intimidation, that would be ideal. If not, they would abandon the matter. Thus, They were entirely unaware of Beiyuan and Sichen's cautious mindset and had no immediate intentions of resorting to conflict. Lu Yao had always been taciturn, so Sheng Nan continued, his tone unwavering, "But these creatures are not yours. They were taken from our team by the god-slaying sword. Just because they possess the Marshal's divine artifact, do they have the right to seize them?" The creatures had been frightened from the forest, driven away by the god-slaying sword. He deliberately framed it as if they had originated from their team, and Lu Yao remained silent, tacitly accepting this narrative. At that moment, a faint voice unexpectedly interjected, "That's not the case." The god-slaying lord stated that all the demon ancient creatures were discovered within the forest. Startled by this revelation, Sheng Nan and the others turned their attention towards the source of the voice. Jiang Feng stepped forward, leading a few individuals from the team, with Jiang Shushu, He Nianyan, and Liang Yu trailing behind him. The god-slaying sword nestled in Jiang Shushu's arms. It was Liang Yu who had spoken. Lu Yao, typically aloof, revealed no change in demeanor. But Sheng Nan's expression hardened. "Liang Yu, are you implying that I am lying?" He scoffed coldly. Who does not know that the god-slaying lord is merely a weapon? Even if it awakens sentience, it cannot speak. Yet you just claimed that the god-slaying lord informed you it found the demon ancient creatures in the forest? Are you the one lying, or am I? He pointed towards the powerful abilities in his team and loudly demanded, "You all tell him, did I lie?"
No.
It was indeed the Godslayer who snatched the magic artifact from our ranks. Exactly, I could have touched it with just a reach. But it was the esteemed Godslayer who took it away. Liang Yu, this little rascal, is quite remarkable, speaking nonsense with his eyes wide open, haha. Cheng Nan continued coldly. "Liang Yu, you're merely a B grade, and you dare to speak such nonsense before me?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Liang Yu's face instantly paled. He merely expressed the Godslayer's intent without anticipating their ridicule. Jiang Shushu, listening to their taunts one after another, felt a surge of anger rise within her. Setting aside the fact that the little Koi had previously joined various combat teams and assisted them numerous times, his ancestors had all perished for the sake of Sovereign Star. Anyone with a shred of decency would refrain from mocking him. Was it that they deemed him unworthy now that they no longer needed him? Jiang Shushu was furious. She seized the Godslayer's sword and hurled it away. "Go forth, esteemed Godslayer." The Godslayer's sword, nestled comfortably in its master's warm embrace and falling into a drowsy state, suddenly felt itself flung into the air, and before it could react, it landed with a thud at someone's feet. Immediately after, the master's voice echoed. "Since you insist on believing that the Marshal's divine artifact, the Godslayer, has stolen your magic artifact, let it explain this to you personally." She pronounced the words Marshal's divine artifact with particular emphasis. The Godslayer sprang into action, and before anyone could react, the hilt came crashing down on Cheng Nan's instep. Then bounced up again, soaring towards the combat team behind him. Daring to call it a thief? This group of men is truly despicable. Chapter 99. A lesson for Cheng Nan. Cheng Nan had never anticipated that the Godslayer's sword possessed such prowess. Caught off guard, he completely forgot to evade. The Godslayer had exerted all its strength for that strike, causing him to grimace in pain, nearly convinced his foot was broken. Instinctively, he clutched his foot and jumped up, stifling a cry of pain that got lodged in his throat, transforming into a muffled grunt amidst the astonished gazes of everyone around.
He Nianyan,
a spirit master whose status rivaled that of the combat team leaders, had no deep ties with the Second Legion or Cheng Nan. Thus, she felt no need to spare him any courtesy, bursting into laughter. Jiang Shushu, disregarding all decorum, laughed heartily, clutching her stomach and pointing at him. "Cheng Nan, weren't you skeptical? Go argue with the esteemed Godslayer then. The magic artifact was captured by it. Go demand it from the Godslayer and see if it agrees to give it to you." Hearing her words, not only did Bei Yuanshi, Cheng Nan, and Liang Yu chuckle, but even the psychic warriors behind them could not suppress their laughter, with Ling Jun's lips curving into a smile. Jiang Feng, however, did not laugh. His expression was complex as he watched the agitated Cheng Nan, pondering what had initially drawn him to this fool. Cheng Nan glared at Jiang Shushu, his eyes fierce. Someone who had supported him for nearly a decade could dismiss him so easily, and would certainly not care about the opinion of a mere former father-in-law. Just as he was about to speak, a series of anguished cries erupted from behind him. He hurriedly turned around to see the Godslayer attacking his team members. They dared not retaliate and could only passively defend themselves, with many already sprawled on the ground. His aide, Lin Fu, shouted while dodging, "Captain, come quickly. The brothers can't hold on much longer." They were merely ordinary soldiers with limited strength and no significant backing, who would dare to strike at the Marshal's divine artifact. Moreover, even if they did, they would be utterly outmatched. Changnan jumped in place, launching an ability at the Godslayer while commanding his warriors to regroup and resist the divine sword. While others were afraid of it, he was not. It was just a weapon. What harm could it do? Besides, he had a general above him. It was merely a matter of enduring some embarrassment, as long as he could acquire the magic artifact. The thought of the vast horde of magic artifacts he had seen earlier made Changnan's heart race, blood rushing to his head, unconsciously causing him to grip even tighter. The Godslayer, initially harboring playful intentions and merely seeking to teach them a lesson, was incensed by Changnan's audacity to strike with such force. It unleashed a wave of sword energy, knocking him aside and swiftly piercing several bloody holes in him. Watching Changnan's team descend into chaos, the hidden combat teams, hoping to seize an opportunity, realized that there would be no benefit for them here. They could afford to offend the first combat team, but who would dare provoke the divine sword? Moreover, it seemed that these magic artifacts were indeed procured by the Godslayer, which indirectly made them the Marshals. Would they not be courting death by attempting to snatch them? With this thought, the hidden teams sighed and quietly withdrew. Some teams on Bei Yuan's side, initially intending to assist if a real fight broke out, felt reassured and departed as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yao observed Changnan's team in disarray, feeling weary as he rubbed his temples, unable to comprehend why the general valued such a fool. Originally, they could have directed their attention solely at Bei Yuan. Why drag the Godslayer into this? The Godslayer was formidable in its own right and had a troublesome background. It was best to avoid it whenever possible. Yet Changnan had rushed headlong into this mess, and now all the credit would belong to the Godslayer. How could they even consider discussing a fair division of spoils? Witnessing Changnan's increasingly precarious situation, Lu Yao decisively approached Bei Yuan and the others to apologize. I sincerely apologize today. We were not clear. Since the magic artifact belongs to the esteemed Godslayer, its ownership should naturally be decided by the Godslayer. Bei Yuan nodded with a smile, exchanging pleasantries. Si Chen remarked from the side. In any case, the esteemed Godslayer has stated that any human who dares to seize its possessions is unworthy of ownership. Lu Yao's face instantly stiffened. Was Si Chen implying that he was unworthy? He Mian, standing to the side, noticed his grim expression and hurriedly called out, Lu Yao. Lu Yao turned back, his demeanor softening somewhat. Mian, you're here as well? He said, turning and taking a couple of steps before gesturing for her to follow him. And the two of them walked off into the distance. Inside, He Mian felt quite happy to encounter him here. But recalling his earlier attempt to negotiate a share of the magic artifact with the first combat team made her feel a bit awkward. Lu Yao, were you deceived by Changnan? Lu Yao was taken aback, quickly grasping her meaning. He offered no further explanation and simply changed the subject. I heard you were going to join the hunting team. I didn't expect you to come to the first combat team. He Mian felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry.
Lu Yao.
When you asked me before, I had already promised to come here. Lu Yao had initially wanted her to serve as the spirit master in his team. But at that time, Ling Jun had already discussed her joining the first combat team with his father, leaving her no choice but to decline. Remembering Lu Yao's disappointed expression from back then made He Mian feel a bit sad, so she took out 2 spirit stones from her space and handed them to him. Lu Yao, look what this is. Her small, delicate hand cradled 2 modest stones, emitting a faint glow. Lu Yao casually reached out to take them, sweeping his mental energy over them, and in the next moment, he froze in astonishment. Mian, where did you get these attribute-less top-grade spirit stones? His voice brimmed with joy, as he had anticipated at most a high-grade stone, but this was a delightful surprise beyond his expectations. I refined them myself. I just learned how today, and only managed to produce 2 top-grade stones. So, I'm giving them to you. Lu Yao, are you happy to receive my surprise? He Mian asked proudly, having just learned about surprises from the Godslayer. For me? Lu Yao was taken aback. He had received many gifts from He Mian before, but this was the first time he had received something so valuable. To claim a lack of fondness would be impossible. This is a superior item indeed. Even if it is not utilized in battles of extraordinary abilities, it serves as a tremendous asset for personal cultivation. Lu Yao felt a surge of excitement within, though his expression remained as impassive as ever. This superior item is quite impressive. Your ability to refine it indicates significant progress on your part lately. He regarded the girl before him and, before her smile could fully blossom, coldly remarked, Yet, Why have you come to the war zone instead of diligently practicing? Are you unaware of the dangers that lurk here? Or has Bei Yuan sent you? If so, I must inquire further with them. As he spoke, he feigned turning away to leave. He Mian hurriedly grasped his arm, pleading, please don't. It wasn't Bei Yuan who summoned me. I simply felt bored and wanted to accompany you to the war zone for some fun. This was entirely my own decision. Noticing his continued agitation, she softened her tone. Lu Yao, I am aware of the dangers present in the war zone. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. And Si Chen and the others would never allow me to venture into perilous situations.
They will protect me.
Upon hearing her mention Si Chen, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Lu Yao's eyes, and his expression darkened further. Mian, when you are not by my side, I cannot entrust you to anyone else. Hearing such a seemingly earnest promise, He Mian felt a sweetness in her heart and fervently reassured him for quite some time, until his expression finally softened. Playfully, she linked her arm with his and teased Lu Yao. It's been several days since we last met. Have you missed me? After a brief pause, she quickly extended her palm. I've brought you such a grand gift. Don't you have anything in return for me? Lu Yao was taken aback, understanding she referred to the superior spirit stone. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a bag of candies from his space. I know you enjoy these. So when I saw them for sale last time, I thought to buy you a pack. The Interstellar candies were crafted from the essence of spiritual fruits. Costly and imbued with some spiritual energy, a single pack would cost several thousand Interstellar coins. Although this paled in comparison to the superior spirit stone she had given him, He Mian was still delighted that he remembered her preferences. She accepted the candies, her eyes sparkling joyfully like crescent moons. Thank you, Lu Yao. You are truly wonderful to me. Lu Yao smiled in return. If I do not treat you well, should I extend my kindness to others instead? Please refrain from wandering about with the combat team. Remain in the stationed area. You have been a level 4 low-rank spirit pharmacist for some time now. It is time to practice and improve further. As for the superior spirit stone, since you have managed to refine one, you are capable of refining 3 or 5 more. Utilize your spare time to ponder how to expedite the refining process. Do not always think of running around. I know. Every time we meet, you always urge me to practice right away. I work hard in my own time, you know? He Mian pouted, feeling somewhat resistant to his persistent reminders about practice. As a late-blooming awakener who had reached level 4 spirit pharmacist status, she had invested countless efforts to arrive at this point. Why did Lu Yao seem to perceive her as a mere playful child? All right, we are no longer children to be throwing temper tantrums. Have you enough raw stones for refining the superior items? If not, I have some here. Seeing her displeasure, Lu Yao attempted to soothe her by pulling at the corners of his lips. He Mian hesitated, still contemplating whether to accept, when suddenly someone nearby called out to her loudly. He Mian, let's go. Turning back, she spotted Si Chen and Jiang Shushu waving at her, with Si Chen being the one to call her back. She quickly responded, okay, and began to turn to rejoin her team. After taking a couple of steps, she halted and turned back. Oh, Lu Yao, that Sheng Nan is not a good person. Avoid interacting with him in the future. Don't listen to his provocations. I will find you once we return to Su Huangxing. After this, she dashed back to the first combat team. Lu Yao remained standing, his gaze profound as it locked with Si Chen's, clearly discerning the disdain and mockery in the other's eyes. He said nothing, merely holding the gaze for a moment before averting his eyes and departing with his team. The god-slaying sword, with a mischievous yet relentless attitude, played with Sheng Nan and his companions, stabbing at anyone who dared to stand, leaving them sprawled on the ground, much to its delight. Lin Fu and the others internally lamented their predicament. Unable to fight back or flee, they were left rolling around on the ground to evade the god-slaying sword, which was utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, Jiang Shushu observed the chaos below with crossed arms and an expression devoid of emotion. Sheng Nan had lost the bravado he once displayed before the crowd. The arrogance he had shown to the original host had vanished, replaced by a ferocity and brutality in his gaze directed at her. Jiang Shushu remained indifferent, pondering that perhaps this was the true nature of a scoundrel. The original host had known him for so long, believing him to be gentle and kind, only to have discovered his true self too late, leading to her tragic demise. The god-slaying sword, being a divine artifact, did not require external sources to replenish its strength as humans did. It could draw energy directly from the environment for its own use. Currently, at a high level and not exerting much effort, it found dealing with the minions effortless. However, Sheng Nan's team members were reaching their limits. They dared not attack, but had expended their abilities maintaining energy shields, a taxing endeavor that was becoming unsustainable, leading to cries of despair. "Captain, what should we do? Should we retreat? Captain, we can't hold on much longer. You need to come up with a plan." Sheng Nan's face darkened. He too was nearing his breaking point. "Did you hear what I said? If I could devise a plan, would I be in this predicament? This is the divine artifact resisting General Yu Shao. What can I do?" Was he supposed to plead with that useless person? Or perhaps seek help from Bei Yuan? Everyone in the 7th Combat Team was aware of Sheng Nan's past entanglement with Jiang Shushu. Some of the older team members had witnessed the kindness she had shown their captain. Someone called out, "Jiang Shushu, look at what your captain has become. Don't you feel any pity?" "What is there to pity? He is nothing to me," Jiang Shushu replied languidly. He Mian Mian and Liang Yuyu, standing beside her, nodded vigorously in agreement. Sheng Nan's team members fell silent, their minds racing with a newfound question. Had their captain made a mistake by breaking off the engagement? Jiang Shushu did not appear to be the useless person the rumors made her out to be. She could refine superior raw stones, and the god-slaying sword obeyed her commands. Had they not ended the engagement, they would not be in this life-and-death struggle. The ancient demonic horde would have been theirs to conquer. Sheng Nan could guess their thoughts, and rage boiled within him. What could Jiang Shushu, this so-called useless person, possibly have to compare with Lan Yi? They had no comprehension of his feelings for Lan Yi, nor did they understand Lan Yi's feelings for him. Without him, she could not possibly survive. A group of ignorant fools. In that moment, he had completely forgotten all the kindness Lan Yi had shown them in the past. Ling Jun approached from a distance, having kept a close watch on the unfolding situation. Seeing Jiang Shushu show no signs of sympathy for Sheng Nan's plight, the heaviness in his heart lightened somewhat. "Shushu, do you have any of the purification potions left? There are too many of the ancient demonic horde, and we've exhausted the previous supply. We still have many that need purifying. Demons that have not been purified possess consciousness and intelligence. Capturing them in space poses too great a risk. Purification potions? I have plenty.
Come.
Let us go and take a look." Although she had not refined any potions, she had an abundance of infused spring water, which was just as effective as the refined ones. Having seen enough of the scoundrel's humiliation, there was no longer any need for her to remain. As they departed, Ling Jun cast a cold glance at Sheng Nan and his team, saying nothing, and led Jiang Shushu away. Jiang Shushu swiftly concocted a large quantity of potions in her space, subsequently distributing them to Ling Jun and Si Chen. Ever since it was confirmed that the spirit spring water could purify the magical plants and beasts, she had procured numerous bottles to store within her space, intending to reserve them for concoction. The prospect of refining them was out of the question, as she had a far more efficient method, and those herbs could still serve other purposes. Within the energy barrier, approximately half of the magical remnants remained unpurified. Bei Yuan had initially planned for Jiang Shushu and He Nian to return to the stationed area to concoct potions. However, upon witnessing Jiang Shushu produce a large number of bottles, he was taken aback with delight. "Miss Shushu, how many potions do you have there? Can they purify all the magical remnants here?" "There are plenty of potions. They will be more than sufficient to purify everything here," she replied. "That's splendid. Rest assured. Since these potions are solely your contribution, I will report to the military district upon our return and ensure you are compensated in equivalent magical plants or interstellar credits." Jiang Shushu had not anticipated such compensation. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, devoid of mere pleasantries, she readily agreed. Her initial intention was merely to assist the 1st Combat Team, but if there was a monetary reward involved, that was all the better. Who would turn down money? Bei Yuan hurriedly took the potions and left. The unpurified magical remnants still bore a hint of violence. Jiang Feng and Liang Yuyu, being seasoned warriors, had already rushed in to lend a hand. He Mian Mian hesitated to approach, instead remaining at a distance with Jiang Shushu, observing. Noticing the silence that enveloped them, she took the initiative to break the ice. "Shushu, would you like some candy?" As she spoke, she retrieved some fruit candies that Lu Yao had just gifted her and offered them to Jiang Shushu. In a world where interstellar resources were scarce, even regular meals could not be guaranteed, let alone the luxury of snacks. Jiang Shushu, who had never been particularly fond of sweets, found herself taken aback by the sight of them. She picked one up, popped it into her mouth, and then offered another to Ling Jun. "You should try one too." Ling Jun paused, seemingly taken aback, and did not move. The small candy lay in the palm of her hand, and the proximity allowed him to catch a whiff of its faint sweetness. The candy appeared to be made from pressed green fruit, translucent and pale green, which only accentuated the delicate whiteness of her hand. He Mian felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. She recalled her father mentioning that the prince, due to certain childhood experiences, harbored a dislike for sugary treats, especially candies. With this thought, she shot Jiang Shushu a knowing look, hoping she would grasp her meaning quickly and not provoke Ling Jun's ire. Unfortunately, Jiang Shushu was entirely absorbed in Ling Jun, oblivious to He Mian's hints. When she saw that Ling Jun did not accept the candy, she assumed he simply disliked it. "If you don't want it, that's fine," she began. But her words faltered in her throat. He Mian clamped a hand over her mouth, nearly stifling a gasp. Ling Jun said nothing. He merely raised his hand to cradle Jiang Shushu's palm, taking the candy into his own mouth, and with a smile remarked, "It's delicious," before turning to leave. This left Jiang Shushu and He Mian in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Shushu felt as though fireworks had erupted in her mind, her face visibly reddening from her neck to the top of her head. He Mian, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with complex emotions, utterly astonished by the prince's unexpected reaction. The atmosphere was thick with silence, one person unsure of what to say, while the other was at a loss for words. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Shushu felt her composure returning and clear her throat, seeking to initiate conversation. "Mian, this candy is quite tasty. Where did you buy it? Does your store sell this? My shop does carry some, although not this exact kind. This particular bag was just gifted to me by Lu Yao," He Mian replied. Her family's store boasted a wide array of items, including similar spirit candies, but in limited quantities due to their status as mere snacks and their high price, making them affordable only to a select few in the peripheral star regions. "Lu Yao sent this?" Jiang Shushu was startled, recalling how He Mian had introduced him as her childhood friend with intentions of marriage. However, the recent incident involving him and Sheng Nan, where he had requested to share the magical remnants, left her feeling uneasy, as if his actions were not entirely honorable. She carefully inquired, "How well do you know Lu Yao? What are his feelings towards you? Is he good to you?" He Mian was reminded of Lu Yao's previous behavior and anticipated the misunderstandings that might arise, hastily clarifying, "He was only misled by Sheng Nan. It wasn't he intentional. Don't worry, I've already spoken to him about keeping his distance from that scoundrel." Jiang Shushu found herself at a loss for words, letting out a sigh inwardly. Choosing not to press further. The quantity of magical remnants was substantial, and despite the absence of intelligent flying machines, Bei Yuan and Si Chen swiftly purified the remaining remnants using alternative methods. Jiang Shushu and He Mian joined in to assist with the cleanup. Jiang Shushu was particularly averse to the insect eggs hidden beneath the magical remnants and refused to touch them, opting instead to use a small stick to knock them down before setting them ablaze. In the space, Xiaojiu watched enviously. "Master, there are so many energy bodies. Let us collect some into the space. They surely won't notice." "Are you certain? The magical remnants have already been purified, and they likely have a quantity limit," she replied. "But you promised that as long as I aided the foolish sword in completing his tasks, you would gift me that water-squirting tree. And what about the beautiful flowers you mentioned? You also promised to send a large number of energy bodies into the space. Where are they?" Xiaojiu whined, feeling aggrieved. If it weren't for the considerable cost of changing masters, it would have already left this woman who only ever painted grandiose dreams. Faced with Xiaojiu's poignant inquiries, Jiang Shushu felt a pang of guilt. While she had not fulfilled all her promises, she had indeed sent various magical plants into the space multiple times, even including the remnants of the magical plant king. However, it was evident that Xiaojiu, with its childlike disposition, could not comprehend such complexities and simply felt wronged, believing its master had broken her word. Jiang Shushu had never raised a child, but she had helped her sister care for her niece in her past life and understood that promises made to children must be kept, as they interpret such commitments as a reflection of love. She recalled her little niece's words, "If one cannot fulfill their promises, it implies a lack of concern for their feelings. How could that be considered love?" Chapter 101. Laughter that cannot be contained. Xiaojiu's plaintive voice echoed in the space. And though Jiang Shushu recognized its intentionality, her heart softened. "All right, Xiaojiu, wait here. I will secretly bring some magical remnants into the space for you." This time, the successful hunt for a substantial number of magical remnants was, in part, due to Xiaojiu's contribution of spatial energy. Without it, she doubted that the God Slayer would have even dared to venture into the forest, let alone return with such a bounty. It was indeed time to reward Xiaojiu. With an abundance of magical remnants, the warriors engaged in cleanup had spread out considerably. Jiang Shushu deliberately moved to a densely populated corner of magical remnants, quietly collecting a significant amount into her space. Suddenly, a multitude of magical remnants appeared within the space, and Xiaojiu was overjoyed. In its excitement, it leaped onto the shell of a snail, crawling around the spirit spring while playfully attempting several difficult maneuvers for a small snail. Jiang Shushu was so focused on the crowd of magical remnants that she failed to notice Xiaojiu's antics, never considering that the system's designated Xiaojiu could actually manifest its consciousness within the body of an animal. Just as she finished gathering the magical remnants, Sichun and Lingjun keenly sensed a shift. They exchanged glances, surveying the scene momentarily before their focus settled on Jiang Shushu. Sichun leaned closer to Lingjun, noting that the sudden decrease in energy had originated from Jiang Shushu's location. Lingjun remained silent, merely shooting him a glance, his tone indifferent. I haven't sensed anything. You're still not at my level to detect anything. There was a kernel of truth in that statement. Even though Lingjun had yet to fully recover, his strength could easily surpass Sichun's. While the marshal had intended for him to provide close protection, in the face of real danger, it remained uncertain who would end up protecting whom. In the team, only the two of them possessed the highest abilities to prevent any reckless individuals from taking advantage of the situation to steal magic artifacts. He had been using his mental energy to monitor the entire area. However, despite the overwhelming evidence, the higher-ups claimed they sensed nothing, clearly intending to cover up the matter. What could he do? He could only choose to feign ignorance. With a disgruntled expression, Sichun turned and left. Shang Nan returned to the encampment with the combat team. Their return was not due to the mercy of the god-slaying sword, but rather because Bei Yuan could no longer bear the sight of the conflict. Fearing it would disrupt the harmony between the two legions, and ultimately called the sword away. After such a commotion, the soldiers were utterly exhausted and felt humiliated. Even though they had only sustained minor injuries, they were unwilling to return to the battlefield for hunting, clamoring instead to rest back at the encampment. Initially, he disagreed. But due to the discontent among the veteran members of the team stemming from his poor decision, and after Lin Fu's persistent persuasion, he reluctantly agreed to return for a rest. Jiang Linyi and Bai Yu hurriedly emerged from the alchemy tent. Upon seeing that everyone was injured, they were taken aback. Sheng Nan, Lin Fu, what on earth happened? Did you encounter a beast tide? Jiang Linyi inquired anxiously. Lin Fu cast a discreet glance at the stoic Sheng Nan and, with a wry smile, said, Miss Linyi, let us not dwell on that now. Let the captain rest in the tent first. During the earlier chaos, Shang Nan had shielded them from a significant portion of the attacks. Though his injuries were not severe, his abilities were nearly depleted. Had it not been for Bei Yuan calling a halt, the turmoil within the captain's mental realm might have erupted. However, he dared not voice this. Shang Nan was particularly sensitive about his pride, likely due to his early rise to prominence and considerable arrogance. He was unwilling to show weakness in front of others, and his insistence on heading into the battlefield was driven by a stubborn determination. Hearing this, Jiang Linyi and Bai Yu hurriedly assisted him into the military tent. Sheng Nan, please be cautious and lie down to rest, Bai Yu urged. You keep an eye on him. I will fetch some medicine from the alchemy tent, and you can help me clean his wounds. Jiang Linyi instructed. Bai Yu quickly agreed, carefully helping Sheng Nan lie down. Just as Jiang Linyi stepped out of the tent, she found Lin Fu waiting outside. Speak, what exactly happened? Lin Fu did not hold back, recounting the events in detail. He had followed Sheng Nan since he was a mere soldier and had only been promoted to the position of deputy after he rose through the ranks. Throughout their journey, no one understood the dynamics between Sheng Nan and the Jiang sisters better than he did. The captain had long harbored disdain for Jiang Shushu, initially holding only admiration for Jiang Linyi, but at some point, he suddenly declared his affection for her.
Meanwhile,
Jiang Linyi had transitioned from initially ignoring or even disliking Sheng Nan to mutual feelings of love. Their journey had not been easy, and Lin Fu was well aware of the captain's deep regard and affection for her, so he felt compelled to be honest and transparent. Miss Linyi, the captain merely voiced a comment, yet Jiang Shushu instigated the god-slaying sword to attack us. Her actions are utterly outrageous. After all, you and she are sisters. And the captain is essentially her brother-in-law. How could she disregard all familial ties?
Lin Fu exclaimed indignantly.
You mean Jiang Shushu incited the god-slaying sword to attack you? How could the sword heed her command? Jiang Linyi was perplexed. After all, it was the marshal's artifact, and even if she were an innate awakener, she should not have been able to control it. I cannot say for certain, but during the duel on Su Huangxing, It was indeed Jiang Shushu who brought the god-slaying sword along. She must have employed some cunning strategy to deceive it. Today, she wasn't merely humiliating the 7th Combat Team. She was tarnishing the reputation of the 2nd Legion. Miss Lin Yi, you must seek an explanation from Jiang Shushu on behalf of the captain. Understood. Rest assured. But I need to discuss a strategy with Sheng Nan. Lin Fu, everyone is exhausted today. Please make arrangements for some rest. I will expedite the preparation of some spiritual medicine to facilitate your recovery. Thank you, Miss Lin Yi, Lin Fu replied, filled with gratitude. This is the demeanor and capability expected of a spiritual alchemist. How could Jiang Shushu, a mere waste, ever compare to Miss Lin Yi? It was laughable that some team members still dared to complain about the captain's decision to dissolve the engagement on their way back. Jiang Lin Yi stood for a moment before heading to the alchemy tent to retrieve the spiritual medicine she had concocted that day. These were all provided by Sheng Nan for her practice. Their potency was not high, and they were not specifically designed to calm the turmoil within the mental realm, merely serving to treat external injuries. She had not anticipated their utility that evening. One might think Sheng Nan had an instinct for the present situation. Lost in thought, Jiang Lin Yi suddenly burst into laughter, her smile growing increasingly radiant. She covered her face with her hands, stifling her laughter, bending down as her entire body trembled uncontrollably. After a considerable while, she managed to suppress her mirth, adopting a concerned and anxious expression, and slowly straightened up to exit. As she approached the entrance of Sheng Nan's tent, she overheard voices inside. The wound is bleeding. Let me help you clean it up. This area is a bit swollen. Allow me to massage it for you. Sheng Nan, does that feel better? Seeing you injured truly pains my heart. Bai Yu's gentle and melodious voice floated from within the tent. Jiang Lin Yi halted her steps, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. That was fast. Inside the tent. Ever since Jiang Lin Yi had explicitly asked Bai Yu to take care of Sheng Nan, Bai Yu had released her concealed feelings. First, she helped Sheng Nan onto the bed, then personally assisted him in removing his combat attire. Without the long sleeves and trousers to obscure his form, his robust and toned muscles became visible. Bai Yu blushed and stole a glance at Sheng Nan, who lay on the bed, pale and with closed eyes, yet he uttered not a single word. Bai Yu could not decipher his thoughts, but since he did not refuse her assistance, it implied consent. However, as she gazed at the last remaining piece of undergarment, she lacked the courage to proceed further, and instead began to clean his wounds. Sheng Nan, how does this pressure feel? Is it painful? How did you all end up injured? Did you encounter a horde of beasts or some formidable magical plants? Bai Yu spoke softly as she carefully tended to his wounds. Yet, after a while, she realized Sheng Nan remained expressionless, lying there without a hint of intention to respond, causing her heart to sink in disappointment. Indeed, he only had eyes for Lin Yi. Even when he conversed with her, it was merely because she was a close friend of Lin Yi. Gazing at his pale, yet handsome visage, her mind involuntarily conjured images of how he treated Lin Yi so well. The 2 million medicinal cauldrons were used without hesitation. Tens of thousands of herbs were bought in batches. Even her circle of friends had benefited immensely. Whenever they gathered, the topic of conversation always revolved around her. But why? Why did she deserve all of this? The more she pondered, the more resentful she felt. Bai Yu's eyes flickered, and she softly inquired, Sheng Nan, I heard the god-slaying sword has also arrived in the combat zone, and it is following Jiang Shushu. Is that correct? Sheng Nan's eyes shot open, a glint of coldness flashing within. What do you ask that for? His tone was frigid. Had it not been for the god-slaying sword, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation. Bai Yu, unaware of his past, noticed he was finally willing to speak, and immediately replied with a smile. It is said that divine artifacts possess their own consciousness. After all, Jiang Shushu and Lin Yi are sisters. If the god-slaying sword can favor Jiang Shushu, it would undoubtedly also favor Lin Yi. Seeing that he merely squinted and remained silent, she tentatively spoke again. If we send Lan Yi to seek out Jiang Shushu, using the pretext of reminiscing to foster more interaction with the god-slaying sword, surely with Lan Yi's cleverness, the sword would favor her. If we coax it a bit, perhaps the god-slaying sword would join our combat team and become our ally. Since arriving here, the tale of how Jiang Shushu harnessed the power of the god-slaying sword on her very first day has already spread throughout the illusory star. Which team wouldn't envy that? Moreover, it would be Lan Yi's endeavor to make contact. If it succeeds, it would greatly benefit the 7th Combat Team, and naturally, the one who proposed the idea would be held in higher regard. If it fails, the blame would rest solely on Lan Yi, and the disappointment would be directed at her. Leaving my suggestion unscathed, Chung Nan remained silent. He had previously thought that borrowing the god-slaying sword would be ideal, but it no longer mattered as his desire to possess the artifact intensified after witnessing the magic ancient artifacts obtained by Beiyuan. Although he had just been mocked by the god-slaying sword today, if it obediently joined their team, no one would dare to ridicule them again. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. With today's encounter, the Lord of the God-slaying sword and their combat team had become more familiar. Chung Nan squinted, increasingly convinced that this approach was feasible. You are correct. Lan Yi and Jiang Shushu are indeed sisters, and they must share many similarities. It stands to reason that the Lord of the God-slaying sword would not favor the inept one alone. Furthermore, Lan Yi is wise and pure-hearted. Anyone, even an artifact, would find themselves drawn to her after an encounter. Upon hearing his description, Baiyu could not suppress a fleeting grimace, hastily lowering her head and softly replying, "As long as I can assist you, I will be content." She pressed gently on his shoulder a few times before softly asking, "It seems a bit swollen here. May I help you massage it?" Before Chung Nan could respond, her hand was already upon him. The god-slaying sword had shown no mercy during their earlier confrontation, leaving him with several bruises that throbbed painfully. Although Baiyu was not a skilled alchemist, she possessed knowledge of pharmacology and had learned to treat external injuries. In her efforts to please Lan Yi, she had also honed her massage technique. As her hands worked, Chung Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him, involuntarily emitting a low, satisfied groan. Seeing this, Baiyu's heart swelled with joy as she whispered, "Chung Nan, seeing your wounds pains me deeply." As she continued to knead, she gradually leaned closer, her hand gliding up his abdomen. Chung Nan, eyes closed, sensed her movements and felt an unfamiliar yet pleasant flutter throughout his body. As her hand traveled higher, the flutter morphed into an instinctual resistance. Furrowing his brow, he was about to ask her to withdraw when a voice suddenly rang out. "What are you two doing?" Chung Nan's eyes flew open, hastily pushing Baiyu away as he sat up abruptly. "Lan Yi, let me explain." "What is there to explain? I saw you bare with her sprawled atop you." "Chung Nan, did I interrupt something? Had I arrived a moment later, would you both have been in each other's arms? How could you treat me this way?" Jiang Lan Yi cried out in anguish. Her delicate face was pale, her large eyes brimming with tears as she stood before him in disbelief, fragile as if a mere touch would shatter her. Chung Nan's heart ached at the sight, and he rushed forward to embrace her. But before he could, she turned and fled, leaving behind a soft whimper. "I love you so much."
How could you do this to me?
Her cries struck him like a hammer, and without a second thought, he chased after her. Baiyu called after him a few times, but it seemed he did not hear her as he dashed outside the tent. In less than a minute, the tent was left with only Baiyu. Anxiety flooded her heart, although she had harbored some intentions of seduction. She had never anticipated that Jiang Lan Yi would walk in at such an inopportune moment. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow after them. Chapter 103. Upset. Only gifts can mend. Jiang Lan Yi did not run far, heading instead towards a separate alchemy tent. Chung Nan's tent was the focal point of the encampment, while the alchemy area required a quieter atmosphere, hence it was built slightly farther from the main tent. Moreover, the hour was still early, and the outside remained quite bright. Although a significant portion of the ability-enhanced warriors were female, they regarded one another as warriors, and in the midst of missions, there was no need for excessive decorum. Consequently, many tent flaps were wide open, revealing a peculiar scene. First, their team's spirit master dashed past with her face covered, seemingly in tears. Following closely was their captain, chasing after her. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. The crying was not the crux of the matter, nor was the chase. The real question was why their captain was completely unclothed. What on earth is happening? The warriors exchanged incredulous glances, quietly approaching the tent entrance, each one peeking out. Before they could discern the situation outside, they spotted another spirit master from their team sprinting in the same direction. What is going on? It looks as if the captain has strayed. It certainly appears so. Look at that spirit master behind, disheveled. It seems she and the captain were up to something inappropriate behind Miss Lan Yi's back. If that is the case, then the captain is in the wrong. Miss Lan Yi is beautiful, kind-hearted, and powerful. She has assisted us countless times. The ointment we just used was concocted by her, after all.
Indeed.
How could this woman even compare to Miss Lan Yi? The captain is being foolish. It must be said that regardless of the time or place, Humanity has an insatiable curiosity for gossip, and the keen eyes of the crowd often see through the surface. What are you all gawking at? Get back to your duties. None of you are allowed to loiter at the tent entrance. If I see another head, all of you will run 500 laps around the encampment without using your abilities. Lin Fu shouted as he approached from the rear. Everyone has grown bold, daring to observe the captain's affair. Seeing all heads retreat into the tent in an instant, Lin Fu felt satisfied as he quickly caught up with Baiyu, grasping her arm. Miss Baiyu, please wait. Don't go in just yet. Let the captain speak with Miss Lanyi. Baiyu is anxious. You don't understand. There was a misunderstanding earlier, and I was the cause. Only I can clarify things and help them reconcile. That's not true. The captain and Miss Lanyi have a strong relationship. There won't be any misunderstandings. Now, Miss Baiyu, please return to your tent and rest. Saying this, Lin Fu resolutely pulled her back. He sighed internally, lamenting the situation. Just earlier, he had been delivering medicine to various tents, and upon finishing, he saw Jiang Lanyi burst from the captain's tent, her usually polite demeanor replaced with tears as she ran away. Moments later, he witnessed the unclothed captain rushing out to pursue her. In that fleeting moment when the tent flap opened, his keen eyes caught sight of another figure inside, Baiyu. What more was there to understand? It was undoubtedly Baiyu who had taken advantage of Miss Lanyi's absence to engage with the captain. He thought to himself, how unkind of Baiyu. She and Miss Lanyi were supposed to be good friends, yet she could betray her friend's fiancé. With this thought, disdain welled up within him. Seeing her still struggling to leave, he tightened his grip, swiftly dragging her to a tent, tossing her inside and shutting the door behind him before hurrying away. He had to keep watch over the captain. Such a wonderful Miss Lanyi must not be lost to him. Inside the alchemy tent, Shengnan had donned his casual attire, having been startled into a flurry when he witnessed Lanyi weeping. In his haste, he had forgotten to dress properly, only recalling his clothing when he heard Lin Fu's voice calling out to him. He hurriedly retrieved some garments from his spatial storage and put them on. Jiang Lanyi stood with her back to him, her shoulders trembling, and he could faintly hear the sound of her quiet sobs. It was evident that she was genuinely heartbroken. Shengnan found himself at a loss for words. As she had pointed out, the scene was indeed open to misinterpretation, yet he harbored no thoughts of betraying Lanyi. Lanyi, it truly wasn't what you think, he implored. What do you mean, what I think? You know how I feel. Jiang Lanyi turned to face him, her tear-streaked visage filled with anguish. Shengnan's heart ached at the sight. He rushed forward to embrace her, but she recoiled. He stood frozen, letting out a resigned sigh. Lanyi, it's not as you perceive. When you went to fetch the medicine, you asked Baiyu to help me with my wound, correct? We were merely treating my injury. Does treating a wound require you to be undressed? Does it necessitate her lying on top of you? Shengnan, I know you must be tired of me. But if you just said so, I would smile and wish you well, leaving quietly without causing a disturbance. No, that is not true. I only have feelings for you. Lanyi, I don't want you to leave. Seeing her heartbroken and resolute expression sent panic through him. Without a second thought, he pulled her into his arms. Lanyi, you must believe me. I never intended for things to be this way. I've already purchased your birthday gift for next month. How could I wish for you to leave? He held her tightly, refusing to allow her to entertain such thoughts. Perhaps moved by his sincerity, the girl who had been struggling in his embrace gradually calmed. Jiang Lanyi pressed her face against his chest and softly asked, Is everything you said true? You and Baiyu really have nothing between you? Of course not. With you as my treasure, how could I possibly be interested in her? But I still feel so sad. I'm nearly consumed by it, she lamented, her expression forlorn as she looked up at him. What should I do? I can't shake the discomfort from that earlier scene. Shengnan, torn in his thoughts, pondered briefly before gritting his teeth and retrieving a few items from his spatial storage. He presented them to her, saying, By the way, Lanyi, didn't you mention setting a small goal to become a level 5 alchemist? You wanted to gather some level 5 recipes and spiritual herbs to motivate yourself daily, right? Look, I found the recipes and 3 main ingredients for you. Do you like them? Level 5 recipes and herbs? Jiang Lanyi hesitated, quickly shooting him a glare, her small face scrunched up in displeasure as she pouted. I want to accept them. I'm still upset with you. How could I take your gifts? Shengnan was utterly enamored by her prideful demeanor, chuckling as he pinched her nose playfully. No, these aren't what you want. They're what I want to give you. Please accept them, Lanyi. Can you consider it an act of forgiveness? Very well, since you're so sincere, I'll let this slide this time. But if they're essay next time, I want to forgive you. Jiang Lanyi pinched his arm sharply before reluctantly accepting the gifts. Seeing her smile brought relief to Shang Nen's heart. But he soon felt a pang of regret. While the level 5 recipes weren't too costly, the 3 main ingredients had set him back nearly 300,000 interstellar coins. Additionally, having already gifted her something, he would need to prepare another present for her birthday next month. If he could secure the first place in the upcoming hunt, the rewards would surely be substantial, and he would have the funds for the gifts. With that thought in mind, he tentatively asked Jiang Lanyi, "Would you accompany me to the first combat team?" Chapter 104. Unwillingly unaware to the first combat team, Jiang Lanyi was taken aback. If her memory served her right, his current disheveled state was due to an encounter with the first combat team. Was he seeking revenge? Yet, he didn't appear to harbor any anger. Shang Nen nodded. Yes. I'd like you to talk to Jiang Shushu. He then proceeded to explain Bai Yu's plan in detail. Lanyi, while this approach may seem unreasonable at first, upon further reflection, it holds potential. The Godslayer sword wouldn't heed the words of a useless person without cause. It must have seen something in her. But I believe, with your beauty and talent, the Godslayer sword would surely prefer you. Jiang Lanyi listened silently, her mind rife with complaints. She thought Sheng Nan and Bai Yu were rather foolish. This plan was undoubtedly unreasonable. Whether considered carefully or carelessly, it was implausible. Others might be unaware, but as a member of the Jiang family, she knew very well that Ling Jun was of royal lineage, closely connected to the Grand Marshal of Su Huangxing. To put it more accurately, Yan Qilu had risen to the rank of marshal on account of Ling Jun. The Godslayer sword was publicly touted as his divine weapon, and the fact that it remained with the first combat team was undoubtedly due to Ling Jun. Given that he and Jiang Shushu were now married, the Godslayer sword would likely be responding to her orders as well. Moreover, her grandfather had once speculated that Yan Qilu's family was no ordinary one, and based on Ling Jun's address to him, he might very well be from the royal family. The notion that this precious artifact could be swayed by these two was utterly laughable. Oblivious to her internal musings, Shang Nan mistook her silence and peculiar gaze for apprehension about him speaking to Jiang Shushu. He chuckled reassuringly. Lanyi, rest assured. My intention in approaching her is solely regarding the Godslayer sword. I want to engage in any further conversation with Jiang Shushu. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Jiang Lanyi's expression grow even stranger, prompting him to worry further. Lanyi, do you disagree with this plan? Jiang Lanyi was at a loss for words. Truth be told, she strongly disagreed, as it was an impossible task, yet she was being dragged along. However, in light of the generous gift she had just received, she offered a cautionary note. Shengnan, it's not that I don't want to go, I just feel this method is not very feasible. The Godslayer sword is a sentient artifact. It may not favor someone like me. Besides, our team just had an unpleasant encounter with it today. So that is your concern? Shengnan laughed. Lanyi, you've said it yourself. The Godslayer is a sentient artifact. Its thoughts are certainly akin to ours. There's a saying, no fight, no acquaintance. Perhaps today's commotion left a strong impression on the Godslayer, sparking its interest instead. Jiang Lanyi found herself at a loss for words at his bizarre reasoning. She had only ever heard of no fight, no acquaintance, but had he never heard of no fight, no understanding? If he wouldn't be persuaded, it was best to respect the fate of others. You're still injured. Shouldn't he recover before going? It's merely a surface wound. I'll apply some medicine and be fine soon. We can go tonight. The thought of the magical ancient creatures made Sheng Nan even more eager. He could hardly wait to seize the Godslayer sword. For the past month, he had felt inexplicably thwarted in all his endeavors. If he could obtain the Godslayer sword's aid, everything would surely change. Jiang Shushu was unaware that Sheng Nan, the shameless scoundrel, had set his sights on the Godslayer sword and intended to use her as a stepping stone. At that moment, she was absorbed in the task of cleaning the magical ancient creatures. With Ling Jun's tacit approval, she had secretly collected nearly 200 into her spatial storage, ensuring that Xiao Jiu had a hearty meal. Regrettably, after the absorption, she still hadn't reached the threshold for leveling up. She continued to tap on the magical ancient creatures' lids while chatting with Ling Jun and the others. How about we roast some magical ancient creatures for dinner? Before Ling Jun and Bei Yuan could respond, Si Chen's eyes lit up, and he eagerly agreed. Of course. With so many magical ancient creatures, you can eat as much as you want, no limits. The last time, he missed out on the roasted magical meat and was left in ignorance of its flavor. A thought that still tantalizes him. However, He mused. Without the spicy sauce, the exquisite taste and nutritional value of the magical meat would be diminished by half. With this in mind, he eagerly inquired, Jiang Shushu, do you still provide the spicy sauce free of charge? Upon hearing this, not only did Bei Yuan, He Mianyan, and Liang Yuyu perk up their ears, but even the surrounding ability warriors brightened with interest, pausing their tasks to cast their gazes in their direction.
Ha!
Since you say the magical meat is unlimited, then my chili sauce shall be boundless as well. Today, let the brothers indulge to their heart's content. Given the festive atmosphere, Jiang Shushu, naturally generous, waved her hand in agreement. With sufficient supplies of food rich in spiritual energy already stockpiled for daily consumption, and due to the chili pepper contract signed with the First Legion, she had been cultivating only chili peppers in her space. Unlike other crops, chili peppers can continuously grow and bear fruit as long as the climate is suitable and they are not uprooted, which is precisely why she adores growing them. There's no need for constant seed purchases. Coupled with the abundant energy and unique attributes within her space, she had harvested numerous batches over the days, resulting in a veritable mountain of chili peppers. Upon hearing her declaration, the ability warriors erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm reinvigorated, and before long, they completed their tasks, transporting everything back to the encampment using their storage devices. The method of roasting magical meat was straightforward. Bei Yuan decided to organize an outdoor camping event where everyone would pitch in to roast and eat together, ensuring efficiency while sparing the kitchen staff from exhaustion. As the mainstay of the kitchen, Fang Qinghan readily agreed, cheerfully setting up several makeshift grills and instructing them on the roasting techniques before retreating to the kitchen to prepare the spicy sauce. Jiang Shushu had placed the chili peppers in the kitchen, generously filling the space while leaving just enough room on the cutting board for her to work. After all, the ability warriors consumed a considerable amount of food due to their high energy expenditure, and she worried there might not be enough. The grilling outside commenced, and bowls of spicy sauce were swiftly brought out from the kitchen. Fang Qinghan worked quickly. Before long, he had completed the preparations and joined the fray. Jiang Shushu observed those around her. Aside from Bei Yuan, Ling Jun, He Mianyan, and Liang Yuyu, the rest were familiar faces from the Star Treasure team. All gathered around the grill, chatting and laughing together. No matter who roasted the magical meat, they would smilingly present her with a skewer first, as if she were a cherished little child, surrounded by affection and adoration. Chapter 105. Jiang Lanyi. I am here to steal the Godslayer. Jiang Shushu felt a tumult of emotions as she recalled her arrival in the Star Realm, when she was regarded as an inept nuisance, scorned and ridiculed by all. To her astonishment, it had not been long before she found friends who cherished her.
Shu Bao.
I've put a bit too much sauce on the skewer. Would you like to try it? Jiang Feng approached with 2 skewers in hand. Father, she can't handle too much spice. Just give those 2 skewers to Shushu. Ling Jun gently declined on her behalf, offering his own. Gazing at the skewer in her father's hand, dark with vibrant red, and then at Ling Jun's perfectly roasted creation, Jiang Shushu decided to take a bite from his offering. Reasoning that for the sake of her appetite, she could not afford to turn down Jiang Feng's paternal generosity. Hey, Uncle Jiang, let me have it. I love spicy food. Liang Yuyu called out as he saw Jiang Feng preparing to leave. He was not lying. He genuinely enjoyed spicy dishes. Having been born in a land famed for its chili peppers, and during his previous life, he had developed an insatiable craving for them, nearly losing his mind in recent years while yearning for that taste in the Star Realm. Jiang Feng, who was not particularly fond of spicy food, was indifferent as long as it wasn't wasted, and upon hearing Liang Yuyu's fondness for spice, he chuckled and handed it over. If you like it, then enjoy. Liang Yuyu joyfully reached for it, but midway, it was snatched away by Si Chen. Haha, Xiao Yuyu, I also love spicy food. Whoever grabs it first gets it.
Ah.
You big rascal, give me back my skewer. The 2 playfully chased each other among the warriors, eliciting laughter from He Mianyan. Si Chen, why are you so mischievous? Xiao Yuyu spent ages roasting and finally got 2 skewers, and you snatched them away. Fang Qinghan chuckled, bemused by Si Chen's antics. Later, give all the skewers I roasted to Xiao Yuyu so he can replenish his energy. Jiang Luo shouted from the side, Xiao Yuyu, go for it. I support you. If you catch Si Chen, all the skewers I've roasted will be yours. Hearing this, Wu Jing chimed in, what a coincidence. The skewers I prepared are also meant for Xiao Yuyu. It seems he will be quite full after this. Laughter erupted among the group. As Si Chen evaded while chuckling, he exclaimed, hey, why is everyone siding with him? I love spicy food too, you know. Who cares if you do? came the chorus of voices. When Sheng Nan arrived, he was greeted by a lively scene. Numerous ability warriors were gathered around grilling magical meat, the air thick with the enticing aroma of food, laughter, and merriment painting smiles on every face. Sheng Nan's eyes glistened with determination to acquire the God-slayer. Jiang Lanyi, witnessing the spectacle, was equally astonished. She had only gleaned from Lin Fu's accounts that they had achieved significant success, yet witnessing such unabashed feasting made her realize her estimations were likely far too modest. Standing outside the protective barrier, it wasn't long before someone reported their presence to Bei Yuan. Surprised, Bei Yuan remarked, "Sheng Nan has arrived? After such a ruckus during the day, how could he still have the gall to show his face?" Others shared the sentiment of astonishment. Sichen paused his teasing of Xiao Jinli and approached with curiosity. "What do you think Sheng Nan is here for? Is he looking to reclaim his honor?"
Huh.
After being so thoroughly defeated by the God-slayer, what honor is there left to reclaim? If I were him, I'd keep my distance and pray never to cross paths again. He Mian, holding a freshly grilled skewer, spoke while dividing it into 2 portions. Shushu, come taste the flavor of my roast. Xiao Yuyu, this portion is for you. Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu quickly accepted the offerings. Several plates had already piled up in front of them. They quietly focused on devouring the magical meat while listening to the others speculate. Miss Mian is right. If I were him, I wouldn't want to meet again. But if he dares to show up, what's his intention? Regardless of his intentions, I'll go out to meet him first, Bei Yuan declared. Si Chun, come with me. Let us see what he is up to. Typically, Ling Yun, as the team's vice officer, would accompany him, but Bei Yuan deemed their relationship too awkward, deciding against it. The two soon exited to find Sheng Nan and Jiang Lanyi admiring flowers and stars, embodying a scene of romance. Bei Yuan and Si Chen exchanged glances, incredulous. What on earth? Is there no place for such a grand display of affection but here, in our territory? Bei Yuan maintained a stoic expression, while Si Chen cheerfully approached. Breaking the intimate moment, Sheng Nan, what brings you here? Sheng Nan, as if just noticing them, hastily released his embrace of Jiang Lanyi and turned with a warm smile. I apologize for intruding so late. However, Lanyi mentioned she hadn't seen her sister in a long time and couldn't sleep for thinking of her. So, I brought her here to reminisce. Jiang Lanyi quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing as she took deep breaths, internally admonishing herself. Forget it. Consider the gifts. After this, I shall surely kick that insufferable man. Are you here to find Jiang Shushu? Bei Yuan and Si Chun exchanged glances, uncertain how to proceed, and decided to contact Jiang Shushu directly in front of them. Jiang Shushuang was equally astonished. After much speculation, none of them had guessed correctly. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced to allow Jiang Lanyi to enter. Sheng Nan initially intended to follow, but was halted outside by Si Chen, who, with a smirk, queried, Captain Sheng, given that a conflict just occurred earlier today, do you think it wise to enter now? Although they had not suffered significant losses, there was an undeniable irritation toward Sheng Nan. Stifling his frustration, Sheng Nan could do nothing but watch as Jiang Lanyi was ushered inside, silently hoping for a smooth outcome. Jiang Lanyi obediently followed Bei Yuan and Si Chen into the room. Observing them casually seated cross-legged on the floor, she mimicked their posture and settled beside Jiang Shushuang, remaining silent as she watched her eat. I can't eat anymore, Jiang Shushuang exclaimed, tossing aside her skewer and turning to look at her. What do you want from me? Regarding this cousin, her memories from the original owner were scant, and based on their previous encounters, she found her peculiar, if not outright disagreeable. The fact that this cousin could usurp her fiancé only underscored a lack of good character on her part, even if the fiancé himself was hardly a paragon of virtue. Strangely, Jiang Lanyi, typically exuding a strong green tea persona, suddenly appeared demure, yet her words were astonishing. Sheng Nan said to use the pretext of wanting to play to get close to Lord Shirshan and then lure him to the 7th combat team. Buffed. As soon as the words left her lips, Si Chun and He Mian, who had been enjoying their skewers, erupted in laughter. Chapter 106. Please let Shirshan return to be our ancestor. Astonishment washed over the group, as if struck by lightning. Jiang Shushuang felt equally bewildered. What a perplexing statement. Were they too normal, or was Sheng Nan simply out of touch? With tensions at such a high, where did he derive the audacity to think he could lure Shirshan away? What audacity indeed! However, the more pressing question remained, why would she share this with me? If memory serves, Sheng Nan is your fiancé, correct? Jiang Shushuang frowned. Si Chen scoffed, adding, Don't think your disdain for Shang Nan grants you credibility here. Anyone willing to risk offending the First Legion to betray him holds no esteem with us. I know you don't trust me, but my kinship with my sister affords me some loyalty. Naturally, I wish for my family to prosper more than anything else, Jiang Lani stated. Her gaze drifting to the fire, seemingly peering through it into another realm, her voice slow yet distinctly audible to all. As for whether I offend anyone, that is not for you to decide. Without me, wouldn't the clan simply arrange a marriage between my sister and you? Let us not forget, her talents far exceed mine. It hardly seems that the First Legion is at a loss here. The Jiang family owes you nothing. What do you mean? Should we thank you for your betrayal? Sichen glared at Bei Yuan, who remained stoically silent. Do you even have any concept of gratitude? Jiang Lani rolled her eyes in exasperation. The group fell into a stunned silence, rendered speechless by her audacity. Compared to Jiang Lani's sharp tongue, they found themselves preferring Jiang Shushu, who, unbeknownst to others, possessed abilities surpassing any spirit alchemist. Ling Jun chuckled lightly, interjecting before Sichen could explode. Then tell us. Why has Sheng Nan suddenly desired the Shirshan sword? Smart brother-in-law, unlike certain individuals who seem perpetually lost, Jiang Lani remarked lightly, inciting annoyance in someone who almost lost his temper, only to be restrained by Bei Yuan and Liang Yuyu on either side. Bei Yuan wished to avoid prolonging the previous topic, while Liang Yuyu feared the potential awkwardness for their families, believing any conflicts should be resolved internally. Jiang Lani promptly detailed Sheng Nan and Baiyu's conspiracy to deceive and acquire the Shirshan sword, prompting intrigued murmurs from the group. Baiyu was correct. Their previous successes here stemmed from the Shirshan sword. In terms of hunting ancient demons, the sword was indeed formidable and responsive to Jiang Shushuang's commands. Given that she had forged it, yet one could hardly expect to deceive Shirshan simply because of its utility. Jiang Shushuang felt unjustly embroiled in this predicament. If they wished to seize Shirshan, why not simply attempt to take it themselves rather than dragging her into their schemes? Both Sheng Nan and Baiyu were evidently lacking in judgment. She turned slightly to peer outside and spotted Sheng Nan standing just beyond the protective barrier, eagerly watching them. Her belief in Jiang Lani's assertions solidified. After a moment's consideration, she retrieved the Shirshan sword from her spatial realm. Today, Shirshan had exerted considerable effort and drained much energy. If left to replenish itself from the external environment, it would take an indeterminate time. Upon returning, she had allowed Shirshan to enter the system space to absorb energy. Initially, Shirshan had been listening to Xiao Zhou boast within the confines of the space when it was abruptly transported outside, feeling somewhat disoriented. After hearing Jiang Shushuang's embellished account, its impression of Sheng Nan deteriorated further. Had Jiang Shushuang not swiftly grasped its tail, it would have charged out to deliver a sound thrashing to him. The blade trembled in agitation. Calm down, calm down. Let us not lower ourselves to the level of a lunatic, Jiang Shushuang hastily reassured. Si Chun chimed in, exactly. How could we, being so clever, stoop to squabble with such a wretched being? That would tarnish our dignity. With a chorus of reassurances, Shirshan gradually settled down. Shushuang, do you have a clever plan? He Mian inquired with curiosity. Jiang Shushuang nodded. Since Sheng Nan desires Shirshan, let us accommodate him. It's hardly a monumental task. This statement left the group exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of her intention. Sichen grew anxious. How could you possibly give Lord Shirshan to him? Liang Yu quickly added, yes. Sister, Lord Shirshan has expressed a desire not to go. Having recently awakened the ability to communicate with divine artifacts, it was clear to him that Shirshan was currently nestled in Jiang Shushuang's embrace, exuding a distinctly rejecting aura. Ling Jun contemplated for a moment. Are you suggesting we turn the tables on Sheng Nan? The others were momentarily taken aback, questioning how such a scheme could work. Quite simply, we could deceive Sheng Nan into believing that Lord Shirshan requires certain items for maintenance, Jiang Lani suggested nonchalantly. Eyes turned to her. Their expressions a mix of intrigue and skepticism. It was odd enough that an enemy spirit master would provide them with intelligence, but now she was proposing strategies as well. Jiang Shushuang nodded. Yes, I know Sheng Nan well. He is both hypocritical and devoid of principles. Rather than allowing him to continue fixating on Shirshan, it would be better to grant him his wish. She shot another glance at Jiang Lani, continuing without reservation. The source of Shirshan's energy is spirit stones. It currently lacks sufficient energy and needs to absorb spirit stones. Since Sheng Nan desires Shirshan, let him supply those spirit stones. What she did not mention was that Shushu was a divine artifact capable of overpowering SS-level beings, a force to be reckoned with in any combat team, and thus safety was not a concern. Moreover, even within their own group, they would need to employ coercion and persuasion for Shushu to assist them. If it were to join Xiangnan's team, it would likely become a burden rather than an ally. Ling Jun recognized this as well, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he turned to Jiang Shushu. How about this? Let Bei Yuan announce that the Shushu sword is available for lease to any combat team, but only in exchange for original stones. With Xiangnan as the first to negotiate, the notoriety of the Godslayer has become overwhelmingly pronounced. Even if it operates under the guise of a marshal, it remains susceptible to the covetousness of others. Today it is Xiangnan, tomorrow it may be Liao. And the day after could herald yet another team embroiled in the same predicament, a scenario that had previously transpired with Liang Yuyu, albeit too late for them to take action. Both Bei Yuan and Xiqing have grasped this reality, exchanging glances that ultimately settle upon Jiang Shushu. In her heart, Jiang Shushu silently contemplates the feasibility of Ling Jun's proposal, only to discover that it is, indeed, exceptionally viable. Unlike Liang Yuyu, the Godslayer is neither frail nor abandoned. It possesses formidable power and a sense of autonomy, rendering it impossible for others to coerce it into actions against its will. Is it not the bountiful rewards bestowed by the Godslayer's sword that they covet? Let them experience it for themselves, with the hope that they do not end up regretting their choices. Chapter 107. You are to be the first to lease the Godslayer. The group convened to deliberate on the subsequent arrangements and pricing. Swiftly finalizing the external leasing of the Godslayer, Jiang Shushu, cradling the Godslayer sword, engaged in quiet conversation with it until its spirits were lifted. Bei Yuan dispatched someone to admit Xiangnan, and during this interval, laughter and camaraderie filled the air as they indulged in barbecued delicacies. Jiang Lanyi, however, sat quietly to the side, observing the interaction between Ling Jun and Jiang Shushu. She noted that, be it in actions or glances, Ling Jun's demeanor toward her radiated care and affection, a sentiment he could not conceal, nor perhaps had any intention of hiding. Xiangnan soon approached, indifferent to the cool reception from others. After exchanging greetings with the group, he seated himself cross-legged beside Jiang Lanyi. As he bent down, his peripheral vision caught Ling Jun, who was applying a bright red condiment to the skewers he had grilled. Just as he intended to avert his gaze, he witnessed Ling Jun offering the cooked skewers to Jiang Shushu, leaning in to whisper something that elicited laughter from both. Xiangnan scoffed inwardly. To treat a useless individual in such a manner, no wonder he was banished to the fringes of the stars, bringing disgrace upon the royal family. A flicker of disdain and mockery flashed in his eyes before he turned his attention to Bei Yuan. This was a transaction between two battle teams, a conversation between captains. Ordinary ability warriors were not privy to such matters, and thus began to drift away to other barbecue stalls, leaving only Jiang Shushu behind. Bei Yuan cut straight to the chase. I hear you wish for the Godslayer to join your battle team? At this, Xiangnan felt a jolt of surprise, involuntarily glancing at Jiang Lanyi, who looked innocently at him with her arms crossed. The plan intended to be executed in secrecy was now laid bare. Xiangnan awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth. I merely have a thought. Although the Godslayer is a divine artifact of the martial, it ought not to remain confined to a single battle team. It should traverse among many. You are absolutely right. The Godslayer should indeed roam more freely, Bei Yuan replied. Should you disagree, what would you propose? Xiangnan's eyes widened in astonishment, believing he misheard. Bei Yuan smiled. The Godslayer has already consented. It wishes to explore other battle teams. However, the marshal has specifically instructed us to care for it. The divine artifact requires substantial spiritual stones daily to replenish its energy, so you shall need to procure those yourselves. That is only natural, Xiangnan rejoiced, not expecting Bei Yuan's prompt acquiescence. The thought of taking the Godslayer sword to the battle zone the following day filled him with increasing eagerness. He turned to the Godslayer sword, hovering beside Jiang Shushu, and with a smile said, So, will the Godslayer accompany me back now? Now? You think it will be that simple? Xiqing scoffed internally, though his expression remained amiable. Not yet. First you must deliver the raw stones to us. The Godslayer's energy replenishment must occur here. Additionally, other battle teams are also eager to invite the Godslayer for a visit. Once all slots are confirmed, we will arrange them in accordance with the submission of raw stones. Must numerous battle teams await arrangements as well? Xiangnan frowned, questioning, why must we provide you with the spiritual stones? I guarantee I will supply the Godslayer with energy daily. You see, This is the Marshal's divine artifact, Sicheng stated subtly. Thus, each time the Godslayer dines, we must maintain video communication with the Marshal. However, if you prefer to explain it directly to the Marshal, we have no objections. The implication was clear. If he wished to personally feed the Godslayer's spiritual stones, he would need to report to the Marshal himself. This idea had originated from Jiang Shushu, who had confidently asserted that Shengnan would undoubtedly back down. Indeed, after merely 3 seconds of deliberation, Shengnan conceded, "Fine, I will comply with your terms. I hope to be prioritized. Of course, as long as you provide the raw stones. We will handle the refinement ourselves. If you deliver them now, you shall be the Godslayer's first experience user." Sicheng replied with a smile. "How many raw stones?" Shengnan inquired. 500. "Are you attempting to rob me?" Shengnan exclaimed incredulously. The military division had allocated only a few hundred raw stones for their current mission. And given that the fantastical star expedition would last nearly a month, they had received scarcely 1,000 stones in total. To part with half in one fell swoop? Do you believe the Godslayer works without sustenance? Sicheng retorted, astonished. You have witnessed the Godslayer's capabilities. Do you not think it merits these raw stones? As these words were uttered, the Godslayer sword, which had been hovering above Jiang Shushu, swooped around Shengnan and Sicheng as if to assert its worth. Did they presume it could not voice its thoughts? It was indeed an exemplary sword that worked tirelessly without demanding sustenance. Moreover, it typically consumed the provisions of its master. It did not require their offerings. Shengnan, however, misinterpreted this display, believing the Godslayer truly wished to accompany him to his battle team, prompting him to consider the immense benefits it could bring. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. All right, it is settled then. He promptly retrieved 5 baskets of raw stones from his spatial inventory and handed them over. Beiyuan, displaying equal enthusiasm, produced a paper contract for him to sign and recorded a video agreement to be uploaded to the military's star network. The video agreement, unlike a paper contract, held greater legal weight within the empire, and given that it would be posted on the military district's website, any breach of contract could lead to not only compensation issues, but also legal repercussions. Reassured, Shengnan asked, "When can I take the Godslayer?" "Once all the battle teams here have signed the contracts, we shall commence. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly be the first to lease the Godslayer," Sicheng said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Shengnan frowned, feeling discomfort at the phrasing. Having concluded their negotiations, he deemed it unnecessary to linger and began to lead Jiang Lanyi away.
Sicheng,
ever cordial, escorted them a considerable distance beyond the protective barrier before returning. Ling Jun and Beiyuan were in the midst of compiling a list of battle teams to invite when Jiang Shushu pointed to Liu Yao's name and inquired, "So, should we extend an invitation to Liu Yao?" "Absolutely. Certainly not." The exclamations from Sicheng and He Mianmian erupted almost simultaneously. "What do you mean, Sicheng? Do you have an issue with me? What kind of reasoning is that? What business do you have with inviting Liu Yao?" And thus, yet another argument ensued, leaving Jiang Shushu exasperated, her face buried in her hands. Chapter 108. A Woman's Revenge. 10 years not too late. What concern is it of yours what we decide? We simply cannot invite him, He Mianmian shouted defiantly. She had heard every word during their prior discussions. To phrase it nicely, it was an external lease, but in truth, it was akin to inviting an ancestor. She harbored no fear of Liu Yao being taken advantage of. "Then we shall not invite him," Jiang Shushu decisively stated. Although she was not particularly fond of Liu Yao and had contemplated playing a trick on him, she ultimately deemed friendship with He Mianmian more important. Instantly, He Mianmian's expression brightened with joy. Observing this, Sicheng let out a cold snort and fell silent. Ling Jun and Beiyuan naturally had no objections. There were numerous combat teams stationed on the planet Illusion Star No. 5, but for those at a distance, they would set them aside for the moment and focus on notifying the nearby teams. Jiang Shushu had previously stated that this large-scale transaction would only occur once, and it was imperative to inform as many as possible, ensuring that everyone yearning for the divine artifacts felt their urgency, without harboring any false hopes of a second opportunity. In essence, the external leasing plan of the God-slaying Lord must be widely publicized, and only after all combat teams had joined should they commence. Particularly, those captains who had participated in the seizure of the God-slaying sword alongside Qi Hanqing and Sheng Nan must not be overlooked. A lady's revenge is never too late, Jiang Shushu mused inwardly. The following day, the combat team set out for their hunt as usual. However, from that very morning, a small rumor quietly circulated among the teams, The god-slaying sword would soon be available for external borrowing. This news spread rapidly, reaching all combat teams. And the communications between Bei Yuan and Si Chen, who were battling in the war zone against the magical plants, nearly overwhelmed their devices. They received countless video calls, repeating the same phrases dozens of times, quickly finalizing all contractual agreements. By evening, batches of raw stones were delivered to their stationed area, and contracts were dispatched from the hands of Bei Yuan and Si Chen. Si Chen grinned broadly, revealing his teeth, while the typically composed Bei Yuan maintained a smile as well. After sending everyone off, both felt their cheeks sore from grinning. The four gathered in the conference room. As before, all raw stones will be split 50-50 between me and the combat teams. No objections? Jiang Shushu inquired. Certainly no objections, Bei Yuan, as the captain, promptly affirmed. The divine artifact belonged to her. The idea was conceived by her and her partner, and she was the one refining the raw stones. The combat teams merely served as a facade, contributing little effort. Receiving half was already exceedingly generous. Ling Jun had no objections either, as Si Chen would naturally follow his lead. With consensus achieved, Si Chen quickly retrieved a spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Shushu, explaining that it contained all the raw stones. The decision to grant her the entire space was due to the sheer volume. Extracting them individually would likely exceed the capacity of the conference room. Jiang Shushu accepted it and released her mental energy to probe inside, gasping in astonishment. The god-slaying sword indeed lived up to its formidable reputation. She was uncertain how many combat teams had come for it, but the quantity of raw stones had her hands feeling weak. This amount, even if only half went to the combat teams, would suffice for the entire squad of warriors for 6 months. Jiang Shushu's eyes sparkled as she looked solemnly at the three. Should these spirit stones be submitted to the military's warehouse? Bei Yuan paused, instinctively glancing towards Ling Jun. Captain, I am asking you, why are you looking at Ling Jun? Jiang Shushu raised an eyebrow. Ling Jun mirrored her expression, his gaze joining hers on Bei Yuan, a hint of curiosity shimmering in his eyes. Bei Yuan awkwardly rubbed his nose, suppressing the urge to turn and walk away. What else could it be? It's because your partner appears to be of a lower rank to outsiders, yet is actually higher than everyone present. You are asking me in front of the future military district chief whether we should submit them. How do you expect me to respond to that? But before he could think it through, he found himself proclaiming with righteous fervor, of course we should submit them. Jiang Shushu frowned slightly. If we submit them, won't the first combat team be left without? Will these numerous spirit stones be evenly distributed among all the military corps? Or will they be given to the entire military district? Regardless, I oppose both scenarios. I worked hard to obtain these stones. Why should the spirit stones earned through great effort by the god-slaying sword be used by everyone in the military district? If they are only to go to the 1st Army Corps, can we guarantee that over 20 combat teams with tens of thousands of ability warriors will each receive enough to be worthwhile? If they are for cultivation, they will be consumed in mere days, and the strength won't increase at all. However, if they are only given to the 1st combat team, it would be different. Each person could receive nearly 20 pieces. 20 pieces of superior grade stones could undoubtedly elevate the abilities of the warriors to a new level. Therefore, these spirit stones must not be submitted. Thus, she inquired, is it because the military district is mandating submission? Not exactly. It's just that submitting them signifies our team has made the greatest contribution, naturally enhancing our reputation within the military district. Subsequently, we would acquire the highest resources during our next hunt. Is it merely for reputation? Captain, you are mistaken. I believe these spirit stones do not need to be submitted. We should keep them for ourselves to enhance our strength. Just look at the current 1st Army Corps. They are being thoroughly suppressed by the 2nd Army Corps.
Why?
Because we lack a strong combat team. However, possessing this batch of spirit stones would change that. It would significantly boost our brother's strength. And who would dare to bully us among the 5 Army Corps then? Jiang Shushu earnestly analyzed from the side, attempting to persuade Bei Yuan to abandon the good habit of contributing to the military district. They were barely scraping by. What need was there for reputation? Bei Yuan's resolve wavered, yet he hesitated, thinking it might be inappropriate. None of the combat teams in the military district have ever made off with the spoils. Jiang Shushu interrupted. How can that be considered making off with the spoils? Are these raw stones part of our mission?
No.
If they are not, then they belong to us, and the right to distribute them naturally belongs to us. By elevating our own strength, we can execute our next mission perfectly. Or we can assist other combat teams in peril. Or, if a beast tide erupts on Su Huangxing, we would possess the strength to repel them and protect our homeland. Isn't that a more significant contribution than submitting the spirit stones?
Bai Yuan was momentarily stunned.
Could it be that her argument transformed what was initially seen as theft into a commendable act for the military district? Chapter 109. Digging one's own grave. Jiang Shushu slammed her palm on the table, rising abruptly with a determined glint in her eyes. Captain, listen to me. The first combat team, even the First Army Corps, will surely become the strongest military force in the galaxy and leave a mark in the annals of history. The strongest? A mark in history? Rationality urged him not to believe her. He was merely a small team leader from a marginal star. And concepts like being the strongest or leaving a mark had no relevance to him. Yet, when he met Jiang Shushu's eyes, which sparkled like flickering flames, her recent actions flashed through his mind like lightning. Cultivating abundant spiritual energy, refining superior-grade attribute-less stones, and crafting divine artifacts, she had become a second-tier spiritual pharmacist in just one day. A wild thought surged in his heart. Trust her. Believe in her. Bai Yuan struggled to maintain his composure, glancing at Ling Jun, who wore a calm expression. His eyes filled with affection and support as if he would back her in whatever she desired. He then turned to Xichen, whose eyes sparkled just like Jiang Shushu's, nodding firmly in agreement. They had all gone mad. So let them all be mad together. The next day, the hunting team set out as usual. Jiang Shushu and He Mianmian stayed behind, one refining stones and the other concocting spiritual medicine. He Mianmian controlled the heat while chatting with Jiang Shushu. I woke up extra early today to ask Xichen, and he indeed did not inform Lu Yao. He is not on the list for the rental of the god-slaying sword. He Mianmian said cheerfully, pleased that her argument with Xichen had not been in vain. Jiang Shushu shot her a glance, reminding her, don't forget our agreement. You mustn't betray your friends for a crush. Rest assured. I won't disclose the plan to Lu Yao or anyone else. As long as Lu Yao isn't deceived, what do the others matter?
Today,
it is anticipated that all lists will be finalized, and tomorrow, the Godslayer will embark on the mission to Shengnan. I find myself rather eager to witness Shengnan's reaction. It brings a smile to my face to recall that just yesterday, Shengnan made a special effort to confirm whether he would secure the top position. How swiftly time has passed. Just 2 days have elapsed, and I suspect some combat teams remain oblivious to the developments. What about those who have been overlooked?
Ha!
Let them be. Enough chatter about them. How does Shushu find the taste of this candy? It was freshly delivered this morning by Lu Yao. Is it delectable?
Ah!
You cannot fathom how considerate he is. The one praised for his thoughtfulness by He Mianmian is now, ironically, obstructing Xichen in the war zone. Lu Yao's expression was as dark as ink as he confronted Xichen, saying, I have heard that you wish to borrow the esteemed Godslayer. Did you specifically instruct everyone to keep it from me? Xichen rolled his eyes towards the sky, shrugging helplessly. Did you not already know? Why come to inquire of me? What if I wish to borrow the Godslayer as well? Lu Yao was taken aback by Xichen's straightforward admission, a surge of anger igniting within him, which he struggled to suppress, managing only a faint smile. That is, out of the question. His frustration could no longer be contained. Xichen, do not overstep your bounds. I know you find me displeasing, but this concerns the collective interests of the military district. You have no authority to act unilaterally. His voice rose, drawing the attention of Ling Jun and Bai Yuan, who swiftly approached. Captain Lu Yao, if I recall correctly, your combat zone is not located here. What brings you to our vicinity? Bai Yuan inquired, his brow furrowing as he had already deduced part of the situation. The matter of borrowing the Godslayer could hardly be concealed from him. He had likely caught wind of the rumors. Indeed, Lu Yao continued, Captain Bai Yuan, I merely heard that you wish to borrow the esteemed Godslayer and seek to join us. He paused, casting a scrutinizing glance at the three, a smile that was neither genuine nor disingenuous gracing his lips. Did Xichen refuse me because he looks down upon our team? Does he believe we cannot afford the cost? Bai Yuan was utterly taken aback by Lu Yao's line of thought.
Captain Lu Yao, you jest.
How could we possibly look down upon you? They were merely inclined to spare you due to Miss Mianmian's influence, yet here you are, coming to us instead. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao promptly produced 500 origin stones. If that is the case, when would you be available to finalize our contract? Bai Yuan and Xichen exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. They harbored no significant grievances with Lu Yao, and considering He Mianmian's involvement, they truly did not wish to dig this pit for him. Ling Jun, however, chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Lu Yao. The matter of signing the contract is straightforward, but have you truly considered this thoroughly? His words were a gentle reminder that it would be prudent to consult He Mianyan's opinion. It was uncertain whether Liu Yao had not thought of this or simply disregarded it. He responded with a calm, yet resolute tone. No need for consideration. I can sign the contract right now, provided it is convenient for you. Ling Jun nodded and turned to Bei Yuan, inquiring, do we still have the contract? We do. The parties, undeterred by their chaotic surroundings, swiftly completed the contract and uploaded the video agreement to the military district's website. Liu Yao, visibly pleased, finally allowed a genuine smile to surface. I wonder where our team ranks. Well, it is likely at the very end of all the combat teams, Si Chen replied with a grin. But fear not, this hunt will not be counted, and it will be shifted to the next one. Rest assured. You will all be satisfied. Liu Yao nodded, realizing that he had learned of this too late. Being placed at the bottom was within his expectations. But at least they made the list and did not miss out entirely. With the current busyness, he did not linger. Casting a lingering glance at the God-Slayer sword soaring through the sky, engaged in combat against the magical plants, before turning to depart. Upon returning to his team, he relayed the events to his deputy. The deputy was both thrilled and somewhat dissatisfied. Fortunately, a friend alerted me in time. Otherwise, we would have missed this opportunity. Who knows when the next batch will come, Captain? You mentioned that Miss Mianyan is within the God-Slayer's ranks. She cannot be unaware of the borrowing arrangements. Why didn't she inform us? Had we known sooner, Shangnan would not have been in first place. At this moment, nearly every combat team participating in the borrowing was aware that Shangnan had secured the top position and that they had been the first to propose the borrowing arrangement. It was said that he had fought for this opportunity for everyone, leading to a wave of gratitude from all teams joining in. Yet it seemed rather inconsiderate that, being part of the same military unit, he had not informed their captain. Liu Yao maintained a stoic expression, gazing ahead as he asked in a calm tone. Did the soldier who delivered the candies to Mianyan mention anything? I inquired. And he said that Miss Mianyan was very pleased to receive them and mentioned she would come to play with the captain when she had some free time. Nothing more was said. Understood. Chapter 110. Go ahead and do it, God-Slayer. That evening, upon returning to the encampment, Ling Jun and his companions tacitly refrained from informing He Mianyan about Liu Yao's inquiries. Strangely, it appeared that Liu Yao also had no intention of disclosing the matter of borrowing the God-Slayer to her. Thus, both parties inadvertently reached a silent accord. Tomorrow, the combat team would be dispatched to Xingnan. After dinner, Jiang Shushu held the God-Slayer, repeatedly murmuring to it throughout the night. The phrases she repeated most often were few. You are a revered artifact of interstellar status. Ling Jun mentioned there are only 6 in the entire galaxy. As an artifact, what do we have to fear? You will grow, and one day you shall comprehend that artifacts need not reason with mortals. Liang Yuyu approached, his small brows furrowed. Sister? The God-Slayer says it also desires to resolve matters peacefully, but you all do not understand. Jiang Shushu playfully swatted his head aside, continuing her banter with the God-Slayer. Tomorrow, you shall go obediently. Rest assured, no one dares to trouble you with things you dislike, for you are a precious artifact. What? You wish to fight? Then fight. You are undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with on this wondrous star. Who would dare to provoke you? If you wish to strike, then strike away. What? Afraid of retaliation? Not at all. Your backing is the highest commander of the military district. Any conflict will certainly require the owner's approval. So rest easy. And once you feel comfortable, do as you please. Initially, Bei Yuan and Si Chen had intended to come over to offer the God-Slayer some last-minute advice regarding its actions the following day. However, all that needed to be said had already been said by Jiang Shushu. There was nothing left to discuss. It was best to return and get a good night's sleep. Ling Jun and Liang Yuyu remained close by, one simply wishing to accompany her, while the other sought to assist his sister with translation but was shushed into silence. Did Jiang Shushu require translation? She believed she did not. As long as the God-Slayer could comprehend her, that was sufficient. There was no need to hear the God-Slayer's ramblings. Early the next morning, Shangnan personally came to retrieve the God-Slayer. Jiang Shushu did not go to see it off, as she had not yet risen. But Si Chen and Liang Yuyu were quite distressed, following until they reached the perimeter of the 7th Combat Team's protective barrier, watching eagerly as the God-Slayer was ushered into the military tent before they turned back. Today, the combat team had deliberately set off later than usual. When Jiang Shushu eventually woke, she noticed that the atmosphere among the team was rather subdued. Confused, she approached Ling Jun and asked, "What is the matter?" Since we arrived on this wondrous star, the God-Slayer has been by our side, and now that it is suddenly absent, We are all somewhat unaccustomed to it.
Ling Yun explained.
Suddenly absent? The way he phrased it made it sound as though the God-slayer had departed for good. Jiang Shushu found it amusing but refrained from clarifying that the God-slayer had left on a mission. After pondering for a moment, she took out some red peppers and handed them to Fang Qinghan, instructing him to make a spicy sauce for everyone to mix into their breakfast. Liang Yuyu initially felt somewhat disheartened, as he perceived the coercive moral obligations imposed by the first combat team to lend the god-slaying sword as akin to his own experiences from years past. At that time, shortly after his arrival, he inadvertently awakened the legendary Lucky Star attribute. Being unfamiliar with the surroundings, coupled with his youth and inexperience, he lacked the discretion necessary to conceal this fact, which soon became common knowledge. The marshal and generals with Xiangming exhibited a protective demeanor towards him at first. However, as time progressed and the benefits derived from his abilities became increasingly apparent, others grew restless. To alleviate the pressure on the marshal and generals, he voluntarily suggested lending the sword. Thus commenced his journey, transitioning between various combat teams on missions, evolving from initial trepidation to a state of acclimatization. While it seemed that everyone cherished him, in truth, they merely coveted the advantages he brought forth.
Now,
the god-slaying lord began to experience the same trials that he once faced. Jiang Shushu turned around and observed Liang Yuyu standing there with his head bowed, exuding an air of despondency. Understanding his plight, she approached and gently patted his shoulder, playfully teasing, "What troubles you, little Yuyu? Oh dear, the god-slaying lord has just departed. And you're not already yearning for him, are you? Do try not to shed any tears." In the realm of the stars, where martial prowess reigns supreme, crying is seen as quite disgraceful, especially for an ability warrior. Liang Yuyu, startled, quickly lifted his head and exclaimed, "Sister, I am not."
Ah.
I knew our little Yuyu was indeed a worthy warrior. Just you wait, I've already asked Fang Qinghan to prepare spicy sauce for everyone. There will be plenty for all. When feeling downcast, one must not allow such emotions to fester. Rather, it suffices to divert attention to equally significant matters. After all, a smile can shift the mood, and emotions can follow suit. Indeed, upon her utterance, the soldiers' gloomy spirits were instantly uplifted, and they chorused their thanks exuberantly. The spicy sauce, rich in spiritual energy and unique in flavor, was both cherished and invigorating to their bodies. Liang Yuyu, delighted, eagerly inquired, "Then, sister, can I have it extra spicy?" Jiang Shushu, noticing the brightness in his eyes, couldn't help but smile. "Of course, indulge as you wish." However, she paused, teasingly adding, "Do refrain from crying out later about a fiery belly." Sister, I would never." "You underestimate me." Laughter erupted among the group, and the atmosphere returned to its former joviality. Bei Yuan's expression was complex as he finally directed his gaze towards Jiang Shushu, recalling her words from that fateful night. Ling Jun, sensing the scrutiny from Si Chen, quickly redirected his attention, convinced that the change in personnel at the military department was indeed a wise decision, affirming, "The marshal is most astute." Ling Jun remained fixated on Jiang Shushu, oblivious to the nuances in Bei Yuan's tone, steadfast in his belief that the marshal had always been sagacious. The trio stood in contemplative silence for a moment, until Si Chen discreetly signaled for Bei Yuan to depart. They walked to a secluded spot before coming to a halt. Si Chen's piercing gaze fixed upon him. "Bei Yuan, what did you mean by that earlier?" Bei Yuan offered a wry smile. "Nothing much, merely felt that the two of them are quite well suited." Si Chen scrutinized him for a lengthy pause. "You best truly mean that and genuinely believe it. Bei Yuan, do not blame me for the warning. Jiang Shushu is already Ling Jun's wife, and that will not change, now or ever. Some matters should remain in the past, and what ought to be forgotten must be left behind." His voice softened towards the end, reflecting on the past. He had initially thought, much like Bei Yuan, that this union merely served to uphold the military's reputation. How could someone of Ling Jun's stature possibly be paired with a perceived failure? Thus, he had viewed her with disdain, believing their paths would never intertwine. Yet, he had been thoroughly proven wrong. Chapter 111. Baiyu claims the god-slaying lord entered the forest for her. The first day of lending the divine weapon attracted immense attention. Not only was the first combat team disinterested in hunting, but even other combat teams fixated their attention on Shengna's squad, with any minor stir quickly relayed far and wide. Meanwhile, the 7th combat team, the focal point of this scrutiny, had assembled in the battle zone. All the soldiers gazed in awe and admiration at the flying sword above them. Having heard tales of its legendary prowess for days, this was their first close encounter. And their excitement was indescribable. Had the sword possessed hands, they might have rushed forth to request autographs. Sheng Nan led the way, flanked by Jiang Lanyi and Bai Yu, occasionally leaning towards Jiang Lanyi to share whispered remarks. Bai Yu, feeling sidelined by their closeness, concealed her simmering jealousy. As the god-slaying sword soared above, the gusts it created tousled her hair, igniting a sudden resolve within her. She yearned for the sword's obedience akin to that which it showed Jiang Shushu. The hunting objectives for ability warriors varied greatly, encompassing targets like magical plants or beasts. Yet, on the planet of Huanqing, reminiscent of a primordial forest, magical beasts seemed to possess a natural protective veneer, easily evading detection. Thus, the immobile magical plants became the primary targets for hunting squads, with the magical ancient plants, known for their high nutritional value and steep prices, being the most sought after. Xingnan's aim today was likewise. Eagerly recalling Bei Yuan's substantial catch, he called to the god-slaying sword, "God-slaying lord, enter the forest and drive out the magical ancient plants." The god-slaying sword, frolicking above the soldiers' heads, momentarily paused in confusion.
What?
This fool wants me to enter the forest? Not only was it not inclined to do so, but without pest deterrence or the protection of Lord Xiaojiu, venturing in would be tantamount to offering itself as a feast to magical beasts. The master was correct. This fool was quite formidable, and withholding any protection for the sword was surely a ploy to embarrass it. Sheng Nan, unfamiliar with the sword's language, misconstrued its hesitation as a child throwing a tantrum, believing it simply wished to play a bit longer. He mused, so, the god-slaying lord wishes to play a while longer? Not a problem. Whatever game you desire. I shall have the soldiers accommodate you. Bai Yu, however, chuckled. A sword is just a sword. Even with awakened intelligence, its wit is not profound, merely possessing the playful spirit of a child, much like Jiang Shushu, the foolish failure. No wonder they resonated. God-slaying lord, come down, and let us play. Would you prefer to bounce like this or jump like that? Bai Yu leaped forth, twisting and bending, her heart swelling with pride, believing that a childlike spirit could be easily entertained, and soon it would become familiar and obedient. The soldiers watched in stunned silence as Bai Yu contorted herself, a stark contrast to the dignified poise expected of Interstellar's spiritual masters. They had never witnessed such a, self-deprecating display before. Jiang Lanyi observed with a smirk, noting Bai Yu's embarrassing antics. Since the incident in the tent where she had attempted to seduce Xing Nan, Jiang Lanyi had ceased to engage with her. And due to Xing Nan's lingering guilt, he had distanced himself from Bai Yu, making her recent days in the combat team quite arduous.
So,
this was her attempt to curry favor with Sheng Nan after failing to win him over? Truly foolish. Sheng Nan maintained a composed demeanor, refraining from halting Bai Yu's antics. After all, as long as the god-slaying sword wished to remain within his team, he was indifferent to the means. As the god-slaying sword truly turned towards Bai Yu, a flicker of joy crossed Xing Nan's face, only for his smile to freeze in place the next moment. The sword unleashed a powerful wave, sending Bai Yu sprawling. The crowd fell silent for an instant before eruptions of suppressed laughter filled the air. The god-slayer was furious, immensely so. Merely rendered mute, it was far from foolish. How dare this imbecile mimic its playful demeanor, and in such an ungraceful manner? While the master could endure, the sword could not. It jabbed at Bai Yu's back repeatedly, fuming with indignation and mounting grievance. Recalling the master's words from the previous day, that anyone who dared provoke him would be dealt with, Godslayer pondered over this proclamation several times in its mind, ultimately concluding that these individuals had indeed dared to provoke it. Thus, there was no longer any need for civility towards them. Sheng Nan finally grasped the situation and hurriedly attempted to rescue Bai Yu. Yet before he could approach, he saw the Godslayer's sword soar into the air, unhesitatingly darting into the forest. Sheng Nan was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Lanyi. "Lanyi, what does this mean? The Godslayer must be having fun with me, and has gone into the forest to hunt for the Magu," Bai Yu exclaimed excitedly as she rose from the ground, her eyes glancing at Jiang Lanyi, brimming with pride and provocation. Could it truly be so? Sheng Nan considered, noting that since its arrival, the Godslayer's sword preferred to leap about rather than fly. Earlier, it had shown reluctance to venture into the forest, yet now it dashed in without hesitation, as though it had been coaxed into delight and had set off to fulfill its task. It seemed their team would soon reap a bountiful harvest of Magu. With this thought, Sheng Nan's spirits lifted, and he offered Bai Yu a gentle smile. Thank you for your hard work. Sheng Nan, with his handsome features, appeared even more radiant when he smiled, akin to the brilliance of the sun. A hint of shyness colored Bai Yu's face as she responded, It's no trouble at all. Sheng Nan smiled once more before turning his attention to the other warriors, issuing commands. All units, prepare for vigilance. Once the Magu appears, erect an energy barrier. We shall not let a single one escape. The warriors instantly erupted with fervor, responding in unison, yes. Jiang Lani stood silently to the side, observing Sheng Nan's jubilant exchange with Bai Yu, a surge of intense unease swelling within her. She sensed that the God-Slayer sword from that night, beside Jiang Shushu, was fundamentally different from the one now. This feeling was ineffable, yet it reeked of danger. Sheng Nan, since the God-Slayer has ventured into the forest, I shall return to the base. I am somewhat fatigued and wish to rest, Jiang Lani said, moving closer to Sheng Nan and offering a feeble smile, her body swaying slightly. Very well, I shall send someone to escort you back, Sheng Nan replied promptly, supporting her. The physique of a spiritual master was delicate and frail, unlike that of an ability user, which could withstand the rigors of travel. With this in mind, he quickly turned to Bai Yu. Bai Yu, you should accompany Lani back as well. It would be good to keep her company on the way. Bai Yu bit her lip, a flicker of vexation crossing her eyes. Jiang Lani was undoubtedly doing this on purpose, seeking to undermine her. After all, it was the God-Slayer that had gone into the forest because of her. When it returned with the Magu, it would be her moment to shine. If she returned to the base now. No need. Let Bai Yu assist here. Just find a warrior to escort me, Jiang Lani stated coolly. Sheng Nan was reluctant to let Bai Yu go, fearing that the God-Slayer sword would cause a scene if it emerged and found her absent. Seeing Jiang Lani's insistence on returning alone, he feigned reluctance and ultimately agreed, assigning a female warrior to escort her back. The group awaited the God-Slayer sword's return at the edge of the forest, while news of the events transpiring here spread rapidly. Within moments, all combat teams were informed of the God-Slayer sword's entry into the forest to capture Magu, prompting the team leaders, regardless of their involvement in the God-Slayer plan, to hasten their approach to this location. Chapter 112. This marriage should be annulled. Jiang Lani swiftly returned to the base. After her escort departed, she quietly made her way to Jiang Shushu's side. Left behind in the base, Fang Chenghan led her to the alchemy tent, where she discovered He Mianmian and Jiang Shushu engaged in their respective tasks, one concocting spiritual medicines and the other refining original stones. He Mianmian's alchemical skills surpassed Jiang Lani's, and each spiritual master's techniques were unique and confidential. To avoid suspicion, Jiang Lani chose to focus solely on Jiang Shushu. Behind her, He Mianmian's voice resounded. What did you say? The God-Slayer has entered the forest? Jiang Lani nodded, having just recounted the events that transpired in the forest. I sensed something amiss. Bai Yu mentioned that the God-Slayer was happy playing with her before entering the forest to hunt Magu. Yet I can't shake the feeling that the God-Slayer doesn't appear to be in a joyful state. He Mianmian, having just extinguished the flames of her furnace, ceased her alchemical work and approached. You are correct in your intuition. Sheng Nan is bold to command the God-Slayer. It certainly would not be pleased. Even here, if Shushu were absent, not even Bei Yuan's Siken could persuade the God-Slayer to act against its will. Then does this mean the God-Slayer's venture into the forest is merely a facade to deceive them? Jiang Lani inquired, surprised at He Mianmian's implication. It seems so. Even within the first combat team, the God-Slayer's sword only heeds Jiang Shushu's commands. It appears she has grown quite powerful, He Mianmian remarked, her expression filled with anticipation as she turned to Jiang Shushu. Shushu, do you know what the God-Slayer is truly doing in the forest? Jiang Shushu raised an eyebrow, glancing at both of them. I have a rough idea of its intent. Although that creature is not particularly strong, its capacity to irritate is formidable. The God-Slayer's tactic of diverting trouble is quite clever. Are you referring to the Meiging beast? He Mianmian's eyes brightened. On the first day of hunting, she had witnessed the God-Slayer sword being pursued by the Meiging beast. While the creature lacked significant attack power, its incessant trailing was indeed exasperating.
Now,
Sheng Nan's team would soon learn the unpleasant experience of being showered with excrement from above. With this thought, she exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Lani. You ran quickly. Thank goodness. Otherwise, you wouldn't have escaped either. But Jiang Lani, your perceptiveness is commendable. It's just your luck that seems lacking. Is Sheng Nan truly worth competing for? After she had shared the schemes involving Sheng Nan and Bai Yu, The warriors of the first combat team had softened their hostility towards her. After all, she was a spiritual master deserving of some respect. However, since both were spiritual masters and He Mianmian's rank surpassed hers, there was no fear in their interactions. Jiang Lani's expression darkened slightly as she tugged at the corner of her mouth. You are right. Sheng Nan is indeed disappointing. Thus, I have decided to annul the engagement. Now it was Jiang Shushu's turn to be surprised. You wish to annul the engagement? Jiang Lani fixed her gaze upon her, slowly nodding. Yes. It is time to end it. As her words hung in the air, the little creature, Xiaojiu, suddenly lifted its head, as if receiving some message. Its antennae twitching momentarily before it sighed and returned to the ground, muttering softly, This little world, though disordered, has its share of peculiar inhabitants. Jiang Shushu fell silent. If she was not mistaken, Sheng Nan's feelings for Jiang Lani were genuine. He had deceived the original owner for many years, ultimately betraying her to be with Jiang Lani. Now, he was to be cast aside by the very love he pursued? How ironic. The two remained silent, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. He Mianmian glanced around before playfully slapping Jiang Lani on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Jiang Lani, needless to say, as long as you dare to sever ties with that scoundrel Sheng and prevent him from causing a scene, I shall admire you. You have no idea. The items Sheng Nan has purchased for you in my shop total nearly 10 million interstellar coins. What if he demands repayment? Repayment for what? They were merely gifts freely given. There is no debt nor obligation, and no evidence exists that I ever agreed to repay him. The Empire has no laws requiring lovers to return gifts. On what grounds could he demand anything from me? If he dares to pursue this, I will involve the interstellar law enforcement, and he will find himself in a predicament. Jiang Lani's gaze flickered over Jiang Shushu, smiling faintly. He Mianmian raised her thumb in admiration. You are truly impressive. Jiang Shushu, however, was momentarily stunned, the words the gifts from Sheng Nan echoing in her ears. As a thought began to form in her mind, the 7th combat team. Sheng Nan led the extraordinary warriors, standing serenely in the clearing outside the jungle, awaiting the return of the god-slaying sword. Numerous captains, concealed behind the fringes of the forest, observed quietly. Bei Yuan received communication from Jiang Shushu, forewarning him of impending upheaval, prompting him to remain steadfastly in place, tending to the magical plants. After a brief moment, he sensed something amiss. Why are these magical plants so restless? He pondered, noticing a seemingly increasing number of magical beasts emerging. As he gazed into the jungle, confusion enveloped him. The magical beasts, lacking in intelligence, would typically scatter at the slightest commotion, often fleeing into the forest's depths only to be intercepted. Yet now, he observed the magical plants' defensive reactions were chaotically disordered, and the magical beasts that emerged from the jungle appeared in a state of sheer panic. Ling Jun, after careful observation, remarked, It seems something has stirred the forest. Si Chen interjected, So the magical beasts were frightened into fleeing? The three exchanged knowing glances, a singular thought resonating within them. It must be the god-slaying lord. Si Chen exclaimed with exuberance. Their conjecture was indeed accurate. The disturbances in the jungle were indeed orchestrated by the god-slaying sword. Initially intending to linger by its master's side, the mischievous sword was provoked by the foolish man's attempts to dominate it, leading it to undertake a task without providing any protective measures. It was not long before it retaliated, delivering a grand surprise. The god-slaying sword spun gracefully through the air, piercing through the magical beasts below before swiftly evading the counterstrikes from the adult magical beasts. After several repetitions, a dark throng of magical beasts began to swarm behind it. The god-slaying sword moved with such rapidity that it became a mere streak of light, yet, despite its speed, it was inadvertently struck by several retaliatory attacks, nearly causing it to plummet from the sky. Observing the swelling numbers, the god-slaying sword no longer hesitated and darted swiftly toward Sheng Nan's position at the jungle's edge. Sheng Nan, could the god-slaying lord be emerging soon? Bai Yu inquired, peering forward on tiptoe. Based on the timeline, it indeed seemed imminent. Sheng Nan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence and elegance, casting a self-assured smile that made Bai Yu blush and involuntarily inch closer to him. At that moment, a small dark appeared ahead. Chapter 113, Sheng Nan in Distress. Bei Yuan gains power. The dark moved swiftly, entering the line of sight of the extraordinary warriors in the blink of an eye. Sheng Nan's heart leaped with joy as he recognized it as the god-slaying sword. With its return, the throng of magical beasts must surely be following in its wake. Just as he lowered his gaze, he noticed a vast multitude of darks trailing behind the sword, rushing back in their direction. Upon discerning what they were, Xingnan's pupils constricted, and he bellowed, his voice altering in pitch, "All hands on alert." The dark masses moved with incredible speed, soaring through the air in a direct line. And within mere moments, the god-slaying sword reached Xingnan's position. It decelerated, zipping between Xiangnan and Bai Yu, inadvertently brushing against them before hastily weaving through the ranks of warriors, quietly retreating into the jungle. The sudden disturbance caused by the god-slaying sword threw the formation of the extraordinary warriors into disarray as they scrambled to regain their composure. The swarm of magical beasts descended upon them. A vast shadow loomed overhead, and a deluge of excrement rained down. Xiangnan stood frozen in shock, caught off guard and drenched. Bai Yu, jumping about while evading the onslaught, shouted in exasperation, "Xingnan, quickly, activate the protective shield." She referred to the defensive apparatus provided by the Research Institute to the military district. However, at that very moment, many quick-reacting extraordinary warriors had already deployed their energy shields. Aside from Xiangnan and Bai Yu, who were thoroughly soiled, the others were only lightly affected. Lin Fu hastily activated the large protective shield and rushed to Xingnan's side. Observing the white and green substances dripping onto his face, cautiously inquiring, "Captain, are you all right?" Xiangnan remained silent, his gaze fixated on the jungle ahead. Bai Yu's distressed screams pierced the air. What is this stuff? It stinks and is revolting." She felt the liquid trickling down her forehead into her eyes, rubbed her face absent-mindedly, and upon seeing what was on her hands, she couldn't help but run off to the side to vomit. Lin Fu quickly called upon the water element user, who unleashed a torrent of water to wash over Bai Yu, cleansing her within moments, though she emerged thoroughly drenched. Her hair disheveled and makeup ruined, her face a patchwork of red. With Bai Yu's predicament resolved, Lin Fu turned to the still motionless Xingnan, gritting his teeth as he summoned the water element user to douse the captain with another powerful stream of water. The icy liquid cascaded down from above, seemingly awakening Xingnan from his stupor. His expression darkened as if ink could drip from it. He cast a lingering glance at the tranquil jungle before reluctantly wiping his face and issuing commands. "Fire element users, step forward and prepare to unleash fireballs. Lin Fu, coordinate with the fire warriors to maintain the protective shield." With a solemn demeanor, Xingnan directed the issuing of commands. The number of magical beasts was overwhelming. They may lack size and offensive power, yet their excrement was abundant, quickly overwhelming the protective shield. Lin Fu frantically activated the cleaning function of the shield, allowing them to catch glimpses of the outside situation. With the fireballs unleashed by the fire element users, the numbers of magical beasts plummeted, and as countless small creatures were reduced to ashes, the leaders of the magical beasts finally reacted, emitting sharp screeches before retreating deep into the jungle with their remaining kin. As the magical beasts vanished from sight, the warriors exchanged glances, their previously taut nerves finally relaxing as they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The recent experience of being enveloped by the magical beasts lingered in their minds, leaving them with a lingering sense of dread. They had narrowly avoided being buried under excrement. They feared not death, but the infamy that might follow. Xiangnan scanned the surroundings, sensing the previously familiar or unfamiliar auras had all dissipated, including the god-slaying sword, which was nowhere to be found, deepening his unease. He could not ascertain whether this was the god-slaying lord's intention or an accident. Yet the fact that their team had failed to hunt the magical beasts only to be ambushed by the magical beasts would likely not remain a secret for long. First Combat Team, Combat Zone. Chen ended the communication, relaying the information he had just received to everyone. Liang Yu laughed heartily, clutching his stomach and exclaiming, "Oh dear. I almost sat down myself while recounting this." Ling Jun couldn't help but chuckle, having thought the god-slaying sword was merely playing tricks to avoid exertion, only to discover it had actually drawn in the magical beasts. Indeed, the god-slaying lord is quite clever. Xingnan has truly lost his chance while inadvertently benefiting us. Bei Yuan chuckled, glancing back at the multitude of magical beasts being cleared away, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Just moments ago, as the dark horde of magical beasts chased after the god-slaying sword, they, in contrast, had an abundance of magical beasts emerging from the jungle, perfectly positioned for capture. While Xiangnan was preoccupied with defending against the magical beasts' excrement assault, they were busy purging the magical beasts. In summary, both teams were exceedingly occupied. Ling Jun and Chen's gazes fell upon the throng of magical beasts, watching the busy warriors with great satisfaction.
Liang Yu sighed. Ah.
Where is the tranquility of life? It all relies on the steadfast support of teammates. Though he spoke with a sigh, the corners of his mouth were lifted in a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into hearty laughter. Xingnan's predictions were astutely accurate. Within half a day, the events that transpired on his end had traversed the entirety of Huanqing. This marked the inaugural combat mission where the god-slaying sword was lent to other battle teams, and anticipation was rife among the populace. However, the outcome was nothing short of astonishing. Whether witnessed firsthand or recounted secondhand, emotions ran complex. They were aware that the god-slaying sword was notoriously difficult to control, yet they had not anticipated it would behave in such a manner. Their intent in borrowing the artifact was to harvest magic fossils, not to attract the attention of the demonic luminous beasts. The latter were virtually devoid of value. Not only were they challenging to capture, but who would desire a creature akin to a walking dung beetle? Just as they were still speculating whether the god-slaying sword's actions were deliberate or accidental, they were met with news that sent their emotions into a frenzy. The Beiyuan team had hunted a substantial number of magic fossils. It was said that they were merely resting in place when the swarm of magic fossils approached them on its own. Who would believe such a tale? Although they could not fathom how the god-slaying sword achieved this, it was evident that the recent bounty of magic fossils was undoubtedly linked to the artifact.
Ah.
What a twist of fate. Truly, it was as the saying goes, Shengnan encounters misfortune, while Beiyuan reaps riches. Chapter 114. The path to strength. Even in the absence of the god-slaying sword, the battle team's harvest remained remarkably substantial. Without needing to attend the scene, Jiang Shushu discerned this fact, for upon delivering the refined spirit stones that evening, she noticed that aside from Ling Jun's placid demeanor, Sichen was radiating joy. And the usually composed Beiyuan had a smile that refused to fade. She had heard that today's bounty was considerable. Beiyuan nodded, affirmatively acknowledging, "Indeed. It is all thanks to Lord Godslaying." Jiang Shushu sighed, recognizing the truth in his statement. While the god-slaying sword was absent, its legends were omnipresent. Beiyuan found himself at a loss for words. He sometimes thought it understandable why Liang Yu and Jiang Shushu shared a bond. Their conversations were peculiar, yet, upon reflection, held a certain truth. With a glimmer of urgency in her eyes, Jiang Shushu inquired, "Captain, when do you plan to distribute the spirit stones to the brothers?" They had previously deliberated that this batch of spirit stones was to be reserved for the warrior's cultivation. Beiyuan pondered, still undecided, perhaps when, but Jiang Shushu interrupted him, her excitement palpable. "Why not do it now? Strengthening oneself should be a priority. Let us distribute the spirit stones to the warriors immediately and allow them to practice during their free time." Spirit stones held immense utility in the interstellar realm. Akin to modern energy sources, they were essential for everything from massive battleships and laser cannons to smaller vehicles and defensive shields. Moreover, they played a crucial role in expediting the cultivation of supernatural abilities. Superpowered individuals needed to absorb external elemental attributes and convert them into personal energy. And by utilizing the energy elements within spirit stones, they could bypass the conversion process. What's the rush? If the warriors are to hunt by day and cultivate at night, I fear their bodies may not withstand the strain, Sichen remarked. Then why not take a look at what I just placed in the ring you received? Due to the abundance of raw stones, Sichen had previously given him the spatial ring along with the stones. Thus Jiang Shushu had returned the ring. Upon hearing her words, Sichen hastily probed with his mental energy, and the next moment, he stood there, utterly astonished. Beiyuan, now curious, took the ring from him and jested, "Is it the spirit stones that have left you speechless? Look at you, so wide-eyed and astonished." His expression mirrored Sichen's astonishment. Ling Jun, sitting beside Jiang Shushu, rested his chin on his hand, observing the duo's shifting expressions with keen interest. After a moment, Sichen was the first to regain his composure, stammering, "Jiang Shushu, why are there such an enormous pile of chili peppers in here?" To refer to it as a pile would be an understatement. It was more accurately described as a veritable mountain of chili peppers, brimming with spiritual energy. The sight was utterly shocking. Ordinarily, they would have to place advance orders for a few high-grade fruits and vegetables. Yet what he beheld now was something no one would dare to believe. His heart raced as he clutched the ring tightly, his eyes sparkling with cautious excitement as he asked, "Jiang Shushu, are these chili peppers for the battle team?" "Indeed. You mentioned being concerned about the supernatural warriors overexerting themselves. So let's use these fully energized fruits and vegetables to nourish them. Rest assured, they are all complementary." Jiang Shushu replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. To think that we'll nourish the supernatural warriors with fully energized produce to prevent fatigue? Good heavens! Not even the most esteemed spirit masters would dare to undertake such a venture, let alone a general from another planet. Beiyuan was left utterly bewildered by her audacity, stammering, "Miss Shushu, this is quite a bold move." Si Chen, however, laughed heartily. "Jiang Shushu, if anyone dares bully me again, just let me know, and I'll help you deal with them." The light in his eyes shone brightly, filled with excitement. For long ago he and Zhou Xiangming had aspired to form a personal guard for Ling Jun. Over the years they had meticulously selected candidates, even accepting retired supernatural beings from the other 4 legions who had sustained injuries, provided they passed the assessments, granting them opportunities to complete tasks and earn points redeemable for spirit medicines. This approach not only ensured that those individuals possessed commendable character and strength, but it also prevented their talents from being wasted in retirement. Furthermore, they desperately needed a loyal army for Ling Jun. In many instances, they prioritized character over strength, which had led to a significant decline in the overall power of the First Legion, at times being overshadowed by the other 4 legions. However, with the introduction of fully energized fruits and vegetables, he was confident that within 3 years, the entire first battle team would achieve S-rank status. Upon hearing Beiyuan and Si Chen speak of the ring containing fully energized chili peppers, Ling Jun was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Jiang Shushu with eyes as deep as whirlpools. After a pause, he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, teasing, "I dare say, our battle team's provisions might even surpass those of the General's household." Jiang Shushu nodded earnestly. Indeed, that is quite true. The spatial realm still lacked spirit soil. But after this hunting expedition concluded, it would soon be upgraded once more, expanding its capacity to sustain even more individuals. After all, she was a grand spirit master with control over space. Nurturing her own team would be a trivial endeavor. Beiyuan's execution was swift, promptly distributing the superior spirit stones. The warriors, bewildered, congregated together, listening to Si Chen's impassioned motivational speech for half an hour before finally grasping a few key points. First, the spirit stones were generously provided free of charge by Miss Shushu. Second, there would be a daily meal of fully energized dishes, also courtesy of Miss Shushu. Following the meeting, nearly all the warriors approached Jiang Shushu to express their gratitude, and in a flash, her prestige soared to unprecedented heights within the first battle team. This was a moment uniquely belonging to Jiang Shushu. Ling Jun and Beiyuan stood at the back, refraining from interrupting, quietly gazing at the radiant girl surrounded by admirers. From that night onward, the first battle team's journey towards strength officially commenced. He sat motionless within the tent for several hours, remaining unresponsive to visits from Jiang Lanyi or Lin Fu, as images of the demonic luminous beasts plummeting from the sky replayed ceaselessly in his mind. What tormented him was that in these visions, he felt like a mere spectator, acutely aware of his own helplessness and confusion, reminiscent of his childhood bullying.
Yet,
he had not experienced such disgrace since encountering Jiang Shushu, who had unearthed his potential. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xingnan's anger flared ever higher, deepening his resentment toward Jiang Shushu. The god-slaying sword was most obedient to her commands. While Beiyuan could attract magic fossils, he had drawn forth ferocious beasts instead. To assert that Jiang Shushu had no hand in this would be utterly implausible. This fickle woman, does she believe that by associating with Ling Jun, she can disregard him? What a fool. With Ling Jun's status, how could he possibly take notice of her? She was merely a fleeting distraction. Xingnan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. At that moment, Bai Yu's voice echoed from outside. "Xingnan, I've prepared a nutritious meal. May I bring it to you?" After a prolonged silence, met with no response, she lowered her voice further. "Xingnan, the Lord of Godslayer has returned. Do you wish to meet it?" Chapter 115. The Godslayer remarked that there was not a single decent person present. After the humiliating incident that transpired during the day, Xingnan could hardly muster the courage to remain in the war zone and instead awaited the soldiers' return to the garrison. The team had failed to locate the Godslayer sword and presumed it had returned to the garrison of its own accord, only to find it absent upon their return. Realizing that all this chaos was instigated by the Godslayer, Xingnan abruptly stood up, a storm of fury etched across his face as he rushed outside. Bai Yu hastily placed the meal on the table within the tent and hurriedly followed suit. The Godslayer sword had only returned after frolicking outside for a while. Its master had previously stated that it was now officially part of the 7th Combat Team, and unless it required energy replenishment, it was forbidden from returning until the contract was fulfilled. The sword twirled gracefully in the air, landing atop a soldier's head, hopping about in playful exuberance. Yet soon grew bored. Why had the admiration in their eyes from this morning transformed into fear? Ah, how it longed for its master's affectionate caress. At that moment, a gust of wind surged from behind, startling the Godslayer sword, which swiftly ascended into the air. Xiangnan glared at it, a tense standoff between man and sword. One towering high and the other low, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, as the soldiers of the 7th Combat Team exchanged apprehensive glances and quietly retreated to a safer distance. Zhang Lanyi and Lin Fu rushed over. "Captain, I was just about to report that the Lord of Godslayer has returned," Lin Fu called out nervously, fearing that the captain might rashly engage in combat with the Godslayer sword, which would only lead to further embarrassment. Zhang Lanyi approached from the other side, casting a worried glance at the Godslayer sword before turning to Xiangnan and asking, "Xiangnan, are you feeling any better now? I've heard about the events in the war zone. As long as everyone is safe and unharmed, that is what truly matters." Lin Fu's expression froze, and he quickly gestured to Jiang Lanyi from behind Xiangnan. "My dear lady, please refrain from saying anything further. The general is not here. If a fight ensues, who could possibly intervene?" Xiangnan inhaled deeply, forcing down the rage within him. Lanyi was right. As long as everyone was safe, there would be future opportunities. He adjusted his demeanor, donning a smile he believed to be amiable. "The Lord of Godslayer has returned? Where did you venture today? Perhaps you might come down for a moment, so we can discuss matters regarding tomorrow's deployment in the war zone?" Upon hearing this, the Godslayer sword shot even higher into the sky. This person was truly terrifying. How could he still manage to smile after being so thoroughly deceived? Moreover, that smile was more grotesque than the expression of one who had been beaten to tears. The sword felt a twinge of fear. "Master, please come to my rescue." The following day, Xiangnan glowered at the sky, watching the flying sword perform an array of intricate aerial maneuvers. They had been taking turns attempting to coax it down for quite some time, yet the Godslayer's sword stubbornly refused to descend. It had even spent the previous night outside, never entering the tent. With the impending deployment to the war zone, it remained obstinately perched in the air. The sword had been hired for 500 primordial stones, and with only 5 days of usage rights, each day was exceedingly precious. Wasting even a moment was out of the question. Ultimately, Xiangnan, with no other recourse, contacted Bei Yuan, reasoning that their familiarity with the artifact might yield better results. To his dismay, Bei Yuan simply remarked, "The 500 primordial stones do not come with a warranty," before promptly hanging up. Xiangnan was infuriated, nearly throwing his light brain in frustration. In the end, it was impossible for everyone to remain idle. Thus, he instructed Zhang Lanyi and Bai Wei to continue persuading the sword while he took the others to the war zone. Jiang Lanyi had witnessed the rapport between the artifact and Jiang Shushu. The Godslayer sword was exceedingly accommodating and cordial towards her. While it stirred envy in her heart, she understood that establishing such a bond with the Godslayer sword was beyond her reach. At times, she even questioned whether the marshal could be as nonchalant and at ease in the presence of a Godslayer sword. With such precedent set, Xiangnan's admonitions to appease the Godslayer sword and cultivate a good relationship fell on deaf ears. Contemplating how that dark, unsightly sword constantly nestled in her sister's embrace, Lanyi's eyes gleamed with daggers, casting scornful glances its way. Bai Wei, however, was fervently captivated, seizing what she perceived as a splendid opportunity to forge a closer bond with the Lord of Godslayer. She exerted every effort to charm it, even resorting to comical antics. Yet all she achieved were a few playful jabs and weary exhaustion, ultimately left without a viable solution. Bai Wei felt a pang of discontent. Unlike Jiang Lanyi, who hailed from a prestigious lineage and was cherished by her family, Bai Wei was merely an inconspicuous figure from a modest clan. Her chance encounter with Jiang Lanyi had bestowed upon her the opportunity to awaken her abilities, elevating her status to that of a noble spirit pharmacist. A spirit pharmacist, no less. It had been years since any had emerged from the Royal Star, a rarity of great worth. While she could not compare with Jiang Lanyi, why did Jiang Shushu, a seemingly useless individual, garner the favor of the Godslayer sword while she could not? Seated upon the ground, Bai Wei tilted her head upwards, fixating on the Godslayer now resting upon the tent, her eyes flickering with fervor. The Godslayer felt a shiver run down its spine. Uncertain of the intentions of these two women, one casting derisive glances, the other with an eyes ablaze with fervor as if she would dismantle and consume it whole. Truly, what a band of misfits, not a single decent individual among them. Madmen, they were all mad, unable to flee, yet capable of evading. The God-Slayer sword ascended once more into the sky, this time at a rapid pace, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The news of Shengnan leading the team to the war zone quickly spread throughout the illusory star, eliciting a myriad of emotions among the captains. While they rejoiced at Shengnan's lack of favor from the artifact, knowing he could not wield the God-Slayer's power to hunt the ancient demons, they also dreaded the prospect of facing similar circumstances in the near future. The combat teams from the Royal Star, however, were quite pleased. They were unconcerned with the opinions of those from other planets, fully aware of the intricate dynamics at play. After all, Shengnan was Jiang Shushu's former fiancée, and their breakup had been quite tumultuous. Given the God-Slayer sword's close bond with Jiang Shushu, it was unlikely to treat Shengnan with any kindness or offer genuine assistance. However, they had no such entanglements with Jiang Shushu, and thus the God-Slayer sword would likely not harbor any ill will towards them. The personnel from the Royal Star maintained their composure, simply urging their subordinates to gather intelligence regarding the Lord of God-Slayer. Jiang Shushu and He Mianmian arrived at the war zone that day. Coincidentally, when Shengnan sought assistance from Beiyuan, she was nearby, overhearing everything clearly. She couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by Shengnan's audacity to bring the God-Slayer into the war zone after having been so thoroughly duped the day before. He Mianmian found it equally amusing, perhaps believing that the God-Slayer had not acted with malice, given that it was a hefty investment of 500 primordial stones. After exchanging a few jests, Ling Jun and Beiyuan led their teams to the edge of the forest, where they intended to harvest some magical plants instead of pursuing the ancient demons that day. Jiang Shushu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at a tree in the forest that was spouting water. She found it intriguing and wished to collect it for little Nine. However, lacking combat prowess and with the other soldiers occupied with their respective tasks, obtaining it would prove to be a challenge. Just then, Jiang Shushu caught sight of a black, appearing in the sky, growing larger and more familiar as it approached. As it drew nearer, she finally recognized it. The God-Slayer? Chapter 116. Time to stroll. They were aware of the morning's tantrum from the God-Slaying sword, which was reluctant to venture into the battle zone. They supported the decision made by the Lord of God-Slaying but were taken aback when it turned around and made a grand entrance. The Lord of God-Slaying expressed that the individuals from Shengnan were quite mad, and it felt a bit fearful, thus hesitating to return. Liang Yuyu, who understood the language of swords, promptly explained the situation to everyone. However, once he did, Jiang Shushu's expression darkened. You are a divine artifact. What is there to fear? If anyone is dissatisfied, there's no need to endure it. Just retaliate. Let us go fight right now. The crowd concurred. Indeed, there was no need to endure, for there was no one in their ranks that the sword could not defeat. Liang Yuyu further reassured them, explaining that the Lord of God-Slaying refused to engage with women and did not wish to return. The crowd reacted with disdain, remarking, "How cowardly to bully the weak. Lord of God-Slaying, you play your cards quite well." Jiang Shushu, feeling exasperated, had no choice but to coax. "If you don't want to go back, why did you just fly over from the sky?"
Surely many people saw that.
The God-Slaying sword was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Shushu continued to placate it. "Since you don't want to return, let us do this. Fly over from the sky once more as if you are leaving, then sneak back without being seen." The God-Slaying sword found this plan quite feasible and, with a whoosh, vanished from sight. The crowd gasped. That was too fast. Did it even consider the implications? Do you really want the Lord of God-Slaying back? Beiyuan could not help but inquire. Jiang Shushu nodded, stating, "If it doesn't want to return, why should I force it? I plan to take it far away from here, to other places for fun. But what if the borrowed divine artifact is found upon its return? The original stones would need to be returned, and every combat team's hunting arrangements and resource acquisitions were confidential. Frequent movement between the two teams posed a risk of leaks. Thus, outsiders were strictly prohibited from wandering about. Liang Yuyu had experienced something similar. During missions, leaving the combat team was forbidden, and when he sustained serious injuries, he had to seek permission from the marshal to be extracted from Shengnan's ranks. You might wonder about communication channels? Alas, the communication device would issue a command that, upon detecting any risk, would sound the alarm. The Lord of God-Slaying possessed divine consciousness and could be considered somewhat human, yet it could not impose restrictions, thus necessitating a stricter contract. Beiyuan and Siqing exchanged glances with Ling Jun, their meaning clear. You better rein in your wife.
Ling Yun affectionately ruffled Jiang Shushu's hair.
His gaze filled with indulgence. Just be careful and don't let anyone spot you. Here, take this small defensive shield. If you encounter danger, activate it for protection. He handed a small orb to Jiang Shushu, explaining, this is a newly developed product from the Research Institute. Activate it if you face any peril.
All right.
Jiang Shushu eagerly accepted, examining it closely. It was a sky blue, transparent crystal orb, adorned with a pink activation button, small yet exquisite. Seeing that they had made their decision, Beiyuan sighed, conceding to their whims. The group exchanged a few more words, agreeing to have He Mian and Liang Yuyu accompany Jiang Shushu, cautioning them not to stray too far and to explore the vicinity. He Mian was highly skilled in spiritual medicine, yet her family was not in need of interstellar currency. Although she had participated in several missions during her time at the academy, she was unfamiliar with the battlegrounds of Illusion Star. Liang Yuyu, on the other hand, was younger yet experienced, and his innate luck ensured that he need not worry about encountering danger wherever he went. As the others busied themselves, the trio of street loafers squatted side by side, waiting for the god-slaying sword to join them. Just as their anticipation grew, they suddenly heard a clanging sound from behind. Turning around, they saw a sword stealthily poking its head out from the thicket by the roadside, gently tapping against a tree trunk. The three exchanged glances, marveling at the stealth with which it approached. Had they not been vigilant, they would have surely missed it. Jiang Shushu quickly stood up, signaling the others to follow her as they moved away from the battle zone. Ling Jun had previously instructed them not to wander too far. But if they intended to chop down the water-spraying tree, it would undoubtedly create a significant commotion. Staying near the combat team would likely lead to detection. Thus, a more distant approach was prudent. Liang Yuyu, having spent several years in the military, was well acquainted with the terrain of this planet and led them to a particularly secluded area at the edge of a dense thicket. Here, the trees stood taller and thicker than elsewhere, with vibrant flowers blooming along the roadside, their robust vines swaying gently in the breeze. Not far behind this cluster of flowers, a large tree crowned with a dense canopy of green leaves swayed, sending pea-sized raindrops flying with its movements, nourishing the surrounding low-lying underbrush. The magical plants twisted and turned in synchrony with the falling droplets, as if under the command of an unseen conductor. The spectacle was truly magnificent. He Mian was awestruck. Goodness, is that tree raining? Indeed, we arrived at just the right moment. This tree is currently producing rain. I've been with the team for several years, and this is only the second time I've witnessed it, Liang Yuyu marveled. He reminisced about how, during a previous mission, he had sneaked out to play and encountered the tree raining. He had treasured that experience, believing it to be a remarkable magical plant. This is my first time seeing it, Jiang Shushu remarked, her gaze fixed on the water-spraying tree. She had inquired with Xiao Jiu, who informed her that aside from some difficult magical plants, the most potent energy sources were these water-storing trees. She posed a question to her companions. How long do you think it would take for the god-slaying sword to chop down this tree if I asked it to? He Mian and Liang Yuyu, still engrossed in the spectacle of the rainfall, looked at her in bewilderment. They exchanged glances, and He Mian hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Shushu, just the three of us attempting to chop down this tree would be akin to offering ourselves up as sacrifices. We might not even reach the tree before being consumed by the flowers. She silently prayed, Oh, ancestors of spiritual masters, please do not let Jiang Shushu entertain any reckless ideas. If any danger arises, Ling Jun will undoubtedly flay her family alive. Liang Yuyu also felt a tinge of anxiety, primarily concerned for his sister's safety. Sister, perhaps it's best to refrain. While the water-spraying tree itself may not be formidable, the magical plants surrounding it are quite powerful. We are likely no match for them. I didn't plan to fight. I merely wanted to approach it. He Mian and Liang Yuyu were left speechless. What kind of approach did she envision? Did she intend to walk into the flowers' mouths to charm them? Jiang Shushu chuckled at their distressed expressions, retrieving a large bottle of purification potion from her space. The side of the bottle had been punctured with numerous small holes, transforming it into a makeshift sprinkler. I plan to tie this bottle to the god-slaying sword and have it fly over the jungle to sprinkle water, purifying the surrounding magical plants before tackling the water-spraying tree. She had no other choice. Her space required a vast amount of energy to upgrade. While the spiritual energy from the magical ancient plants was abundant, 20 of them could not compete with a single water-spraying tree. It would be a waste to let Xiao Jiu absorb it. Better to save the magical ancient plants for the warriors. Given the high energy of the water-spraying tree, it would be wise to aim big, especially since this jungle was replete with such trees. However, this plan met with strong opposition from her companions. Liang Yuyu protested, "No, sister, these magical plants are quite clever. Before the potion even spills, those vines will fling it away." The combat team once attempted this method using a high-tech sprinkler, and before they could even start, the plant king sent it flying. He Mian added, "Exactly. Magical plants possess a keen sense of awareness. Aside from being immobile, their strength is as terrifying as that of magical beasts. They are masters of poison, and their various scents are simply inescapable. Their branches and vines are incredibly sturdy, impervious to water and fire. Fear not, you both. I've concocted a special potion that will surely deceive the magical plants." Jiang Shushu declared as she pulled out a vial of powder from her space, sprinkling it onto the blade of the god-slaying sword. He Mian, intrigued, asked, "What is this?" "It's a type of spiritual medicine that can shield against sensory perception. I stumbled upon this new formula at the trading post, initially thinking it was a scam. But upon refining it, I found its effects to be quite remarkable," Jiang Shushu explained with a smile. "Indeed, it is a novel prescription, albeit one bestowed upon her by Xiaojiu, comprising an assortment of peculiar spiritual herbs, culminating in a modest infusion of spiritual soil. The resultant powder is of a brown hue, resembling lust at first glance. According to Xiaojiu, this formula corresponds to a 5th-grade classification in interstellar terms." The god-slaying sword swiftly ascended above the canopy of the jungle, while the three stood below, silently observing. He Mian and Liang Yuyu felt a twinge of anxiety, whereas Jiang Shushu maintained an air of calm. The water-spraying tree had ceased its cascade, and all the flora had fallen into an eerie stillness, as if they were in slumber, unresponsive to the commotion above. The god-slaying sword deftly maneuvered the vial, gently pouring the concoction into the wilderness. Initially, the magical plants stirred, seemingly absorbing the drops as if they were mere raindrops, but gradually, a transformation occurred. All the plants began to shrink in varying degrees. Liang Yuyu exclaimed in delight, "Sister, it truly worked." Jiang Shushu nodded, a smile gracing her features. He Mian, intrigued by the formula, inquired, "Shushu, what is this prescription? It seems far superior to the detoxifying pills and awakening powders we concocted. Could you possibly share a copy with me? Here it is." Though it appears to be a 5th-grade formula, Jiang Shushu generously handed her a copy. 5th grade? He Mian momentarily faltered. Recalling how not long ago Jiang Shushu was struggling with the alchemical furnace, how could she have mastered the crafting of 5th-grade spiritual medicine in just a few days? Could it be that those with innate talents are truly so formidable? To her, Jiang Shushu's years of mediocrity were attributed to her mental energy being trapped in the cauldron. Now that the issue was resolved, her prowess had evidently soared. He Mian glanced at the formula, noting many unfamiliar names, and stored it away, reasoning that she was not yet capable of crafting 5th-grade potions. The god-slaying sword soon returned, and Jiang Shushu detached the vial from it. The trio then proceeded towards the purified jungle. The outer blossoms had shrunk considerably, now no larger than an adult's head. "Here, flowers for the fair maiden," Jiang Shushu exclaimed, plucking a bloom and cheerfully offering it to He Mian.
Ha!
"For me?
Ha!
This is the first time I've ever received flowers. I must cherish it dearly." He Mian giggled, carefully accepting the blossom, her face alight with joy. Interstellar humans typically prioritize practicality in their lives. Flowers and plants are deemed unworthy of consideration, with romance being a distant notion. The idea of plucking a flower seemed a waste of time and resources, better spent on exchanging for food or interstellar currency. Yet as a young lady, who could resist the allure of beauty? The flowers, now purified, had shed their toxic fragrance, replaced by a delightful aroma that beckoned one to inhale deeply. Reflecting on Xiaojiu's words that these flowers possessed minimal energy, she collected them all into her spatial bracelet. As they progressed, she selectively gathered items. Those that caught Xiaojiu's fancy were stored spatially, while the less desirable ones were kept in the bracelet until they reached the water-spraying tree. The tree remained unchanged, still towering and majestic, yet devoid of its sentience, resembling an ordinary tree that merely spewed water. Jiang Shushu circled the tree, summoned the god-slaying sword, grasped its hilt, and began to saw through the roots. Liang Yuyu, still somewhat dazed, followed behind, struggling to comprehend the remarkable ease with which they had ventured into this endeavor. It truly felt like a dream, having expended no energy at all. His heart raced with excitement, a blend of exhilaration and disbelief. He Mian cradled the bloom, larger than her head, her eyes sparkling as she alternated between gazing at Jiang Shushu and inhaling the floral fragrance, utterly enchanted. 1, 2, 1, 2, Jiang Shushu cheered herself, invigorating her spirit. The god-slaying sword, resigned to its fate, obediently allowed its master to command it, reduced to a mere tree saw. Upon successfully severing the roots, the tree began to topple, only to vanish in an instant as Jiang Shushu stored it away, hearing Xiao Zhou's jubilant electronic voice echo in her mind. Master, you are magnificent. Xiao Zhou adores you. You've truly brought the promised water-spraying tree to me. Wait for me, Xiao Zhou. I shall find you more water-spraying trees to ensure your ascension. Jiang Shushu declared, her enthusiasm palpable, as she began to survey the surroundings. Mian, Yu, are there any more water-spraying trees in this grove? I wish to harvest a few more. Jiang Shushu inquired. Liang Yu replied, Indeed, there are many scattered throughout the grove, though some are deeper in which we cannot access. However, I recall there is one near the reverse jungle. Shall we go take a look, sister? Jiang Shushu followed his gaze, but the magical plants were too dense, obscuring her view. Chapter 117, Strolling Through the Streets, Part 2. Jiang Shushu decided against retracing her steps, opting instead to employ the method used on the water-spraying tree to clear a path ahead. This technique was, after all, learned from the water-spraying tree itself. As they journeyed, Jiang Shushu collected everything in sight, not sparing even the smallest sprout, prompting bemused expressions from He Mian and Liang Yu. Shushu, that sprout is hardly the length of a finger. What use could it possibly serve? He Mian finally interjected. Jiang Shushu shot her a silent glance, recalling the 5th grade formula she had just given. What? He Mian's eyes widened in astonishment, and without hesitation, she began searching for the sprout, whatever Jiang Shushu sought. She followed suit, and Liang Yu, witnessing the utility of the little sprouts, eagerly joined the effort. With assistance at hand, Jiang Shushu could finally ease her own pace. Straightening her back, she clapped her hands to shake off the dirt, pondering as she gazed at the soil that bore an uncanny resemblance to the 5th grade spiritual medicine they had crafted. She speculated that the magical plants had likely remained still due to mistaking the god-slaying sword, coated in medicinal powder, for one of their own kind. Yet, the unusual spiritual plants outlined in the formula were indeed present within the jungle. The trio followed closely behind the god-slaying sword, crouching low and scanning the ground with wide eyes, resembling a band of marauders scouring the earth. Sister, look at this. It smells divine. Liang Yu's voice floated from a short distance away. Jiang Shushu turned to see him standing beside a small tree adorned with diminutive white blossoms, no larger than a fingernail, their fragrance wafting through the air, even from afar. This scent, Jiang Shushu felt a surge of excitement. She had been pondering what materials to use for brewing wine. And here was the perfect ingredient for floral wine. In her previous life, she had studied herbal cultivation extensively and had a profound understanding of many plants' properties, particularly those used for brewing medicinal and floral wines. If she was not mistaken, this tree before her was undoubtedly the renowned 9-leaf fragrance used in floral wines. Jiang Shushu, brimming with enthusiasm, circled the flower tree. Yu, have you ever encountered a tree like this? Liang Yu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, sister. I've only seen this one. I suspect this tree only thrives in the jungle. I've never seen it at the edges. The magical plants were astute. Those at the borders were either toxic or robust vines, while fragrant specimens like this one would never inhabit such areas. Had she not entered with the god-slaying sword today, she might have never discovered it. But with only one, how can we divide it? Jiang Shushu hesitated, glancing at He Mian. The other magical plants could be traded for interstellar currency, but this particular one was invaluable to a spiritual alchemist. He Mian, recognizing her unspoken intentions, quickly waved her hands. Please don't mention it to me. You are well aware that my horticultural skills are rather lacking. This tree, in my care, would surely perish within days. And I am entirely unfamiliar with it, ignorant even of its purpose. Possessing it would serve no use to me. Jiang Shushu proceeded to elucidate. This tree is known as the Jiu Li Xiang. Its petals are medicinal herbs, useful for crafting elixirs that benefit both the body and mind. However, my fondest application is in brewing floral wine, which is refreshing, mellow, and sweet with a delightful taste. He Mian's eyes sparkled at the mention of flower wine. In that case, you may keep this little tree. Just ensure to brew me a couple of bottles in the future.
Ha!
2 bottles would hardly suffice. You may indulge as much as you desire. She intended to plant the tree within her spatial realm, where the abundant spiritual energy would guarantee swift growth, ensuring an ample supply of wine at her leisure. Liang Yoyu was unaware of her spatial system and approached with curiosity. Sister, where do you plan to plant this tree? I recall that your garden's planting area is rather limited. My garden has a vacant plot. Perhaps it would be better suited there. Jiang Shushu's expression faltered. A sudden realization struck her. The two were present at the scene. If she were to plant the tree in her spatial realm, they would be unable to see it, yet would still receive the wine, undoubtedly raising suspicions. It appeared that upon returning to Su Huang's star, she would need to extract the tree. He Mian curiously inquired, Yu, don't you reside at the military base? When did you acquire a planting area? Typically, those with abilities lived in residential buildings, and as warriors, they should not have received planting plots. Oh, I no longer live at the military base. I purchased a house next to my sister, and now we are neighbors. The planting area at my residence is managed by my sister, who has grown numerous spiritually enriched fruits and vegetables for me. Liang Yu beamed with pride. He Mian was momentarily stunned. He had actually bought a house next to Shushu. Meanwhile, Jiang Shushu had already begun excavating the sapling. The seedling was small enough that with a firm tug, it could be uprooted. To avoid damaging the root system, she carefully used the god-slaying sword to delicately excavate the soil, gradually unearthing the entire root before storing it in her spatial realm, planting it in the spiritual soil. The god-slaying sword, typically aloof in the presence of others, was obedient in Jiang Shushu's hands, serving dutifully as both a saw and a hoe without complaint. The trio continued onward, following the god-slaying sword towards the left. Jiang Shushu felt immense joy. They now possessed the spiritual stones needed for the warrior's cultivation, the energy-rich peppers for bodily care, and the tree for wine brewing. She had even prepared materials for fertilizing the fruits and vegetables, and the energy accumulation in her spatial realm was nearing an upgrade. This journey to the 5th illusionary star had indeed been fruitful. The god-slaying sword fluttered ahead, sprinkling medicinal liquid, while the three followed at a leisurely pace, waiting for the magical plants to be purified before advancing. They conducted a thorough search and, upon finding nothing of value, allowed Jiang Shushu to collect the remainder into her spatial bracelet. At last, they arrived before the water-spraying tree Liang Yu had mentioned. Fortuitously, this tree was even larger than the previous one they had collected, yet regrettably, it seemed to have sensed their presence and was resisting fiercely. With only 3 individuals present, 2 being comparatively weak and 1 of B-grade strength, the god-slaying sword, although formidable, was unable to shield them from the multitude of magical plants surrounding them. Jiang Shushu recalled the protective shield Lin Jun had given her and quickly activated it. Although modest in size, it sufficiently enveloped the 3. Observing the magical plants outside, desperately fighting back, she feared that any commotion might draw the attention of the Plant King, leaving them with no chance of escape. Determined, Jiang Shushu summoned the god-slaying sword back and filled a vial with unadulterated spring water. The spring water proved to be potent. Any magical plant that came into contact with even the slightest amount immediately ceased its struggle. He Mian watched in astonishment. Shushu, what kind of potion is this? Its purifying effect is astonishingly superior, at least 10-fold stronger than my concocted purification elixirs. Jiang Shushu mused internally. Of course, it's far superior. This is energy harvested by Xiaojiu, painstakingly transformed. Just a single drop nearly cost Xiaojiu its life. Chapter 118, Strolling the Streets, Part 3. A true expert reveals their prowess upon action. Even a simple vial of ordinary purification elixir would see magical plants writhing in resistance. However, the spring water was the nemesis of all magical beings, rendering them inert at the mere touch of a drop. Soon, Jiang Shushu secured the small protective shield, and the trio resumed their tasks, seeking various edible or medicinal herbs and spiritual plants, while Jiang Shushu collected the magical plants that were neither consumable nor useful. This was not to say that the magical plants were devoid of value. Rather, they were simply unsuitable for spiritual masters and ability users. Selling them to research institutions would yield a handsome sum in interstellar currency. However, Jiang Shushu had no intention of selling. She planned to use them to create natural organic fertilizer. While spring water was invaluable for cultivation, the number of planting plots she had taken on was steadily increasing. She could not continually draw from her spatial realm for irrigation without raising suspicions. She had observed that the low yield of fruits and vegetables on this side of the galaxy was due not only to adverse weather, but also to flawed cultivation methods. Erratic applications of abilities or spiritual herbs often led to overnutrification or even destruction of the crops. In truth, she had yet to witness any properly cultivated plants. Jiang Shushu busied herself, discarding what Xiaojie deemed worthless into her spatial bracelet and sending the desirable ones to the system space. Upon reaching the water-spraying tree, she suddenly decided against cutting it down. Instead, she resolved to uproot it entirely and transfer it into her spatial realm. He Mianmian and Liang Youyu stood in astonishment. Liang Youyu, perplexed, remarked, "Sister, this tree is immense. Even if you uproot it, you won't be able to sustain it." He Mianmian, having been numbed by the day's events, suggested, "Shushu, perhaps we should maintain a lower profile?" Moreover, Liang Youyu was correct. How could such a large specimen possibly thrive? After all, she was but a delicate little spiritual master, having ventured into the jungle and encountered a multitude of unfamiliar spiritual plants. And now they were on the brink of collecting the water-spraying trees. If she shared these exploits, her peers would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. Perhaps even mock her for boasting. After all, achieving such feats would be a challenge even for ability users. Jiang Shushu blinked, pondering, if I do not attempt it, how will I know if it can survive? What if it thrives? Just imagine, I would no longer need to manage the planting plots. And the watering could be entrusted to the water-spraying tree, saving me considerable effort. Shushu, are you not aware that intelligent sprinkler systems exist? He Mianmian chuckled. Except for those in particularly dire circumstances, watering fruits and vegetables has long ceased to require personal effort. Jiang Shushu continued to blink, observing the silence from the two. It was likely no one would believe her. Her family was indeed struggling. The recent watering had either been performed by Jiang Feng or by her own hands. A sprinkler system was indeed quite expensive, but that was not the crux of the matter. She was genuinely enamored with the functionality of the water-spraying tree. After all, the plants in her spatial realm were just such entities. Xiaojie had also mentioned that the tree would emit ordinary water in the external environment. But if it grew in her spatial realm and absorbed its energy, it would release spring water. A tree-powered sprinkler that did not require energy to operate. Who could resist such an allure? This was precisely what she needed in her spatial realm. It was both practical and delightful. Seeing that her persuasion was futile, Liang Youyu decided to join in. Sister, as an ability user, I possess considerable strength. Let me attempt to uproot it. With that, he approached and attempted to lift the tree, straining with all his might, yet it remained steadfast, not even a leaf quivering. Blushing with embarrassment, Liang Youyu hesitantly released his grip. Sister, I fear I am unable. A man cannot admit defeat, Jiang Shushu reassured, patting his shoulder. Rest assured, when we return, I will speak with Lin Jun and ensure he provides you with more guidance. If you engage more with magical plants and beasts, your strength will surely progress swiftly. Liang Youyu was momentarily taken aback, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over her. The little koi was impervious to even the mightiest warriors, and as a spirit master, He Mianmian was even less likely to succeed. Jiang Shushu resolved to employ her old method, wielding the god-slaying sword to excavate the roots. However, the task at hand was far more formidable than that of the osmanthus tree, which had a trunk no thicker than their little arms. This water-spraying tree required 2 people to embrace it. After some contemplation, Jiang Shushu grasped the god-slaying sword and hurled it forward. Go forth, Godslayer. You have matured into a formidable artifact and should learn to undertake some labor yourself. Dig out this tree. The Godslayer, Liang Youyu, He Mianmian, I must say. It takes a remarkable person like Jiang Shushu, sister, to direct an artifact to perform such laborious tasks. The god-slaying sword dutifully began to dig, while the 3 of them sat patiently nearby, cheering it on. Liang Youyu encouraged, Go, great Godslayer. You are the best. He Mianmian praised, Great Godslayer, how impressive. Even the holes you dig are perfectly round, and the soil is evenly excavated. Jiang Shushu replied with exasperation. Stop with the frivolities and finish quickly, so we can reward you with an energy supplement. The god-slaying sword paused momentarily, then redoubled its efforts, feeling quite pleased. Its master was truly kind. Just as Sheng Nan returned to the encampment, Bai Yu approached him. After an exchange of words, Sheng Nan, with a stern expression, led her and Lin Fu to the alchemy tent. Upon seeing them, he immediately inquired, Lan Yi, where is the great Godslayer? Jiang Lan Yi's face lit up momentarily upon seeing him. only to be replaced by surprise. Sheng Nan, shortly after you left this morning, the great godslayer flew away. I thought it had come to find you. Was I mistaken? Sheng Nan replied in a low voice, no.
I am sorry.
It's my fault for not keeping an eye on the great godslayer, Jiang Lani said, lowering her head, her expression filled with guilt. Sheng Nan was already brimming with frustration, and the news of the godslayer's disappearance only heightened his agitation. Never mind, next time, you must notify me via communication. Jiang Lani nodded obediently, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Baiyu, who stood behind Sheng Nan, trying to diminish her presence. Jiang Lani smiled at her before shifting her focus back to the table filled with spiritual herbs, her voice subdued. Sheng Nan, you believe the great godslayer's departure is due to my actions, don't you? Sheng Nan remained silent. Deep down, he did not believe it. But Baiyu had mentioned that after they left, Lan Yi had been sneering at the god-slaying sword without uttering a word. Considering her relationship with Jiang Shushu, Sheng Nan sighed inwardly. Lan Yi's hostility toward the god-slaying sword likely stemmed from her deep affection for it. Fearing that she might develop feelings for Jiang Shushu because of the artifact, he reproached himself for having spoiled her too much. Resolving to be firm, he replied coldly no, before turning and exiting the tent. Chapter 119. Into the jungle again. While Sheng Nan professed not to blame her, his expression betrayed his displeasure. Clearly intending to place the responsibility upon her, Jiang Lani glared at the flapping tent curtain, scoffing softly. Some people always seek to ascribe their misfortunes to external factors, blaming fate or others while failing to hold themselves accountable. They either prefer to highlight their own excellence by contrasting it with the shortcomings of others, or use the superiority of those around them to elevate their own standing. Both tendencies are repugnant and nauseating, yet some remain oblivious to their own faults. In the past, she might have patiently explained or issued a veiled threat. Now, however, Jiang Lani simply gazed at the billowing smoke from the alchemical cauldron. A man prone to sulking can easily be replaced. Sheng Nan, with a grim countenance, stepped out of the tent only to find Lin Fu waiting for him outside. Upon seeing him, Lin Fu hurried forward. Captain, the great godslayer has returned. Almost as soon as he spoke, a divine sword swooped down from the sky, soaring around the trio several times, displaying a palpable excitement as though it had been separated from them for an eternity. Where has the great godslayer been? Sheng Nan inquired of Lin Fu. Investigate its whereabouts today. Find out where it has been. Sheng Nan was slightly taken aback, a realization flashing in his eyes. Captain, I have already looked into it. The great godslayer visited the North Yuan's combat team, but it hardly lingered, departing in less than 2 minutes, Lin Fu informed him. He had sensed something amiss after hearing Baiyu's account, and had taken the opportunity to trace the god-slaying sword's whereabouts, while Sheng Nan sought out Lan Yi. Such a brief visit? Sheng Nan frowned, finding it contrary to his expectations. Lin Fu understood his implication, and continued. I heard that the North Yuan team had no notable achievements today. The great godslayer likely did not stay long. As an artifact, its defenses and strength are formidable. Who could possibly hinder it? Even on the illusory star? It seems the great godslayer merely went out to play. His words, though delicately phrased, hinted that the godslayer's absence had nothing to do with Lan Yi. Sheng Nan's brow furrowed further as he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fu, remaining silent. Baiyu, who had been trailing behind him, rolled her eyes playfully and stepped forward, addressing the god-slaying sword. Great godslayer, where have you been playing today? Please come down. I'll join you. The god-slaying sword circled once more in the air, then etched a rudimentary map on the ground. Baiyu was taken aback by its response, her heart soaring with excitement as she pulled Sheng Nan to examine the drawing. Sheng Nan was equally surprised by the god-slaying sword's acknowledgement of Baiyu, and the two scrutinized the map for some time. Baiyu pondered aloud. Does the great godslayer mean to say you went to find Jiang Shushu? The god-slaying sword hesitated, then vigorously shook its blade. That woman is quite cunning. She attempted to deceive me. The master had instructed me not to divulge anything about our outing to anyone. Then you went to assist the North Yuan in combating the demonic plants? The god-slaying sword shook its head once more. Did you seek out the demon ancestor today? The god-slaying sword continued to shake its head. So, you mean to say you went to the jungle alone today? The god-slaying sword nodded eagerly. Pleased. Baiyu flashed a smile at the god-slaying sword and confidently turned to Sheng Nan, saying, Rest assured, Sheng Nan, the great godslayer was likely just throwing a little tantrum. Now that it has returned, tomorrow it will surely accompany us to the jungle, don't you think? The last remark was directed at the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword hesitated, but eventually nodded. Feeling increasingly confident that she understood the sword's language, Baiyu declared, "Sheng Nan, see? We've already arranged for the great Godslayer to join us. You can be at ease for tomorrow." Afterward, she cast a triumphant glance at Lin Fu. She was well aware that he had long harbored disdain for her, believing she fell short compared to Jiang Lan Yi in the art of alchemy. Although she conceded that she was indeed inferior in that regard, could Jiang Lan Yi make the god-slaying sword heat her? She intended to supplant Jiang Shushu, that inept individual, and become the closest companion of the great godslayer. Lin Fu watched Baiyu's haughty demeanor with mounting irritation, just as he was about to voice his thoughts when Sheng Nan spoke up. "Baiyu, well done. Since the great godslayer is willing to listen to you, you shall be responsible for all matters concerning it from now on." Sheng Nan had initially intended to leave this opportunity for Jiang Lan Yi, even contemplating having her replace Jiang Shushu in the god-slaying sword's esteem. However, disappointment washed over him as he glanced back at the tent, expecting her to emerge. But she did not. The following morning marked the third day of borrowing the artifact, and Sheng Nan was eager for the god-slaying sword to accompany him to the battlefield, bringing along the new favorite of the great godslayer, Baiyu the Spirit Master. Considering that he is currently in a cold war with Jiang Lan Yi, he deliberately left her alone in the encampment. Baiyu walked with her head held high alongside Sheng Nan at the forefront of the line, the god-slaying sword hovering above them. Upon reaching the war zone, Sheng Nan, having learned his lesson, cautiously inquired, "Lord Godslayer, shall we hunt the magic ancient beasts today?" The god-slaying sword remained unresponsive. Sheng Nan exchanged a knowing glance with Baiyu. With unbridled confidence, Baiyu stepped forward, presenting what she believed to be a warm smile. "Lord Godslayer, shall we venture into the jungle to hunt the magic ancient beasts?" The god-slaying sword hesitated momentarily, then nodded slightly. Baiyu rejoiced, exclaiming, "Sheng Nan, the Lord Godslayer has agreed to enter the jungle. Prepare the warriors outside to intercept the magic ancient beasts." Her assurance was so compelling that even Lin Fu, who harbored doubts, couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. After a brief silence, recalling how the god-slaying sword had indeed treated Baiyu differently the previous night, Sheng Nan solemnly stated, "Very well, let us proceed into the jungle, and we shall await good news outside." As he watched the god-slaying sword swiftly disappear into the depths of the jungle, Sheng Nan's gaze darkened, instructing Lin Fu to be ready to activate the defensive shield at any moment. In the first combat team's encampment, Jiang Shushu and He Mianmian had just concocted some spiritual medicine when Liang Yuyu led the way, and the three quietly slipped out of the encampment. Not long after, they encountered Jiang Lanyi around a corner. Jiang Lanyi observed the three of them hunched over, seemingly afraid of being seen, and questioned, "What more is there to understand?" That performance by the god-slaying sword yesterday was so realistic it fooled both Baiyu and Sheng Nan. Chapter 120. The confession scene. Jiang Shushu was equally surprised to run into her cousin on the way, and judging by the direction she was headed, it seemed she was looking for them. After a moment's consideration, she thought it best to pretend she hadn't seen her and to walk past. However, Jiang Lanyi unexpectedly blocked their path. With a sly glimmer in her beautiful eyes, she smiled. "Sister, are you looking for Lord Godslayer?" Before Jiang Shushu could respond, Liang Yuyu quickly denied, "No, we're just wandering about." He Mianmian nodded in agreement. "But I just saw Lord Godslayer coming this way," Jiang Lanyi chimed in. As soon as she finished speaking, Liang Yuyu and He Mianmian instinctively glanced in the direction she pointed. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of any swords or even a single cloud. Jiang Shushu thought to herself that she might not be the cleverest person, yet these two seemed even more naive. Jiang Lanyi continued to smile, watching Jiang Shushu in silence. "What brings you here?" Jiang Shushu sighed and asked. Jiang Lanyi fell silent, then, with an air of grievance, said, "Sheng Nan suspects that I intentionally let the Godslayer go, and he's angry with me. Now the entire combat team is ignoring me, sister. May I accompany you today?" After speaking, she cast a forlorn glance at He Mianmian and Liang Yuyu. The three were taken aback, casting doubtful looks her way. If she were lying, it seemed unnecessary to act so pitiful. If she spoke the truth, then Sheng Nan was truly unreasonable. "What if I refuse?" Jiang Shushu probed. "Sister, would you have the heart to deny me? Then I shall have no choice but to follow you closely." With a long sigh, Jiang Shushu reluctantly agreed, and in a brief moment, the trio became a quartet. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon location from yesterday, the god-slaying sword had already been waiting for some time. It dove into Jiang Shushu's embrace, nuzzling affectionately. Jiang Lanyi observed silently, realizing that Sheng Nan shamelessly claimed he wanted Bai Yu to replace her in the god-slaying sword's heart. If he were to witness this scene, he might very well abandon such thoughts. Jiang Shushu, equally delighted, playfully ruffled the god-slaying sword before asking, "How did you manage to come here, without them noticing?" The god-slaying sword twirled in midair. Liang Yuyu explained, "Sister, it said it complied with their commands to avoid arousing Sheng Nan's suspicion. However, that scoundrel Sheng Nan has a woman in his team who behaves like a lunatic." Believing she could understand the Lord Godslayer's words, she deceived it into the jungle to catch magic ancient beasts, and the Lord Godslayer pretended to agree, only to secretly find a way to join us. After hearing his translation, Zhang Lanyi was taken aback. The lunatic woman the god-slaying sword spoke of was undoubtedly Bai Yu. If Bai Yu knew she was being described in such a manner by the artifact she had been so proud of, she would likely be infuriated to tears. Jiang Shushu couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. The god-slaying sword was indeed clever. He Mian nodded in agreement. What it said is entirely true. Bai Yu's constant posturing is utterly tiresome. She truly behaves like a lunatic. Jiang Lanyi felt inexplicably targeted. The location they occupied was a new jungle found by Liang Yuyu, devoid of any combat teams around. Jiang Shushu and the others discussed their approach. "Sister, don't you adore the water-splashing trees? There's one on the outskirts in that direction. Let us head there," Liang Yuyu suggested. Jiang Shushu glanced at the lush foliage, faintly spotting a water-splashing tree, and nodded in agreement, signaling for the artifact to lead the way. They had not ventured far when the god-slaying sword suddenly halted and gestured for silence. Liang Yuyu quickly instructed everyone to stop. The four held their breaths, cautiously moving forward with the god-slaying sword. Distant voices drifted toward them intermittently. "I really like you." The voice was faint, yet discernibly feminine. It turned out to be a confession scene. Jiang Shushu felt both amused and bewildered, uncertain whether to consider their luck good or ill. Just as she pondered whether to change locations, she suddenly felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Looking down, she saw Jiang Lanyi's eyes glimmering with curiosity, pointing ahead, indicating her desire to sneak a closer look, while he Mian and Liang Yuyu behind her looked equally eager. Clearly, no matter the time or place, humanity's penchant for gossip remained undiminished. Intrigued, Jiang Shushu signaled for the god-slaying sword to lead them forward. The god-slaying sword indeed proved to be astute, swiftly selecting a concealed vantage point. Jiang Shushu quietly purified the surrounding magical plants with the spiritual spring water, and the four leaned forward in unison to observe. A man and woman stood closely together, their voices clear. "I know you like Lanyi. She is perfect in every way, and I admit I can't compare to her. However, my feelings for you, Sheng Nan, are no less than hers." The woman turned slightly, gazing dreamily at the man. The four were momentarily stunned. That name sounded familiar. But Sheng Nan, the woman's feelings for you are certainly no less than Lanyi's. Jiang Shushu, He Mian, and Liang Yuyu exchanged wide-eyed glances. Goodness, that woman is Bai Yu from Jiang Lanyi's plastic sisterhood. And the man opposite her is none other than Sheng Nan. They turned to Jiang Lanyi, whose expression remained serene, seemingly unfazed. He Mian couldn't help but mutter, this cornering behavior must be learned from her own sisters, right? Although Sheng Nan isn't much, Jiang Lanyi's actions are certainly questionable. What a coincidence. They stumbled upon an affair at the perfect moment. Jiang Shushu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Lanyi, who remained calm, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. "Hush, keep your voices down. We don't want them to hear us. Let us see how this unfolds," she said, her expression more curious than that of the other three. He Mian found herself increasingly impressed by her companion, stifling a laugh as she lowered her voice to inquire, "I say, Jiang Lanyi, how does it feel to have the gossip land on your own doorstep?" "Feeling?" Jiang Lanyi pondered for a moment before honestly replying, "It feels rather good." Her expression was sincere, devoid of any semblance of deceit. He Mian was taken aback, while Jiang Shushuan's eyes darkened with concern. From ahead, another voice emerged. "Bai Yu, how could you entertain such thoughts?" Sheng Nan's face was a mask of shock, yet his gaze remained tranquil. "You know my feelings for Lanyi run deep. I shall never betray her in this lifetime." Bai Yu's tone was urgent. "I understand, but Sheng Nan, I don't care. Who among normal people would love a scoundrel?" This statement drew attention, for while Bai Yu did not care, others certainly did. He Mian and Liang Yuyu pretended to casually glance in Jiang Lanyi's direction. Jiang Lanyi maintained her focus, while Jiang Shushuan's demeanor was icy, eager to hear Sheng Nan's next words. "Bai Yu, please don't be this way. You'll encounter someone better than me in the future. Sheng Nan looked down at Bai Yu, his eyes reflecting astonishment, gratitude, and guilt, a complex mix that left Bai Yu slightly bewildered. However, she understood. He was unwilling to accept her sentiments. Bai Yu's heart raced as she pondered whether to continue speaking. From the bushes, He Mianmian elbowed Jiang Lanyi, whispering, "At this point, why aren't you stepping up to confront the woman? You keep saying you're afraid and need me to accompany you." In her experience, it was rare for anyone to seek out companionship for such matters. Jiang Shushu was at a loss for words, wondering if they were anticipating a brawl, ready to join forces for a confrontation. Jiang Lanyi shot her a glance, her expression difficult to interpret, and slowly uttered 2 words, "No need." He Mianmian pouted, but continued to observe the scene with great interest. Sheng Nan continued, "Bai Yu, you are strong, brave, and intelligent. I admire such girls. We simply met too late." A hint of a bitter smile graced his lips, and the regret in his tone was palpable, even from a distance, clearly audible to the trio of onlookers. Jiang Lanyi received sympathetic glances from 3 individuals and a few gloating expressions from 2. This man was remarkable, neither rejecting nor taking responsibility. "Sheng Nan, I don't ask for much. I only wish for you to glance my way more often, and I would be satisfied." Upon hearing Sheng Nan's words, Bai Yu felt a flicker of hope. After a moment's contemplation, she gently inquired, "May I stay by your side in the future? After all, the divine execution sword only heeds my command." Sheng Nan grasped her meaning. She wished to accompany him on future missions. But what about Lanyi? Prolonged contact would surely reveal the truth. Refusing her was not an option either. The divine execution sword seemed to truly obey her. If Bai Yu grew angry and joined another team, the sword would surely follow her. Sheng Nan furrowed his brow, instinctively softening his tone. "Bai Yu, your current strength is sufficient for the team. However, I hope you can maintain a harmonious relationship with Lanyi." "If she discovers anything," Bai Yu hastily assured him, "Sheng Nan, rest easy. Lanyi is also my good sister. I do not wish to see her sad. I only wish to remain by your side without disturbing your relationship." She stepped forward and gently embraced Sheng Nan, resting her face against his chest, inhaling the scent of a strong man, her lips curling into a subtle, triumphant smile. Sheng Nan's expression shifted slightly. Fearing Bai Yu would misinterpret his intentions, he awkwardly raised a stiff arm to embrace her lightly. Bai Yu felt reassured and tentatively asked, "Over the past few days, I have been refining and am nearly finished. Tomorrow, I wish to concoct a few potions. Would that be acceptable?" Since the team's spiritual master was already engaged in such tasks, Sheng Nan readily agreed. "Of course, just let me know which type you need. And you can collect it from Lin Fu later." Bai Yu's heart soared with joy, unable to suppress her playful tone as she exclaimed, "I knew you were the best. Then let us head back now and see if the divine execution lord has returned." She linked her arm with Sheng Nan's. And though he frowned, he did not pull away. After the 2 walked away, the gossiping quartet emerged from the trees. He Mianmian exclaimed in astonishment, "Jiang Lanyi, I must ask, how could you, at such a young age, be so blind? How on earth did you end up with a man like him? Who knows?" Jiang Lanyi replied, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Shushu, shrugging indifferently. Jiang Shushu fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Liang Yu, a rare display of irritation crossing his youthful face, mused, "What is wrong with Sheng Nan? Isn't he engaged? Why does he not reject other women or make his stance clear?" Despite having traversed 2 worlds and being relatively young, he had not encountered many complexities in interpersonal relationships. While he understood the nuances of human warmth and coldness, his view on matters between men and women still lingered in the previous world. Sheng Nan's dual approach, one in the open and one in the shadows, was a first for him. What is there to refuse? A man would not willingly turn away an opportunity, especially not from a spiritual master. It would be quite the scandal if word got out. He Mianmian perceived the situation with clarity. This man is truly wicked. Indeed, Yu, when you grow up, do ensure that you never become such a person. That's a given. What normal person would love a scoundrel? Their banter continued, lively and animated. Jiang Shushu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Lanyi, noticing that she was also observing her. Jiang Shushu thought to herself, since her cousin witnessed the confession firsthand, she would surely recognize the true nature of the scoundrel from now on. Jiang Lanyi contemplated, how fortuitous that her sister witnessed the scoundrel's true colors. It seemed she would never harbor feelings for Sheng Nan again. Their gazes inadvertently met in the air, both pausing in surprise before disdainfully turning away. Jiang Lanyi, What are your plans moving forward? Are you truly going to let this pair of dog lovers off the hook? He Mianmian approached, glancing at Jiang Shushu instinctively. Though she knew well that Jiang Shushu had long since given up on Xingnan, nevertheless, she felt a twinge of apprehension while scolding him. Given her past infatuation with him was common knowledge. Let them go. How could that be possible? Zhang Lanyi replied in a low voice. He Mianmian's eyes brightened at this topic, intrigued. What do you plan to do then? Do you need our assistance? After all, she was Shushan's cousin. Despite her previous indifference, she felt compelled to help in light of her current predicament. Moreover, teaching a scoundrel a lesson was a noble endeavor, one deserving of universal condemnation. Liang Yu joined in. Yes, if you need help, just let us know. The Interstellar Society still placed great importance on familial ties. While the abilities of combatants were somewhat independent, spiritual masters found it challenging to thrive outside their families. Though he observed that his sister and these individuals were not particularly close, they were still family. Help with what? I've worked hard to take him away. Even if I am blind, I will resolve it myself. Jiang Shushu rolled her eyes, recognizing that her cousin was not one to back down easily, and certainly would not let the matter rest. Considering her past actions, it was evident that she was quite clever and did not require anyone else's assistance. If we're talking about blindness, that applies to others. I refuse to acknowledge my own. Jiang Lanyi also rolled her eyes, then turned to He Mianmian and Liang Yu with a soft smile. Thank you both, but I wish to handle this myself. He Mianmian clearly observed the subtle exchanges between the two sisters and understood the underlying tension. After arguing for so long, it was evident they had engaged in a futile debate. She cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Lanyi, the once triumphant now rendered a failure. Perhaps you should annul the engagement, otherwise it will be too painful to see him. Jiang Lanyi contemplated but remained silent, shifting the topic. What are you all planning to do now? He Mianmian and Liang Yu exchanged a glance before turning to Jiang Shushu. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Shushu spoke. We need to capture the magical plants. Would you like to join? Naturally, they were eager to participate. Since Xingnan and Baiyue's departure, the jungle had been left with just the three of them. Jiang Shushu contemplated for a moment and decided against changing locations, preparing to continue her search for the water spray trees. There are quite a few water spray trees over here. Look, the one to the left is right there. Liang Yu pointed out. The water spray tree on the left remained tranquil, devoid of any droplets on its branches. Had it not been for Liang Yu's extensive knowledge, they might have overlooked it. Jiang Shushu promptly retrieved her water bottle filled with spiritual spring water from the previous day, directing the Shirshan sword to meander in the direction of the water spray tree. The intelligence of these magical plants was akin to that of humans, far surpassing the foolishness of the previous batch. As soon as the Shirshan sword ascended, it sensed danger, and several robust vines lunged towards it. Fortunately, the Shirshan sword evaded just in time and retaliated by splashing the spiritual spring water towards the vines. The vines offered no resistance. Upon contact with the spiritual spring water, they immediately shrank and fell silent, a process that left Jiang Lanyi, witnessing it for the first time, gasping in astonishment. What kind of elixir is this? Why is its effect so potent? Jiang Lanyi inquired. He Mianmian replied, This is the purification potion refined by Shushu. Its efficacy is indeed remarkable. Jiang Lanyi ceased speaking, narrowing her eyes at He Mianmian. Is this what you call remarkable? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Why do you disagree? Jiang Lanyi chose to remain silent, frustrated by their tendency to misinterpret her words. She turned to Jiang Shushu, asking, Sister, how is this elixir made? Can you teach me? The process is the same as refining the usual purification potion. The potency varies with the individual, and as for why it is so powerful, I cannot say. Jiang Shushu explained. It wasn't that she wished to keep it a secret. Aside from Xiaojiu, no one knew the method of refining the spiritual spring water. And even if she wanted to teach, she wouldn't know where to begin. This response mirrored what she had told He Mianmian earlier, leaving them to fill in the blanks themselves. Indeed, Jiang Lanyi began to speculate, assuming that even the creator could not comprehend the elixir's strength, attributing it to innate talent. With this thought, she felt a mix of envy and disappointment. She envied the innate superiority over acquired skills, but was disheartened by the realization that she could never attain such prowess in her lifetime. The effects of the spiritual spring water were evident, swiftly purifying the magical plants of their sentience. The trio worked harmoniously to locate medicinal plants, with Jiang Lanyi following suit, discovering alongside them the properties of these herbs. However, The water spray tree this time did not share the fortune of the previous one. Jiang Shushu felled it with the Shirshan sword and unceremoniously tossed it into her spatial storage for Xiao Jiao to absorb. There were several more around the periphery of this jungle, and Liang Yuyu led them in clearing all of them. After eavesdropping on Sheng Nan and Bai Yue's conversation, Jiang Shushu began to ponder. Coupled with an encounter with a scoundrel, the awkward tension between her and Jiang Lanyi dissipated. And when Jiang Lanyi expressed her intention to wait a couple more days for a resolution, Jiang Shushu devised a plan in her heart. Today marked the third day since Sheng Nan had borrowed the Shirshan sword, and Jiang Shushu decided to conclude her work early, issuing a string of instructions to the Shirshan sword to return to Sheng Nan's combat team. Sheng Nan had been waiting for quite some time, his gaze dark and heavy as he glanced at Bai Yue for what felt like the umpteenth time. The two had only spent a brief moment in this secluded jungle before returning, for the sake of the Shirshan sword. He had suppressed the urge to push her away and had allowed her to cling to his arm as they returned to the combat zone. He remembered how the warriors had looked at them, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. He understood their thoughts. Bai Yue's status was indeed far inferior to Jiang Lanyi's. Yet she had one advantage. She had successfully won over the Shirshan sword. As long as Bai Yue was present, there would always be a chance for the Shirshan sword to remain in his combat team. Bai Yue felt a surge of anxiety. She had finally managed to draw closer to Sheng Nan, yet now the Shirshan sword seemed intent on causing trouble. According to past experiences, it should have returned by now. Just when Bai Yue was about to lose hope, a small black appeared on the horizon, growing larger and resembling a sword. Sheng Nan hurriedly instructed Lin Fu to activate the defense shield. Moments later, the Shirshan sword arrived, swirling around Bai Yue several times. After contemplating for a moment, she exclaimed excitedly to Sheng Nan, get ready quickly. The Shirshan sword says it has brought back a vast number of magical beasts. The Shirshan sword hovered in the air, momentarily stunned by her words, nearly falling. This crazy woman's interpretation is rather far-fetched, Sheng Nan remarked, approaching her, his expression brightening. Really? Did the Shirshan sword truly say that? Rest assured, I have prepared almost everything on my end. Just as he finished speaking, sounds emerged from the jungle, the branches and leaves shaking violently. Sheng Nan held his breath, his tension palpable as the rustling approached the jungle's edge. In the next moment, 7 or 8 magical beasts rushed out. Sheng Nan and Bai Yue were filled with joy, their eyes glued to the jungle, anticipating even more to emerge. However, the previously rustling jungle fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, Sheng Nan asked,
Lin Fu er good.
The warriors were puzzled, having readied themselves for battle, eager to engage, only to be met with this. Sheng Nan turned to Bai Yue. Did you not say there would be many magical beasts? Yes, that's what the Shirshan sword said. Jiang Lanyi stammered, her last words phrased as a question. Are you asking me? You should be the one inquiring. Sheng Nan's face darkened, his patience wearing thin, no longer possessing the gentle restraint he had shown during their earlier conversation. Bai Yue, feeling the pressure, bravely asked, Shirshan sword, where are the magical beasts? The magical beasts? I was about to ask you. What I meant was, these are the only magical beasts there are. Seeing the confusion among the crowd and the need for a madwoman to clarify, the Shirshan sword simply flew above the captured magical beasts, tapping down 8 times. The meaning was crystal clear. There were 8 magical beasts. However, Bai Yue misunderstood and hurriedly stated, the Shirshan sword instructs everyone to wait. The magical beasts will be out soon. The Shirshan sword was utterly exasperated. Chapter 123. The dreaming woman. Since the Shirshan sword gained sentience, it had never felt so speechless. With such intelligence and comprehension, how could one dare to covet it? To wish to replace Jiang Shushu as its master? Such a dream was indeed far too beautiful. It could not be bothered any longer, and swiftly flew away, disappearing from sight. Sheng Nan and Lin Fu exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces. Sheng Nan frowned. Bai Yue, are you certain there are more? The Shirshan sword has already left. Bai Yue remained on tiptoe, gazing into the jungle, convinced that the Shirshan sword's implication was that there were indeed more. Perhaps it had simply returned ahead of them, instructing them to wait here. Is that so? Lin Fu regarded the jungle skeptically. It lay silent. Even the typically boisterous magical plants were unusually still.
Indeed.
They had been waiting outside for nearly a day, and the magical plants likely no longer regarded them with any suspicion. Sheng Nan's expression darkened as he faced the jungle. He was more perceptive than the other ability warriors present, his senses sharper. The jungle's periphery was filled only with magical plants. There were no magical beasts. Not even a small magical creature. His face grew increasingly grim, and he finally turned, waving his hand. "Prepare the entire team. We are returning to the base." Lin Fu said nothing, his face equally somber as he began to organize the team. Bai Yue was about to speak when Shengnan shot her a fierce glare. Had they not already embarrassed themselves enough today? All the combat teams of the illusory star were watching them, after waiting an entire day. They had only managed to capture a few magical beasts, looking like fools thanks to this foolish woman. It was not the time to unleash his frustration while being scrutinized. He would settle the score with her once they returned to the base. She had the audacity to confess her feelings to him, with no strength to speak of, and in terms of looks, she could not even compare to Jiang Shushu, let alone the exceptionally capable Lan Yi. Were it not for her connection to Lan Yi and her proximity to the Godslayer, he would have shown little inclination to engage with this woman. On the journey back, Shengnan cast not a single glance at Bai Yue. Anxiousness gripped Bai Yue. She realized she must have committed a grievous misunderstanding of the Godslayer's intentions. And Shengnan's demeanor suggested he was indeed angered. She pondered. In the past, she could rely on Jiang Lan Yi. But ever since the incident where she tended to Shengnan's wounds in the tent, Lan Yi had ceased to acknowledge her.
Now.
The only one who could assist her was the Godslayer. Resolute in her decision, as soon as she entered the encampment, she hastily sought out the divine sword. The Godslayer lay languidly within a tent, rolling about in delight. Bai Yue called out, "Godslayer, how dull it must be to play alone. May I join you? Someone wishes to play?" The Godslayer sprang into the air, circling Bai Yue several times, clearly delighted. A wave of joy surged within Bai Yue, allowing the Godslayer to frolic upon her, mimicking its movements as she leaped on the grass. When Shengnan and Lin Fu arrived, they were met with this enchanting scene. Bai Yue's laughter rang out, bright and clear. The Godslayer leaped thrice on the ground, and she followed suit, matching its rhythm. The Godslayer retreated a couple of steps and then advanced. She mirrored its movements. Upon noticing their arrival, Bai Yue's laughter grew even more melodious. "Shengnan, look how joyously the Godslayer plays. Truly, it is clever, inventing its own dance steps. Do you think we dance well together?" The divine sword, devoid of front or back, suddenly pivoted to face Shengnan, igniting a ludicrous thought in his mind. It was staring directly at him. A wave of unease washed over Shengnan, and instinctively he replied, "The Godslayer dances splendidly." Lin Fu remarked, "Is the captain bewitched? Praising a sword for its dancing? Those few hops at the tip, how can one discern dance from that? It hardly seems impressive." Unbeknownst to him, the Godslayer possessed a formidable prowess, surpassing even SS-grade beings. Shengnan, merely an S-grade, was mentally ensnared by the artifact's spiritual force. Even if he were to remain passive, the weight of its superiority was oppressive enough to compel his compliance. At that moment, Shengnan felt the pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had not intended to utter those words. He had attempted to speak yet found himself unable until he finally yielded to the pressure, and as soon as he did, the weight lifted. He was astounded, having never anticipated such overwhelming presence from the Godslayer, far beyond what he had experienced with General Yu Shao. Shengnan remained silent for a considerable time, emotions flickering in his eyes, and ultimately cast a glance at Bai Yue, who was joyously playing with the Godslayer, before turning away without a word.
Lin Fu followed,
casting a lingering glance at her, concern etched in his gaze, before he too departed. He recalled that the captain had not communicated with Miss Lan Yi all day. Yet upon his return, he was first drawn to Bai Yue. Something felt amiss. Bai Yue, ever vigilant, kept an eye on Shengnan, and when she saw his expression soften as he left, the tension that had gripped her heart finally eased. She turned back to the Godslayer, her smile even sweeter. "Godslayer, let us retreat to the tent." Lin Fu cautiously observed the still frowning Shengnan. "Captain, do you think the Godslayer spent the entire day in the jungle? Why are there so few magical beasts? What do you imply?" Shengnan's gaze darkened. "Is it possible that Miss Bai Yue misinterpreted the Godslayer's intentions?" Lin Fu pressed. "You saw it yourself. She and the Godslayer were indeed quite close." Lin Fu fell silent. Indeed, apart from Bai Yue, the Godslayer ignored everyone else, refusing even to engage with Jiang Shushu's sister. Compared to others, its demeanor toward Bai Yue was distinctly different. The Godslayer had been merrily frolicking with Bai Yue, and if this trend continued, as long as Bai Yue remained, it was likely to stay with their team. After all, it was a divine artifact, and even the marshal would not dare to defy its will. If the Godslayer remained with their team, they would eventually reap rewards akin to those achieved in Beiyuan. Shengnan caught Lin Fu's gaze, understanding his concerns, yet felt powerless. The Godslayer only favored Baiyu. Thus, they could only proceed through her. Are you suggesting that you wish for Baiyu to become a substitute for Jiang Shushu? Given Jiang Shushu's close relationship with the Godslayer, it was well known among those involved, especially Lin Fu, who had witnessed their bond during the Battle of the Second Legion. Indeed, the Godslayer is a divine artifact, and its status is exalted. It cannot rely solely on one individual, Shengnan asserted confidently. In truth, his words held merit. Divine artifacts were rare and precious in the cosmos. And even if it desired to depend on one person, the higher authorities would not acquiesce. Yet he was unaware of the Godslayer's origins and the unique sentiments it harbored for Jiang Shushu. Today marked the 4th day of the Godslayer's loan. Although Shengnan spoke not of his anxiety, it lingered within him. Upon departing in the morning, he had specifically instructed Baiyu to ensure the Godslayer procured a substantial number of magical beasts today, lest they become the subject of ridicule from other teams. Baiyu had eagerly agreed, feeling confident after her lengthy playtime with the Godslayer the previous day. Not far away, at the alchemy tent, Jiang Lani stood at the entrance, her gaze directed toward the spot where Shengnan stood. Naturally, Shengnan noticed her. He had not spoken to her all day, a behavior previously inconceivable. Observing the expectation in Lani's eyes, his heart softened, and he felt an uncontrollable urge to approach her. However, as he moved, her words from that day echoed in his mind, along with Baiyu's efforts concerning the Godslayer over the past few days. He halted, hardening his expression, and turned to lead the team onward. Behind him, Jiang Lani stood frozen for a long while, until the team vanished around a corner, her face falling in disappointment as she turned and entered the alchemy tent. Outside the jungle, Baiyu pleaded, Godslayer, today you must gather more magical beasts. Look at how the other teams are watching us. If we come back with too few, they will mock your abilities. Today, we must strive to prove ourselves and capture a significant number of magical beasts. Baiyu repeatedly urged the Godslayer, which hovered before her, gazing at its gleaming blade. She felt an overwhelming desire to grasp the hilt and wield it, yet refrained, recalling how the Godslayer had disdainfully shaken her off when her wrist accidentally brushed against it yesterday. The Godslayer remained silent until she finished her entreaty, at which point it gracefully circled the team and then elegantly darted into the jungle. Minutes later, it successfully met up with Jiang Shushu's unit. Jiang Shushu caressed the Godslayer, her face alight with joy. Godslayer, you are truly magnificent today. You arrived much faster than yesterday. The Godslayer nuzzled into her embrace, equally pleased. Today, Jiang Lani had not joined them, and the trio of divine sword wielders happily ventured to another part of the jungle, continuing their harvesting plans as they had in the preceding days. Liang Yuyu sifted through the purified magical plants, suddenly recalling something. By the way, sister, today is the 4th day, right? The Godslayer will return to our team the day after tomorrow. He was aware that each team could only borrow for 5 days. Jiang Shushu replied, not quite. According to the agreement, another team will arrive early the day after tomorrow to retrieve the Godslayer, so we will have to transfer it again. The publicity from Xichen had been remarkably effective. Nearly 90% of the combat teams on Huanqing had joined this borrowing initiative. Coincidentally, most of the teams that had once competed with Shengnan for the Godslayer on Chihan Star were present here. As for the few voluntary participants, she had not coerced them. Their choices were their own, and the outcomes were of no consequence to her. That means it will take quite a while. Mianmian's expression fell, lamenting the Godslayer's arduous journey. Arduous? Jiang Shushu twitched the corners of her mouth, casting a sidelong glance at the God-slaying sword. The blade gleamed brightly, evidently infused with considerable energy. According to Liang Yuyu, it had been quite content in Xingnan's squad. I, too, empathized with the God-slaying sword. In its quest to sustain our combat team's brethren, it had to leave its home and assume the role of a dutiful child, toiling endlessly to earn the spirit stones that were entirely bestowed upon us. Liang Yuyu tenderly caressed the God-slaying sword, recounting how he had received 2 spirit stones just the other day, which Bei Yuan claimed were hard-earned by the esteemed sword master, urging them to refrain from frugality and to swiftly enhance their abilities. The sword master had toiled tirelessly for their welfare, while the elder sister, in her relentless effort to ensure the brothers could utilize the resources as soon as possible, had stayed up day and night refining, resulting in new lines etched upon her forehead. As a spirit master, one's appearance was of utmost importance. Yet she had sacrificed so much for the sake of her comrades. Upon hearing Bei Yuan's words, the warriors were profoundly moved, each silently vowing to strive diligently. They even formed small groups to monitor one another, ready to confront any who might slack off with a thorough reprimand. In these past few days, the elder sister and the sword master had attained a status in their hearts akin to that of a second chance at life, revered as highly as parents or monarchs. It's all right, just work harder in the future. Who knows, perhaps when you grow stronger, the god-slaying sword may require your assistance, Jiang Shushu consoled, patting his shoulder and teasingly smiling. Liang Yuyu nodded earnestly. I will certainly do my utmost. In the future, I will aid the sword master and the elder sister with all my strength.
What?
If I find myself in a predicament, will you not help me? He Mian interjected, hands on her hips, pouting playfully, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement, clearly jesting. Liang Yuyu hurriedly replied, Of course I will help. Sister Mian is very important to me as well. In the past, when he Mian was in the first combat team, she had looked after him quite a bit. However, due to her infrequent participation in missions and Liang Yuyu's constant wanderings, their interactions had been limited until this task brought them closer. He Mian's carefree nature was something he greatly admired. Finally relenting, He Mian burst into laughter, her eyes shimmering like stars, her smile radiant. Jiang Shushu observed the two, their hands caked with mud as they tussled with the grass, alongside the god-slaying sword diligently sawing through the water-spraying trees. They approached life with positivity and vigor, contrasting sharply with her past self, who had suffered from social anxiety. In this lifetime, she had unexpectedly found herself surrounded by so many friends. She tilted her head back, slightly squinting as sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, dappling her cheeks, and joined them in laughter. None of the three took their playful banter to heart, unaware that soon their words would eerily manifest into reality. This time, Shengnan did not merely wait outside the war zone. He commanded the warriors to first attack the demonic plants, preparing to engage while awaiting the god-slaying sword's return. Bai Yu dared not be too conspicuous, remaining obediently by his side, sharing amusing anecdotes from her experiences and occasionally offering him the low-grade spirit fruits she had cultivated. Shengnan listened absent-mindedly, though he did not refuse the spirit fruits. Although their energy content was quite low, it was better than nothing. Besides, he feared that if he declined, Bai Yu might feel anxious and hesitate to contribute to the combat team. Shengnan maintained a calm demeanor, yet even so, Bai Yu felt entirely content. That morning, she had received materials from Lin Fu to concoct second-level spirit medicine, and Shengnan had generously provided her with several portions. It was worth noting that although she was also a spirit master in the team, the refining work had previously been exclusively assigned to Jiang Lanyi. Shengnan had even leveraged his authority to secure benefits for her, allowing her, despite being only a low-level third-tier practitioner, the opportunity to concoct higher-grade spirit medicine. Even if she did not succeed, it would still serve as invaluable experience, as both spirit and medicinal plants were exceedingly precious, each yielding several million interstellar coins. Reflecting on this, Bai Yu felt a pang of envy and resentment. Deep down, she scoffed, thinking that Jiang Lanyi merely had the advantage of a well-connected family. If it weren't for her family's indulgence, she might still be struggling to break through the mental barrier. Perhaps all she lacked was a good family. However, with Shengnan by her side, her opportunities for growth would undoubtedly increase. The god-slaying sword returned late, this time bringing back 2 additional demonic ancient creatures. Shengnan felt quite satisfied. Indeed, Bai Yu's words had borne fruit. Chapter 124. You assist this one, yet receive this in return. Upon its return, the god-slaying sword expressed its joy by circling around Bai Yu. Bai Yu, beginning to grasp the sword's manner of expressing affection, joined in the circling. Look, Shengnan, it enjoys playing with me so much. Unlike humans, the divine sword shows its fondness by spinning around, she proclaimed proudly. Lin Fu, perplexed, noted. But didn't the sword master circle around the entire team several times this morning? Bai Yu's expression stiffened, a hint of anger flickering in her eyes.
Lin Fu, what do you mean by that?
I know you harbor ill feelings towards me, but you cannot simply fabricate lies. Anyone can see that the sword master favors me the most.
I meant to say.
Lin Fu attempted to clarify, suggesting that the god-slaying sword's way of showing affection might not solely be through circling, but he was cut off by Bai Yu. Shengnan, are you not going to intervene? Or shall I assume that henceforth, the task of communicating with the sword master will rest solely upon Lin Fu? She pouted, casting a pitiful glance at Shengnan. Shengnan frowned, glancing at Lin Fu to signal him to remain silent. Lin Fu, feeling aggrieved, could only retreat with a resigned expression. The entire team returned to their station for a period of rest. Shengnan quickly spotted Jiang Lani standing outside, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him with an almost dazed expression. Bai Yu, trailing behind him, noticed as well, her mind racing as she linked her arm through Shengnan's. Shengnan, come with me. I shall teach you how to communicate with the sword master. Shengnan hesitated for a moment, casting another glance at Jiang Lani before following Bai Yu. Lin Fu felt a pang of frustration. Bai Yu was truly insidious. She was deliberately attempting to separate the captain from Miss Lani. Observing the melancholy settling upon Jiang Lani's face, he hurried forward, saying, Miss Lani, the captain has been exceptionally busy these past few days due to matters regarding the sword master. His discussions with Miss Bai Yu are not meant to disregard you. I understand that you are busy. I am of no help, so I shall return to my alchemy, Jiang Lani replied, forcing a faint smile before turning somberly to retreat into the tent. Lin Fu sighed heavily, ultimately departing. The god-slaying sword reveled in its time within Shengnan's squad, feeling anything but lonely, as Bai Yu entertained and accompanied it, the entire team lavishing it with praise. It was free to pursue its whims and, in moments of enthusiasm, even coaxed Bai Yu into attempting somersaults. Though Bai Yu was not particularly strong, she was still an ability user. She endured the curious gazes of nearby warriors and followed the god-slaying sword in tumbling across the open area of the station. The following day marked the 5th day since the god-slaying sword had joined the team. Shengnan stood at the forest's edge, allowing Bai Yu to engage in further communication with the sword master before leading the warriors back into battle against the demonic plants. As was customary, the god-slaying sword sought out Jiang Shushu first. It nuzzled in her embrace for a moment before leaping into Liang Yuyu's arms, relishing the gentle strokes from him, and he mian along its blade, emitting a soothing low hum. Seeing it every day, one couldn't help but wonder how the god-slaying sword could be so affectionate. Jiang Shushu turned her gaze toward the distance. This time, it was a new forest that Liang Yuyu had discovered. Over the past few days, they had nearly exhausted the water-spraying trees along the outskirts of the nearby forest, and the demonic plants had been uprooted, leaving behind a multitude of pits. The climate on planet Mirage No. 5 was exceptionally favorable for plant life. It wouldn't be long before a plethora of demonic plants sprouted anew. As the thought crossed her mind, she entertained the notion of saturating them with spirit spring water, pondering whether it could facilitate Little Nine's ascension by 2 levels. However, this idea was promptly intercepted by Little Nine, its voice rising in alarm within Jiang Shushu's mind. Master, please refrain from such recklessness. If you deplete the spirit spring water, I shall have to expend energy to condense it anew. What use is it to bring in demonic plants if the energy transformed is utilized in the production of spirit spring water? You obtain demonic plants through spirit spring water, yet in the end, all you have is spirit spring water. What significance does that hold? It appears that Xiao Zhou was thoroughly frightened, to the extent of uttering such a lengthy monologue. Jiang Shushu found it somewhat amusing. She had merely been contemplating and had no intentions of acting on it. Once the God Slayer had indulged in enough intimacy with them, Jiang Shushu resorted to her usual method, binding a bottle to the hilt of her sword to purify the demonic plants ahead of them before entering the jungle. Following the established protocol, the 3 of them dispersed to search for usable spiritual herbs, each heading in a different direction. Jiang Shushu deftly sifted through the purified demonic plants, seeking any valuable spiritual herbs to cultivate in her space, as Xiao Zhou had informed her that post-upgrade, the space would undergo significant changes, with a considerable increase in the area of the spiritual soil. She planned to cultivate various types of spiritual plants within, thereby eliminating the need to spend interstellar currency on seeds in the future. As for the water-spraying trees, only a few would suffice in the space. Digging them up was laborious and space-consuming, so these were simply felled by the God Slayer and tossed into the space for Xiao Zhou to absorb. Upon completing their tasks, the God Slayer returned to Shengnan, where Bai Yu had been waiting anxiously. The God Slayer's sword whistled as it flew out from the depths, followed by a small group of demonic ancient creatures, numbering around 10. Bai Yu was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Ah, Lord God Slayer, you are magnificent. To have captured so many demonic ancient creatures, I am utterly delighted." She tugged at Shengnan's sleeve, her eyes filled with pride. "See, I was not mistaken. Previously, Lord Godslayer and we were merely unfamiliar, yet now that familiarity has bred willingness to assist us." Shengnan smiled and nodded. Although the number of demonic ancient creatures was not particularly large, based on their previous operational cycles, they could indeed be hunted. However, with the God-Slayer sword as their forerunner, who wouldn't aspire to become the next Baiyuan team? With Baiyu present, hope remained. Sheng Nan, feeling pleased, instructed the kitchen staff to prepare some simple meals and procure fine wine for a modest celebratory feast in honor of Baiyu. Baiyu, I am immensely grateful for your care of Lord Godslayer during this period. Without you, I would have been at a loss. Allow me to toast to you in appreciation of your contributions to the 7th Combat Team. Baiyu replied, Sheng Nan, there is no need for such formalities between us. Regardless of what I do, it is out of my own volition. You know my affections for you. I seek no title, and I care not for such things. As long as I can remain by your side. Outside the tent, Lin Fu felt awkward and wished to interrupt the conversation between the captain and Baiyu. However, as he took a step forward, he was halted by Jiang Lani. Her expression was neither displeased nor angry, adorned in a sleeveless, white gown that cascaded to the ground. Her figure strikingly elegant, akin to a blooming flower, delicate yet resilient. Lin Fu could not bear to witness further, as Miss Lani had made an effort to reconcile with the captain, only to overhear the scene. What girl could endure witnessing her fiancé flirting with another? Miss Lani, please allow me to enter and report to the captain, Lin Fu said, his demeanor frustrated as he listened to the increasingly explicit conversation inside. Cursing Baiyu's ancestors in his heart, Jiang Lani paused for a moment, then sighed softly. Lin, it is not necessary. In truth, I had no urgent matters to discuss with your captain. Since he is preoccupied, I shall take my leave. She cast a lingering glance at the tent, revealing a bittersweet smile before turning to depart. Lin Fu stood rooted, glancing between the illuminated gaps of the tent and the retreating figure of Jiang Lani, stamping his foot in frustration, yet feeling powerless to act. Before long, the night passed. Today was the day to hand over the Godslayer sword to the next combat team, which consisted of personnel from the 3rd Corps of the Shihuang Star, familiar acquaintances. To signify the importance of the artifact, the captain of the 15th team made a point to arrive early for the reception. Lin Fu did not dare to be negligent, and since it was merely a brief greeting with the captain, there was no need for excessive formality. He led them directly to Xing Nan's tent.
On the way,
they encountered Jiang Lanyi descending from the spaceship, and the captain of the 15th team greeted her warmly, inviting her to visit their team whenever she had the time. Jiang Lanyi reciprocated with polite pleasantries and accompanied them to the exterior of Xing Nan's tent. Without waiting for Lin Fu to speak, Jiang Lanyi stepped forward and opened the military tent's entrance. The technology of the Interstellar era was quite advanced, and the tent door possessed mental recognition capabilities. On her first day on the illusory star, Sheng Nan had integrated Jiang Lanyi's mental power into the system, allowing her to easily pull the tent open and step inside, cheerfully calling out, Sheng Nan, are you still in bed? Who is this visitor from the 15th team? Her voice was abruptly silenced. The next moment, a nearly naked woman burst forth, clutching her clothing to shield her face, colliding with Lin Fu and the captain of the 15th team as she fled hastily. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes trailing after the white figure, their minds occupied with a singular thought.
Wow.
Who would have thought to witness such a scene so early in the morning? What a thrill! Before they could fully process it, the sound of Jiang Lanyi's distraught cries echoed from within the tent. Sheng Nan, how could you dare to do such a thing behind my back? Baiyu is my closest friend. How could you conspire with my dearest sister to betray me? Who does not relish such scandalous news? Especially when the one fleeing was Baiyu. Save for Lin Fu, everyone present pricked up their ears, listening intently, their hearts stirring with disbelief. One was an ability user with a fiancé, and the other was a spiritual master. On Shihuang Star, there were 5 major corps, each comprising over 20 small teams, and the number of young female spiritual masters was likely no more than 50 or 60. In the interstellar realm, spiritual masters were rare and held in high esteem, with the powerful priding themselves on marrying or being wed to spiritual masters. This meant that even if the sources of spiritual masters were not widely shared, at least half of the team leaders would have to settle for ordinary individuals. Now, Sheng Nan had, astonishingly, occupied 2 positions reserved for spiritual masters, both of whom were stunningly beautiful spiritual herb masters, causing the captain of the 15th team to instantly redden with envy. This is utterly unfair. Even if Li Shengnan is the rising star of the 2nd Corps, cherished by General Yu Shao, he should not behave this way. He stepped into the tent, pushing the naked Shengnan back down onto the bed, who was just preparing to soothe Jiang Lanyi. "Shengnan, what do you intend to do? Having committed such a transgression, you wish to rise without donning any clothing? Are you attempting to disgust Miss Lanyi, or merely acting out of shame and anger?" Jiang Lanyi gazed at Shengnan in disbelief, exclaiming, "Shengnan, do you intend to strike me?" Shengnan, held back by the captain of the 15th team, desperately wanted to stand but could not, as the tent was now filled with personnel from the 3rd Corps. After all, he was also a captain. It would not be appropriate for them to witness his nakedness. He could only stretch his neck to peer through the gaps in the crowd, striving to convey sincerity through his gaze to Jiang Lanyi. "Lanyi, do not listen to his nonsense. It is not what it seems. I am innocent. You must allow me to explain." Indeed, he had shared drinks with Bai Yu the previous night, but he had remained sober while she had become inebriated. When she drunkenly attempted to seduce him, he had rejected her, and she had cried pitifully, refusing to don her clothing. He had thought it unkind to cast her out in her state of undress. So he relented and allowed her to stay in the tent. As for how his own clothes had vanished, he truly did not know, only certain that nothing had transpired between them. Tears still lingered on Jiang Lanyi's face as she struggled to suppress her fury. "Then, explain yourself. Lanyi, do not overthink this. What did you say?" Shengnan's words faltered suddenly. Explain? How could he explain? Was he to recount the entire sequence of events? Truthfully, he preferred not to. Furrowing his brow, Shengnan said, "Lanyi, I can clarify, but there are too many people here. Can we speak privately?" The captain of the 15th team laughed coldly. "Are you afraid of being found out for your actions? Did you not claim to be innocent? Then explain how you two ended up naked together without doing anything." He turned to Jiang Lanyi. "Miss Lanyi, can you trust such a statement?" Fury ignited within Shengnan. What is wrong with this person? Have I ever provoked him? Jiang Lanyi's eyes were brimming with tears as she stubbornly gazed at Shengnan. The captain of the 15th team was indeed correct. If you truly had done nothing wrong, why must you seek to change the venue for your explanation? Observing Shengnan's furious countenance, rendered speechless, what more was there to comprehend? Her heart ached as she confronted Shengnan, exclaiming, "I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Our prolonged Cold War over these past days was instigated by you, wasn't it? You intended for me to initiate the breakup to facilitate your union with her, didn't you? I initially believed I had caused your displeasure. My ineptitude in uttering sweet words led me to dedicate myself to concocting elixirs that could aid you, hoping this would quell your anger. I had no inkling that your silence was merely a ploy for me to withdraw. Very well, Shengnan, I shall grant you your wish. I will no longer impede your happiness. With Captain 15th and the soldiers present, please bear witness. From this moment forth, my engagement to Shengnan is hereby annulled." Jiang Lanyi retrieved a bottle of medicine from her spatial pouch, a rare 3rd-tier elixir that had taken her 3 days to refine, initially crafted to bring him joy, but now deemed unnecessary. With a swift motion, she hurled it to the ground, where it shattered with a resounding crack, releasing a cloud of fragrant powder that filled the tent. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, while Captain 15th's eyes reddened further. That was a 3rd-tier elixir. How could Miss Lanyi waste it so recklessly? One could only surmise the depth of her sorrow. Yet, Shengnan's furious gaze fixed upon Jiang Lanyi, his heart racing and his mental state teetering on the brink of chaos. Disregarding everything, he strained against Captain 15th's grip, yearning to rush toward Jiang Lanyi. "Miss Lanyi, you must flee. I fear he has lost his sanity and may attempt to harm you. I will hold him back. You must seek assistance," Captain 15th shouted, showing no concern for escalating the situation. Shengnan's face turned an alarming shade of purple as he screamed, "Do not leave. You cannot leave." His muscles tensed ominously, his very demeanor suggesting the imminent unleashing of his abilities. Lin Fu, seeing no alternative, joined the others in restraining him and exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Lanyi. With the situation spiraling out of control, it was imperative for Miss Lanyi to depart to allow the captain to regain his composure. Jiang Lanyi's expression shifted, biting her lip in panic as she dashed out. She sprinted to the first combat team, calling out to Jiang Feng and Jiang Shushu from a distance, "Uncle, sister, help me. Shengnan wants to kill me." Chapter 126, a juicy, sweet scandal. Jiang Lanyi, tears streaming down her face and her dress torn, fell to her knees before Jiang Feng and Jiang Shushu, sobbing. This morning, the captain of the 15th Army sought out Shengnan for an exchange with the Lord of God's Lairs, only to witness Bai Yu emerge from his tent in the nude. The 15th captain spoke out against him, and Shengnan, in a fit of rage, sought to attack and kill him, with even several powerful abilities unable to restrain him. The Northern Yuan and others were outside, gathering their forces. With their keen senses, they quickly picked up on Jiang Lanyi's unrestrained cries, causing immediate chaos as they imagined various scenarios unfolding.
What absurdity was this?
Bai Yu had been in bed with Xingnan, witnessed by members of the Third Army. Fearing that this scandal would spread, Xingnan sought to silence her. Si Chun was the first to react, his excitement palpable. He had long held disdain for that scoundrel Xingnan, who had orchestrated the borrowing of the Lord of God's layers, leading to their current predicament. As he pondered the opportunity to teach him a lesson, he stepped forward to assist Jiang Lanyi, adopting a righteous demeanor. As a powerful ability user and the commander of the combat team, it is Xingnan's duty to protect spiritual masters who would dare to threaten them. Rest assured, Miss Lanyi, we shall apprehend him at once. With that, he exchanged a glance with Ling Jun and Bai Yuan. Ling Jun, appearing indifferent, nodded in agreement. By imperial decree, any soldier daring to lay hands on a spiritual master shall face imprisonment on Prison Star for a century, and if the situation is as described, they need not return to Su Huang Star, but can be sent directly to Prison Star. Jiang Lanyi remained silent. Jiang Feng and Jiang Shushu exchanged glances with Bai Yuan and Si Chen, who all shared a knowing look. There had to be some underlying grudge. They would not believe otherwise. The crowd fell silent, with Jiang Feng reflecting on the downfall of his former son-in-law, feeling a mix of emotions. Jiang Shushu contemplated how to turn Ling Jun's statement into an undeniable truth. After all, one could not solely rely on Jiang Lanyi's account. Bai Yuan and Si Chen exchanged glances, and the two promptly decided to head to the 7th Combat Team, making a grand spectacle of their approach. Bai Yuan selected a few trusted soldiers to accompany him, and the large group marched out of their encampment. The formation was as follows. First row, Bai Yuan, Ling Jun.
Si Chen.
Second row, He Mianmian, Jiang Shushu, Jiang Feng, Jiang Lanyi, Liang Yuyu. Third row, Xingbao squad, trusted soldiers. As it was still early and many combat teams were at breakfast, Bai Yuan led the group on an extensive detour, passing by the encampments of other teams while loudly discussing Xingnan's behavior. Did you hear? Captain Xingnan was found in bed with Bai Yu this morning. Is that true? I heard Captain Xingnan had a fiancée, a powerful spiritual pharmacist. How did he end up with Bai Yu? It must be true. I heard he was willing to kill his own fiancée for Bai Yu. We're going to capture him now. Similar conversations echoed at various encampments, piquing the curiosity of breakfasting soldiers who could not resist the allure of such a scandalous tale. Upon reaching the 7th Combat Team, their soldiers, still outdoors and bewildered, mistook Bai Yuan and Si Chen's arrival as a potential confrontation and stood up, abandoning their bowls. Seeing this, Si Chen's eyes sparkled with mischief as he stepped forward, cheerfully stating, "Your captain sent a communication stating there was an issue with the exchange between the 15th team and the Lord of God's layers, and he asked me to bring a team to investigate." Several soldiers hesitated, glancing back at their familiar faces among the crowd. Realizing they were on their own turf, they reluctantly lowered their defenses and allowed the group to enter. As they approached Xingnan's tent, they overheard Lin Fu's furious voice from inside. "Captain 15th, what do you intend to do? Release our captain at once. If you don't, I will call for the brothers outside." The soldiers of the 7th Combat Team were taken aback, quickly pushing the door open to rush in. "Lin Fu, what has happened?" What greeted them left them utterly dumbfounded. Their captain was sprawled beneath a pile of men, his face flushed and contorted, while Lin Fu hovered above him, his clothes disheveled and his eyes reddened with urgency. Others were entangled, attempting to restrain the two, and amid the chaos, Xingnan was fully exposed, devoid of even his undergarments. The scene was so chaotic it resembled a scandalous debacle. As the realization dawned upon them, their expressions transformed in horror as they attempted to rush forward to pull the 15th captain's men away, only to be intercepted. Si Chen, with a glint in his eye, stood before them, his voice booming as if amplified. "Oh my, what is going on here? Xingnan, how is it that you find yourself naked beneath a pile of men? Are you alright? I understand that you young people enjoy your pastimes, but one must not indulge recklessly. It is imperative to cherish one's own health. What nonsense are you spewing, Si? When did I ever engage in such frivolities with him? That scoundrel has lost his mind. He just attempted to use his powers against us. Hurry up and come help me subdue him." Captain 15 cursed vehemently, irate at the audacity of attempting to slander Xingnan. Yet, he could not condone dragging a staunch heterosexual into the mess. The mere thought was utterly revolting. Shengnan strained to lift his head, his crimson eyes sweeping over the individuals before him, radiating an aura of fury and menace. However, just as he managed to raise his gaze, he was met with a sharp flick to the forehead from the crouching sea, which momentarily stunned him, dispersing the violent energy he had been gathering. What expression is that? Shengnan? Do you wish to bring about our demise? Have you even considered whether you possess the ability to do so? Captain 15 scoffed, recognizing that Shengnan, despite being the favored prodigy of the Second Legion, was merely a result of rapid cultivation rather than extraordinary talent. General Yu Shao held him in high regard solely due to his perceived enlightenment. In the eyes of these seasoned S-class powerhouses, no matter how favored one might be, it remained an internal affair of the Second Legion. What audacity could a freshly minted S-class display before them? They would not hesitate to strike him down if provoked. Because of C's loud outburst, the other soldiers in Xingnan's squad were drawn over, and upon witnessing the scene, they erupted in fury. How dare you, First Combat Team? We graciously allowed your entry, and yet you dare to strike our captain? The entire assembly surged forward, hostility palpable as the atmosphere grew tense. Chapter 127. A small revenge first. Despite Captain 15 and Bei Yuan's limited numbers, they were elite warriors, one of whom was the legendary royal envoy Ling Jun, summoned from the imperial capital. Just the mention of his name instilled trepidation. Furthermore, although Xingnan's team was larger, their morale was lacking, with several members secretly hesitant to risk their safety for Xingnan. At that moment, Jiang Feng stepped forward. His demeanor was grim as he scanned the faces before him, his gaze drifting to the crowd beyond the defensive shield. He paused momentarily before fixing his stern gaze on Xingnan, his voice resonating with authority. Xingnan, you are betrothed to my Jiang family, yet you clandestinely cavorted with Bai Yu, and this morning, my niece Lani caught you in bed with her. My Jiang family valued you and treated you sincerely, yet you have committed such an ungrateful act. Jiang Feng's tone, though not loud, carried an unmistakable clarity. As a member of the esteemed Jiang clan, he was the only one present entitled to defend Jiang Lani. He cast a disdainful glance at Shengnan, who lay on the ground, C firmly restraining him. This scoundrel who dared to break off an engagement, had he not been lacking in strength, I would have seized the opportunity to end him long ago. However, it is not too late now. Upon hearing his words, everyone present, save for Lin Fu, stood in shock, unable to believe their ears. Their captain, who had been infatuated with Miss Lan Yi to the point of fulfilling her every request, had sought out another woman? For reasons unknown, fragments of recent events swirled in their minds. They recalled Miss Lan Yi running away in tears, the captain pursuing her in the nude, purportedly due to a dispute with Bai Yu. Moreover, whenever they departed or returned, Miss Lan Yi would always be there, smiling as she bid them farewell or welcomed them back. Yet their captain had barely acknowledged her, engrossed in conversation with Miss Bai Yu. Had the captain long desired to end things with Miss Lan Yi? Had he sought to ignore her, forcing Miss Lan Yi to initiate a separation? This line of thought clarified the inexplicable occurrences of late, and the team members regarded Shengnan with complex expressions. Yet, Shengnan, under the weight of their accusatory gazes, felt as though he might lose his sanity. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Seeing Jiang Lanyi's heartbroken expression caused him immense pain, and he struggled desperately to free himself from C's grasp, yet he remained pinned to the ground, unable to rise. The military tent was too cramped to accommodate everyone, and Shengnan had already been dragged outside to a more open space. As Jiang Lanyi emerged from the crowd, biting her lip, and approached to within a meter of Shengnan, all present could clearly see the reluctance and anguish in her eyes, which quickly transformed into determination and resolve. This shift hinted at what was to come. Sure enough, in the next moment, she turned to face the crowd, her expression one of sorrow and resolution. I implore all powerful individuals present to bear witness. Today, in light of our engagement, I personally witnessed Xingnan in bed with a spirit master Bai Yu. Not only has he betrayed me, but he has also brought grave humiliation upon my Jiang family. Therefore, I declare that from this day forth, my engagement to Xingnan is hereby annulled. Her words were deliberate, each syllable resonating with strength. As soon as she finished speaking, Xingnan's struggles intensified. Jiang Shushu immediately stepped forward to embrace Jiang Lani, gently patting her back and offering words of comfort. Dear, you still have us. Jiang Lanyi's shoulders stiffened momentarily. Her gaze lowered to conceal her emotions. Jiang Shushu, not overly concerned with her sister's reaction, had no intention of merely offering solace. She turned her gaze to their father. her previously gentle demeanor transforming into one of indignation. "Father, are you not going to defend your family from this injustice? Just look at how heartbroken your daughter is." Her choice of direction was impeccable, as it faced all those present, including those beyond the defensive shield. Everyone bore witness to the two delicate yet striking spirit masters. One on the verge of tears, appearing fragile as a flower in the wind, while the other radiated indignation and sorrow, despite her slender frame. They seemed in dire need of assistance, and the bond between the sisters was evident, contradicting rumors of their discord. When one was wronged, the other was quick to protect her, unafraid even of S-class warriors. This display of sisterly love was indeed moving. The onlookers, powerful as they were, sighed inwardly. Initially, they had contemplated mediating the situation, but upon witnessing the sisters' plight, they deemed it best to refrain from intervening in what was clearly a family matter. The soldiers of Xingnan's team exchanged conflicted glances, acutely aware that their captain's humiliation reflected poorly on them. Yet, when pressed, it was undeniable that their captain had acted unjustly. Miss Lan Yi was a paragon of virtue, of noble status. She was beautiful, gentle, and kind, never holding herself above the lower-tier warriors. Regardless of whether they suffered physical or mental distress, she would always be the first to offer her healing potions. How could their captain have been so blind as to pursue another woman? The team members found themselves increasingly leaning towards Jiang Lan Yi, and by the time Zhang Feng led the Xingbao team to confront Sheng Nan, not a single person stepped forward to intervene. Sheng Nan struggled desperately, but Xi's superior strength held him down, rendering him unable to move, only able to emit muffled groans of pain. His gaze, filled with venom, was fixed on Jiang Shushu and Zhang Feng, the hatred in his eyes nearly overwhelming. Observing this, Zhang Feng intensified his assault, landing several blows to Xingnan's face. After just a few punches, Xingnan's face swelled considerably, and his eyes became obscured by dark circles. The hatred had transformed into a complete inability to see. Jiang Shushu gently held Jiang Lan Yi, her gaze cold as she watched Sheng Nan being pummeled. Just a small taste of revenge, and he cannot endure it? Regardless of the circumstances, Sheng Nan remained the captain of the Second Legion, and Zhang Feng and the others could not afford to be too harsh. After giving him a sound thrashing, they took their leave. The other teams, not daring to linger, quietly withdrew as well. To downplay the situation, one could say it was merely due to Xingnan's scandalous private life, but on a larger scale, it represented the tensions between legions. Staying any longer would only invite unwarranted entanglements and repercussions. Meanwhile, upon returning to the encampment, Jiang Shushu abruptly shoved her younger sister away from her embrace. The tender expression that had graced her features moments before vanished without a trace, replaced by a look of disdain as she brushed off her hands. Jiang Lan Yi, too, stood a little further away, her face devoid of warmth, merely tidying her rumpled, elegant dress. It was as if they were strangers, each absorbed in their own world, deliberately avoiding one another's gaze. The estrangement between them stood in stark contrast to the familial affection they had just displayed. Xichen observed this with a bemused click of his tongue. Jiang Shushu, had you both behaved like this earlier, you might have been accused of stirring up trouble after confronting Xingnan. Chapter 128. Both are actors earlier, while at Xingnan's side, Xichen was nearly moved by Jiang Shushu's display of sisterly protection, believing for a moment that she was indifferent to the grievances inflicted upon her by Shengnan and Jiang Lanyi. However, upon witnessing their mutual disdain, he realized it had all been an act. He had almost been deceived. Jiang Lanyi ignored Xichen's presence, haughtily snorting before approaching Jiang Feng with a slight smile. "Uncle, with Shengnan around, I cannot return to the 7th Combat Team. During my time here on Huanqing, I can only seek refuge with you." Huanqing resembled a hunting ground for humanity, with a temperate climate ideal for the growth of magical plants and small magical beasts. The Empire had established a planetary defense shield to protect this area, allowing only hunting teams and mercenary groups to enter. Jiang Lanyi's family would find it cumbersome to assemble a team to retrieve her, especially as they were currently preoccupied and unable to spare anyone. Upon hearing Jiang Lanyi's request, Jiang Feng was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Beiyuan, who frowned and reluctantly nodded in agreement. In the interstellar realm, spiritual practitioners held a prestigious status, and as soldiers, they were obliged to offer them support and assistance under any circumstances. Once he saw the captain's consent, Jiang Feng nodded. "Very well. You shall reside with your sister for the time being." "No, no." Jiang Shushu's protest was almost simultaneous, with another voice. She turned to see Jiang Lani looking at her with open irritation, her expression a mix of resistance and grievance. Jiang Shushu was momentarily taken aback, then exasperatedly amused. Jiang Lani had come to her for help and sought vengeance, yet now she was feeling wronged merely at the suggestion of living together? Even if Jiang Lani's engagement to Shengnan was as she suspected, Jiang Shushu had no intention of indulging her. With a cold laugh, she replied, Jiang Lani, you must comprehend your current predicament. Do you truly believe you possess the power to choose? You will follow whatever arrangements the elders make. Jiang Lani fell silent, her eyes reflecting a flicker of light, as if a complex emotion was brewing within her, enveloping her in a profound sadness that elicited sympathy from onlookers. Truly, she was a master of theatrics, a delicate flower worthy of an Academy Award. Jiang Shushu rolled her eyes, accustomed to her sister's swift changes in demeanor, and chose to ignore her further, addressing Beiyuan directly. Captain, please allow Jiang Lani to stay in my room. I shall share accommodations with Mian. Upon hearing this, Mian quickly interjected, Captain, I have no objections. The two had only shared a room for the first couple of days since their arrival on Huanqing, and once the encampment was organized, they would each have their own quarters. The prospect of engaging in late-night conversations with her dear friend filled Mian with delight. Seeing that they had reached an agreement, Beiyuan nodded in acquiescence. Due to the matter concerning Jiang Lani and Shengnan, the handover of the god-slaying sword would be postponed until the following day. The sword had returned with them, currently having fun playing with Liang Yuyu. Beiyuan pondered for a moment, noting that it was already noon, and decided to prepare lunch before taking the god-slaying sword out for a hunt in the afternoon. As for the three spiritual practitioners in the team, he cast a glance at Jiang Lani, who stood alone at the edge of the group. Clearly disinterested in integrating with them, Beiyuan chose to feign ignorance and turn to assign tasks to the others, leaving the matter of Jiang Lani to Ling Jun and Si Chen, as he preferred not to provoke any further annoyance. Due to the god-slaying sword's temporary absence, the combat team had been relatively calm, approaching the hunting endeavors with a sense of ease, free from anxiety or stress. After all, the assistance provided by the god-slaying lord in previous days had been more than sufficient. Boldly speaking, it had even surpassed the total monthly harvest of 5 legions combined. Once Beiyuan cheerfully moved away, Jiang Lani exchanged a glance with Jiang Shushu before greeting Jiang Feng, allowing herself to be led to her designated quarters. Jiang Shushu approached Ling Jun, inquiring, Ling Jun, how is your investigation progressing? Is there a possibility of sending Shengnan to Prison Star? When they had taken Jiang Lani to confront Shengnan, Ling Jun had suggested that the team members inquire with those familiar with Xingnan's group to ascertain whether he had indeed attempted to harm the spiritual practitioners. Ling Jun shook his head, explaining that only Lin Fu had been present at the time, while the others had only witnessed Jiang Lani fleeing in tears. Without orders from Shengnan or Lin Fu, they had dared not approach, leaving those who truly understood the situation scarce. At this point he paused, a wry smile gracing his lips. However, while my father was seeking justice for my sister, I had a brief conversation with Captain 15. He mentioned that Shengnan had struggled violently, making it difficult to control him, while Jiang Lani had refused to leave, leading him to shout in a manner intended only to intimidate her. So, you mean to say that Shengnan had no intention of killing Jiang Lani? I could tell that Captain 15 was not lying. You need not worry, he would not dare to shield Shengnan. Of course, Captain 15 would not risk covering for him. Should he be discovered, his punishment would be as severe as Shengnan's. Moreover, he sought to borrow the god-slaying sword from this side. So, he certainly would not want to offend them. Jiang Shushu felt a tinge of regret, knowing they had been so close to dragging Shengnan down into the depths of disgrace. Well, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. As Jiang Lani entered her resting pod, the person accompanying her informed her that this was where her sister resided. She surveyed the space with an expressionless demeanor. It was not particularly large, containing only a bed and a desk, both neat and new, offering a soft and comfortable place to sit. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lani lay down on her side, inhaling the faint, familiar fragrance that enveloped her. As she closed her eyes, a scene from long ago flickered in her mind. 2 young girls stood beneath a flowering tree, one slightly taller than the other, her expression serious. Sister, you must understand your current situation. Until your talent awakens, you have no power to choose. You will follow whatever grandfather dictates. The shorter girl wore a face of grievance. Sister, you are a natural awakener. All the family's resources should rightfully be yours. But grandfather said that once I become a postnatal awakener, I will also receive resources equal to yours. Yet, sister, I do not wish to cultivate. I want to give you all the magical plants. What will happen if they divide it and I receive half? At such a tender age, she only understood the pleasures of life, knowing that her sister was the most talented among those around them. She recalled her sister's promise to take her to other planets when they grew up, to buy a grand house on every planet in the Empire and gift it to her. With such kindness from her sister, how could she possibly take anything from her? Thus, the young Jiang Lanyi had no thoughts of striving for herself, even naively telling their grandfather that it was enough for only her sister to grow strong. As cultivating was too arduous, the youthful Jiang Shushu found her lazy, spoiled younger sister amusing, unable to resist playfully pinching her delicate little nose.
No.
The idea of awakening your talents through medication was mine, and it was I who persistently urged our grandfather to procure the elixir for you. You must not become complacent.
Lanyi.
Are you aware of the vastness of the world beyond? It would be a lamentable fate for someone as beautiful as you to remain confined to this peripheral star for a lifetime. She bent down, resting her forehead against the little girl's, her tender voice imbued with joy. Sister hopes that you will accompany me on the journey toward a future illuminated by starlight. The young girl, in her innocence, nodded in agreement, not fully grasping the meaning behind her sister's words, but understanding that her sister wished for her company. And so she would gladly join her. Jiang Lanyi closed her eyes, turning over in bed, a solitary tear trailing down her cheek. Jiang Shushu, you have broken your promise. Chapter 129. Punishment from the captain in the 7th Combat Team. Lin Fu stood nervously at the lower end, too afraid to lift his head. While behind him, the ranks of all the ability warriors were lined up closely. Just as anxiety gripped his heart, Sheng Nan's cold and hoarse voice resonated from above. Who allowed Bei Yuan and the others to enter? Captain. It was Triple X. Lin Fu hurriedly stepped forward, naming a few individuals, only to inadvertently meet Sheng Nan's swollen, bloodshot gaze, causing his heart to leap in fright as he quickly averted his eyes. He could not help but curse inwardly, these fools. They usually flaunt their seniority and openly defy the captain, yet they should never have let people in without question. As if that were not enough. During the confrontation between Jiang Feng and the captain, they stood idly by, merely observing instead of assisting, even when the captain found himself at a disadvantage. He is our captain. Even if he has made mistakes, must you allow others to humiliate him? Had it not been for him being muzzled by the captain of Team 15, his temper would have led him to unleash a beating on both Jiang Feng and the bystanders. Sheng Nan's indifferent gaze fixated on the individuals Lin Fu had mentioned, all of whom were remnants from the previous captain's tenure, disgruntled with his ascendance. Instead of seeking retribution, they had colluded with outsiders to mock him. He raised his hand and with a gentle wave, unleashed a tempest of ability that hurled the individuals far away, sending them rolling across the ground before they came to a halt, collectively spitting out blood. The group, filled with trepidation, glanced at the battered Sheng Nan at the forefront. Their amusement swiftly extinguished under the pressure he exerted. I do not care for your reasons. Any who dare to allow outsiders entry without permission must accept the consequences. Sheng Nan's eyes were as cold as ice, and those under his scrutiny felt as though they were pierced by 1,000 icy blades. Lin Fu had bowed, dared not look up. He had followed Sheng Nan since his humble beginnings and knew him well. Recently, it seemed they had been embroiled in one humiliation after another, and the anger brewing within him was nearing its breaking point. Rather than lash out at himself, it would be better to vent his wrath on others. With his head lowered, he focused on his breathing, ignoring every plea for help directed at him. Let the punishment for you few be determined thus. As for the others, since they failed to come to the aid of their comrades when outsiders bullied them, a minor penalty shall suffice as a reprimand.
Lin Fu. Captain, you command.
The matter of the others is yours to handle as you see fit. After issuing his decree, Sheng Nan turned and limped away. Lin Fu waited until he vanished around a corner before exhaling deeply, casting a disappointed glance at the group. The more he looked, the angrier he became. You bunch of fools. Even if we are at a disadvantage, if you do not uphold your duty, the captain will surely make your lives miserable. And now, with the captain personally addressing the matter and in a foul mood, I dare not even attempt to mediate on your behalf. Enough, do not look at me like that. Aside from those few, each of the remaining members shall receive a thunder penalty. Do not blame me for being severe. Blame yourselves for lacking awareness. Do not sulk. It is merely a thunderstrike and will not harm your mental faculties. Lin Fu said, his tone irritable as he prepared to administer punishment. The process of the thunder penalty was straightforward. The punished merely needed to withstand a full force strike from the lightning ability user. The ability warriors wore expressions of despair. While the thunder strikes were not particularly damaging, the humiliation they carried was profound. With no defenses, a single strike would leave hair and eyebrows singed to ash, and even their private parts would be scorched. Tomorrow, they would surely be the subject of ridicule from members of other combat teams. Stand straight. We begin.
My dears.
I have a fever again today, and my throat, eyes, ears, and even my scalp ache. The doctor has said that because this is my first infection, the symptoms are quite severe and prone to relapse. I am advised to rest and recuperate. I currently feel extremely unwell, utterly disoriented, and everything appears hazy. It is truly unbearable. I will endeavor to write each day, albeit slowly, and cannot guarantee timely updates. My dears, please take care of your health as well. The temperature has been fluctuating wildly. Ensure you stay warm. Love you all, moi. Chapter 130. Reminiscing. Sheng Nan returned to the tent alone. His leg fractured from a blow dealt by Jiang Feng and his group. With Jiang Lanyi's departure, the elixir she concocted was taken away, leaving the team without even a single healing medicine for external injuries. Thus, he had no choice but to summon the remaining spirit master, Baiyu, to urgently concoct a remedy. With a grim expression, Sheng Nan sat at the table, his mood sour. In truth, Lin Fu had only guessed half the reason for his punishment. It was not only due to their negligence in allowing outsiders in, but also because they had stood idly by, watching Jiang Lanyi leave the team. Had any of them noticed her distress, they could have stopped her, preventing Jiang Feng's subsequent confrontation. And he and Baiyu's situation would not have escalated to such a degree, becoming common knowledge. He would have had the opportunity to explain himself. And considering Lanyi's character and her feelings for him, she would never have left him willingly. Recalling the disappointment in Lanyi's eyes when she announced the annulment of their engagement, Sheng Nan felt his heart shatter. He loved her deeply and had never contemplated a life without her. He believed she felt the same. As for Baiyu, his intentions toward her were merely a means to quickly acquire the artifact, and in comparison to Lanyi, her abilities and appearance were vastly inferior. Not even on the same level. As a highly regarded S-rank powerhouse favored by the general, it was illogical for one's partner to become progressively less suitable. Lost in thought, Sheng Nan resolved that once Baiyu concocted the healing elixir and his injuries were mended, he would seek out Lanyi to apologize and beg for her forgiveness. He murmured softly, "Lanyi, I know you are upset. If I approach you now, it will only exacerbate your anger. Let us both take a moment to reflect. I will sincerely apologize to you tomorrow. When Lord Godslayer makes a move, one can instantly gauge his power." Merely half a day into their expedition, hordes of magical beasts were driven from the forest, unwittingly entering the encircled area set by Bei Yuan. In the 5 days preceding, as the artifact accompanied Sheng Nan, only a meager few magical beasts had been captured daily, causing the other team leaders involved in the artifact exchange to be filled with trepidation. Fearing that the might of Lord Godslayer was merely fleeting, effective at the beginning but diminishing thereafter. However, in just this one afternoon, Lord Godslayer's renown not only returned but also successfully quelled the concerns of the other teams. That evening, when the warriors jubilantly returned to the encampment, they were rewarded with spicy sauce barbecues, further elevating their spirits. Ling Jun observed Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu, alongside He Mianmian, frolicking with the Godslayer sword, creating a light-hearted and joyous atmosphere. He smiled faintly and remarked to Bei Yuan, "Today has yielded a good harvest. After dinner, let them rest well tonight. There shall be no training." Bei Yuan nodded and promptly disseminated the news. The warriors were initially taken aback, then erupted into cheers, their joy palpable. For the past few days, while Lord Godslayer was absent, they had been tirelessly battling magical flora by day and were not permitted to rest at night, forced to rely on superior spirit stones to recover. The strength of everyone has indeed improved, yet the burden is overwhelming. While the body may keep up, the spirit falters. Observing the captain and the vice-captain, as well as Si Chun and Liang Yuyu, who also forego sleep to train, the others feel a sense of shame in voicing their fatigue, resigning themselves to the arduous training with a sigh. Jiang Shushu couldn't help but chuckle at the warriors' carefree smiles. "Shushu, look at the fright your suggestion has instilled in everyone, haha." He Mianmian nudged her with her elbow, teasingly reveling in the mischief. Liang Yuyu quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, sister. Your idea to replace sleep with training has cost me several nights of proper rest." His face contorted in a grimace as he lamented his sleeplessness. Yet his eyes sparkled brighter than before, brimming with vitality. Jiang Shushu grasped the hilt of her sword, playfully tapping Liang Yuyu on the head while casting him a sidelong glance. "What do you understand? To become a formidable warrior, one must endure far more hardships than the average person. Have you ever seen a powerful individual ascend effortlessly? Liang Yuyu instinctively shrank his neck at her words. He comprehended the rationale but had previously been a pampered child who never needed strength to survive. Moreover, when it came to those who ascended effortlessly, one particular individual came to mind. Sister, there's someone I must mention, but please don't be upset, it's Xingnan. His talent was quite lacking. I heard that when he first awakened, his family nearly abandoned him, but later Liang Yuyu abruptly halted, nearly forgetting that Xingnan was spared from abandonment solely because of his engagement to his sister. Was it possible that the family invested in him due to this? Subsequently, his strength surged remarkably, and just 3 months ago, he successfully advanced to an S-level warrior. When awarded the captaincy, General Yu Xiao personally praised him for his exceptional insight, proclaiming that his future was limitless, thereby outshining the other seasoned S-level captains of the 2nd Legion and becoming the youngest rising star in the military district. Yet this scoundrel, upon achieving success, acted arrogantly, dissolving his engagement with his sister immediately after his ascension. Everyone on Suhuingsing knew of his sister's deep affection for Xingnan. Not only did he break off the engagement, but he also swiftly became engaged to her younger sister, sparking a scandal that became the hottest topic of conversation across the planet. What happened afterward? Why wasn't he abandoned by his family? Jiang Shushu arched an eyebrow, intrigued by his silence. The memories she possessed only indicated that Xingnan was undervalued by his family and lacked resources. She had no knowledge of any abandonment. Was it possible that the original owner had done something to ensure his continued presence in the family? For individuals from families like theirs, being abandoned meant a lifetime of toil on a mining planet or prison star, yet Xingnan evidently avoided this fate and even became engaged to the original owner.
Oh,
I heard he was quite poor in talent, though I'm not sure just how poor, Liang Yu stammered, failing to articulate a clear explanation. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. The reason he wasn't abandoned was that he was too poor in talent. Yet he wasn't let go for the same reason. Jiang Lani had descended from the spaceship at some point and approached them, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Shushu before quickly averting her gaze. How could being too poor in talent prevent abandonment? He Mian inquired, intrigued. Jiang Lani replied, because no planet would accept him due to his lack of talent. She spoke the truth. Initially, this was indeed the case. However, later on, the Sheng family insisted on sending him away and had even arranged for his acceptance by another planet. At that moment, her foolish sister intervened, engaging him as a congenital awakener, shocking everyone. And then, one foolish act led to another, as if her eyes had been clouded by the fat of a magical beast, rendering her utterly blind. As she recalled this, Jiang Lani felt her anger rising uncontrollably. Chapter 131. You must follow what your sister says. The vast world is full of wonders. A person who could not be sent away due to his poor qualifications had the audacity to disdain his fiancée for being a waste. Reflecting on how, after their engagement was dissolved, the original owner sought an explanation from him, only to be met with his claims that she was unworthy of him, filled her with both amusement and indignation. What audacity he possessed. Jiang Shushu clicked her tongue, only to turn and find Jiang Lani gazing at her with a forlorn expression. Sister, are you blaming me for having father discipline Xingnan, thereby ruining your engagement? Jiang Lani was at a loss for words, her frustration boiling within her. Was she truly angry about this? Did a man with 2 legs warrant her ire? Jiang Lani rolled her eyes, clearly irritated by her sister's antics. Jiang Shushu, on the other hand, found amusement in her sister's demeanor. A young girl who constantly put on airs as if she were owed 1,000,000 interstellar coins was truly disheartening. A genuine, unpretentious demeanor was far more pleasing. Jiang Lani, let me tell you, it's better for Xingnan to be gone sooner rather than later. What is there to miss? Moreover, it was you who sought our Shushu as assistance. We avenged you, so it would be unreasonable for you to hold a grudge. He Mian cheerfully wrapped her arm around Jiang Lani's shoulders. She cared little for Jiang Lani's feelings. Her only concern was that it was unacceptable to harbor resentment against her dear Shushu. Liang Yuyu nodded in agreement. Mian is right. Xingnan is not a good person. If he could abandon sister for you, he might just as easily abandon you for someone else. It's not worth causing a rift with your family over such a person. Jiang Lani felt the urge to roll her eyes once more. Did her face betray her feelings for Xingnan? Why did these two always assume she would clash with her family over a scoundrel? Moreover, it was clearly they who were defending someone who had caused a rift between her and her family. All right, let us not dwell on this matter. Xiao Yuyu, please continue. How did that detestable individual, with such poor talent, become an extraordinary warrior? Jiang Shushu inquired. Liang Yuyu replied, I don't know the specifics. Shortly after that,
He joined the Second Legion.
it's rumored that someone from his family helped him gain entry, but he hasn't disclosed any details. When Sheng Nan awakened his talent, he was still quite young and hadn't arrived in this world yet, but due to his previous status, he was privy to certain information. Jiang Shushu curiously stroked her chin, pondering how increasingly curious she became about the identity of the blind guide. She turned to ask the other two, only to find Jiang Lani tense, her eyes as cold as ice, while He Mianmian sparkled with curiosity, seemingly no more informed than she. Jiang Shushu silently swallowed her words. Liang Yuyu continued, Sister, look, this scoundrel breezed through to S level and became a strong warrior without enduring any hardships. My talent far surpasses his. Even if I take my time, I will undoubtedly surpass him, he confidently assured, his heart filled with self-assurance. While Jiang Shushu might be unaware of other matters, she was acutely aware of Xingnan's ascension to S level. Prior to his advancement, he had the original owner prepare a substantial quantity of spiritual stones, some of which were top grade. The original owner nearly sacrificed her life for these stones. Subsequently, he promised to find the original owner a remedy for her damaged spiritual sea. Only for news of his intention to break the engagement to arrive within a day, followed swiftly by his announcement of engagement to Jiang Lani. She had risked exhausting her powers, nearly fracturing her spiritual sea to assist him, yet received such a fate in return. Despite recognizing his true nature, her body had completely collapsed, leading to a profound despair, extinguishing her will to continue living. Jiang Shushu paused for a moment, then raised her hand to deliver a swift knock to Liang Yuyu's head. Is your ambition truly so diminutive? What significance does an S rank hold, regardless of others? You must at the very least elevate yourself to 2S for my sake. The original owner had managed to nurture Xing Nan, a mere wastrel, to an S rank solely, with spirit stones. Now, with her enhanced refining skills and abundant spiritual energy, and with the innate talent of a little koi that far surpassed his, she was determined that surpassing him was within reach. She was resolute in her quest to elevate those around her to S rank, seeking to vindicate the original owner. 2S? How could I possibly achieve that? Liang Yuyu's expression fell. Before he could finish his protest, he received another blow to the back of his head. He Mianmian spoke fiercely. I concur with Shushu. Your abilities must be raised to at least 2S. Otherwise, neither of us shall let you off the hook.
Why?
My talent is merely mediocre. How could I manage? Liang Yuyu lamented, his voice tinged with despair. The generals of the 5 military divisions only reached 2S, and each had been exceptional individuals in their youth, enduring numerous hardships and seizing opportunities to arrive at such heights. Though he was a transmigrator, he had never dared to consider himself a child of destiny. His position as a treasurer of the military district was merely due to his childhood spent in the mountains, where he learned about the habits of flora and fauna, applying that experience to the interstellar realm. Why are there so many questions? Just do as your sisters say. Jiang Shushu and He Mianmian exchanged knowing glances, and each delivered him a punch, insisting on physical persuasion. Liang Yuyu, overwhelmed, fled while clutching his head, pleading for mercy as the divine sword pursued closely behind him. Jiang Lani stood to the side, silent, her eyes betraying a hint of envy and melancholy. Liang Yuyu was a well-meaning child, blissfully unaware of the underlying tensions, yet she understood. His unique abilities were currently overshadowed by the emergence of the god-slaying sword, drawing everyone's attention to the artifact while neglecting him. In time, when others realized they could not control the artifact, they might once again turn their ambitions toward him. Jiang Shushu simply wished for him to strengthen his own capabilities, thereby securing greater influence in the future. Jiang Lani felt a sense of suffocation. She could sense her sister's transformation, yet her focus appeared to have shifted. Previously, her concerns revolved solely around herself and their grandfather. After dining that evening, Jiang Shushu sought out Jiang Feng. Father, today happens to be a day off. Let us reminisce about my childhood. Chapter 132, Xu Bao finds it strange. Inquiring about the past, Jiang Feng looked taken aback. What prompts this sudden desire to discuss childhood memories? It has been many years since you last engaged in such heartfelt conversation with me. Yes, I wish to know in your eyes, was I a well-behaved child? Jiang Shushu feigned curiosity in her inquiry. In truth, she did not wish to delve into the past, fearful that Jiang Feng might unearth the truth of the original owner's lost memories and perceive her as an imposter. However, recent peculiar behaviors exhibited by Jiang Lanyi led her to suspect that the engagement between Jiang Lanyi and Sheng Nan might be a mere charade. She yearned to understand the motivations behind it. What did the Jiang clan seek to gain from Sheng Nan, even at the cost of the original owner's fate? Xu Bao in her childhood was undoubtedly a well-behaved child, thoughtful and obedient, praised by all. Jiang Feng beamed with pride as he recounted memories of his daughter. You were remarkably intelligent, speaking and walking by the tender age of 6 months, unlike other children who wailed incessantly. During that time, we resided within the Jiang clan. Your grandfather adored showcasing you to his old friends. When you awakened your talents at 6, revealing your potential to become a spirit master, your grandfather was overjoyed, proclaiming that the clan would thrive under your stewardship. It was not just your grandfather. I, your uncle, and the clan elders all held immense hopes for you. After all, in our peripheral star system, it is rare to find a naturally gifted spirit master. In the era of the interstellar world, where abilities reign supreme, the emergence of a remarkable individual could elevate an entire family to great heights. With countless inhabited planets in the Empire, our clan's modest strength only afforded us a modicum of influence on Su Huangxing, and on other planets, we would merely be derided as country bumpkins from a barbaric star. Let alone the esteemed Imperial Star, the ultimate sanctuary that all interstellar humans yearn for. In the past, I never dared to dream of an opportunity to develop on the Imperial Star until you, my prodigious daughter, came into my life. Yet, I should never have heeded your grandfather's counsel to send you to the Pharmaceutical Institute. I repeatedly urged him to let you try your hand at refining tools. But he stubbornly insisted on the director's wishes, keeping you in the Pharmaceutical Institute, which ultimately squandered so many years. Jiang Feng expressed his profound regret. Jiang Shushu thought to herself, was she truly delayed for so many years due to Sheng Nan's incompetence? How could her father's words shift the blame onto her grandfather and the director? As she contemplated further, Jiang Feng continued, shortly after you entered the academy, I realized you were ill-suited to be a spirit pharmacist. You grasped the art of spirit stone refining quickly, yet you exhibited no interest in alchemy whatsoever. Instead, you were preoccupied with how to refine more spirit stones, becoming irate at the mere mention of alchemy. I reported this to your grandfather, who, in turn, became infuriated, accusing me of failing to care for you adequately. Jiang Shushu was taken aback. Did her father imply that the original owner's personality had drastically changed after starting school? She pondered briefly before tentatively asking, was there anything particularly unusual during the early days of school? Unusual? Indeed, there was. You expressed a desire to become engaged to Sheng Nan, and your grandfather vehemently opposed it. You caused quite a commotion within the clan for several days, even resorting to fasting. According to Jiang Feng's account, the original owner had only met Sheng Nan a few times, yet out of the blue, shortly after starting school, she insisted on an engagement, claiming that he had saved her and that she wished to repay the debt. However, she was reluctant to divulge the specifics of that debt. Naturally, your grandfather disapproved. In his eyes, no young talent on Su Huangxing could match his granddaughter. Moreover, what was this talk of repayment? It was clearly a fabricated excuse to gain their approval. Yet Jiang Feng, unable to resist his daughter's pleas, reluctantly helped persuade her grandfather, extolling Sheng Nan's virtues, while promising to send Xu Bao to a school on the Imperial Star after she passed her Spirit Master Level 1 assessment, minimizing their encounters and assuring her grandfather that Sheng Nan would not interfere with her studies. However, the reality contradicted his assurances. Sheng Nan's influence was overwhelming, resulting in Xu Bao making no progress whatsoever over the past decade. The once envied genius had been reduced to a mere wastrel. Jiang Shushu fell into deep contemplation. Based on her father's narrative, her grandfather did not seem to be a villain. Yet, she distinctly recalled that upon her arrival, Jiang Feng's spirit had been fractured. And as the clan leader, her grandfather had shown little concern, leaving only her and her father residing outside the clan. When Jiang Feng sensed her confusion, he replied nonchalantly, have you forgotten? Your grandfather wished to send you to the Imperial Star, but you insisted on bringing Sheng Nan along. When he refused, you had a fierce argument, even berating him for his narrow-mindedness. I recall that day vividly. It was during the celebration for Lani passing her Spirit Master Level 1 assessment when you publicly declared your severance from your grandfather, stating that you no longer required the Jiang clan's assistance and that once you achieved success, the Jiang clan should not expect to benefit from you. Jiang Shushu was left dumbfounded. She never anticipated that the original owner had acted in such an outrageous manner. She hurriedly waved her hands. Father, please stop right there. I cannot bear to hear any more. She felt utterly overwhelmed. She had only sought to inquire about the original owner's past grievances with the Jiang clan. Yet the more she listened, the more she felt like a scoundrel. Although those actions were not her own, she stood before everyone now as the embodiment of that past. Almost done, just a little more to go. Though your grandfather was nearly driven to his grave by anger, fortunately, he was revived by the visiting marshal. By the way, Shu Bao, have you forgotten? At that time, you were exceedingly arrogant. Your grandfather was so infuriated that he could scarcely utter a word. Yet, you proclaimed that you would never set foot in the Jiang family home again, dragging me along to purchase a house. From that moment on, the two of us resided outside. After finishing his monologue, Jiang Feng glanced at her, his gaze tinged with a sense of helplessness. To sever ties with one's family for a man, such an act is almost unprecedented not only in Su Huangxing, but also in the annals of interstellar history. Because of this incident, his previous assurances seemed as inconsequential as mere wind, leaving his father utterly disillusioned and unwilling to see him again. Previously, he had felt no qualms, solely focused on ensuring that Shu Bao would not be looked down upon, striving to build a career that would serve as her support, and hoping to grant his daughter a life of happiness. At that time, he even believed that Sheng Nan could bring joy to his daughter. However, after recent interactions with Ling Jun, he found himself filled with regret. Unlike Sheng Nan, who merely indulged in sweet talk, Ling Jun, with his cool demeanor and few words, had consistently acted with Shu Bao's interests at heart. As a man, one must admit that Ling Jun's character is beyond reproach. As a father, Ling Jun's attitude also instilled a greater sense of reassurance in him. Chapter 133. Heart outside the story. Body within the story. Jiang Shushu's heart was tumultuous. She had not anticipated that the original owner had experienced so many events with grandfather Jiang. She had initially intended to inquire about Jiang Lanyi, merely seeking to confirm her suspicions. With this thought in mind, Jiang Shushu hesitated slightly and tentatively asked, Father, what do you think of my relationship with my cousin? Jiang Feng paused. You and that child Lanyi? At first, it was quite good. When she was little, she followed you around like a shadow. Though she was much clumsier than you. At just over 3 years old, she could barely walk or speak clearly, often mocked by other children as a simpleton. You would rush to her defense and fight them off. There were nearly daily complaints at home during those years. Jiang Feng chuckled, adding, however, there are indeed very few children as bright and clever as you. Among the family, both your grandfather and the other elders adored taking you out. Your cousin was often left at home, eagerly awaiting your return to narrate the amusing tales of the outside world. By the way, Lanyi's talent was not particularly remarkable. It was you who implored your grandfather to procure elixirs for her to awaken her abilities. What? Jiang Lanyi's awakening was actually facilitated by the original owner? Jiang Shushu was taken aback, feeling as though the original owner described in her father's narrative was an entirely different person. How could one's character transform so drastically in just a few short days due to schooling? Initially, she had been a docile girl adored by all for her respect toward elders and affection for her sister, only to later become a rebellious child severing ties with her family for a scoundrel? Surely, some significant event must have transpired. Yet what monumental occurrence could go unnoticed by those who shared such close quarters? Or perhaps the original owner did not lie. Sheng Nan truly did save her? Speaking of Lanyi, she has changed quite a bit, Jiang Feng mused. His implication was clear. She did not possess this personality in her childhood? Of course not. She was timid and hesitant, only learning to walk and speak at 4 years old, her character shy and reserved. At home, she relied heavily on you. I remember when we moved out, she was only 7, and she came to find you numerous times, only to be chased away by your fierce demeanor. Each time she left, she cried pitifully, yet she returned again within days. Jiang Feng sighed, reminiscing about how obedient she had been as a young girl. How had she transformed into what she was now? Jiang Shushu listened intently, with no recollection of these events, her memories primarily revolving around Sheng Nan. It felt more like hearing a tale from a stranger. It was as if her heart was outside the narrative while her body had become a part of it. From this conversation, Jiang Shushu could ascertain that the incident involving Sheng Nan had likely been orchestrated by Jiang Lanyi. However, she was uncertain whether grandfather had a hand in it. That night, as she lay in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind racing with thoughts. Although her memories were sparse, the emotions of the original owner lingered strongly, filled with deep-seated disdain and distance toward the Jiang family, leading her to subconsciously view them as villains. Yet, it appeared that this perception was misguided. She had assumed that the family had abandoned the original owner, thus prompting her to live outside, only to discover that it was the original owner who had chosen to leave. She had believed that the family favored her cousin, but it was, in fact, the original owner who had sought assistance for her cousin's awakening. She had thought that her cousin had deliberately enticed Sheng Nan, yet now it seemed that there were deeper issues at play. Piece by piece, it felt as though everything was revealing to her that she was mistaken. Everything was wrong. Jiang Shushu's heart raced with anticipation. She instinctively sensed that the original owner's story held an astonishing answer. A truth that could be grasped with just a thin veneer of separation, igniting both her curiosity and excitement. Since the original owner had enjoyed a close relationship with her cousin in childhood, she resolved to inquire about Jiang Lanyi the following day. On the morrow, Jiang Shushu rose early, sporting dark circles under her eyes, only to find that someone had risen even earlier. Sheng Nan stood alone outside the protective barrier. The bruises on his face having faded, his gaze melancholic as it fixed upon a distant point. Following his line of sight, Jiang Shushu was surprised to see that Jiang Lanyi had also risen early, her expression equally sorrowful as she gazed at Sheng Nan. The two exchanged glances from afar, reminiscent of a pair of star-crossed lovers, the barrier serving as the Milky Way separating them. He Mianmian, who had followed Jiang Shushu out, clicked her tongue in disapproval, remarking, "These two are quite the odd pair, gazing at each other with such longing. Have they forgotten the uproar from yesterday?" Jiang Shushu remained silent, her brow furrowed in confusion. She could not comprehend Jiang Lanyi's current actions. Was she concocting another scheme? Just then, Bei Yuan approached Jiang Lanyi, engaging her in conversation, prompting a flicker of hesitation and conflict across her features. After a moment, she glanced toward Sheng Nan, shaking her head gently at Bei Yuan. The moment Bei Yuan appeared, Sheng Nan grew visibly tense, but upon observing Jiang Lanyi's refusal, his expression relaxed significantly, even revealing a hint of a smile. Jiang Shushu felt a sudden urge to intervene, curious to see how Jiang Lanyi would respond next. Purposely positioning herself in front of Sheng Nan, she remained silent, blocking his view until he grew impatient and displayed his frustration. Finally, she spoke in a feigned irritation. "Sheng Nan, what brings you here? Are you here to see if my sister has been driven to despair?" As He Mianmian had suggested, following the previous day's incident, anyone would speculate that Sheng Nan was filled with indignation and seeking retribution. Yet, Sheng Nan was evidently not. He stared at Jiang Shushu in astonishment, utterly unprepared for her bluntness. He fervently shook his head, attempting to convey with his eyes that she should cease speaking. Alas, Jiang Shushu, oblivious to his intentions, persisted. "Sheng Nan, why is your heart so cruel? Even if you and she are no longer involved, you shouldn't be so eager to push my sister to her demise. What are you babbling about? I never thought such a thing," Sheng Nan retorted, his heart racing with urgency, wishing he could rush forward to cover her mouth. However, it was too late. Jiang Lanyi had approached and fortuitously overheard this exchange. Her expression turned sorrowful, clutching her chest as she appeared on the verge of collapse, her voice choking with emotion. "Sheng Nan, I never imagined you would come to see when I might perish." Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her smooth and delicate cheeks as she spoke the last word. The sight of a beautiful woman weeping always elicits a sense of pity. Moreover, Sheng Nan had come to apologize. Witnessing Jiang Lanyi's tear-streaked face pierced his heart like 1,000 needles, filling him with both tenderness and sorrow. He longed to embrace her, yet the barrier before him rendered such a gesture impossible. Chapter 134. Let's sit at the same table. Lanyi, listen to me. Do not believe Jiang Shushu's words. I never wished for your demise. You are the one I cherish most. How could I ever think such a thing? Sheng Nan implored urgently. Jiang Shushu could not help but roll her eyes, a shiver running down her spine. Jiang Lanyi, too, was incredulous, tears cascading down her cheeks as she shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. I refuse to believe it. If you truly love me, how could you be with Bai Yu? You've never been with me like that. Jiang Shushu exclaimed, this is quite overwhelming. Sheng Nan, if you fancy Bai Yu, just tell me. I will willingly step aside and not trouble you. But how could you betray me in such a manner? Do you have any idea how painful it was to see you two in the same bed? You promised you would never let me feel sorrow or heartache. Yet my heart feels as though it might cease to beat. Today, Jiang Lanyi wore a white long dress with a square neckline, her softly curled hair cascading over her chest, presenting an image of beauty and fragility. Coupled with her tear-stained eyes, she exuded a poignant beauty that seemed almost shattered. Cheng Nan felt his heart ache even more. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the voice of Captain 15 resonating from behind. Miss Lanyi is correct. If you like Bai Yu, you should simply admit it. Why hide it? Do you genuinely believe you possess such charm that Miss Lanyi would only have eyes for you? As he spoke, he leaned closer to the protective barrier, grinning as he added, Miss Lanyi, take a look at me as well. Not only am I handsome, but my character is exceptionally good. I would never engage in a double life. Captain 15 struggled to maintain a gentle smile, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Due to the incident involving Cheng Nan and Bai Yu, the ceremony for the Lord of Godslayer had been postponed to today. Little did he expect to stumble upon the scene of Cheng Nan and Jiang Lanyi quarreling as soon as he arrived in the stationed area of Beiyuan. Spiritual masters held a noble and rare status. Any powerful individual would yearn to marry a spiritual master. Observing Jiang Lanyi teetering on the brink of singleness, he knew he had to act swiftly. Standing on the same battlefield as her would surely deepen her affection for him, wouldn't it? His union with Jiang Lanyi was soon to be, and perhaps Cheng Nan would even play the role of matchmaker. From a contemporary perspective, interstellar humans were all within the realm of attractiveness, and Captain 15 was certainly not unattractive. But his eagerness to showcase himself resulted in a comically distorted face pressed against the protective barrier. For a brief moment, Jiang Lanyi appeared dazed, her lips twitching involuntarily, barely managing to hold back her sorrowful expression. Sensing the impending revelation, Jiang Shushu stifled a laugh, clearing her throat as she stepped forward and asked loudly, Captain 15, is everything you said true? Are you willing to treat my sister well for the rest of your life? I am. Before the final word could escape his lips, he was abruptly shoved aside by Cheng Nan, who bellowed, Dream on. Cheng Nan then turned to Jiang Lanyi, urgently exclaiming, Lanyi, I don't like Bai Yu, not at all. I only love you. I know I was wrong. I will keep my distance from her from now on. Please forgive me. Didn't you once say you wanted to go to the Empire Star? After this trip, I will take you there, just the two of us. Is that all right? His tone turned almost pleading. He had thought that it was not too late, that a sincere apology would surely win back Lanyi's heart, as it had every time they had quarreled before. However, today, Captain 15 had emerged, audaciously claiming his intention to win over Jiang Lanyi, and for the first time, Cheng Nan felt a surge of intense insecurity and urgency within him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyi lifted her head, a flash of pain and complexity crossing her eyes. Cheng Nan, I no longer want to go to the Empire Star. All right, if you don't want to go, we won tea. Then tell me, what is it that you desire? No matter how precious or rare, I will find it for you. Is that okay? Cheng Nan spoke with a hurried urgency. I remember you once mentioned an interest in the spraying tree. I will go and dig one up for you, all right? The spraying tree was a rarity, existing only on the illusory star, known for its scarcity and non-aggressive nature. Even after losing its sentience through purification, it could still spray droplets of water, making it both unique and entertaining. For a period, it had been highly sought after by spiritual masters on the Empire Star. However, it primarily thrived in jungles, making it difficult to harvest, let alone uproot a living specimen. Cheng Nan's offer to procure a spraying tree as an apology was indeed earnest. Jiang Shushu gently bit her lip, her eyes glimmering with nostalgia and longing. The spraying tree, I did indeed love it once.
All right.
I will go dig one up for you. No, I will dig up 3 and gift them to you. Once we return to the Imperial Star, we will plant them in your yard, okay? Cheng Nan, fearing her change of heart, turned to leave, but out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Captain 15 standing nearby. He immediately grasped the captain's collar and dragged him along. Captain 15, it's time for the hunt. Don't be lazy. Let us go. Our 2 teams will set out together. He could not leave this potential threat unattended. He needed to ensure that while he was preparing an apology gift, he was not undermined by someone else. Captain 15, however, was unwilling to budge, firmly planting his feet on the ground as he cheerfully waved at Jiang Shushu. Captain Beiyuan, I have come to escort the Lord of Godslayer. He then smugly raised an eyebrow at Cheng Nan, clearly indicating, see, I have a legitimate task here, unlike you, who is merely slacking off. Cheng Nan was nearly beside himself with frustration. Beiyuan approached, tapping on the holographic screen to deactivate the protective barrier. Captain 15. Let us discuss this inside. It seemed Captain 15 would not be leaving anytime soon. Cheng Nan, feeling discontented, followed closely behind him. Hey, Cheng Nan. What are you doing in here? Trying to slack off? Captain 15 called out. Miss Lonnie, look at him. He is not genuinely apologizing. Enraged, Chung Nan retorted, Captain 15. Do not speak out of turn and sow discord between Lonnie and me. Does your relationship even need my meddling? Captain 15 muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, the proximity of everyone present made his whisper nearly as loud as a shout, and all could hear. Jiang Shushu nearly burst into laughter. Having never encountered someone like Captain 15 before, he was truly a character. Chung Nan's face darkened, seething with anger. His teeth grinding as he longed to punch the cheeky grin off Captain 15's face, but he refrained, fearing embarrassment in front of Lonnie. He turned instead to urge Beiyuan, Captain Beiyuan, the Lord of Godslayer. Before he could finish, a rapid series of beeps emanated from the holographic device. Chung Nan, there has been an incident involving the younger members of the family not far from your planet. You must go rescue them. Chapter 135. A complete break. A translucent screen hovered before Chung Nan, displaying an elderly man, bald and wrinkled, filled with urgency and ire. Several promising younger members of our clan went to Luofeng Star for training, accompanied by a mercenary group. As you know, Luofeng Star's magical beasts are not formidable, making it ideal for young people to hone their skills. However, they have encountered a beast tide just a few days after arriving. And now we have lost contact with those children. Chung Nan, they are your nephews, the hopes of our clan's next generation. You must rescue them. I will quickly gather powerful individuals to assist you. Chung Nan was taken aback. He was aware of the training expedition. And while he knew these nephews were somewhat distantly related, he had not anticipated they would face a beast tide. The magical beasts on Luofeng Star, though not strong, possessed peculiar attack patterns, and once ensnared in their encirclement, escape would be nearly impossible. If he delayed any longer, the children would surely perish. Realizing this, Chung Nan nodded resolutely. Understood, clan leader. I will depart immediately for rescue. However, regarding the military district, he hesitated, knowing he was on a mission and could not arbitrarily leave with his team without proper explanations to the military. Do not worry, I have already contacted General Yu Xiao. You can proceed without concern. The elderly man's countenance bore a tinge of distress as he recalled Yu Zhao's audacious demands, his heart aching with concern. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, this was a beast tide, and despite Chung Nan's formidable prowess, he was but one man. To rescue others, he would need the assistance of his comrades. The communication was soon terminated. Although Chung Nan had spoken in front of everyone, the smart device had an intelligent sensing feature that automatically shielded their conversation from prying ears, leaving the others unaware of the content. Lanyi, I have matters to attend to and must visit another planet. As for the water spray trees, I'll assist you in excavating them the next time I'm at Fantasy Star. What do you think? Chung Nan inquired, his urgency palpable, though he endeavored to maintain a facade of nonchalance as he cautiously addressed Jiang Lonnie. Jiang Lonnie's expression was inscrutable, her tone flat. Mr. Sheng, what are you saying? When have I ever asked you to excavate the water spray trees? Go wherever you wish. It has nothing to do with me. Her tone, foreign and distant, unmistakably conveyed her irritation. Chung Nan's heart raced. Lan Yi, I genuinely have urgent matters to attend to. I am not deceiving you. Please do not be angry. I promise to explain everything once the situation is resolved. The predicament involving his family's younger generation was not something to be disclosed lightly. Families like theirs, who had endured through the ages, inevitably had their share of enemies. It was crucial to ensure that no one took advantage of this crisis to strike a blow while they were vulnerable. Upon hearing his words, Beiyuan and Captain 15 exchanged worried glances. Captain 15 scoffed, Chung Nan, you're being unreasonable. What happened to your promise to apologize? Now you wish to flee without explanation? How do we know you're not going back to Baiyu? Seeing Jiang Lanyi's expression darken due to his words, Chung Nan could no longer restrain himself and shot a fierce glare at Captain 15. What does my affair with Lan Yi have to do with you? Why are you constantly opposing me? What are your intentions? Captain 15 merely shrugged, muttering under his breath, you're the one in the wrong. Yet you still have the audacity to raise your voice after sneaking around with Miss Lan Yi. Just like before, his murmurs were easily overheard by everyone present. Jiang Shushu watched as Chung Nan neared the brink of fury, barely suppressing a laugh. It was evident that Captain 15 was quite the character. With outsiders already taking such liberties, she, as the older sister, could not retreat. Jiang Shushu cleared her throat and fixed Chung Nan with an angry gaze. Chung Nan, You are the one who promised to apologize, to seek forgiveness, and to excavate the tree as a gesture of goodwill. We agreed. And now you wish to leave, as if you were toying with my sister? As her final words fell, the tears that had previously ceased to flow from Jiang Lanyi's eyes began anew. Sheng Nan, troubled and regretting not having met with Lanyi sooner, felt the weight of Jiang Shushu's foolishness and Captain 15's madness complicating matters further. Even if Lanyi wished to forgive him now, it would not be an easy task. Yet, the urgency of a situation could not wait. In that brief moment, the clan leader had already sent 2 more messages urging him to act. With gritted teeth, Sheng Nan cast a resentful glance at Jiang Shushu and Captain 15 before his gaze settled on Jiang Lanyi, filled with longing and resignation.
Lanyi,
I truly have urgent matters to attend to. You are aware that the military often assigns secret missions. Please allow me to leave. Once I finish, I will comply with any request you have until you are satisfied. Is that acceptable? In an effort to soothe her anger, Sheng Nan even concocted an excuse, claiming it was a military secret mission. Not good, Sheng Nan. Do you realize that every time you lie, you exhibit the same little tell? Jiang Lanyi's unwavering gaze bore into him, each word articulated with precision. I know you are lying. You are not off to undertake any so-called military task. Lanyi, if you leave now, there will be no possibility for us from this day forth. Her voice was soft, yet her tone was resolute and unyielding. Bei Yuan and Captain 15's eyes flickered with intrigue. Jiang Shushu's eyes brightened as she realized that perhaps a revelation awaited. What would Sheng Nan's reaction be? She turned to see him staring blankly at Jiang Lanyi, caught in silence, as if lost in thought. After a moment, he finally managed to speak, his voice hoarse. Lanyi, I understand that you are angry with me. It's all right. Once this matter is resolved, I will return and explain everything. You will comprehend my predicament then. He cast one last deep glance at her before turning away, striding into the distance without looking back. Despite his sharp tongue, Captain 15 felt a twinge of indignation at Sheng Nan's willingness to provoke another spirit master while being engaged to one. He had heard of Sheng Nan's usual kindness towards Jiang Lanyi and recognized that, ultimately, they would likely reconcile. After all, Sheng Nan had once kicked aside his sister for his younger sibling, yet now he seemed willing to forfeit any chance at reconciliation. Something significant was unfolding. Bei Yuan and Captain 15 exchanged glances, both astonished by the turn of events. Jiang Lanyi stood quietly for a moment before declaring her fatigue and desire to return to her quarters. She turned and walked towards the rest cabin, and Jiang Shushu silently followed, knowing that some questions needed to be clarified. Chapter 136. Was your engagement to Sheng Nan for my sake? As Jiang Shushu boarded the spacecraft, she noticed that the rest cabin door was ajar. Jiang Lanyi sat quietly by the window, her gaze fixed on the doorway as if anticipating someone's arrival. A peculiar sensation stirred within Jiang Shushu, and feeling the weight of Jiang Lanyi's gaze upon her, she cleared her throat and entered, taking a seat opposite her. The atmosphere was thick with silence for a while, and Jiang Shushu realized their relationship was not one conducive to casual conversation. So she cut to the chase. Jiang Lanyi, you've long wished to annul the engagement. Haven to you?
Why?
Jiang Lanyi's expression shifted at the question, and when she heard the words long wished to annul the engagement, something flickered in her eyes. After a brief pause, she tilted her head slightly and replied coolly, It is because our personalities are incompatible. I no longer have feelings for him. Jiang Shushu frowned. Incompatible? You claim it is incompatible? Such words seemed implausible even to herself. When had Jiang Lanyi ever found herself compatible with Sheng Nan, or even liked him? If the original owner had been present, devoted solely to Sheng Nan, she might have believed those words, and even rejoiced. But Jiang Shushu was different. She was a soul from another world, not belonging to this narrative, often viewing the people and events around her with a detached perspective. In fact, she had initially felt a thrill at uncovering such peculiarities. Standing outside the story allowed her to see the essence of things more clearly. Jiang Lanyi, was this all part of your elaborate scheme? Did you begin orchestrating this from the moment we fortuitously encountered by you confessing to Sheng Nan, or had you plotted it even earlier? Sheng Nan is an ability user.
How could I possibly scheme against him?
You are overthinking it, Jiang Lanyi replied. Am I overthinking it? Do you not find the recent events too coincidental? Jiang Shushu pressed. That day, you deliberately sought me out to ensure I witnessed Sheng Nan's reaction to Baiyu, didn't you? Later, during the exchange of the god-slaying sword, you and Captain 15 pretended to inadvertently stumble upon Sheng Nan and Baiyu together, leveraging that incident to escalate matters. Jiang Shushu fixed her gaze on Jiang Lanyi, unable to deny that she was indeed clever, calculating human emotions to perfection. Captain 15's foolish demeanor was likely to stir chaos, and he certainly would not remain a passive observer in such a scenario. Moreover, since he and Sheng Nan were not from the same military unit and lacked any prior connection, it was unlikely he would come to Sheng Nan's aid. As anticipated, events unfolded precisely as Jiang Lanyi had foreseen. She had skillfully employed legitimate reasons to request assistance from her own uncle, Jiang Feng, who was in the same vicinity. Given his long-standing resentment towards Sheng Nan for breaking off the engagement with the original owner, Jiang Feng would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to confront him. As Jiang Lanyi seized the moral high ground, she boldly proposed the dissolution of their engagement, leaving Sheng Nan at a loss for words and rendering him culpable in the eyes of others. To the onlookers, she appeared to be the most innocent and unfortunate victim in this entire affair. Yet, such declarations were insufficient. Throughout their relationship, Sheng Nan had consistently been flamboyant and unreserved in his affection for Jiang Lanyi, never shying away from demonstrating his care for her. From kicking his sister aside to be with her, to generously footing the bill for her entire circle of friends, every action he took was aimed at bringing her joy. Initially, many would have sided with Jiang Lanyi following the incident, but as time elapsed and with Sheng Nan's heartfelt apologies, public opinion was likely to shift back in his favor, prompting the rift that unfolded this morning. With a betrayal in the past and secrets concealed thereafter, Jiang Lanyi, a formidable spiritual master, was not one to be trifled with. Regardless of her typically gentle demeanor, upon hearing Jiang Shushu's words, Jiang Lanyi fell into deeper silence. After a moment, she turned her gaze to the window, her voice tinged with hoarseness. "You are mistaken. My unwillingness to continue is rooted in disappointment over Sheng Nan's actions." A faint, bitter smile graced her lips, her tone light yet resolute, leaving one to ponder whether she was persuading herself or merely trying to convince Jiang Shushu. "Are you unwilling to acknowledge it?" Jiang Shushu paused momentarily before asking, "Let me pose one final question. Was your engagement to Sheng Nan for my sake?" When she first arrived in this world, bereft of memories and solely guided by the emotions left behind by the original host, she had genuinely believed that the Jiang clan was filled with irredeemable villains. However, after several encounters with Jiang Lanyi, she began to sense a discrepancy. Jiang Lanyi presented herself as two different personas, indifferent in her presence, yet infatuated in front of Sheng Nan, exhibiting a delicate demeanor that sought refuge behind him in times of trouble. Jiang Shushu had contemplated their interactions and discerned that whenever matters concerned her, Jiang Lanyi would step forward, yet when it was advantageous for her, she would retreat and allow Sheng Nan to take the lead. She had long suspected that Jiang Lanyi did not harbor true feelings for Sheng Nan. Rather, it puzzled her that if she did not love him, why would she risk her reputation to claim her sister's fiancé? And having done so, why did she seem to care so much about her sister's opinions in private? This web of contradictions only solidified her suspicions after a conversation with her father, leading her to conclude that Jiang Lanyi's actions were likely motivated by a desire to protect her, or perhaps to help the original host see through Sheng Nan's true nature. Yet, she remained uncertain whether the head of the Jiang family, the original host's grandfather, was entangled in this scheme. After Jiang Shushu's inquiry, Jiang Lanyi sank into further silence, her gaze fixed on the window, her long hair veiling her eyes, obscuring her emotions. After a prolonged pause, her voice emerged, raspy yet clear. "No." The air momentarily stilled as Jiang Shushu stared in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such a response. She sat quietly for a while before rising to depart. Long after her exit, Jiang Lanyi remained in her position, gazing out the window, a sorrowful smile creeping onto her lips, one that was more mournful than tears could convey. She had always known that someone as astute as her sister could not be perpetually deceived by Sheng Nan. Once liberated from his grasp, she would soon regain the sharpness she possessed in her youth. Uncertain of how much Jiang Shushu had perceived, she found herself fervently wishing for her sister to remain oblivious. As they set their plans into motion, from the moment Sheng Nan received the communication, she sensed their endeavor had succeeded. At this juncture, there was no turning back. Regardless of how meticulously crafted a plan may be, the possibility of oversight loomed large, should it be uncovered. All those privy to the knowledge within her family would likely be doomed. She could no longer entangle her sister in this affair. Fortunately, her brother-in-law was present, capable of safeguarding her even if the truth were to emerge. Raising her head, Jiang Lanyi murmured, "Upon our return, we must visit the Imperial Star." Chapter 137. The filter of a sister is too heavy. As Jiang Shushu stepped outside, she encountered Captain 15, who was preparing to depart with the god-slaying sword. Noticing her presence, he paused to greet her, inquiring with genuine concern, "Jiangling Master, how is your sister faring?" Jiang Shushu nodded. "Thank you, she's doing well." The god-slaying sword then fluttered over, joyfully circling her several times before reluctantly following Captain 15 away. Ling Jun and Si Chen were also present, and once Captain 15 had moved out of earshot, Si Chen remarked, "We just received news that the Sheng family's hunting team has encountered a beast tide on Luofeng Star. Xingnan's spacecraft departed from Huanqing just moments ago, presumably to provide assistance." Bei Yuan immediately turned to Ling Jun. "Is the information reliable?"
Ling Yun nodded. "They're flying."
"The general just contacted us regarding this situation and advised us to prepare for a potential deployment at any moment."
Bai Yuan was utterly astonished.
Luofeng Star is populated primarily by minor magical beasts, which pose little threat. Typically, even a minor beast tide can be handled by Xingnan's team. Why would we need to be on standby? His brow furrowed in confusion. Jiang Shushu listened attentively, coming to the realization that Xingnan's departure was indeed to rescue family members. This was certainly a compelling reason, yet it felt too coincidental. He was seeking forgiveness just as this crisis unfolded. According to reports from personnel monitoring Luofeng Star, the probability of a major beast tide had surged to 60%, a remarkably high figure. The marshal had already issued orders for the soldiers stationed on Luofeng Star to evacuate promptly, Si Chen added. A 60% probability was alarmingly high. Historically, a 40% chance of a major beast tide was deemed perilous, let alone this instance with its 60% likelihood. What are our next steps?
Bai Yuan inquired.
Looking to Ling Jun. "We shall proceed with our usual course of action, without undue concern," Ling Jun stated calmly. "As long as the personnel on Luofeng Star evacuate in a timely manner, we need not fear a beast tide. In the absence of humans, let them wreak havoc on their own. We can return to hunt once the situation stabilizes. There's no need to expend resources unnecessarily." Both Bei Yuan and Si Chen nodded in agreement, voicing no objections. Jiang Shushu interjected, "Given that Captain 15 mentioned that minor beast tides are the norm, why has a major beast tide suddenly emerged?" Her heart raced, an inexplicable memory surfacing of Jiang Lani's expression when she declared their relationship irreparable just before Sheng Nan departed. Ling Jun hesitated before explaining. The assertion that Luofeng Star typically experiences minor beast tides is based on their inherent weakness. Even if they gather in large numbers, a single ability team can disperse them. This time, however, the situation is different. Credible reports indicate that the magical beasts across the entire planet seem to have been summoned, converging upon a single point. That's rather peculiar, Si Chen mused. Luofeng Star has never experienced such a phenomenon before. To be honest, during our previous hunting expeditions, we were often pleased to encounter minor beast tides, as it suggested a significant bounty. Bei Yuan speculated, could someone have provoked the magical beasts on Luofeng Star? As soon as he uttered this, he countered himself, no. Even if someone did provoke them, it would likely only incite chaos in that specific area. It shouldn't mobilize the beasts across the entire planet. Indeed, this is exceedingly strange. It would be the first time Luofeng Star faced a major beast tide. Were it not for my knowledge that there are no formidable magical beasts there, I might have thought we were on the verge of a beast king's emergence. Alas, these little magical beasts are often too timid to endure the noise, Jiang Shushu thought, listening to their discussion but refraining from speaking up. The notion that someone might have intentionally lured the beasts was on the tip of her tongue, yet she swallowed it back. Turning away, she quietly made her way to the alchemy room to attend to her responsibilities. With the god-slaying sword borrowed once more, coupled with the complications surrounding Xingnan's family, Bei Yuan hesitated to overburden the soldiers, opting instead to engage them in light skirmishes with the magical plants outside the forest, treating it as practice. As dawn broke on the second day, the military district lay shrouded in silence, devoid of any news. Meanwhile, Jiang Lani, stationed with the first combat team, appeared only during mealtimes, opting to retreat into her quarters at all other moments. Even when she did surface, her demeanor was marked by an unsettling silence, reflecting a spirit seemingly diminished. Soon, fresh rumors began to circulate regarding her plight. It was said that due to the affair between Sheng Nan and Bai Yue, Miss Lani had become so haggard that she was nearly unrecognizable. Observers lamented her unfortunate circumstances, noting that as a spirit master, her esteemed status demanded a certain dignity. Yet, here was Sheng Nan, cavorting with her close friend right beneath her nose, trampling upon her pride. It was an act that could hardly be forgiven by anyone.
Indeed.
Shengnan had proven to be a cad. How could he dare to behave so recklessly when Miss Lanyi was known for her gentle nature and her prowess as a level 3 spirit apothecary? Have you heard? The members of the 7th combat team were equally incensed, remarking on how kind and caring Miss Lanyi was towards them, expressing unanimous support for her while shunning Baiyue. Yet, where had the members of the 7th combat team vanished to in recent days? Jiang Shushu gazed perplexly at the sight of Jiang Lanyi, who had appeared in the alchemy tent, seemingly at ease as she refined spirit stones. Dressed in a beautiful ensemble with a light touch of makeup, she appeared utterly engrossed in her work, radiating vitality, far from the pallid image painted by the rumors. It was baffling. Were those outside simply blind? Or had they allowed their perceptions to be clouded by bias? Even in discussions about the original engagement she had usurped, they had focused on disparaging the original host's capabilities. Truth be told, even as a transmigrator with a spatial advantage, Jiang Shushu could not help but envy the popularity of Jiang Lanyi. Oblivious to her sister's inner musings, Jiang Lanyi smiled brightly, gesturing towards the pile of superior spirit stones. Sister, why does refining seem so effortless for you? Is there a secret to it? As she inquired about the refining process, He Mian, lurking in the shadows, quivered in trepidation, hesitant to speak, knowing that her sister was still unaware of the intricacies involved. Jiang Shushu paused, casting a glance at Jiang Lanyi's exquisitely beautiful face. Who could possibly refuse a request from someone so lovely? Moreover, the method for refining superior spirit stones had originally been discovered by the original host. It merely required her enhancements to increase the yield. There was no need for secrecy. With patience, she explained the process to Jiang Lanyi in detail. All spirit apothecaries share similar abilities. Simply practice according to my instructions, and refining superior spirit stones will become second nature to you. I shall certainly follow your guidance, sister. Jiang Lanyi responded with a smile, inadvertently recalling, sister, your refining skills have improved remarkably. I remember, when your talent first awakened, you devised a method for refining superior stones and promised to teach me once I awakened. Yet I wonder why your proficiency waned afterward, resulting in the loss of many spirit stones. Chapter 138. If you discuss this matter, I shall feel guilty. Is that so? Did I truly say such a thing? Jiang Shushu was momentarily taken aback, as she had not inherited the original host's memories and could not comprehend Jiang Lanyi's references. However, from the fragments she gleaned, it was evident that their father was correct. The original host had shared a close bond with his sister during their youth. Shushu, you could refine superior stones even as a child? How impressive! He Mian exclaimed. Jiang Shushu donned an enigmatic smile, neither affirming nor denying the statement, silently muttering to herself. I know I'm capable, but whether the original host was truly remarkable remains uncertain. Nevertheless, she could not help but admire the original host for her wisdom and kindness before her entanglement with Shengnan. From her observations, it seemed the real failure lay with the scoundrel, for the original host's engagement with him might have stemmed from sympathy rather than genuine affection. As she pondered these thoughts, Jiang Lanyi's voice broke through her reverie. Of course, my sister is truly exceptional. When she tested her talents, she awakened with all attributes. It had been many years since the Sovereign Star had seen a natural spirit master, and it thrilled the mentors at the Spirit Master Academy. Even the dean came to pay a visit. Upon arriving at the Sovereign Star, He Mian had heard of Jiang Shushu's achievements. After all, being a natural talent was a point of envy among all postnatal spirit masters. In the interstellar realm, while many natural-born strong individuals existed, natural spirit masters were rare. For instance, spirit apothecaries required both fire and wood attributes, which were inherently challenging to awaken. Similarly, spirit equipment masters needed both gold and fire attributes, which were antagonistic to one another, making awakening even more arduous. Such stringent requirements led to a scarcity of spirit masters. Even on the Imperial Star, a single natural spirit master would be celebrated, let alone in a small locale like the Sovereign Star, where even those with all attributes awakened often faced significant impurities in their mental seas. The dean came? Was he there to invite Shushu to study? He Mian inquired, intrigued. Jiang Lanyi nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with admiration. Yes, because my sister has all attributes, she could even become an ability warrior. Hence, the dean, accompanied by 2 vice deans, personally visited our home to extend an invitation. They promised her a choice between the apothecary department or the equipment department, waiving all tuition fees. However, My sister said the apothecary dean seemed quite amiable, so she opted to study refining spirit medicines first, which left the equipment dean fuming with indignation. She beamed with pride, as though the invitation had been extended to her personally. Jiang Shushu felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared her throat. That was quite some time ago. There's no need to dwell on it. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed He Mianyan and Jiang Lanyi huddled together, their heads close as they chatted animatedly. Their laughter growing ever softer, occasionally casting playful glances toward Jiang Shushu. Jiang Shushu sighed, gazing upwards in exasperation. If they continue this conversation, it's bound to make anyone feel guilty. Time swiftly passed, reaching the third day following Xingnan's departure. The outside world remained tranquil. Ling Jun had yet to receive any orders for rescue, while the other combat teams on the Illusion Star continued their usual hunts, each team grappling with their own frustrations. Bei Yuan led the ability warriors into battle against the magical flora. Since Xingnan had left, Ling Jun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had initially contemplated keeping Liang Yuyu by her side, but Jiang Shushu, recalling the little lucky fish's abilities, decided it was wiser for him to accompany Ling Jun and the others into the more perilous jungle war zone. Not long after the team set out, the God Slayer stealthily returned to the encampment. Upon spotting its arrival, Jiang Shushu promptly signaled to the other two, and they too discreetly set off. This time, the jungle had been selected with the assistance of the God Slayer. Jiang Lanyi was returning for the second time, yet still found the experience exhilarating. She could not help but inquire, "Sister, will Captain 15 be angry if Lord Godslayer rushes out to assist us like this?" The combat team exchanged raw stones for divine artifacts, aiming to attain value surpassing 500 raw stones. Yet, it was evident that Lord Godslayer harbored no intention of exerting himself. "Captain 15? I would rather they all knew." Jiang Shushu cast her a sidelong glance, a cold smile curving her lips. She was all too aware of the thoughts circulating within the combat teams, which was precisely why she had devised this plan alongside Ling Jun and the others. Just as Sheng Nan had once sought to borrow artifacts, did not the other combat teams covet them as well? They were merely awaiting a suitable opportunity to voice their desires. Even if there had been no initial plan for artifact borrowing, the emergence of the first Sheng Nan would inevitably lead to countless others. Rather than being coveted, why not take the initiative? They thought borrowing was as simple as it had been for Liang Yuyu, but alas, Lord Godslayer was no weakling, nor was he malleable. He possessed autonomous consciousness and strength surpassing that of an average SS class, akin to a general among the 5 great legions. Would you command him to hunt beasts? Even if a true general stood before him, he would only offer polite acknowledgement. Would he heed the orders of a mere squad leader? What? You speak of a contract? The contract merely stipulated the borrowing fees and restrictions on the first combat team, with no guarantee that the Godslayer sword would assist in collecting a specified amount of resources. If you lack the ability to retain the divine artifact, who can you blame? Jiang Lanyi, clever as she was, grasped Jiang Shushu's meaning in mere moments, her expression turning to one of astonishment. It could indeed be approached this way? Her sister was truly wise. Her own cleverness paled in comparison. Chapter 139. A familiar feeling. How can this be so? We dare not interfere with Lord Godslayer's actions. He Mianyan smiled, knowing the intricacies of the plan, which was why she had initially deterred Si Chen and the others from inviting Liu Yao, to avoid ensnaring him in a predicament. The combat team's borrowing artifacts were destined to suffer losses, likely ending up with less than 1/5 of 500 raw stones returned. Mian was correct. Lord Godslayer was indeed a divine artifact, unique in the cosmos, of high status. Who would dare to control him? He would go wherever he pleased and do as he wished. If those individuals were dissatisfied, they could seek the Marshal, for after all, it was his divine artifact, and it bore no relation to us guardians. Jiang Shushu shot a glance at Jiang Lanyi, her brows arching, a radiant smile illuminating her delicate yet spirited countenance, leaving He Mianyan and Jiang Lanyi momentarily transfixed. Typically, she favored simple, flowing garments, her face unadorned and understated, often causing her beauty to be overlooked, yet when she smiled, she was stunning enough to capture anyone's gaze. In that moment, He Mianyan suddenly understood why her often aloof prince had taken such a keen interest in this woman. Surely, it could not be without regard for her beauty. Jiang Lanyi bit her lip, her gaze toward Jiang Shushu now filled with admiration and reverence. Jiang Shushu, catching the sidelong glance, felt a twinge of discomfort. Recalling how they had once been adversaries, she found it strange to receive such a look from the little green tea. A memory of that morning before Nan's departure flashed through her mind, and she cleared her throat, patting Jiang Lanyi's shoulder. Jiang Lanyi, do look for spray tree you fancy here. I shall gift you one. At that moment, the jungle's edge had been purified by Lord Godslayer. The previously fearsome magical plants now standing quietly, gently swaying in the breeze, resembling ripe crops awaiting harvest. Sister, you are not deceiving me, are you? You truly wish to give me that spray tree? Jiang Lanyi exclaimed, her surprise palpable, almost incredulous. This area contained only one such tree, and she was aware that her sister had stealthily ventured out to hunt with the singular purpose of acquiring this precious item. Was she truly to receive it? If I said I would gift it to you, then I shall, Jiang Shushu declared grandly, having several in her possession already. Xiao Jiao had informed her that the energy had accumulated sufficiently, and even absorbing ordinary magical plants would allow for rapid advancement. Jiang Lanyi was deeply moved. Her sister had once expressed a desire to cultivate unique plants in their small courtyard, having specifically mentioned the spray tree and even outlining a planting site, vowing to tend to it well, so that when her sister returned, it would be there to greet her. Her expression was earnest and joyous as she animatedly spoke, her hands gesturing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He Mianyan, intrigued, remarked, your sister knew about the spray tree even as a child? She even contemplated planting it in the courtyard? My sister is exceptionally intelligent. Whenever my uncle encountered something peculiar on the planet, as long as he recounted it, she would remember it instantly. She is also a diligent learner, frequently researching various magical plants and beasts online, so her knowledge is vast, akin to a walking encyclopedia among children. How impressive, to have begun such interests at such a young age. I recall that at Shushu's age, I was solely concerned with where to procure fruit and which vegetables were tastier and more nutritious. Indeed, my sister is a recognized genius. She is quite remarkable. As the new round of praise was about to commence, Jiang Shushu's expression conveyed a sense of discomfort. To laud me in the presence of the concerned parties. Do you truly not care for my feelings? Do you not worry about my embarrassment? Yet, for reasons unknown, as she listened to these unexperienced tales, a faint sense of familiarity stirred within her. She tilted her head, puzzled, glancing at the two who were engrossed in their conversation, suppressing the peculiar sensation rising in her heart. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination from spending too long in the cosmos. In the military district, within the marshal's office, Yan Qilu wore a serious expression. You say that information from the falling wind star indicates the presence of Jiang family members in that area prior to the beast tide? Seated opposite him, Zhou Xiangming nodded. Exasperated, Marshal. Initially, they did not regard this matter with much concern, as far too many people travel to falling wind star daily. However, after you ordered them to investigate following the beast tide, they recalled this occurrence. Yan Qilu furrowed his brow. If you assert that so many people visit daily, why were they singled out for attention? Because their behavior was both bizarre and secretive. Our personnel encountered considerable difficulty in uncovering traces of their presence scattered across the planet, and their appearances were notably brief. Shortly after they departed, the magical beasts in that area began to riot. At first, our people did not take much notice, as falling wind star is vast and minor beast tides occur daily, but gradually they realized that these minor tides began to converge toward the central region. Zhou Xiangming spoke somberly. Falling wind star has never experienced a major beast tide since human governance began. This occurrence is far too sudden. Moreover, as a hunting star, the usual visitors are hunting teams and mercenary groups who typically operate collectively, unlike the Jiang family, which is dispersed. Clearly, they are not there for hunting. What is that old bastard Jiang Zicheng plotting? Yan Qilu seethed. He understood that the patriarch of the Jiang family had become disillusioned due to the genius of his descendants, harboring a cynical view of the world. Thus, to placate him, whenever he made reasonable requests, Yan Qilu complied, even sending his beloved little grandson away. What more could he possibly desire? Marshal, the ability users on Falling Wind Star have mostly retreated. The only ones remaining are Shungnan's squad. Zhou Xiangming reported the information relayed by their subordinates, noting that he had heard the patriarch of the Sheng family had assembled a formidable mercenary group, preparing to embark on a rescue mission, likely departing for Falling Wind Star this afternoon. Marshal, what do you think? That shameless old bald man is indeed swift in his actions. Yan Qilu's eyes widened, exuding the imposing dignity of a formidable warrior. As he let out a cold chuckle, let him go rescue them. Do not impede him. After all, the casualties at his home are severe, and bringing them back would merely yield a horde of invalids. He then commanded, connect me to Ling Jun's communication. Zhua Xiangming swiftly tapped a few commands on the holographic interface, and soon a strikingly composed face appeared on the translucent screen. Grandfather, what is it? Is it not permissible for me to contact you, if I am well? Yan Qilu bellowed robustly, then narrowed his eyes slightly, lowering his voice. My dear grandson, is your wife nearby? Ling Jun, feeling helpless, adjusted the camera to show his surroundings, a fleeting glimpse of a fierce battle between numerous supernatural warriors and magical plants. Grandfather, I am in the combat zone. Shushu is stationed at the base. Why does this combat team seem stronger than before? A flicker of doubt crossed Zhua Xiangming's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, focusing instead on the conversation between the marshal and the prince. That is good, that is good. So, what was it you wanted to convey? Grandfather? Oh, it is this. I have decided to dispatch a small team to the Falling Wind Star for rescue operations. Would you like to join? Chapter 140. What purpose is served by nurturing spirit plants with spirit plants? Yan Qilu's eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of the usual murkiness associated with the elderly. As he smiled, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening. Ling Jun, feeling resigned, interjected, You wish for me to partake in this rescue? As the highest commander of the military district, I must be accountable for every soldier and will not abandon anyone. If you are unwilling, I can send another team. However, I received word today that there are some peculiar traces on Falling Wind Star, seemingly linked to your wife's family.
All right, I shall go.
Ling Jun interrupted before Yan Qilu could finish. With a solemn expression, he added, Since you have spoken, I will ensure this mission is executed flawlessly. Yan Qilu chuckled. You speak as if I am commissioning you. Very well, this matter must proceed discreetly. If one must deny, let them deny. When I next encounter that old scoundrel Jiang Ziqing, he must assist his grandson in garnering some merit. In the jungle, the twilight deepened, signaling the time to regroup. Bei Yuan and Si Chen were assembling their teams when they noticed Ling Jun had ended his communication. They approached him. Ling Jun, what did the marshal say?
Si Chen inquired.
Ling Jun turned to him. The marshal has ordered us to immediately head to Falling Wind Star to support the team stranded in Xingnan. Bei Yuan expressed surprise. We are to provide support? Has the beast tide on Falling Wind Star intensified? That shouldn't be the case. Even if it had, it ought to be the Second Legion that intervenes. He had been monitoring the situation on Falling Wind Star and had received reports that many combat teams had retreated in a timely manner. Currently, only Xingnan's squad remained trapped there. However, given the relatively weak magical beasts on Falling Wind Star, even amidst a beast tide, the danger was minimal. Even without assistance, Xingnan could endure, albeit with difficulty in retreating. Who knows how many teams have been sent, but this is the marshal's command, and we must comply, Ling Jun reminded him. He was unsure whether other teams had been dispatched from the military district, but the priority was to arrive before others.
Bai Yuan ceased asking questions.
As their team had fully assembled, and he swiftly led them back to base. Jiang Shushu and her companions had long returned, having swept through several areas of the jungle that day. She gifted each of Jiang Lanyi and He Mianmian a watering tree. The three were animatedly discussing their finds. He Mianmian exclaimed, Shushu, does this tree have any special requirements for growth? Must I meticulously care for it, giving it a dose of second-tier spirit medicine daily? Jiang Lanyi nodded enthusiastically. Sister Mianmian is right. Such a miraculous watering tree deserves serious attention. Wouldn't one dose be insufficient? How about two? After spending the past few days together, Jiang Lanyi felt a natural rapport with He Mianmian, having spontaneously shifted from calling her by name to addressing her as sister. Jiang Shushu's mind briefly recalled a potato submerged in muddy water, which she had heard required daily doses of spirit medicine to survive, nearly perishing in the process. She recalled that both spirit medicine practitioners and cultivators favored spirit medicine. Isn't this akin to modern plant nutrient solutions? She mused. Moreover, if the watering tree could thrive here, it was merely a matter of changing its environment. Why assume it lacked nutrients? I remember the agent you use for watering spirit plants is also derived from medicinal plants.
Correct?
Jiang Shushu queried. He Mianmian nodded with a natural expression. Of course, it's made from medicinal plants. Otherwise, how could it be nutritious? How could it ensure a high survival rate for spirit plants? Seeing both Jiang Lanyi and He Mianmian appear so convinced, Jiang Shushu could no longer contain herself. You use medicinal plants to concoct agents for nurturing spirit plants. It's obvious that the result would be a nutrient-rich solution, but isn't that an incredible waste? Moreover, when you cultivate the spirit plants into medicine, then use that medicine to nurture the next batch of spirit plants. What significance does that hold? Furthermore, how precious are those medicinal plants? They inherently contain various nutrients. Even if you were to boil them into a broth and irrigate the spirit plants, it would still be beneficial for their growth. Jiang Shushu had longed to voice her thoughts on this matter. If one desires to nurture plants effectively, they ought to engage their minds rather than rely solely on various medicinal solutions for quick results. Ultimately, the plants they nurtured were subpar, with a significant portion perishing.
Oh.
Are you saying that this is wasteful? He Mianmian was taken aback. Jiang Lanyi, however, was perceptive. Sister, are you saying we need not concoct it? Simply boiling them would yield similar effects. Precisely. You grasp the crux of the matter. Jiang Shushu exclaimed, with exasperation. Forget it. I can't communicate with you. In your minds, it seems that nurturing plants relies solely on spirit medicine. Once we return to Su Huang Star, I will prepare some fertilizer, which will undoubtedly surpass whatever spirit medicine concoctions you have created. She had intended to produce organic fertilizer. While the spiritual spring water in her space was highly effective and sufficient, it was her trump card and should not be easily revealed. Her planting area had expanded significantly, and merely relying on irrigation posed a considerable challenge. She could not constantly resort to secrecy. With fertilizer at her disposal, she would no longer have to focus on her home plants and could divert her attention to other endeavors. Upon hearing Jiang Shushu mention the possibility of fertilizer without the need for spirit plants, both He Mianmian and Jiang Lanyi expressed delight, hastily chiming in, Sister, don't forget to give me plenty when the time comes. Shushu, what about me? If it's not possible, I can buy it with Interstellar coins. If you produce enough, why not sell some in my shop? I promise not to take any commission. On one hand, this reflected their budding friendship. On the other, fertilizer could enhance the shop's reputation. After all, who would visit a store and only buy fertilizer without purchasing spirit plants? It was no wonder both were so confident in Jiang Shushu's yet-to-be-produced fertilizer. They had witnessed her planting abilities firsthand. Jokingly, her remarkable talent for reviving plants was a signature skill. All right, once I have concocted it, I will certainly reserve some for both of you. Rest assured. Jiang Shushu smiled, choosing not to respond to He Mianmian's suggestion of selling it in her shop. The trio continued their light-hearted banter until the combat team returned. Bei Yuan approached Ling Jun and Si Chen. There's something we need to discuss. The military district has issued orders for us to proceed to Falling Wind Star to assist Xingnan. We must depart immediately. This mission is perilous, and after some deliberation, we have decided to send you back to Su Huang Star first. In their midst were only familiar faces, and the one unfamiliar, Jiang Lanyi, had a falling out with Xingnan, so Bei Yuan candidly recounted all the information he had received. Jiang Shushu and her companions exchanged glances. The silence lingering for 4 days, rescue operations were truly commencing. Chapter 141, a calamity that lasts for millennia even in the vastness of the cosmos. The adage of military orders being as immovable as mountains holds true. With the marshal's directive to depart immediately, Bei Yuan did not dare to delay. Swiftly issuing a series of commands, the soldiers began to bustle about in an orderly fashion. Jiang Shushu first sought out Ling Jun. Was the situation on Luofeng Star dire, due to the beast tide? Her tone was laced with concern.
Ling Yun towered over 1.90 meters.
A head taller than Jiang Shushu, his stature commanding as he gazed down at her. His eyes concealed a myriad of emotions, and after a brief pause, he spoke gravely. It's not overly severe. However, Xingnan and his squad are trapped within the beast tide. Fortunately, the magical beasts on Luofeng Star are not particularly formidable, so they are not in immediate danger.
Who inquired about that?
Jiang Shushu thought to herself. Whether Xingnan was in peril held little significance to her. In fact, she wished he would perish on Luofeng Star and never return. Yet, it appeared that such a fate was unlikely, given his military rank. The military district would not sit idly by. A twinge of regret flickered within her, though she felt somewhat reassured. She cautioned, be careful when you go there. Your safety is paramount. I'll have my father and Liang Yu escort you back.
Ling Yun nodded.
Contemplating before adding, take Si Chen along as well. His strength will afford you better protection. Si Chen, like him, concealed his power, and though he could not rival Ling Jun, he was among the top 5 in the entire military district. No, that won't do. It's sufficient for my father to escort us. It's more appropriate for Yoyu and Si Chen to accompany you. Besides, have you forgotten Yuyu's abilities? His good fortune might help you encounter fewer dangers on Luofeng Star. Jiang Shushu hastily waved her hand, disapproving of Ling Jun's arrangements. Though the distance from Wanqing 5 to Su Huang Star was considerable, it lay within the Empire's jurisdiction, ensuring a safe journey. Moreover, This world was not akin to the perilous interstellar films she had previously watched. The greatest threat here was merely magical beasts. Fortunately, technology was advanced, and the more formidable magical beasts were closely monitored, rarely encroaching upon human territory. Seeing Jiang Shushu's insistence, Ling Jun deliberated for a moment before acquiescing to her suggestion. However, he discreetly modified the security protocols of the spacecraft designated to return them, elevating the protective measures to the highest level. He also contacted Sua Xiangming, requesting a small team to come and provide assistance. The group departed quietly. In their haste, Jiang Shushu neglected to inform Captain 15, resulting in the next day, when Shirshin waited in vain at the stationed area, only to find it desolate. No people, not even a wilted leaf remained. Shirshin was momentarily taken aback. Though it had only recently awakened, its mind was agile. It quickly deduced that something must have caused them to leave hastily, and in its frustration and indignation, it returned to vent its anger at Captain 15, demanding to contact its master. Unfortunately, Captain 15 was oblivious to the language of swords and, after much sweating and coaxing, finally comprehended Shirshin's intent. He promptly contacted Bei Yuan and learned they had been assigned an urgent task and had already departed. Captain 15 felt a surge of delight. For 2 days, Shirshin had been present but unproductive, leading to a meager harvest from the magical ancient ruins. It was evident that the artifact's heart was not truly with him. Now that Bei Yuan and the others were finally gone, Shirshin's only remaining ally was himself. He soothed the artifact, believing he had finally calmed it, only to realize in the following days of relentless torment that a being of such stature was beyond the grasp of mere mortals.
Ah, Bai Yuan.
Why did you depart in secrecy? Return swiftly. I vow not to harm you. I merely wish for you to take this calamity with you. Ling Jun and Jiang Shushu split their paths. The warship headed for Luofeng Star while the small spacecraft returned to Suhuang Star. Jiang Feng was aboard the ship, having just prepared a meal and set it on the table, beckoning the 3 spirit masters and several ability warriors who were protecting them. Shu Bao, come and eat, he called, bringing in the last dish. The stir-fried vegetables were from Feng Qinghan, comprised of low to medium-grade spiritual fruit and vegetables, along with some magical beast meat. The staple food was grain cultivated by his daughter. Soon, everyone was seated, and Jiang Shushu shared the message she had received from Ling Jun earlier. Ling Jun said the squad sent by the general is nearly there. We will converge with them at the next planet. Father, how far is it to the next planet? The next planet? Not far at all. We should arrive in about half a day's time, Jiang Feng replied, checking the route on his holographic device. Noting that they were already halfway to Suhuang Star. In his view, it was hardly a distance worth the military district's involvement. However, glancing at his daughter, he recognized the affection Ling Jun held for Shu Bao as a positive development, one he could not oppose. Moreover, even if he had the authority, he would not wish to object. Jiang Shushu, however, was deep in thought. Luofeng Star was relatively close to Wanqing No. 5, and they had already traversed half the distance back to Suhuang Star. Meanwhile, Ling Jun and his team had likely reached Luofeng Star and engaged in battle with the minor magical beasts. From the videos and information sent by Ling Jun, she surmised that the rescue teams were likely few in number, probably no more than 5. This struck her as peculiar. Why was Sheng Nan, a member of the 2nd Legion, in need of aid from the 1st Legion? Surely the other teams could not all be preoccupied? After pondering for some time without resolution, she cast the thoughts aside. Following their meal, she observed the intelligent robot aboard the spacecraft tidying up the dishes, marveling at the convenience of advanced technology. She then led He Mianmian and Zhang Lanyi into the rest cabin, continuing to share tips on refining superior-grade raw stones. Half a day later, Jiang Feng successfully connected with the personnel dispatched by Sua Xiangming, escorting Jiang Shushu back to Suhuang Star. As was customary, Jiang Shushu slept for 2 days and nights, awakening on the 3rd day. During breakfast, Jiang Feng shared delightful news. I heard Ling Jun and the others are on their way back and should be nearing Suhuang Star. Jiang Shushu was momentarily taken aback, then elated, hastily inquiring, is anyone injured? What about Sheng Nan? Did he return as well? Was he walking or carried back? Jiang Feng was momentarily startled, taken aback by his daughter's questions. Except for a few young ones from the Sheng family who sustained significant injuries, everyone else is fine. Sheng Nan as well. He must have walked back. Who would prefer to be carried? He pondered, suspecting that his daughter might still harbor feelings for Sheng Nan. Given her evident concern, Ling Jun had not asked a word. Little did he know, upon hearing that Sheng Nan was unharmed, Jiang Shushu felt an acute sense of disappointment. Truly a calamity that lasts for millennia. Trapped within the beast tide for several days, yet he emerged without even a scratch. She was reluctant to acknowledge Sheng Nan's prowess, instead lamenting the feebleness of the magical beasts. Sigh, even a stumble should leave a mark. After all, it was a great beast tide. How could he return unscathed? Chapter 142. Can the remains of magical plants and beasts serve as fertilizer? In just over 4 months, the interstellar realm would transition into the sweltering summer season, signaling the imminent commencement of classes at the Spirit Master Academy. The summer climate here was harsh, with average temperatures soaring to 1,000 degrees, rendering it utterly unsuitable for hunting and combat. Consequently, each summer, the military district refrained from issuing hunting orders, and the entire interstellar community temporarily entered a state of truce. Jiang Shushu contemplated this, and resolved to utilize the time to cultivate grains and vegetables in her family's fields. Whether for consumption or sale, it would serve as a source of income. Determined, she intended to access the system space to retrieve the seeds she had saved. However, she encountered an obstacle. Suddenly recalling that on the final day in Wanqing, Xiao Jiao had mentioned it would undergo an upgrade, leading to a temporary closure of the space for entry and exit. To her astonishment, even after 2 days of slumber, the upgrade had yet to be completed. Jiang Shushu exhaled a sigh, and in a state of helplessness, resorted to logging into the star network via her neural interface to purchase some vegetable and fruit seeds anew. The interstellar delivery service was remarkably efficient, with packages dispatched by robots arriving within approximately an hour of placing the order. However, her troubles did not cease there. The inability to access her spatial storage meant she could not utilize the spiritual spring water. Instead, she had to resort to ordinary water for irrigation, which not only hindered growth rates but also raised uncertainties about the potential for spiritual energy absorption. Despite her previous life being steeped in the study of botany, she found herself devoid of resources. Even the most skilled of artisans cannot craft a meal without ingredients. Thus, she concluded that organic fertilizer must be concocted post-haste. Given that the system's upgrade remained an unknown variable, and with her inherently proactive disposition, she hurried to the storage room in search of several sealed containers. Zhang Feng observed his daughter's peculiar actions with curiosity. "Xu Bao, what are you up to?" he inquired. "I aim to create fertilizer that can expedite plant growth. Our cultivated land is expanding, and utilizing spiritual liquid for irrigation is prohibitively expensive. We simply cannot afford it," Jiang Shushu replied, all the while gathering materials from her spatial bracelet. A heap of various magical plant cuttings and even a few vibrant red flowers were unearthed, revealing a small, fragmented leg of a magical beast amidst the chaos. They appeared fresh, suggesting they had not been stored for long. Jiang Feng was taken aback, questioning, "Why on earth are you hoarding such refuse?" Even remnants of magical beasts. Unable to contain his disbelief, he continued, "Xu Bao, what purpose do you serve by keeping these?" Fortunately, the bracelet given to you by Ling Jun has excellent preservation capabilities, or else it would surely rot in there. How will you store food in the future? As he spoke, a vivid image of writhing insects invaded his mind, causing him to stiffen and grimace. "Father, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I allow anything to spoil?" Jiang Shushu laughed, extending a magical beast's leg towards him. "Look at how vibrant it is. These were specifically collected during my time with the combat team in the war zone. The purified magical plants and beasts contain an abundance of spiritual energy. And since the combat team disregards these scraps, they would eventually be absorbed by other magical plants if I didn't gather them. It's far more beneficial for me to transform them into fertilizer, which would undoubtedly surpass the efficacy of the second-tier spiritual medicine concocted by Jiang Lanyi, and most importantly, it's far more economical." Upon hearing his daughter assert that this collection could indeed be transformed into fertilizer, Jiang Feng found himself bewildered.
"Xu Bao."
Don't spiritual pharmacists use wood-type abilities to hasten the growth of fruits and vegetables? Why would you require fertilizer? Moreover, what fertilizer could possibly surpass the efficacy of wood-type abilities? While wood-type abilities do indeed facilitate accelerated growth, Jiang Shushu explained, "Father, our family possesses 4 plots of cultivated land. Relying solely on abilities for stimulation would likely overwhelm my mental capacity to the point of collapse. Furthermore, this fertilizer boasts potent spiritual effects. Once prepared, I will no longer need to worry about cultivation, and you can simply apply it periodically." Had it only been Jiang Shushu tending to the land, she might have been less concerned. However, with the increasing area under cultivation, solely depending on wood-type abilities was evidently impractical. The system's spiritual spring remained a closely guarded secret, leading her to conclude that producing fertilizer to distribute among them would be the most sensible approach, allowing everyone to manage their respective plots. Additionally, she had promised to provide Jiang Lanyi and He Mianmian with fertilizer that would outperform second-tier spiritual medicine. As a combat warrior, Jiang Feng lacked agricultural knowledge, yet he trusted his daughter's assertion that this collection of garbage could indeed be transformed into fertilizer. He quickly stepped forward to take the branches from her hands, expressing concern. "You stay aside, I will handle this. Be careful not to cut yourself." Jiang Shushu clapped her hands and stood up. "Father, use your abilities to chop these into smaller pieces and toss them into this large bucket. Do not underestimate these scraps. They too contain spiritual energy. Once fermented, I anticipate the spiritual potency will be even greater, applicable to both fruits and vegetables, as well as spiritual medicinal herbs." In her previous life, she had inhabited a world brimming with technology, where crops cultivated with organic fertilizer commanded exorbitant prices, being extremely precious. Society sought spiritual fulfillment and organic food safety, prompting the government to initiate numerous campaigns promoting self-sufficiency. Agriculture had become a highly sought-after profession, particularly in the meticulous cultivation of aged medicinal herbs, which demanded painstaking care without shortcuts. Any hint of technological interference would render such products worthless. Therefore, she had to master not only the characteristics of plants but also the intricacies of composting and how to yield safe, high-yield crops. There had been numerous occasions when she contemplated sneaking back to fill a few barrels for the absorption of the magical plant king. Surely, the efficacy would surpass that of the wit-type abilities of spiritual masters. However, recalling the astonished expressions of Ling Jun and Si Qian upon witnessing the pool, she ultimately abandoned that plan. If she were to use the liquid from the pool for vegetable cultivation, it was likely that no one would dare to consume the produce. After Jiang Feng had meticulously chopped all the materials and sorted them into the large bucket, Jiang Shushu added an appropriate amount of water according to the previous fertilizer ratios. Ideally, using spiritual spring water would have maximized the fertilizer's potency, but with access to the spatial storage restricted, she resorted to using water left over from washing grains instead. Once everything was securely sealed, the seeds ordered from the Star Network arrived just in time. Jiang Feng sifted through the seeds, exclaiming, "Oh, these are all seeds for small greens?
No grans?
Grains will suffice for now. There's no rush to plant them. Didn't you mention that Ling Jun and the others would be returning soon? A few large men consume a considerable amount of food, and the fully potent vegetables will surely be in high demand." Jiang Shushu casually replied, though she spoke the truth. Grains were indeed sufficient, merely stored within the system's space and inaccessible at present. The reason for her choice in purchasing solely small greens was primarily due to their affordability. Chapter 143. Little Jiao is a golden-eating beast in her heart. Jiang Shushu reflected on the bountiful gains from this expedition to the illusory star. 1. On the first day, in pursuit of the Godslayer, she obtained several vines from the magical plant king, along with a substantial quantity of low spirituality yet plentiful small magical plants. 2. The Godslayer led her to a vast horde of magical beasts, allowing her to collect numerous specimens into her spatial storage. 3. She assisted other combat teams in refining raw stones, earning 1,000 superior spiritual stones. 4. Through the artifact lending plan, she and the combat team divided the raw stones, netting over 20,000. 5. During the Godslayer's borrowing period, she stealthily returned to utilize the spiritual spring water to purify magical plants, resulting in a significant harvest of magical plants and water-spraying trees. Upon tallying her acquisitions, she was astounded by the wealth of resources she had amassed, the value of which rivaled the majority of the combat team's haul. However, regardless of the abundance of her spoils, they paled in comparison to the insatiable appetite of her golden-eating beast. Aside from a few water-spraying trees, the rest had been thoroughly consumed by little Jiu, leaving her puzzled as to how such an upgrade could be so resource-intensive. Jiang Shushu clenched her teeth, vowing to become a small fortune-maker, only to have her dreams of leisurely enjoyment dashed mercilessly. Prior to their visit to Su Huang Star, Jiang Feng had gathered all the crops from their plots, leaving the fields barren. Upon the arrival of the purchased seeds, Jiang Feng intended to turn the soil. Regrettably, Ling Jun was not home, and the planting robots could only do so much. Otherwise, why expend such manual effort? As he worked the soil, he lamented to his daughter, Shang Nan is truly disappointing. He used to boast incessantly about his prowess and how highly the general regarded him. Yet, when faced with the beast tied on Luo Feng Star, he was utterly helpless, requiring our Ling Jun to come to the rescue. despite being an S-level powerhouse. I see him as the weakest squad leader in the military district. Father, it was a major beast tide. If Sheng Nan could have handled it easily, the magical beasts would have lost all their face, Jiang Shushu teased, sitting on a small stool and watching her father toil in the soil with a smile. She understood that her father was venting his frustrations, let alone the resources Sheng Nan had consumed from her family. The fact that the general held him in high regard was certainly no exaggeration. Just think about it. A boy who was nearly abandoned by his family and deemed a failure transformed into an S-class powerhouse in just over a decade. Surely, he would attract attention and be regarded as a promising talent. Unfortunately, without the original owner's assistance, the scoundrel's strength would stagnate from then on. Nevertheless, Sheng Nan remained an S-class powerhouse, which is a rare feat both on our peripheral planets and on larger celestial bodies. When had Sheng Nan ever demonstrated the prowess of a strong individual? Jiang Feng remained dissatisfied, feeling that Sheng Nan was merely riding on the coattails of S-class ability users. Jiang Shushu detected the admiration for strong individuals in his words and felt a stirring in her heart. Father, don't you wish to become an S-class powerhouse? Don't you desire that? Jiang Feng chuckled. Of course he wished for it. Every ability warrior aspired to be a strong individual, but regrettably, his talent was mediocre. And with age, he would likely remain as he was. Not necessarily. Jiang Shushu's voice rang out brightly. Father, have you forgotten that your daughter is a genius? Whether it be refining or crafting, I excel in both. As long as you desire it, I can elevate you to that status. Her eyes sparkled with earnestness, evoking both amusement and warmth in Jiang Feng. It would require a tremendous amount of resources, far too extravagant. Better to save them for your own use. Wouldn't you agree? As a parent, he wished for nothing but the best for his children, often sacrificing his own needs for their benefit. Jiang Shushu waved her hand grandly. Rest assured, my resources are abundant. Even if you were to use half and discard the other half, I can still support you. Jiang Feng mused. Why does it feel like Shushu is the responsible father while I have become the rebellious child? Jiang Shushu, however, did not ponder deeply. Although she had little star currency on hand, in terms of resources, she believed few could rival her wealth. Not to mention her skills in refining top-tier items. Her ability to cultivate plants brimming with spiritual energy could easily turn her into a millionaire in a short span of time. Jiang Feng meticulously tended to the planting fields in their yard, reluctant to let his daughter labor, instead allowing her to oversee while he scattered the seeds himself. Once they finished, he visited the small courtyards of Ling Jun, Liang Youyu, and Si Chen, diligently sowing seeds. The task seemed manageable. Yet due to Jiang Feng's status as a warrior, he was unfamiliar with farming, and having been raised with the belief that plants were delicate and precious, he was exceedingly cautious, fearful that any misstep might lead to disaster. By the time he completed the 3 small courtyards, it was already afternoon. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the sofa. Shushu, this meticulous work is truly arduous. My body may not be tired, but my spirit feels worn. Father, don't mention your fatigue. I felt weary just watching you, fretting the entire time. It's merely a batch of small greens. You needn't be so cautious. Jiang Shushu said, exasperated, as she handed him a glass of water. Jiang Feng accepted it and gulped it down, feeling his tense spirit begin to ease. You herbalists, accustomed to planting, naturally understand these matters. I feared my inexperience would ruin everything. Unfortunately, if only Ling Jun were home, we could have used his planting robot. I wonder where Ling Jun is now. Just as he pondered, Ling Jun had just arrived at the entrance of the military district. He was about to speak with someone across from him when suddenly his vision darkened, and he felt an itch in his nose. Subtly, he turned his head and lightly touched his nose. Shengnan's heart tightened, and he hastily said, Ling Jun, it is now safe. Perhaps you should first report to the marshal. I wish to send the younger generation of our family back. Have you mentioned it to General Yu Xiao? I communicated with the general while on the spaceship. He has already agreed. Upon hearing this, Ling Jun nodded. Their situation was unique. The first large beast tied on Luofeng star, and ordinarily, they would report to the marshal first. However, Ling Jun, observing Shengnan's retreating figure, wore an indifferent expression as he turned to lead Si Chen and Bei Yuan towards the First Legion's base. Shengnan quickly returned to the clan. After a cacophony of cries and chaos, he followed a bald elder into a secluded room. The elder was the patriarch of the Sheng family. He sat behind a desk, fatigue etched on his face as he rubbed his forehead, his brows knitted in distress. Shengnan. The casualties among the younger generation this time are severe. Nan remained silent and slowly replied, "By the time I arrived, it was already too late." They were surrounded by magical beasts, unable to resist at all. "Patriarch, you have been careless." These juniors were not yet prepared for such trials. The bald elder's brow furrowed deeper at his words, a flicker of humiliation and anger flashing in his eyes, which he forcefully suppressed, asking only, "Do you believe there are signs of human intervention on Luofeng Star?" Chapter 144. The tragic fate of the Sheng clan. The magical beasts on Luofeng Star are weak. Akin to livestock raised by the Empire for human consumption, they pose no threat to humanity. How could such an uncontrollable beast tide suddenly erupt? Recalling the pitiful state of the returning juniors, the patriarch felt a surge of indignation. "Xiaonan, I cannot believe it. I cannot accept it." They left brimming with vitality. And, in just a few days, they have become like this. How can I face their parents and families? His voice quivered by the end. Xingnan's expression darkened, remaining silent. Who could accept this? When he first discovered the group, he could hardly believe his eyes. The survivors bore grievous injuries, their clothes tattered and stained with blood, their faces pale and eyes vacant, looking utterly wretched. If it were merely lost limbs, the clan could summon spiritual masters for treatment. But the most troubling issue was the collapse of their mental seas. Everyone was affected. Shengnan struggled to speak. "Patriarch, I understand your distress, and I share in it. But upon leaving Luofeng Star, I thoroughly investigated and found no suspicious traces." "How is that possible?" "Not to mention, regarding your annulment of the engagement with Jiang Shushu. They must feel." The patriarch of the Xing family abruptly noted the severe pallor on Xingnan's face and lowered his voice, softening his tone. "Xiaonan, I mean no offense. I simply believe that you have been entangled with the Jiang sisters for so long, and with their innate talent now diminished to nothing. It is hard to guarantee that old Jiang won't harbor resentment. The Jiang family patriarch would not do such a thing. He dotes on Lan Yi and values me greatly. As long as I and Lan Yi continue to grow stronger, he will only see us and forget about that worthless talent." Shengnan replied confidently, casting a sidelong glance at the patriarch, a hint of scorn flickering in his eyes. "Furthermore, it was you who supported my actions back then. Is it not somewhat late to voice such concerns now? I trust that the Jiang family patriarch would not act in such a manner. I hope the patriarch will refrain from further doubts. There are matters in the military district. I must take my leave." The patriarch of the Sheng family watched Shengnan exit with a sullen expression, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Outside, a figure appeared, slightly bowing towards the room. "Patriarch, I have just had their injuries examined. Among those children you value most, their mental seas have reached level 7 ruptures, while those with lesser talents suffered level 3 ruptures. What shall we do now? Little 4, how much of our family assets remain?" "Patriarch, to save these children, we have expended 2/3 of our assets. 1/3 went to the 1st and 2nd Legions, while the remaining third was allocated to mercenaries and networking. Now this is all that remains." The patriarch of the Sheng family stared blankly at the numbers on the holographic screen, his spirit seemingly drained as he slumped in his chair, devoid of the vigor he displayed when facing Xingnan. After a prolonged silence, he wearily waved his hand. "Little 4, the children are still young. They have a long life ahead. It is already a blessing to save their lives. You may proceed with your tasks." The figure outside appeared to have anticipated this response, bowing slightly before turning and disappearing from view. The light in the room grew increasingly dim, and the old man's figure hunched in the shadows, appearing even more diminutive within the confines of the Jiang family residential area. Jiang Feng had painstakingly tilled the soil and sown the seeds. Just as he was stretching his back in the yard, preparing to take a brief respite, he noticed Ling Jun and his companions sauntering through the door. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback, caught mid-yawn and choking slightly. Cough, cough, cough. These 3 rascals, how do they always choose the perfect moment to arrive? Your father-in-law is nearly dead from exhaustion, and here they come. Isn't this just asking for disdain? As Jiang Feng observed the trio, who appeared clean and cheerful, bantering as they approached, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why didn't you give a heads up before coming back? There's no food prepared for you at home. If you'd just informed me, I wouldn't have forced myself into the fields. Wouldn't it be better to leave such specialized tasks to professionals, like planting robots? Seeing Jiang Feng standing in the courtyard, Liang Yuyu hastily rushed over, her voice brimming with excitement. "Uncle Jiang, we've brought back a plethora of meat ingredients. How about we host a barbecue feast tonight?" "Meat ingredients?" Jiang Feng inquired, puzzled. "Weren't you supposed to be on a rescue mission? Did you have time to hunt?" It's not from hunting, Ling Jun replied with a smile. We collected the magical beasts we dispatched along the way during the rescue mission. The military district provided us with plenty. He raised his hand, revealing a metallic bracelet that shimmered under the sunlight, casting a spectrum of colors. With a gentle wave, a small mountain of beasts materialized in the courtyard. Jiang Shushu, who had just emerged from the room upon hearing the commotion, shared the same look of astonishment with Jiang Shushu gazed at the mountain before her, swallowing hard. She was aware that interstellar magical beasts were mutated, but the sight before her was both familiar and alien. Was that a chicken? The beasts were casually discarded on the ground, their claws bound and piled into a small mound, each about a meter in size. Jiang Shushu distinctly noticed the topmost creature, with its long, pointed beak and a crimson crest atop its head, cloaked in iridescent feathers. Its glossy black eyes stared blankly at her, and in the next moment, as if provoked, it arrogantly raised its head and began to squawk at Jiang Shushu. The sound booming and nearly deafening her, Si-Chen leapt up, delivering a precise slap to its head. Who are you trying to scare? You're all tied up. The raucous beast was momentarily stunned, rolling off the pile and landing at Jiang Feng's feet, where he seized it by its claws, lifting it upside down. He waited thoughtfully. Wasn't you just saying she wanted barbecue? This one will suffice, plump and large, perfect for half barbecue and half braised. You all just returned. Take a moment to rest while I prepare it. With that, he dragged the flapping creature, which attempted to escape, into the kitchen.
Ha!
Dare to squawk at my gentle and timid daughter? Today, you shall witness the might of the iron pot. The onlookers followed his gaze, peering through the door just in time to see him smirking as he brandished a gleaming cleaver, swiftly severing the magical beast's head, blood spilling across the floor. Jiang Shushu, father, how formidable. Chapter 145, Frightened Shushu. Please gather these squawking beasts, Ling Jun instructed Jiang Shushu. She nodded, noting that the squawking beasts were rather large. Although the mound appeared substantial, there were only a few dozen of them. Nevertheless, it would suffice for their meals for a while. The four originally intended to assist in the kitchen, but Jiang Feng deemed them more of a hindrance and promptly shooed them away. In his eyes, these individuals were hardly fit for cooking. They would only complicate matters. Jiang Feng moved with remarkable speed, soon slicing several portions of raw meat, one for barbecue, one for braising, and another to be stewed into a nourishing soup for his daughter. The braising and stewing could commence in the pot while he took the prepared barbecue outside, allowing Jiang Shushu and the others to grill it themselves. The meat of the squawking beasts tastes better when stewed until tender. Let us enjoy the barbecue first. Jiang Feng threaded the thin slices of meat onto skewers, placing them on the grill. Jiang Shushu sat beside him, flipping the meat while casually asking, by the way, did you encounter any dangers on Falling Wind Star? Ling Jun paused momentarily, then calmly replied, no dangers were encountered. However, in our haste to eliminate traces before the mercenary team sent by the Chung family arrived, we expended quite a bit of our abilities. Thankfully, we had high-grade spirit stones to replenish our energy, which prevented any major issues. Yet, he had no intention of revealing this to Jiang Shushu just yet. Oh, really? Jiang Shushu looked skeptically at the others. Liang Yuyu quickly interjected, Sister, there truly was no danger. Although there were many magical beasts, their combat power was rather lacking. If we had encountered them previously, it might have posed a challenge. However, during this period, with the captain and Si-Chen monitoring us closely, we weren't allowed to sleep at night. Everyone's abilities have improved, especially Ling Jun and Si-Chen. I was astounded to see their strength surpass even that of the captain. His tone was infused with admiration, akin to discovering that a friend who once seemed exceptional was, in fact, the best in the entire province, eliciting respect and envy. Jiang Shushu raised an eyebrow. She had long known that Ling Jun hailed from the royal family of the Imperial Star, so his strength was not surprising. However, Si-Chen's prowess was unexpected, especially since he willingly remained a bystander in the first combat team. Jiang Feng was quite astonished.
So,
are you implying that you avoided danger this time thanks to Ling Jun and Si-Chen? Liang Yuyu replied, absolutely. We entered Falling Wind Star far from Chung Nen's team, and we made our way through a bloody path. You didn't witness the gruesome scene. Ling Jun and Si-Chen forged ahead, and we merely picked up the spoils. It was almost like scavenging. The youth, filled with youthful fervor, spoke with unfiltered excitement. It turned out that due to the beast tide, when their spaceship first arrived at Falling Wind Star, they couldn't find a docking area and opted for a remote spot far from the center. At that time, Only Chung Nan and his family's team were present on the planet, and for reasons unknown, nearly all the rampaging magical beasts congregated there, leaving other areas relatively safe. The captain declared that even if the squawking beasts lacked strength, their sheer numbers could overwhelm them, so they devised a plan and charted the safest route based on coordinates, leading their team through. Though this detour was time-consuming, they indeed encountered very few magical beasts along the way, significantly minimizing the casualties among ability warriors. As they drew closer to Chengnan, however, countless squawking beasts appeared, flocking towards them with flapping wings. Liang Yuyu vividly recalled the scene. The defensive shield obscured their view of the outside, with magical beasts clinging to it in dense layers. Under the captain's command, they hastened towards Chengnan while simultaneously launching attacks at the beasts outside the shield. It was during this time that Ling Jun and Xichen displayed their formidable strength. Liang Yuyu vividly remembered that they had already traveled halfway. In a bid to expedite their progress, Ling Jun wielded a long sword while Xichen brandished a large knife, standing side by side at the forefront with an air of invincibility. Wherever they passed, the squawking beasts were left gasping for breath, devoid of any power to resist. And even the purification potions were spared. They were directly collected into their storage spaces. Due to their overwhelming performance, by the time they reached Chengnan, the number of magical beasts had diminished significantly, with many having fled in fright. However, Chungnan's expression was rather amusing. Upon seeing Ling Jun, his face turned ashen, and fear flickered in his eyes, his demeanor markedly altered. "Uncle, sister, you should have seen the expression on Xingnan's face. We risked our lives to rescue him. And yet he looked as if he had just spilled a pot of paint, his complexion changing in an instant," Liang Yuyu exclaimed, mimicking Xingnan's various expressions with exaggerated grimaces, causing Jiang Shushu to burst into laughter. "Oh, dear little Yuyu, please stop. With your handsome features, such expressions only serve to diminish your charm," she teased. "Is that so? Then I shall refrain from mimicking him," Liang Yuyu quickly responded, not wishing to adopt Xingnan's peculiar demeanor. In the depths of little Koi's heart, he could never comprehend why Xingnan garnered the affection of so many young girls. With his frail, chicken-like appearance, he hardly possessed any redeeming qualities. He pouted and leaned in conspiratorially, asking, "Sister, do you know why Xingnan had such a countenance? Could it be anything other than the realization that someone he had always looked down upon was, in fact, superior to him?" Jiang Shushu replied knowingly. She understood Xingnan's psyche. He had long taken pride in his perceived superiority, believing few in the 5 military legions could rival him. He often provoked others, particularly Ling Jun, whom he underestimated, only to discover that Ling Jun was not only stronger but had also saved him, a truth he could hardly accept. Observing the eager curiosity in Liang Yuyu's eyes, Jiang Shushu smiled gently and prompted, "Why do you think that is?" "Because he was intimidated by Officer Ling," Liang Yuyu exclaimed. He had always been quite arrogant, convinced that few could surpass him in the 5 legions, dismissing even the likes of Officer Ling and Xichen. But now, 2 formidable opponents have suddenly emerged. You should have seen him. The entire way back, Xingnan was uncharacteristically silent, not daring to utter a single taunt. When we reached the military district's entrance and were about to part ways, he couldn't even look at Officer Ling, muttering a few polite words before fleeing. For the sake of his sister's happiness, Liang Yuyu endeavored to be blunt, nearly declaring that Xingnan was a coward, far inferior to his idol. "Humph. I've heard about your past infatuation with Xingnan, how you cared for him," he continued, "though it seems you no longer hold such feelings. I recall the soldiers in the military district saying that girls are often soft-hearted. If a man suffers even a little, they become immensely sympathetic." Little Yuyu worried that the current situation mirrored the tales he had heard from the soldiers. With Xingnan having recently faced hardship, what if his sister's heart softened upon seeing him in distress? Unbeknownst to Jiang Shushu, if she were aware of his thoughts, she would likely find them amusing. Would she truly feel sympathy for a cad? She found such men to be nothing but an eyesore. However, she pondered, just how powerful must Ling Jun be to instill such fear in someone as devious as Xingnan? Suddenly, she recalled a remark made by Yu Xiao regarding Ling Jun in the 2nd Legion. "You're still injured. You are not my match." Jiang Shushu's expression darkened. So, Ling Jun had been concealing his strength?
But why?
Was it due to his injury? Then why did this rescue mission reveal it? Is it true, Ling Jun? Did Xingnan truly fear you? Jiang Feng asked in astonishment. Ling Jun sighed. "Father, please disregard what little Yuyu has said. My strength is only marginally greater than Xingnan's, but Xiqing is considerably superior. Wouldn't you agree? His identity was unique, and he had no intention of returning, hence he had kept it hidden, with only his grandfather and the heads of the 5 legions being privy to the truth. As for Jiang Shushu and Jiang Feng, it was not yet time to explain. Catching the knowing look from Ling Jun, Xiqing quickly added, "Indeed, Xingnan's abilities are hardly noteworthy. After all, I was lauded as a genius from a young age. Is it not normal that I surpass him?" They had concealed their identities well. Aside from the marshal, only a handful of legion leaders were aware. Jiang Shushu was left speechless. "Perhaps you are the only one who thinks that way. Those weaker than you have risen to the rank of captain? Yet you willingly remain a mere foot soldier in a small team? It seems quite fantastical." Jiang Feng hesitated, glancing at Xiqing, but ultimately refrained from voicing his questions, directing his attention elsewhere. "What of the Sheng family's mercenary team? Have they been rescued?" he inquired. "Yes. I've heard that all the promising young members of the Sheng family were in that team. If they were lost, the family patriarch would surely be furious." Jiang Shushu chimed in, her curiosity piqued. Ling Jun chuckled. "No, the patriarch will not be furious, for most of them have returned, albeit in rather peculiar circumstances." "What do you mean by peculiar?" Jiang Shushu pressed. "These individuals will likely lose their spiritual seas, rendering them ordinary henceforth," Ling Jun explained. Jiang Shushu and Jiang Feng exchanged glances. The spiritual sea was of utmost importance to a supernatural being, representing the source of one's abilities. If it could not be preserved, Jiang Feng could not restrain himself. "Why is it irretrievable? I heard the Sheng family places great importance on their young talents. After Xingnan's incident, the family even hired a mercenary group for rescue. If they were merely injured, I believe the patriarch would certainly procure medicine for treatment. These individuals are the hope for the next generation of the family. One must understand the immense effort and resources needed to cultivate a supernatural being. If they are lost, it is not merely a loss of successors, but poses a severe risk of family extinction. The patriarch is no fool. Why would he abandon treatment and allow them to become ordinary? Sheng Guangta wishes to save them, but alas, it is beyond his capabilities." Xiqing scoffed. "I have assessed the situation. The lightest injury is a level 4 damage to the spiritual sea, while the most severe approaches level 8. What can be done? Not only is the cost astronomical, but even if one could afford it, the entire empire lacks the alchemists capable of concocting level 8 elixirs. How could it be so severe?" Jiang Feng expressed disbelief until he saw the affirming expressions on Ling Jun and Liang Yuyu's faces. Jiang Shushu too was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Were these individuals simply unfortunate or weak to be so severely injured by a mere beast? What would have happened had they encountered something stronger? Yet she couldn't summon any sympathy. Anyone connected to Shengnan elicited none from her. With wide eyes, she innocently asked Jiang Feng, "Is it really that serious?" "But father, it was a major beast tide. I think returning with even one life is quite remarkable. Besides, aren't either those with lighter injuries? The ones with level 4 injuries can still be treated, provided Shengnan and the patriarch are willing to help. After all, level 5 elixirs are not inexpensive." "That is a valid point," Jiang Feng conceded, nodding in agreement. Ling Jun raised an eyebrow at Jiang Shushu, noting her cunning smile, devoid of concern, which made him chuckle. He had long been aware that the girl before him was no longer the same as before, yet whenever Shengnan was mentioned, he could not help but feel an undercurrent of worry, fearing she might revert to her former self. As they bantered, Jiang Feng rose to serve the braised meat and stew, prompting Jiang Shushu to exclaim in delight at the deliciousness. Since arriving in the Star Realm, she had been unable to afford anything beyond spirit vegetables and had never treated herself during missions. Jiang Feng was an excellent cook, his dishes far more intricate than the quick and simple fare prepared by Fang Qinghan in the combat team. The rich flavors of the braised meat and the deliciousness of the stew left Jiang Shushu thoroughly satisfied. Their meal continued late into the night before they finally dispersed to their rooms to rest. The following day, after the mission concluded, they enjoyed a brief respite, with Ling Jun and the others choosing to remain at home. Jiang Shushu surveyed the decor of Ling Jun's room. The walls were entirely white, the furniture white as well, and even the planting robot quietly standing in the corner was dressed in a pristine white outfit. Jiang Shushu raised an eyebrow, bewildered. Were it not for the interstellar backdrop, she would genuinely question whether Ling Jun's intellect was compromised. In her previous encounters with novels, she perceived that those domineering figures, while often favoring the oppressive hues of black in their home decor, at least managed to exude a certain elegance. However, the all-white aesthetic of this abode, if she may be candid, was not only unappealing but nearly blinding to her titanium alloy eyes. Jiang Shushu quietly settled into a corner of the impeccably clean sofa, wary of tarnishing its pristine surface. She raised her gaze to meet the relaxed and handsome man reclining upon the pure white couch, only to discover that he was also observing her. His dark, profound eyes sparkled with an unmistakable glint of amusement and affection as his sensuous lips curved into a smile. Suddenly feeling a twinge of discomfort, Jiang Shushu cleared her throat and ventured, "Since today is relatively free, I thought I might come by for a chat." Ling Jun's smile deepened. "Very well. What would you like to discuss?" Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shushu asked earnestly. "I wish to understand what you meant when you said you liked me on Huanqing." Chapter 147. Eavesdropping on a Hidden Identity in Truth. She had longed to pose this question, but during their time on Huanqing, various matters had continuously distracted her, leaving no opportunity for proper dialogue. Ling Jun sat up straight, his back rigid as he regarded Jiang Shushu's delicate visage and her sparkling, wide eyes. His fists instinctively clenched, and his lips pressed into a thin line.
What did she mean by that?
Did she intend to renege on her feelings? After all, she had boldly kissed his cheek last time. Could that not imply affection? Or was she merely toying with him? For Ling Jun, who was experiencing his first interaction with a girl, a flicker of hurt crossed his eyes. "Are you asking this because you doubt my sincerity?" Not exactly. I merely wish to clarify, considering our marriage is indeed unusual and you may be unfamiliar with my family and circumstances. Jiang Shushu felt a pang of guilt. Recalling the previous encounter at her relative's home, she admitted to being momentarily entranced by his beauty, only to later feel as though the experience was surreal. Ling Jun was undeniably more handsome than most interstellar humans, a figure idolized by nearly all the female spirit masters of Su Huangxing, hailing from the imperial star with youth, strength, and a formidable background. What kind of girl could he not attract? Yet, he was bound by an arranged marriage to a renowned failure of a spirit master. Had their statuses been reversed, she would have likely harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him, making it impossible to nurture any affection. However, Ling Jun's thoughts diverged from hers. His eyes, as deep as an abyss, seemed capable of drawing one in when fixated intently. "Jiang Shushu, my affection is for you as a person, not due to the constraints of our marriage or any external influences." His gaze remained steadfast on Jiang Shushu, her reflection vividly mirrored in the depths of his eyes. Perhaps he himself was unaware of when he began to regard her with such seriousness. Jiang Shushu stared, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, she finally murmured, "I find it somewhat unbelievable. I understand your skepticism, especially given the peculiar nature of our marriage. You are also unaware of my family background, which is partly my fault for not elucidating it clearly. Shushu, are you willing to listen to my story now?" Ling Jun's gaze softened as he regarded her. Jiang Shushu, under the weight of his earnest stare, instinctively nodded. "I believe my father must have informed you of my origins from the imperial star. He may have assumed I was merely a peripheral figure in the royal family, and indeed, that is somewhat accurate. My father is the reigning emperor of the Juyao Empire, and I am his firstborn son. However, after my mother's passing, my relations within the royal family soured, prompting my departure from the imperial star to this marginal planet." Ling Jun's lips curved into a gentle smile, his tone warm, even when recounting the strained relationships within the royal household. The indifference displayed by his father upon revealing Ling Jun's royal lineage had led Jiang Shushu to believe that his status must be rather lowly, given the empire's long-standing establishment and the numerous branches of the royal family. Who could have imagined that the alliance arranged by his grandfather would yield the first prince of the royal family? Jiang Shushu's expression shifted, momentarily leaving her speechless. Goodness! The man she was registered to marry was a hidden powerhouse, the emperor's firstborn son, no less. Having been an ordinary person in her past life, now reincarnated as a mere failure on a marginal planet, she could never have envisioned forming a connection with a prince of an empire, let alone becoming his lawful spouse. The absurdity of it all left her somewhat dizzy. Even her father, who was somewhat privy to the details, would surely be flabbergasted. In fact, there was no need for speculation. Zhang Feng was already in a state of disbelief. At that moment, he was crouched beneath the window alongside Si Chun and Liang Yuyu. They had initially intended to discuss other matters with Ling Jun, but upon overhearing his Shu Bao inquire about the meaning behind his declaration of affection, he was momentarily stunned and was about to call out when Si Chun swiftly covered his mouth and pulled him down. Si Chen shook his head vigorously at him, urging him to continue listening. Jiang Feng, firmly restrained, was unable to break free and soon heard Ling Jun's self-introduction. The current emperor had two consorts. The first had passed away many years ago, leaving behind a prince who displayed remarkable talents and had awakened multiple abilities, swiftly ascending to prominence. Celebrated as the greatest genius of the empire in a century. The second consort was wed shortly after the first's death and soon bore another prince, who, although not as exceptional as his elder brother, was still regarded as an extraordinary talent. Jiang Feng had never considered that Ling Jun was indeed the rumored cold and distant first prince, known for his tense relationship with the current empress and his aversion to public appearances. Rendered speechless and immobile, Jiang Feng's eyes brimmed with accusations towards Si Chen. "You little rascal, let me go. If you don't hurry, my daughter will be whisked away."
Si Chen,
oblivious to his plight, was entirely focused on the two within the room, eagerly straining to hear. Ling Jun truly possesses remarkable discernment. Jiang Shushu is a versatile spirit master capable of refining both artifacts and spiritual medicines, unmatched in her suitability for his royal status. Liang Yuyu clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she listened intently. I'm so thrilled. His idol is about to be with my sister. He'll be her brother-in-law." The three pressed against the wall, their hearts racing with tension, albeit for vastly different reasons. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation, thwarted by Si Chen's grip on his wrist behind his back, his mouth muffled, unable to utter a sound. Observing that both were engrossed in their eavesdropping, he reluctantly ceased his struggle, continually praying, "Daughter, please don't let that boy Ling Jun deceive you. The relationships surrounding the current emperor are exceedingly complex. We must avoid getting entangled in murky waters." Chapter 148. I shall accept this fortuity. Noticing the prolonged silence within the room, Liang Yuyu and Si Chen exchanged glances and quietly leaned against the window to peer inside. Jiang Shushu was frowning in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. This sight nearly drove the two to desperation. They longed to burst in and convey their approval of Ling Jun's affection on her behalf.
at last.
Jiang Shushu lifted her gaze to Ling Jun and softly inquired, "Will you be returning to the Imperial Star?" "I won't be going back. I intend to settle on Su Huangxing for the long term." "Shushu, although I've been here for several years, I haven't explored much. Would you be willing to take me out to familiarize myself with the surroundings?" Ling Jun gazed at her, his eyes swirling with emotions that were both heart-stirring and earnest. He not only hoped for a future together but also longed for eternity, wishing to be the sole companion by her side in the world outside. Jiang Shushu fell into a deeper silence. Truthfully, confronted with Ling Jun's renewed declaration, she felt a flicker of secret delight within her heart. She had never envisioned marrying in the interstellar realm, but if she were to encounter someone who truly captivated her, she would not mind exploring a relationship, especially since this person happened to be her nominal husband. Moreover, a man like Ling Jun, affluent, handsome, gentle, and considerate, who thinks of her and is free from the complexities of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, is indeed a rare find. From the tone of his voice, it seems that apart from the Imperial Star, he can reside wherever he wishes in the future. To be honest, it's not that she underestimates herself. It is indeed a stroke of fortune that someone of Ling Jun's caliber would take an interest in her. This blessing, once bestowed upon her, is certainly one she would embrace. Who could possibly refuse a man more captivating than those in comic books? Furthermore, this gentleman excels in every aspect, leaving no room for criticism. Naturally, she would not let Ling Jun suffer any disadvantage and would strive to be a fortunate wife for him in the future. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Shushu's brows relaxed, and she teasingly remarked, "I never expected you to be a prince. If my father knew that his son-in-law held such a prestigious position, he would surely be overjoyed." "Oh dear, perhaps it's best not to mention this for now. I fear he might faint from excitement." Jiang Feng, inwardly weeping, thought, "I can't believe this foolish girl is swooning over Ling Jun." Ling Jun, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the underlying implication of Jiang Shushu's words, and his heart soared with joy. He hesitantly inquired, "Shushu, are you suggesting that we won't be getting a divorce in the future?" He recalled the day they had torn down the courtyard wall when Jiang Shushu had mentioned wanting to find an opportunity to set him free. "Though I now harbor a slight affection for you, I still hope we can spend some time together first. If you feel comfortable, and I feel comfortable, then what reason would there be for a divorce?" Jiang Shushu's face flushed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed intently at Ling Jun, candidly expressing her intentions. He had no objections. He only feared that once Jiang Shushu confronted her feelings, she might find him uninteresting and distance herself from him. Patience was required. They should take it slow. Ling Jun's smile was warm as he nodded slightly, responding, "Well, then, I shall defer to your wishes." His voice was deep, and as he finished speaking, a hint of laughter danced at the edges of his tone, making Jiang Shushu wish to pinch her ears in delight. For a moment, her gaze flitted around the room, unsure where to rest. The girl's delicate features were tinged with a faint blush, her bright eyes glimmering, long lashes fluttering, casting soft shadows beneath her eyelids, while her rosy lips unconsciously curved, sometimes slightly parted, sometimes gently pressed together. Ling Jun swallowed hard, suddenly recalling the soft sensation of her kiss upon his cheek. Outside, Liang Yuyu clenched her fists, whispering excitedly, "Closer. Even closer. It seems that Vice Officer Ling intends to kiss my sister. I wonder where he plans to kiss her?" Sichin lowered his voice. "What do you know? You little brat? Hurry and crouch down. Is this something you should be watching?" "Why can't I watch?" Liang Yuyu pouted, muttering, "Brother Sichin, have you forgotten that there are soldiers in the military district around my age? They've already had 2 girlfriends. Their parents are so open-minded, yet you all want to control me every day. Life in the stars is tough, especially for those with powers who frequently go on missions, leading to a high casualty rate. Thus, the Empire's marriage laws allow individuals to wed upon reaching 18, naturally prompting those around 16 or 17 to begin seeking partners. However, Liang Yuyu understood that Sichin was merely looking out for her. Although she complained incessantly, her body obediently prepared to avert her gaze and crouch down. Yet, in that fleeting moment of withdrawal, she inadvertently caught sight of a new development. Just a little more distance, they're almost about to kiss." Liang Yuyu's excited whisper was abruptly cut off by a loud bang, startling everyone present, while the 2 individuals in the room snapped back to reality. Jiang Shushu leaped back, offering Ling Jun an awkward smile. I'll go check what that noise was." Like the wind, she dashed out of the door, leaving Ling Jun alone in the room. Ling Jun was taken aback, and then a bemused smile crept across his face as he recalled the abruptly interrupted moment. He sighed lightly and rose, preparing to follow her, his head bowed in apology. Outside, Sichin and Liang Yuyu stared at the overturned flower pot rolling on the ground, then glanced at Jiang Feng, who was glaring at them with fury. "Oh no, I got too caught up in the excitement and completely forgot about her father." Sichin quickly realized that Liang Yuyu's words must have triggered Jiang Feng's fragile paternal heart, causing him to break free from Sichin's control and voice his displeasure. As he prepared to signal Liang Yuyu, they heard the sound of the door opening. Jiang Shushu stood at the threshold, fortuitously witnessing Sichin covering her father's mouth, dragging him away, while Liang Yuyu stood beside him, looking utterly bewildered. Jiang Shushu felt a rush of embarrassment and anger. How dare Sichin kidnap her father? Who gave him the audacity? Liang Yuyu obediently approached, standing behind Jiang Shushu with a look of accusation. "Sister, I just saw Sichin for some unknown reason forcing Uncle Jiang to crouch in the corner here. I was just coming over to stop them when I saw you coming out of the room." Jiang Feng interjected. "Sichin, we were merely passing by, intending to water the plants." Sichin chuckled awkwardly, trying to make a quick exit. Jiang Shushu glared at Sichin, now fully aware that the 3 of them had eavesdropped on their conversation, and realized they had been crouching by the wall to listen. However, seeing her father flailing about, desperately trying to escape Sichin's grasp, it was clear that his anger towards her far surpassed that directed at the others present. Jiang Shushu, though unsure why, sensed that it could not be anything good. After a moment's contemplation, she decisively tugged on Ling Jun's sleeve and declared, "Right. Ling Jun mentioned wanting to take me outside for a stroll. You all carry on. We'll be leaving now." Before the words had fully left her lips, she had already pulled Ling Jun away, running off into the distance. Sichin and Liang Yuyu exchanged glances, both wishing to follow suit, but seeing Jiang Feng's eyes nearly bulging with rage, they opted to stay behind. Sichin awkwardly released his grip, hastily apologizing to Jiang Feng. "Uncle Jiang, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to stop you." Liang Yuyu, keeping her head down, cautiously added, "Uncle, Vice Officer Ling is a good person. He will surely treat my sister well in the future." Jiang Feng roared, "You 2 are truly going to drive me to madness. 3 days without meals for you both." With that, he turned on his heel, storming off in a huff. Sichin and Liang Yuyu could only lament, "Just as we feared, here comes trouble." Chapter 149. A means of escape. At any moment, Jiang Shushu and Ling Jun stayed outside until nightfall before daring to return home. They even had dinner out. And when they finally returned, the entire house was eerily quiet. The living room was shrouded in darkness. As she stepped inside, she heard a loud clap. And suddenly the lights blazed to life. Jiang Feng was seated on the sofa, glaring at her with wide eyes. Jiang Shushu thought, why is father still playing hide-and-seek? She chuckled nervously. Father, why are you still awake? Seeing my daughter run away without a word has kept me awake. Jiang Feng snorted, then called out towards the door. You come in too. Just as he finished speaking, a tall figure stepped inside, stopping behind Jiang Shushu. It was none other than Ling Jun. He had intended to wait until Jiang Shushu went to bed before leaving, but unfortunately, he had been caught red-handed by Jiang Feng. Aware of his guilt, he mimicked Jiang Shushu, lowering his head and respectfully addressing, Father. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, I can't handle him calling me father. He dares to call. But I can't respond. If he hadn't known Ling Jun's identity before, he could have brushed it off, but knowing now, it sent shivers down his spine. The first prince of the empire has become his son-in-law. Who would dare believe such a thing?
Jiang Feng stiffly nodded at Ling Yun, then glared at Jiang Shushu.
Look at what you've done. What are our standings, and what is Prince Ling's standing? Do you think we are worthy of him? I'll arrange for your divorce tomorrow. Ling Jun's heart tightened as he furrowed his brow at Jiang Feng. Why must we get a divorce? Neither Shushu nor I harbor any intention of parting ways. Jiang Shushu nodded vigorously, murmuring softly, weren't you always encouraging me to cherish my relationship with Ling Jun? Praising him incessantly for his many admirable qualities. What has caused this sudden shift in your sentiments? From the very beginning, she had no desire to enter into this marriage with Ling Jun, believing that he, like herself, was coerced into it and likely harbored some disdain in his heart. Thus, she endeavored to minimize their interactions, subtly indicating her intent to avoid him. Yet her father persistently mentioned Ling Jun's merits in her presence, and at those times, Jiang Shushu could sense Jiang Feng's profound satisfaction with Ling Jun. She found it perplexing that now, when their relationship appeared to be flourishing, her father had begun to oppose it. Jiang Feng, suffused with pent-up frustration, finally voiced his thoughts. Ling Jun, why do you even ask? It is undoubtedly because you deceived us into this marriage. Xu Bao and I were misled into marrying you without any knowledge of your true identity. Had we known you were the royal prince, I would have vehemently opposed your union. His indignation surged forth, momentarily eclipsing any notions of princeliness. Ling Jun fell silent for a moment, and after a few seconds, he earnestly replied, Father, I assure you, I did not conceal anything from you. The marriage was recorded by the patriarch of the Jiang family, who was fully aware of my identity. There was no act of deception involved. Did he fail to inform you of this? Ling Jun was taken aback, yet remained calm. Understanding that the patriarch's silence likely stemmed from Jiang Feng's consistent disapproval of the patriarch's proposal to annul the engagement with Sheng Nan. Nevertheless, he now felt that the patriarch had made the right decision, and he would resolutely stand by his side. Jiang Feng was a commendable father. Yet whether concerning Sheng Nan or this matter, he frequently made erroneous judgments. Upon learning that it was the patriarch's suggestion, Jiang Feng's expression faltered, darkening with frustration. Regardless of his feelings towards Xu Bao, how could he betray his daughter in such a manner? The royal family was not a realm accessible to ordinary folk. At that moment, Jiang Shushu interjected, Father, could you explain why you now oppose my marriage to Ling Jun? Is it solely because of his deception, or are there other reasons? She was genuinely curious, sensing that her father had her best interests at heart, yet struggling to comprehend the rationale behind his concerns. Xu Bao, you do not understand the intricacies of the royal family. Currently, the emperor has only 2 sons. Ling Jun holds the title of the eldest. However, his mother has long since passed, and his younger brother is now more favored. Human hearts are unpredictable. In the pursuit of the throne, anything can happen. I fear you may suffer hardships and injustices alongside him. Jiang Feng sighed, his tone rife with worry. Jiang Shushu was taken aback, realizing her father's perspective. Though she indeed found Ling Jun to be an exceptional individual, she also recognized the validity in her father's concerns. When weighed against her own safety, her life took precedence. And she feared that if she were to falter, Jiang Feng would also face repercussions. With this in mind, her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Ling Jun. Eager to hear his response, Ling Jun observed the girl before him, noting the clarity and a hint of resistance in her eyes. He found himself bemused, realizing she had finally grasped her feelings, only to waver at Jiang Feng's words. It appeared she was ever so ready to withdraw should circumstances demand it. Father, Ling Jun spoke, mirroring what he had conveyed to Shushu. I will not return to the Empire Star, nor will I involve myself in those affairs, nor will I allow Shushu to suffer. I harbor no ambitions for the throne. They can contend amongst themselves without me. When I departed the Empire Star, I made my intentions clear to His Majesty, who subsequently issued a royal decree bestowing upon me the title of Marshal of the Exiled Star. He had grown weary of that lifestyle, longing instead for a simple and peaceful existence. The pursuit of imperial power invariably invited peril, yet he had no desire for conflict. Nor did he wish to place those he cherished in jeopardy. At noon, he sensed Jiang Feng and the others lurking outside the window. He refrained from alerting them, not wishing to maintain any further secrets from his family and loved ones. If he chose not to engage in the conflicts of the Empire Star, Jiang Feng might somewhat accept it. Yet he frowned, asking, "Do you not wish to inherit the position of Marshal?" "Indeed," he replied. "The security measures of the Border Star are of paramount importance. I consider myself still too young and inexperienced to shoulder such a responsibility. I prefer to wait until I have matured further before assuming that role. Moreover, the current Marshal is my maternal grandfather, and I trust him to manage the planet well."
Ling Yun spoke candidly.
He shared the truth, though he omitted the underlying reason for his reluctance, which stemmed from his aversion to the Emperor, a detail he deemed unnecessary, given that they might not maintain contact in the future. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Though Ling Jun's status was peculiar, he was nonetheless an honest young man. However, further inquiries were warranted. "You are already 30 years old and possess such a distinguished status. How many fiancés have you had in the past?" In the realm of interstellar society, distinguished families seldom entertain the notion of casual dating. As long as both parties found each other suitable, they would typically establish a betrothal, with the age of marriage being flexible and subject to mutual agreement. Among interstellar humans, a straightforward approach to relationships was favored, and the marriage law mandated monogamy. Clandestine affairs were merely for those desiring to maintain multiple partners. Ling Yun, under scrutiny due to his prominent status, had only fiancés, never girlfriends. Taken aback by the question, he instinctively glanced at Jiang Shushu, who was observing him with keen interest, her curiosity palpable as she awaited his response. Ling Jun felt a lump form in his throat and let out a self-deprecating smile. It was no surprise. He had long understood that Jiang Shushu's affection was scant at best. Lowering his gaze, he replied, "My mother is no longer with us, and there has been no one to facilitate my engagements, hence I have yet to have a fiancé." His voice was low, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Jiang Feng had already come to terms with Ling Jun, and seeing his demeanor tightened his heart, prompting him to reassure, "Even if you have never had a fiancé, you are now married, are you not? Do not be disheartened. Shu Bao, and I will treat you well." Jiang Shushu interjected, "Oh, how quickly your sentiments have shifted, father. Just moments ago, you were ready to expel Ling Jun, and now he is your beloved son-in-law." Jiang Feng turned to see Jiang Shushu wearing a smile, seemingly indifferent, which ignited his irritation.
"Shu Bao, do speak,"
he urged. "Speak of what?"
Ling Yun, devoted to her,
had lost his mother at a young age and was now distanced from the Empire Star, devoid of familiar relatives and friends. "You must treat him well." Jiang Shushu found herself at a loss for words, realizing she had misspoken. This was not merely about her concern for a son-in-law. It was an expression of deep father-son affection. After all this, not a single word had been spoken regarding her obligation to treat him well. Unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, Jiang Shushu remained speechless. Jiang Feng's concerns were alleviated. He was already quite satisfied with Ling Jun.
To him,
the young man was exceptional in both appearance and character. As long as he refrained from foolishly pursuing the throne, Jiang Feng would always view him through rose-colored glasses. Moreover, based on his understanding of Ling Jun, there was no need for reassurances. If his daughter did not create turmoil, Ling Jun would undoubtedly remain steadfast in his devotion. As the discussions concluded, the night deepened, and the three returned to their respective chambers to rest. The following day, Jiang Shushu awoke to the arrival of an old acquaintance. He Mian appeared in the living room, busily arranging dishes on the table. Upon noticing her rise, she greeted her cheerfully, "Shushu, good morning. I just moved in yesterday, and from now on, we shall be neighbors." Jiang Shushu sputtered, spitting out her drink in shock as she stared incredulously at He Mian. Was her residence some kind of auspicious locale? Why did everyone seem to flock here? As I pondered, I heard He Mian's voice once more, tinged with a hint of grievance. "I originally intended to purchase the property to the right of your home, But it seems some unknown individual snatched it up before I could. When I attempted to make contact, they stubbornly refused to sell, no matter how much I pleaded. Thus, in my quest to be nearer to you, I reluctantly settled for the house adjacent to Liang Yuyu. He Mian complained, her ire mounting with each recollection. Ever since Liang Yuyu had informed her of residing next to Jiang Shushu on Huanqing, she had hurriedly sought to acquire a residence, only to discover that this secluded area boasted a severe shortage of houses. The informants relayed that all properties surrounding Jiang Shushu had long been sold, leaving her with no choice but to opt for the one next to Liang Yuyu. Upon hearing He Mian's words, Jiang Shushu was left dumbfounded, and Jiang Feng wore a similarly shocked expression. Jiang Shushu mused, it appears that property values in our vicinity are indeed set to rise. Just look at how many neighbors have changed in such a short span. Jiang Feng, intrigued, inquired, I am aware of the surrounding houses. Who purchased the one to the right? I have yet to see anyone return this time. The information remained elusive, with whispers suggesting that a hefty sum had exchanged hands, not only for the right property, but for two others behind it as well. According to the information relayed by He Mian, the current layout of the neighboring residences was as follows. Front, unknown, Jiang Shushu, Liang Yuyu, back, Si Chen, Ling Jun, unknown. Unknown. Jiang Shushu felt a sense of disorientation. It was not long ago that her father had been apologizing profusely for the disturbances caused by her alchemical experiments, and now her neighbors had completely changed, no more explosions from her potion making. Curiosity piqued. She wondered who these unknown neighbors might be. Jiang Feng's previous threats to Si Chen and Liang Yuyu had evidently not borne fruit. Despite his anger, he could not starve them after having paid for their meals. He resolved to ensure that their dining experience was both generous and satisfying. Thus, he prepared an abundance of food, ensuring that no one left hungry. This marked He Mian's first time dining at Jiang Shushu's residence, and the dishes infused with spiritual energy were indescribably delightful, causing her to squint in sheer bliss. After the meal, He Mian began to urge Jiang Shushu to borrow an intelligent robot, desperate to connect her yard with Shushu's. She knew she had to break through the wall separating her from Liang Yuyu's property to create an unobstructed path. She had already received Liang Yuyu's consent and was informed that she could borrow a robot from Ling Jun. However, she was apprehensive about approaching him, especially now that she had a specific request, and thus sought Jiang Shushu's assistance. Jiang Shushu readily agreed to approach Ling Jun. Before her journey to this star system, she had thought that the technology of her time was quite advanced. Surely, after several hundred or thousand years of development, it would be even more formidable. Perhaps in that future, humans would not even need to lift a finger to drink water, as robots would do it for them. However, upon arriving in the interstellar realm, she realized that such notions were utterly fanciful. Did she believe that interstellar technology was highly developed? No, that was merely the realm of the affluent. For those like her, who previously lived in poverty, not only could they not afford robots, but even basic sustenance was a challenge. The weaker models were beneath their notice, while the desirable ones were far too expensive. Chapter 151. My wall is gone. The weather was splendid, the sun radiated warmth, and the season still belonged to spring. With a comfortable and pleasant temperature, Yan Qilu found himself enjoying a rare moment of leisure, sharing tea and conversation with Zhuo Xiangming in his newly acquired residence. Zhuo Xiangming had just brewed the tea and poured 2 cups, presenting one to Yan Qilu. This tea is a new variety cultivated at the plantation. Marshal, do give it a taste and let me know your thoughts on its flavor. Yan Qilu accepted the cup and took a sip, savoring it thoughtfully. It is quite acceptable, he remarked, though his eyes, now squinted in satisfaction, betrayed his true contentment. Zhuo Xiangming felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled, saying, if the marshal enjoys it, I shall ensure that more is sent over tomorrow. Unlike the capital, Su Huangqing is not as prosperous, making the sale of this tea quite challenging. If priced too high, no one will buy. If too low, it loses value. The head of the plantation has been quite distressed over the past few days. The marshal had always resided in the capital and had likely encountered countless fine products. The fact that he merely deemed it acceptable indicated that it must be rather good. It was likely that the sluggish sales were primarily due to the low spending power in this region. After all, Zhuo Xiangming recalled a time when Si Chen incessantly lamented about the poverty of the locals, who were unwilling to purchase even a mere star treasure. Otherwise, given his character as one of the military security heads on Su Huangqing, having been stationed there for several years, he would hardly have the leisure to concern himself with the wealth of others. Please arrange for the delivery and do ensure that the pricing remains fair. We cannot allow anyone to incur losses. The production of such beverages is inherently challenging, with substantial investments of time and money, and we must not discourage them. By the way, do send some to Ling Jun as well, Yan Qilu instructed. As he spoke, a sudden spark of enthusiasm ignited within him. What if Ling Jun is unaware of our presence here? Imagine the surprise if we were to appear before him. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted, shaking the atmosphere.
Boom.
It sounded as if something had crashed to the ground, causing Yan Qilu to jump in alarm, his unfinished words caught in his throat. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What was that noise? Are we under attack by magical beasts?" His anxiety was justified. It had only been a few months since the last beast tied on Su Huangxing, which had escalated to the point of deploying all manner of energy weapons. Were it not for the strength of the planet's defense systems, the entire world could have been reduced to rubble alongside the Beast King. For generals who had endured numerous beast tides and were deeply concerned about public safety, the most terrifying sound during tranquil times was that of an unexpected crash. Zhuo Xiangming immediately stood as well, carefully attuning his senses. It seems the noise originated from the yard of the neighboring property. It is likely that Ling Jun and his companions are responsible. In the interstellar era, with supernatural beings prevalent everywhere, their keen senses allowed them to detect even the faintest sounds from afar. Thus, all residential constructions were equipped with soundproof spheres, rendering them inaudible under normal circumstances. However, the current situation seemed extraordinary. Zhuo Xiangming contemplated a possibility, his expression growing peculiar. Yan Qilu quickly realized his initial overreaction, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ling Jun, despite being an adult, still possesses such a playful spirit to create such a ruckus. He had initially thought that the noise was so loud that it had breached even the soundproofing mechanisms. This mischievous child, attempting to frighten me, has instead succeeded in startling himself. I must certainly have a word with him upon my return. As for reprimanding him, that was simply out of the question. Zhuo Xiangming interjected, "It is unlikely that they are merely playing. Based on the information I have received, they appear to be demolishing a wall. The sound must have triggered the soundproofing system during the collapse, hence the noise reaching us. This is something they have done frequently in the past." Yan Qilu turned to him, incredulous. "Demolishing walls? Are you referring to my grandson? He has always been composed and unperturbed, never associating with children of his age, deeming them too immature. How could he engage in such antics at this age?" Zhuo Xiangming replied, "My marshal, when did I ever suggest that His Highness was playing with walls? Moreover, he is merely 30 years old. Considering the average lifespan of 300 years among interstellar beings, he is still quite youthful, is he not? I did not imply that he was playing." Yan Qilu's expression shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation. Jiang Shushu has quite the expertise in cultivation, and thus, the friends residing nearby have decided to break down the wall to connect their properties for easier management of the cultivation area. Yan Qilu was taken aback, his brows knitting together in confusion as the lines on his face deepened. Such an endeavor exists? Why did you not mention it sooner? Had I known of this intriguing development, I would have gone to visit them today. This is not merely a trivial matter. It concerns my grandson and his wife. How could it be insignificant? I am eager to hear about it. Come, let us go see for ourselves." As she spoke, Yan Qilu had already taken large strides toward the exit. Zhuo Xiangming was left speechless, pondering who had initially suggested buying the house discreetly, so as not to make Ling Jun feel uncomfortable or alienated. And now, on the very first day, just as he had settled onto the stool, he had dashed off. Though he lamented, Zhuo Xiangming resigned himself to follow suit. By the wall of Liang Yuyu's courtyard, He Mianyan was filled with excitement as she observed the planting robot, which had assumed a humanoid form. Its skin texture and walking posture mirrored that of a normal human, and even its voice and the curve of its smile perfectly matched the nuances of its speech, imitating genuine human emotions. Such high fidelity was astounding. Who would suspect it was merely a robot if one did not speak of it? At that moment, Ling Jun had already input instructions into the robot, which stood by the courtyard wall. With a gentle push, a thunderous sound erupted, and amidst a cloud of dust, the wall disappeared. He Mianyan turned to Jiang Shushu, exclaiming, "Shushu, my wall is gone." Jiang Shushu replied, "Yes, I see that." She found it puzzling why her father was so delighted over the disappearance of their courtyard wall. Chapter 152. I grant you access to the defense system. He Mianyan turned to share her joy with Liang Yuyu, saying, "Little Yuyu, my wall is gone. Now I can join you all for meals." Nothing could be more delightful than enjoying meals infused with spiritual energy, wouldn't you agree? Liang Yuyu smiled warmly. "Sister, congratulations. He understood her sentiment well. When he had first moved in, he had fretted over how to get closer to his sister. Fortunately, he had stumbled upon Ling Jun's wall-pushing venture while visiting, which gave him the perfect excuse to follow suit. Ling Jun could hardly have anticipated that his elaborate strategy for wooing girls would continue to yield results in such unexpected ways. With the wall now pushed down, he tapped a few more commands on his holographic interface, issuing the next instruction for the robot to tidy up the space. After all, it was designed for planting, and to have it perform other tasks required new directives. All right, everyone, please wait a moment longer. The robot worked swiftly. The planting field will be ready in about 10 minutes, Ling Jun announced. This reminded him of the other day when Jiang Shushu and Jiang Feng had planted all the fields in their residence. And later Shushu had mentioned how exhausted their father was from the endeavor. With this thought, Ling Jun tapped on the interface again and looked up at Jiang Feng, saying, "Father, I have granted you access to the defense system of the house. In my absence, you can simply use the robot for any planting tasks." Jiang Feng was taken aback. How can you so casually give away access to your house's defense system? Father is not just anyone, he is family, Ling Jun replied. Jiang Feng nodded, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Yes, we are family. Ling Jun, what would you like for lunch? I'll prepare extra for you. Here was the first prince of the empire, noble in status, yet he showed no airs, treating his father-in-law with utmost kindness. The others turned to witness this harmonious scene of paternal affection. Jiang Shushu interjected, "Excuse me? I'm your biological daughter, you know." The rapid shift in dynamics left her momentarily bewildered. "Ts.
Sichen teased. Yay.
Liang Yu chimed in. "Hearts are soaring," He Mianyan added. Jiang Feng leaned in to discuss the lunch menu with Ling Jun, while Jiang Shushu conferred with the others about what could be grown in the newly cleared field. I recall that Mianyan's shop has many young medicinal plant seedlings, all with healthy root systems. There's a high chance we can nurture them. I think starting from mature seedlings would be much quicker than growing from seeds. If we can begin with half-finished products, we might be able to harvest soon, Jiang Shushu suggested. Sichen queried, aren't medicinal plants meant to be reserved for refining? Can they be eaten directly? Wouldn't that be dangerous? He Mianyan smacked his shoulder. What poison? If you don't want to eat it, just leave. I'm offering to plant them for you free of charge, and you're still complaining. Sichen sheepishly scratched his head. That's not what I meant. I'm just curious and wanted to understand more. His expression was a mix of embarrassment and grievance. Since following Ling Jun, no one dared to touch his head except for this crazy woman, and given their long-standing acquaintance, he felt it was improper to retaliate. Liang Yu silently raised her hand. Sister, I don't understand either. If Brother Si Chun hadn't asked, I would have wanted to inquire as well.
See?
It wasn't just me who was confused. Si Chun triumphantly pulled Liang Yu closer, casting a sidelong glance at He Mianyan. This made He Mianyan's fists itch with the desire to punch him. Jiang Shushu quickly patted her shoulder in reassurance before saying, according to traditional practices, medicinal plants indeed shouldn't be consumed alone. However, after extensive research, I've discovered that many can be cooked and eaten. While the effects won't match those of spiritual medicines, the convenience and simplicity make it a viable option. I believe we could select some resilient, high-yield medicinal plants, one part for direct consumption and another for medicinal formulations. This was a concept Jiang Shushu had contemplated for a long time, having mentally calculated its feasibility multiple times. After all, the threshold for refining spiritual medicines was exceedingly high. But cooking is something many could manage. Such a bold and innovative proposition was truly unprecedented. He Mianyan, a level 4 spiritual medicine master with an extensive collection of texts, had never encountered this notion in any book or heard it mentioned by her mentors. She promptly asked, Shushu, have you already decided which variety to plant? If this idea succeeds, it would be a monumental achievement, one that would surely be etched in the annals of history. Sichen added, what He Mianyan said is correct. If this succeeds, it will undoubtedly impact the entire interstellar future. Being remembered in history is merely the beginning. Perhaps when they introduce you, they may even elaborate more than they would for others. Liang Yu supported, sister. I stand by you. The little koi silently observed her, brimming with confidence, and internally added, Sister truly must have come from the realm of cultivation. Her wealth of experience guarantees that her ideas are sound. Jiang Shushu retorted playfully. Can we please refrain from discussing leaving a mark in history? Otherwise, I might just quit. She adopted a righteous demeanor, emphasizing her intent to contribute to the greater good. I've never aimed for historical recognition, and I'm not even sure if this will work. You all must keep it a secret. Don't let it slip out. lest some ill-intentioned individuals come to sabotage it. Liang Yu nodded in agreement. Sister is right. During the illusory star event, it was precisely because we possessed a divine artifact that Bai Yu concocted schemes to steal it from the god-slaying lord. He Mianyan concurred. Exactly. I believe Xing Nanxin is also quite malicious. We must keep a watchful eye. Si Chen added. Indeed, and Yu Xiao is no saint either. He cast that loathsome gaze upon Jiang Shushu last time. Jiang Shushu exclaimed. How wonderful! In just a few minutes, my enemies have multiplied from 1 to 3, and perhaps even more. Goodness, I wasn't aware I was so adept at making enemies. Thank you all for the reminders. Anyway, I certainly won't disclose anything, and you all should heed Shushu's advice. No one is to speak of this. If anyone dares to... He Mianyan glared at the two across from her, reiterating her warning. Her words held merit. Although she lacked martial prowess, her family's wealth afforded her means. Should she take issue with someone, a handful of money thrown their way would see many willing to assist her. Thus, she had never been favored by the spiritual masters, resolving conflicts head-on without resorting to reason, leaving them seething with frustration, yet too intimidated to retaliate. Indeed, the two opposite her nodded obediently. Liang Yu pledged. I promise not to speak of it, as long as I get to eat. Si Chen followed suit. Me too. Satisfied. He Mianyan urged Jiang Shushu to reveal which medicinal plant had caught her interest. You know, it's the Rehmannia glutinosus seedling I saved back then, Jiang Shushu replied. In the vastness of the cosmos, the so-called earth yellow egg is, in fact, nothing more than a humble potato. This crop boasts an impressive yield and remarkable nutritional value. With the right temperature, even a small patch can proliferate abundantly. However, it is a rarity within the realms of interstellar travel. He Mianyan was taken aback. One can actually cook and consume earth yellow eggs? This was news to her, as she typically tossed them directly into the cauldron during her alchemical endeavors. Indeed, they have a delightful texture. Once we cultivate them in abundance, I shall prepare a dish for you to savor, Jiang Shushu remarked with a smile. I want to try. Liang Yu eagerly raised her hand. Si Chen quietly nodded in agreement, expressing his desire to partake as well. Chapter 153. The Great Being Who Changed History. What are you all discussing regarding food? Jiang Feng inquired curiously as he approached. Having just finished a conversation with Ling Jun, he was intrigued to hear their culinary deliberations. With the enthusiasm of youth, Liang Yu quickly relayed Jiang Shushu's idea without waiting for the others to speak. Sister mentioned that alchemy is quite challenging and the requirements for spiritual pharmacists are stringent. If we could transform some high-yield medicinal plants into ordinary ingredients while highlighting their benefits when sold, warriors teetering on the brink of madness, or those with mild symptoms, could remedy their ailments without exorbitant expenses on spiritual medicines. They could simply select the appropriate medicinal plants to restore their health. Isn't Sister brilliant? The young boy spoke with pride, as if he were boasting about himself. He Mianyan and Si Chen nodded in silent agreement, occasionally chiming in with their approval. Both Ling Jun and Jiang Feng were astonished by this notion. Jiang Feng immediately praised, as expected of my daughter, she is truly remarkable.
Ling Yun,
After a moment of contemplation, looked at Jiang Shushu with profound insight. Your idea is quite commendable. In fact, historical records indicate that someone has attempted this before. Jiang Shushu, intrigued, asked, who was it? Did she succeed? The others turned their curious gazes towards Ling Jun, equally perplexed, as they had not heard of such a person. Ling Jun nodded, pondered for a moment, then shook his head. She only realized half of her vision. That individual was a prodigious talent, who single-handedly dismantled the hegemony of superpowered beings, establishing the position of spiritual masters and providing numerous supernatural beings with more choices. Many of the edible fruits and vegetables we enjoy today were discovered by her, and she invented countless delectable recipes. This genius once proclaimed her intention to traverse all the planets to uncover more usable ingredients. Unfortunately, she never completed this ambition. Why was that? Did she encounter obstacles? Because she passed away, Ling Jun replied. Jiang Shushu was taken aback by this answer, and the others fell silent, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Aside from Jiang Shushu, who lacked interstellar memories and was unaware, the others understood precisely whom Ling Jun spoke of. She was the most distinguished figure in interstellar history, having achieved unparalleled accomplishments. As the most direct beneficiary, He Mianyan felt her admiration deepen each time she sensed the respect bestowed upon her by other supernatural beings. From a young age, she had idolized this figure, aspiring to become someone whose name would echo through the annals of history. Upon hearing He Mianmian's introduction, Jiang Shushu, initially confused, began to feel a flicker of respect for her. After all, she was the revered matriarch of the spiritual masters, and as a spiritual master herself, she deserved such reverence. Yet, one question lingered in her mind. I recall that interstellar history spans over 10,000 years. How did this great being survive in the cosmos before that? Surely, she did not go without sustenance. Roughly speaking, yes. At that time, there were nutrient solutions available. The magical beasts were overwhelmingly powerful and numerous, and people were preoccupied with survival, who had the luxury to concern themselves with food and drink. Shushu, we studied this in the academy. Have you forgotten? Jiang Shushu froze, realizing she truly had forgotten. As she observed her own expression contort into one of confusion, Ling Jun couldn't help but smile gently. There was a great war in history, during which many records and historical accounts were inexplicably lost. Humanity was akin to prey for the magical beasts, unable to resist and living in constant peril until that great being emerged. She uncovered numerous resources, and after centuries of development, humanity gradually regained its footing, eventually attaining a status capable of contending with magical beasts, leading to the current balance of power. This great being poured her heart and soul into aiding humanity. Yet the outcome was betrayal. From that moment on, the once united human alliance splintered into 3 empires, each occupying a distant corner of the cosmos, severing all communication and ties. However, Ling Jun noted that this part was a royal secret and deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. His detailed explanation enlightened Jiang Shushu, who now grasped the struggles faced by interstellar humanity, unlike the terrifyingly powerful aliens depicted in the films of her past life. Indeed, this dimension has only been formed for about 10,000 years, and many rules are still being refined. The magical beasts are the indigenous inhabitants of this world, so it is only natural that the rules do not favor humanity exclusively. The rapid advancement of humans to their current state is already quite remarkable. Thanks to that great woman, a voice echoed in Jiang Shushu's mind. Xiao Jiu, is that you? Have you successfully leveled up? Jiang Shushu exclaimed with delight. Yes. I have successfully upgraded. Would you like to come in and have a look, master? Xiao Jiu eagerly invited. The changes in the space are substantial. You will undoubtedly be amazed. Jiang Shushu yearned to explore, but was surrounded by others. If she suddenly fell silent, they would certainly grow suspicious. Thus, she stifled her curiosity, deciding to enter the space alone when the moment was right. Meanwhile, the discussion among the others resumed, lively and animated, as Jiang Shushu listened quietly, unfamiliar with the subject matter. Just as the conversation reached a fervent pitch, a sudden knock echoed through the air. The robots had tidied up the remnants of the wall, and now the group stood within He Mianmian's new residence, the sound emanating from the side of Liang Yuyu. Startled, Liang Yuyu quickly activated the light brain. Moment latte. Marshal Yan Qilu and generals with Xiangming entered, one after the other. The group fell into a stunned silence, their eyes wide with astonishment. Yan Qilu and Zhou Xiangming had surmised that the wall was being demolished, yet they had not anticipated the presence of so many individuals, nor that they would be within the very residence undergoing renovation. Jiang Shushu and Ling Jun, however, were taken aback to see these 2 esteemed figures. Except for Ling Jun and Si Chen, the others were utterly bewildered. The highest-ranking authorities of the Sovereign Star had come to such a remote locale. Liang Yuyu, in particular, felt a surge of panic, his mind racing with possibilities. Had the marshal come seeking him for a specific reason? Had he inadvertently offended someone again? With a racing heart, he faced the astonished gazes of the marshal and general, summoning the courage to speak. Marshal and general, I returned just a few days ago from Illusion Star. While there, I adhered to the daily routine with the team. Since my return, I haven't encountered anyone. Is there something you require of me? Chapter 154. The marshal declares his intent to reside here. Ling Jun had always been exceptional, with an illustrious background that rendered him the focal point wherever he went. It was only during the years he spent away from the Imperial Star that he faced any hardships. Thus, upon entering, Yan Qilu instinctively expected to witness a similar scene. Harboring a touch of mischievous pride, thinking, this old fellow will surely astonish these young ones. Indeed, the group before him was left speechless, frozen in place, gazing at him in astonishment. Yet, he was equally taken aback. From his vantage point, he noticed that his precious grandson was somewhat sidelined, while the center of attention was none other than his granddaughter-in-law, Jiang Shushu. After a moment of surprise, Yan Qilu felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily at this realization. At that moment, Liang Yu approached with an expression of unease, his demeanor cautious and tentative. Yan Qilu, observing his demeanor, felt a pang of compassion and gently placed his hand atop Liang Yu's head, adopting a mildly stern expression as he spoke. I have heard that you are not residing in the military compound, but have instead purchased a house outside. I came to check on you out of concern for your safety. Has someone been troubling you? I have always said, should anyone dare to bully you, you must inform me or speak to Ling Jun. Whether you seek my assistance or his, we are both willing to advocate on your behalf. Liang Yu, deeply touched, replied, Thank you, Marshal. No one has bullied me. I am doing quite well. Call me grandfather instead of Marshal, and continue to do so in the future. Very well. Yan Qilu then turned his gaze to the others and smiled, saying, it's quite lively here. I merely came to enjoy a bit of fun. Please, continue as you were. Do not feel constrained. The crowd responded, while we appreciate the sentiment, it is nearly impossible not to feel a bit restrained. Jiang Feng, realizing that this was Ling Jun's maternal grandfather, could not help but view him through a different lens. Quite frankly, this self-proclaimed old man was, in a sense, the father-in-law of an emperor. How could such a status not induce some form of constraint? As a senior relative of Jiang Shushu, he hurried forward with a warm smile, expressing, it is our honor to have the Marshal and General visiting us. It would have been courteous for Ling Jun to inform us, so we could have prepared a proper welcome. Yan Qilu dismissed the idea of a welcome, stating, I simply had a sudden desire to come by and see how things are. Was Xiangming added. Indeed, Ling Jun, like the rest of you, was unaware of the Marshal's visit. The group turned to glance at Ling Jun, who appeared helpless and genuinely uninformed. Yan Qilu, with a cheerful demeanor, announced, moreover, I have another piece of news you are all unaware of. What? The group perked up, eager to listen. Yan Qilu continued. The 2 houses to the left of Ling Jun's are newly purchased by me. Zhou Xiangming silently lowered his head, mentally adding, one of them is mine. As I provided the funds, the others exclaimed, we have solved the mystery. It turns out the 2 houses that He Mianyan claimed could not be traced were indeed bought by these 2 influential figures. Jiang Shushu and He Mianyan exchanged knowing glances, thinking that if they could uncover this, it would be quite the coincidence. Ling Jun, feeling exasperated, remarked, you all could simply reside in the military compound. Why purchase a house? He felt a headache coming on. His grandfather, while generally mild-mannered and easy to get along with, had a tendency to be quite chatty. Since he could remember, aside from one incident where someone from the royal family attempted to harm him, which caused his grandfather to unleash a fierce rage, he had always been smiling. However, he had grown increasingly talkative with age, and every time they met, it was as if he would not let him go without a 2-hour conversation. He feared that if they were to live together in the future, conflicts might arise between him and Shushu. Just as he contemplated voicing his concerns, he heard Yan Qilu say, I find it rather dull being alone in the military compound. Seeing that you all are having such a good time, I thought perhaps I could move here to be closer to Shushu. What do you think? Jiang Shushu, taken aback, quickly responded, of course. The Marshal can reside wherever he wishes. Jiang Feng enthusiastically added, the Marshal is welcome to come and go as he pleases. Just let me know what you wish to eat in advance, and I will prepare delicious meals for you. Thus, Ling Jun's attempt to refuse was caught in his throat. Yan Qilu and Zhou Xiangming were warmly ushered into Jiang Feng's living room, and no one dared to leave, all accompanying them. Yan Qilu scanned the crowd with a smile, his gaze finally landing on Liang Yu. Little Yu, I noticed that your courtyard wall seems to have been damaged. What happened? Liang Yu paused, quickly responding, it's because the house next to mine belongs to Mian Mian's sister. She said the wall was inconvenient for moving about, so we simply decided to remove it. He Mian Mian stepped forward, obediently affirming, yes, I found entering through the main gate rather inconvenient, so I suggested we take down the courtyard wall. After saying this, she felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping the Marshal would not think they were being unruly. What if he were to reprimand them? No. She mustn't let Shushu take the blame. I see. Yan Qilu nodded, then turned to Ling Jun. I find the wall in your courtyard rather unsightly as well. Shall we take it down while we're at it? The others exchanged bewildered glances.
Ling Yun insashikl, inuiti.
My grandfather came here uninvited with an ulterior motive. He promptly rejected the suggestion, stating, as the highest commander of the Su Huang Star military district, how could you reside here? I believe it would be best for you to return to the military compound, where it is safer and more spacious. Given that Su Huang star is a marginal planet, it is inherently fraught with danger. The safety here pales in comparison to that of the military compound, and Yan Qilu should not place himself in jeopardy. Zhou Xiangming subtly leaned in, suggesting, "Marshal, let's not jest. If you wish to come over, I can accompany you. Long-term residency would be rather inconvenient." He felt that the marshal was putting him in a precarious position. Initially, he had expressed a desire to be closer to his grandson, to occasionally visit for tea and relaxation, and to have conversations with Ling Jun and Jiang Shushu during their leisure time to ease his mind.
But now,
it seemed he was intent on residing here full-time. You, a commander of a planetary military district, living on a remote street, what would people think? Yan Qilu grew displeased, saying, "Zhou Xiangming, do not presume I would refrain from reprimanding you just because we are outside. You have called me marshal, and must I still abide by your preferences regarding where I reside? If you deem it unsafe, I shall relocate the defense system here. If you still find fault, I can summon my personal guards as well." After saying this, he leaned in and whispered, "Did you not hear my granddaughter-in-law say that I can reside wherever I please? She will even prepare meals for me. How could I possibly refuse them?" Zhou Xiangming countered, "Are you certain you understand what you are saying?" The perceptive crowd quietly lowered their heads. Everyone present was connected to Yan Qilu and Ling Jun, and naturally, they understood their relationship. Even if they overheard the marshal's whisper, they had no choice but to feign ignorance. Jiang Feng and Jiang Shushu felt somewhat awkward, their eyes wandering everywhere except towards the marshal and Ling Jun. These recent chapters have depicted the warm interactions surrounding our Shushu. The next phase will involve her returning to school and encountering new experiences. Just a hint, the chaotic daily life is about to resume. Chapter 156. Let us maintain some formality. If this continues, it seems the marshal might bring the entire army along, which is entirely unnecessary. Zhou Xiangming desperately signaled Ling Jun with his eyes. Ling Jun remarked, "How can you, an adult, still behave like a child?" Yan Qilu retorted, "At my age. Why do you young people not indulge me a little?" His words conveyed a sense of grievance. Had one not known he was a powerful ability user and the highest authority on the planet, one might have mistaken him for a lonely elder yearning for the affection of younger generations. They often say that the elderly are like children, and Jiang Shushu was witnessing that truth firsthand. Ling Jun felt equally helpless. Aside from the matter concerning his mother, his grandfather had led a mostly smooth life, which contributed to his gentle and accommodating nature. However, when he set his mind to something, he could be stubborn and dismissive of advice. Moreover, now that he was older, he was even more obstinate and unreasonable. You can only stay for a limited time, and do not let others know. Ling Jun was forced to compromise while issuing a warning. Yan Qilu, satisfied, let the creases around his eyes relax. "All right, whatever you say goes. We shall settle in here for now, and discuss the rest later." During their negotiation, the others held their breath, daring not to interject. As anticipated, it was ultimately Ling Jun who relented. The thought of becoming neighbors with the marshal stirred a complex mix of emotions within the group, though they felt a bit relieved that there was at least a wall between them. Just as this thought crossed their minds, they heard the marshal's voice suddenly rise again. "Oh, Ling Jun, have the robot also removed the wall between our houses?" Zhou Xiangming closely followed, as my residence was adjacent to the marshal's, and he casually pushed mine as well. The onlookers, still in a daze, were taken aback by Ling Jun's outburst. "Have you truly had enough? Am I pushing walls merely to inspire new ideas for you?" Stunned into silence, they watched as Ling Jun exuded an icy demeanor, emotionless as he commanded the robots to demolish 2 more walls. The grandfather and grandson presented contrasting expressions, one radiating satisfaction akin to the gentle caress of spring, while the other wore a frown as frigid as frost, his emotions plainly visible, showing no pretense of indifference towards the others. This left the bystanders in a state of emotional turmoil, uncertain whether to feel touched or embarrassed. "Please, maintain some decorum. Given our respective statuses and relationships, it is inappropriate for you to be so familiar." Silence served as a form of unvoiced rebellion, sometimes subtly signaling acquiescence. Yan Qilu was quite pleased with their reactions, interpreting their thoughts as leaning towards a ladder, and turned to Jiang Shushu with a warm smile. "Shushu, since you wish to cultivate fruits and vegetables, why not also plant in these 2 fields? Choose whatever you desire, and keep the harvest for yourself. There's no need to reserve any for me or General Zhua." He had long heard from Ling Jun of Jiang Shushu's extraordinary talent in cultivation. Anything she tended to flourish splendidly. After learning this, he had yearned to allocate some fields to her, but Ling Jun had declined, citing her primary focus on alchemy and concern that too much planting might wear her thin. Yen Qilu felt it inappropriate to press further, acknowledging that, in the interstellar society, the status of a spiritual master indeed overshadowed that of a cultivator. Upon hearing the marshal's words, Jiang Shushu quickly replied, "There's truly no need. The fields we already have are sufficient for our needs. Managing them is quite simple, and most of what we consume is self-grown. So you and the general need not feel obligated to leave any for us." Moreover, she was already concocting organic fertilizer, and once the first batch was ready, everyone could manage their own plots without her oversight. With organic fertilizer combined with spiritual spring water, the growth would surely accelerate, and most importantly, she would no longer need to monitor them closely. Besides, the marshal and the general wouldn't be dining here. They would surely eat at the military district, making it best for them to take any produce with them. As she pondered, Yen Qilu's astonished voice interrupted her thoughts. "Are you implying that you all dine here daily? Why have I not heard you mention it before?" The last question was directed at Zhuo Xiangming. Zhuo Xiangming, equally bewildered, turned to Si Chen. How come I was unaware of this? This was indeed news to him. After all, Ling Jun and Si Chen had barely spent a few days here before heading to Illusion Star number 5 with the team. He had been too occupied to notice such trivial matters. "You never asked," Si Chen exclaimed, feigning innocence with his enchanting eyes. "Besides, is dining something to discuss openly? After all, the spirit-infused fruits and vegetables are rare, and Jiang Shushu has only managed to cultivate a limited quantity." "Well then, I shall dine here from now on," Yen Qilu decided, waving his hand. Zhuo Xiangming quickly added, "Then I shall join the marshal as well." With their declarations, the others fell silent, instinctively glancing towards Jiang Shushu. The addition of 2 diners undoubtedly posed a challenge regarding ingredients, placing the pressure squarely on her shoulders. Ling Jun furrowed his brow and approached her, speaking softly. "Do not fret. I will transfer their meal expenses to you shortly. And I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on the trading market to procure as many spirit-infused ingredients as possible." The cultivation of crops to maturity requires time. Although he had witnessed the rapid growth of her fields and believed she could manage, he did not wish for her to expend all her time on cultivation. Jiang Shushu hesitated. She was not particularly concerned about the ingredients, as her space had successfully upgraded, and the area of spiritual soil was now quite substantial, ensuring sufficient food for everyone. However, this would increase her exposure to risk. It was not that she distrusted them. Rather, she felt that a secret remains a secret only when it resides with a single individual. A marshal, a general, and a prince were all far wealthier than she, a mere cultivator of spirit-consuming beasts. Furthermore, she had her own transaction with the First Legion to complete. Thus, with a serene smile, Jiang Shushu replied, "That's fine. Just transfer the interstellar currency to my father. I intend for him to oversee the ingredients in the trading market and not take on any more missions, allowing him to manage the cultivation fields in our residential areas. This way, we can stockpile more food." During this time, she had devised a method for more effective crop cultivation, and as long as she instructed her father on the steps, he could cultivate even without wood-based abilities. Chapter 157. Joining the dining collective, Ling Jun contemplated for a moment before nodding, finding the suggestion acceptable. The robots soon arrived at Ling Jun's courtyard, extending their mechanical arms once more. With a resounding crash, the walls crumbled, and after swiftly clearing the debris, they proceeded to demolish the walls of Zhuo Xiangming's residence. The onlookers stood in Ling Jun's courtyard, their expressions a complex tapestry as they gazed forward at the general's home and backward at Si Chen's, the spacious ground now merging into a vast cultivation field. Yen Qilu surveyed the scene with satisfaction, remarking, "Ling Jun, see how this expands the courtyard? The cultivation area has significantly increased, and once planted, we may no longer need to purchase ingredients with interstellar currency." Ling Jun's expression remained impassive. "Yen Qilu, did you not express concern that Shushu might tire from cultivating too much? This arrangement will make management easier, especially with your robots assisting, allowing Shushu to enjoy more leisure." Ling Jun replied, "Your points are valid." Yen Qilu sighed, casting a resigned glance at his grandson, noting the lack of enthusiasm in his responses. He merely wished to spend more time with him, not wanting him to feel lonely. Sensing the atmosphere shift once again, Jiang Shushu stepped forward. "Marshal, it is already noon. We should wait until this afternoon to plant the crops. Shall we go eat first?" Earlier, While they were discussing the wall demolition, Jiang Feng had not been present as he was in the kitchen preparing lunch, and it was likely nearing completion by now. Yan Qilu nodded. Good. I have heard your father is quite skilled in cooking. I look forward to savoring his dishes today. Jiang Shushu smiled, leading everyone back to the living room, just in time to see Jiang Feng carrying out a platter. With two distinguished guests present, Jiang Feng had pulled out all the stops, preparing a portion of every kind of spirit-infused fruit and vegetable his daughter had grown. And even two large oo beasts brought back by Ling Jun, prepared in various styles including stewing, boiling, and braising. Thus, when the group entered the dining area, they were greeted by a table that had more than doubled in size since the morning, laden with an abundance of dishes. Yan Qilu was taken aback by the sight of such a diverse array of cuisine. Zhou Xiangming was a moment slower to react than the marshal. But once he realized what lay before him, he too was rendered speechless. The air was thick with enticing aromas, rich flavors wafting through the steam, like an invisible claw ensnaring their senses, inescapable and intoxicating. Zhou Xiangming could not help but swallow hard. Was this truly made from spirit-infused ingredients? And it seemed to be entirely composed of them. Yan Qilu, upon catching the scent, immediately recognized the quality of the hunt, having seen countless treasures in his lifetime. He was not one to lose composure over mere food, yet he was astonished nonetheless. Dear-in-law, did you prepare all these dishes with spirit-infused fruits and vegetables? There was no need for such extravagance. You could have simply served what you usually eat. It was unnecessary to prepare so much for my visit. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, realizing that they had likely used all of his granddaughter-in-law as spirit-infused produce. Even with her exceptional cultivation skills, one should not be so reckless. Spirit-infused ingredients are exceedingly rare. Moreover, it is not only difficult to obtain but also labor-intensive to cultivate. A little saved is better than nothing. For the most part, consuming green fruits and vegetables suffices. As for the replenishment of spiritual energy, a modest daily increment is all that is required. Do not underestimate his understanding of the lives of ordinary families. Zhou Xiangming solemnly nodded in agreement. Jiang Feng interjected. Not at all, I usually eat like this. I merely prepared a bit extra today. The marshal and the general can simply enjoy a casual meal. If my hospitality falls short, I hope you will be forgiving. His words, though courteous and humble, belied the prideful smile that graced his face. There was no hint of needing forgiveness. To speak candidly, witnessing Zhou Xiangming's astonishment brought him immense satisfaction. If not now, then when should he boast about his daughter in front of his in-laws? Yan Qilu and Zhou Xiangming exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. As disbelief washed over them, Yan Qilu's gaze wandered over the steaming, glistening array of dishes on the table, then turned to Jiang Feng. Are you suggesting that you regularly dine like this? Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Not entirely. After all, meat can be rather expensive. So, we consume it less frequently. Our staple remains the vegetables infused with spiritual energy. Shushu mentioned that these vegetables have a calming and stabilizing effect on one's mental realm, encouraging us to partake more often. This sentiment was universally acknowledged. Who wouldn't desire more spiritual sustenance? Yet, this delicacy was not only exorbitantly priced but also exceedingly rare. How could they manage to indulge in it at every meal? Not just Zhou Xiangming, even the marshal could not afford such luxury daily. Zhou Xiangming's instinctive gaze shifted toward Xichen. It became clear why Ling Jun and Liang Yu lingered after his arrival. Had he known about the spiritual vegetable sooner, he would have relocated his entire family without hesitation. Just moments ago, he had appeared reluctantly tethered to Yan Qilu, yet now he was revitalized, shaking off his previous reticence. Zhou Xiangming declared, I believe Uncle Jiang is correct. I too feel that spiritual vegetables should be consumed regularly. As practitioners of abilities, we are particularly susceptible to mental collapse if we are not careful. The nourishment provided by spiritual vegetables at least fortifies our resilience. However, I wonder if we are to eat like this, from where do the ingredients come? He had subconsciously aligned himself with his communal dining group. Jiang Feng, brimming with pride, reassured him, General, worry not about the ingredients. Everything we are enjoying today was cultivated by my daughter, Shushu. She has always excelled in agriculture since childhood and has stockpiled an ample supply of produce. He urged everyone to focus less on conversation and more on dining, inviting the marshal and general to sit and enjoy the meal at their leisure. For Yan Qilu and Zhou Xiangming, this was their inaugural visit. Both held higher ranks in terms of both age and position than those present, so the others patiently awaited their lead to begin. Jiang Feng eagerly inquired, Marshal, how do you find the taste? Yen Qilu savored the flavors before exclaiming, delicious upon entry, fragrant to the senses, and even more delightful in consumption. There seems to be a hint of spiciness. Could it be the method of preparing the chili that Shushu has developed? He was well aware of the chili's properties, as well as the contract between the First Legion and Jiang Shushu. He had heard tales of how the chili sauce had brought tears to the soldiers' eyes. Yet, today he found it less overwhelming. It dawned on him that Zhuo Xiangming had shown him the red chili sauce, whereas he had just consumed the vegetables stir-fried together, likely due to a lack of quantity. Indeed, Zhang Feng chuckled. You are correct, Marshal. The chili was originally meant for medicinal use, but Xu Bao later modified it for culinary purposes. This child has always been meticulous and eager to explore, and she possesses a remarkable talent in this area, whether it be in refining raw materials or in cultivation. His praise for his daughter was unreserved, and he held no reservations in his heart. My dear-in-law, you are too modest. I believe Xu Bao has not merely excelled, but has taken both disciplines to an extraordinary level. None among the youth of the stars can compare to her excellence. Yen Qilu wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Feng's sentiments, skillfully sidestepping any discussion of her accomplishments in alchemy. Other attendees murmured in agreement, while Jiang Shushu shyly remarked, "Oh dear, to be praised in front of so many is rather embarrassing." Chapter 158. This is not an upgrade. It is a secret spatial exchange orchestrated by Xiaojiu. In the study of the new residence, Yen Qilu stood by the expansive, transparent floor-to-ceiling window, observing a group of people surrounding Jiang Shushu, chattering animatedly. His grandson, once the center of attention, now stood off to the side, his gaze affectionately fixed upon the girl at the center. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that his attempts to placate old man Jiang had proven successful. Zhuo Xiangming, standing behind him, gazed at the scene with a complex expression before slowly responding, Marshal, today's meal has been the most sumptuous since my arrival on Su Huang Star. You have already sampled the chili sauce. While it may have a strong flavor, its effects are undeniable. I can sense that during winter, this ingredient would provide even greater benefits to one's health. Considering Jiang Shushu's trade with the Legion, Jiang Feng had intentionally shared the remaining chili sauce with them during the meal, and it indeed lived up to Jiang Shushu's introduction. A unique taste that was unforgettable. Furthermore, this ingredient possessed a remarkable quality. While vegetables cultivated by robots tended to be bland or even slightly bitter, once combined with the chili sauce, one could easily consume 3 large bowls without hesitation. Truly miraculous. Yen Qilu nodded in agreement. You speak the truth. Ling Jun has already mentioned to me that Jiang Shushu's initial purpose in developing the chili was to combat the cold on Qihan Star. Zhuo Xiangming was taken aback, then sighed. Miss Shushu is indeed astute. She likely possesses a deep understanding of the medicinal properties of herbs. To think of utilizing external materials to combat the cold, and to select the right ones while daring to experiment, this was no mere coincidence, but a testament to her confidence in their efficacy. Indeed, she was clever. Old man Jiang had finally done something commendable. By the way, regarding the incident involving Captain 15 from the 3rd Legion threatening to kill old man Jiang's granddaughter, how is your investigation progressing? Yen Qilu glanced at the bustling crowd outside before turning to sit at the desk. Zhuo Xiangming replied, there is not much to investigate. Captain 15 is notorious for his loose tongue and penchant for gossip. His words were merely idle chatter. While Sheng Nan's actions were indeed inappropriate, he would never dare to utter threats against a spiritual master. Killing a spiritual master is a grave crime. Sheng Nan is not mad enough to commit such an act in front of so many witnesses. I have inquired, and it all stems from Captain 15's reckless claims. This is merely a matter of ethics, not a legal issue against Sheng Nan. Curiosity piqued, Zhuo Xiangming asked, Marshal, from whom did you hear about this incident? Yen Qilu shot him a sidelong glance, his voice booming. Who else could it be? Aside from that meddlesome old man Jiang, who else has the time to bring me trifling matters of this nature? Connect me to Yu Zhao's communication line. I cannot fathom how he manages his subordinates, allowing such a reckless individual to emerge who would dare to threaten a spiritual master. It seemed the marshal intended to use Yu Xiao as a scapegoat. Zhuo Xiangming wisely decided to keep his distance to avoid entanglement. He swiftly activated his holographic device and positioned himself at a safe distance. After a busy afternoon, they had finally tidied up the planting areas of the 3 new residences, with all seeds generously sponsored by He Mianmian, the esteemed benefactor. The group then returned to the living room of Jiang Shushu's home. With 2 additional diners joining, Jiang Feng had gone ahead to prepare dinner. Absent from the living room, for those with abilities, cooking was merely a trivial task. Even with 10 more guests, it would not be taxing. Though he possessed water-based abilities. His speed could not quite match that of Fong Qinghan's wind-based skills, yet the difference was negligible. What truly mattered was that everyone greatly enjoyed his culinary talents. Having collaborated on several missions, Jiang Shushu had already grown quite familiar with Si Chen, He Mian, Liang Yuyu, and others. Without any pretenses, she greeted them and concocted a casual excuse to retreat to her room. The mechanical voice of Xiao Zhou beckoned her within the space. Master, hurry to the space and see the grand surprise I have prepared for you. Jiang Shushu promptly closed her eyes, and her consciousness swiftly plunged into the space. She arrived at the same entry point as her first visit, right beside the spiritual spring. However, the previously modest pool, no larger than a ping-pong table, had transformed into a small lake the size of half a playground. As she lifted her gaze, the 3-square-meter area of spiritual land was now blanketed by an expanse of over half an acre of black soil, sporadically adorned with plants of varying heights. Peering further, she noticed mist swirling in the distance, hinting at undulating mountain ranges. Jiang Shushu's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the same paltry golden finger she once possessed? The once pitifully small space had burgeoned to such an impressive size. This was not merely an upgrade. Xiao Jiu had secretly replaced the entire space. Xiao Jiu's deep mechanical voice resonated. Do you find this satisfactory, woman? Jiang Shushu felt a sudden tightening in her chest. Goodness, Xiao Jiu. You haven't upgraded and changed your gender, have you? That gruff, oily voice is exceedingly unpleasant. Change back at once. Xiao Jiu replied. What if I prefer silence over your complaints? It seems I am less amusing than that Jian outside. Jiang Shushu was taken aback, not knowing how to respond to the blend of sarcasm and disappointment in that childlike voice, leaving her both exasperated and amused. Xiao Jiu, enough already. When did I ever express a desire not to converse with you? Listen to how delightful you sounded just now. Xiao Jiu retorted. I'm not listening. Jiang Shushu could almost envision a tearful, head-shaking little darling before her. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shushu resolved to elevate her tone to assert dominance. She bellowed. Xiao Jiu, did you secretly change the space? Why has it grown so large? Even you are far cuter than before. Her voice escalated, reverberating throughout the space. The whimpering Xiao Jiu was momentarily stunned, but upon hearing the repeated echoes of her words, it successfully diverted its attention. With a hint of shyness, Xiao Jiu replied, Is that how you feel, master? Perhaps it is due to the smoothness of this upgrade that the spiritual soil and spring have significantly increased in abundance.
Indeed.
Jiang Shushu felt that Xiao Jiu's upgrade was remarkably successful, and she was genuinely pleased. She lavishly praised all that she had experienced, asserting her sincerity. After all, her words were heartfelt. The transformation of the space was splendid, truly a testament to the energy bodies and high-grade spiritual stones she had previously donated. As long as you are satisfied, Master, I hope you will continue to strive toward the next upgrade. There will be surprises unlike the spiritual spring and soil. Surprises unlike any other? Jiang Shushu's spirit surged with excitement, determined to make the most of this opportunity by planting peppers in the newly acquired half-acre plot. The initial agreement with the First Legion involved trading peppers for magical beasts and magical plants, and with the task forces soon returning, it was imperative to stockpile a batch of peppers. Without hesitation, Jiang Shushu set to work. She possessed plenty of pepper seeds, and the spiritual soil required no tilling. She simply scattered the seeds, allowing them to germinate. The previously collected water-spraying tree was dug up and placed at the edge, ready to irrigate the field at any moment. Xiao Jiu chimed in, Master, the water-spraying tree has taken root in the spiritual soil and absorbed the spiritual energy of the space. It has essentially upgraded itself. Compared to ordinary magical plants outside, its spiritual energy is purer and more refined, thus the water it sprays possesses effects akin to those of the spiritual spring. Jiang Shushu was astonished. The spiritual energy within the space was so potent. Back in the illusory star, the water from the spraying tree was utterly mundane. Xiao Jiu, if I were to raise magical beasts here, would the spiritual energy they contained be stronger? A vague notion formed in her mind. While the water from the spiritual spring had remarkable effects, it only benefited her. Perhaps raising magical beasts here, before consuming them, would be advantageous. Master, if you are not concerned about the magical beasts ravaging your spiritual soil and spring, you could try raising them for a time. Xiao Jiu remarked, but I certainly want to help you keep an eye on them. Given its current vulnerability, It was incapable of managing any ferocious magical beasts, and the space itself was too weak to suppress them. Xiao Zhou's argument seemed logical. From her experience in the star realm, she had yet to encounter a small magical beast. Even if restrained or caged, how would she manage their basic needs? Recalling the foul odor that assailed her upon entering the space, she quickly dismissed the idea of raising them until she could resolve the issue of their care. The half-acre of peppers was soon sown, and after filling some containers with spiritual spring water, she exited the space. Whether it was the system space or the bracelet space gifted by Ling Jun, both possessed preservative qualities. Thus, the organic fertilizer she had concocted a couple of days prior was stored in the warehouse. Typically, magical plants, once purified, would possess inherent spiritual energy, making the fertilizer quite potent. However, considering Xiao Zhou's assertion that the spiritual energy in the space was more refined than that outside, Jiang Shushu decided to pour half a bottle of the spiritual spring water into each barrel. Once all tasks were completed, she heard Zhang Feng calling from outside. "Xu Bao, you're the last one. Hurry out for dinner." Jiang Shushu quickly washed her hands and emerged. Everyone was already seated at the dining table. Yan Qilu and Zhuo Xiangming appeared to have been there for a while, engaging in conversation with Zhang Feng. Yan Qilu exhibited no airs of a marshal. His demeanor warm and amiable. He gestured towards the outside and curiously inquired, "I noticed the planting area of Ling Jun and the other young ones has sprouted a vibrant green. You must have planted them before your journey to the illusory star, correct?" Upon hearing Zhang Feng's address, he seamlessly adopted Jiang Shushu's nickname. Upon his arrival, he had already observed that the crops were thriving. In the star realm, plants were notoriously difficult to cultivate and grew slowly, with the germination period requiring meticulous care. Recalling Jiang Shushu's trip to the illusory star, Yan Qilu estimated that the crops had been sown just prior to her departure. However, he saw Zhang Feng shake his head. "Xu Bao is physically weak. She requires 2 days of rest after every mission, so our planting area was only sown the day before yesterday." The day before yesterday? This meant there was only a day's gap? Yan Qilu gasped, exchanging incredulous looks with Zhuo Xiangming, both astonished. They certainly did not suspect Zhang Feng was deceiving them. After all, Ling Jun and Si Chen were present, and it would be too easy to expose a falsehood. Yet, the idea that the plants had grown so impressively in just one day was utterly unbelievable. Aside from He Mianmian, everyone else wore expressions of calm, clearly already privy to this astonishing revelation. He Mianmian also wore a look of astonishment, for she had witnessed Jiang Shushu nurturing the spiritual yellow eggs and was well aware of her exceptional planting skills, yet she never anticipated them to be so extraordinary. Yan Qilu, with a complex expression, remarked, "Do you all understand how challenging it is to cultivate fruits and vegetables? Even for the most basic green produce, the initial care requires meticulous attention, taking 7 to 8 days to germinate. As for those infused with spiritual energy, the difficulty multiplies. Even the esteemed director of the Planting Academy must devote 3 days of careful tending to achieve sprouting from sowing, expending immense energy and resources in that time. Yet, Xu Bao accomplished this in a single day, truly astonishing." When his daughter was mentioned, Zhang Feng perked up, humbly stating, "In truth, Xu Bao's recent cultivation was somewhat of a misstep. Based on past experiences, seed should sprout by afternoon if sown in the morning, yet this time it took a whole day. Alas, this task must have exhausted her." Yan Qilu and Zhuo Xiangming exchanged glances, both thinking, "Does that sound like a humble remark?" Others chimed in. Jiang Shushu replied, "Ah. So my father believes the delay was indeed significant. It makes sense, considering the space was sealed due to upgrades, preventing the use of spiritual spring water. At that time, I utilized my wood-based abilities to meticulously nurture each seed, ensuring they could thrive until I had access to organic fertilizers or spiritual spring water." Yan Qilu fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly, one generation surpasses the last. Xu Bao, would you be interested in spending some time at the Planting Academy after school begins?" He gazed at Jiang Shushu with eager anticipation. Jiang Shushu was taken aback, and before she could respond, Ling Jun's calm voice interjected, "Marshal, you have overstepped." In Chapter 160, the inability to stir emotions, yet there exists a touching tale. Yan Qilu did not expect Jiang Shushu to remain silent while Ling Jun took the lead in opposing him. Casting a sidelong glance at Ling Jun's glum expression, he cheerfully inquired, "Xu Bao, seeing your remarkable cultivation skills, would you be interested in exchanging experiences with the academy?" Jiang Shushu cautiously replied, Do you mean to imply that they can cultivate fruits and vegetables superior to my spiritually infused ones? Yan Qilu paused. Well, that might not be the case. Then what experience does the marshal wish for me to exchange? Jiang Shushu raised an eyebrow, implying that if it was an exchange of experiences, they ought to present compelling skills to entice her first. Yan Qilu found her logic irrefutable and was left speechless. Si Chen chuckled. But after receiving a glare from Zhuo Xiangming, he quickly straightened his posture and focused on his meal. The others, unlike the bold Si Chen, were careful to keep their heads down, avoiding any display of expression. Ling Jun's lips curled into a faint smile as he mimicked Jiang Shushu's raised eyebrow, stating, Marshal, if you do not eat soon, there will be nothing left. Yan Qilu glanced down at the table, and indeed, saw that everyone else's chopsticks were rapidly moving between the dishes, leaving the once plentiful spread diminished by half. Even Zhuo Xiangming, despite being attentive to his surroundings, did not let a moment pass without eating. It was no wonder, as the moment the marshal spoke seriously, these youngsters had already begun to feast. Once the marshal took his first bite and paused to converse, half of the food on the table had already vanished. The sight of the youngsters engrossed in their meals was both amusing and tantalizing. And Zhuo Xiaoming realized that dining with this group of young people required no adherence to table etiquette. Eating slowly would only result in losing out. However, it was understandable. This was spiritually infused food, a delicacy that even he could enjoy only once in 10 days or so. With that thought, he too began to eat, skillfully and swiftly, selecting his favorite dishes before moving on to the next. As for the marshal, there was no need for concern. Whether planting or cooking, neither would allow the marshal to go hungry. Their familial bonds were far stronger than his outsider status. With Zhuo Xiangming's participation, the atmosphere grew lively. When Yan Qilu observed the scene, he felt a surge of irritation, nearly slapping Zhuo Xiangming on the head. After all, he was a general, competing with a bunch of youngsters for food. How undignified and embarrassing. Confronted with Yan Qilu's disapproving gaze, Zhuo Xiangming coughed lightly, gradually placing down his bowl and chopsticks, and adopting a serious demeanor. The others followed suit, slowing their pace. Ling Jun turned to Liang Yuyu, kindly asking, Why have you stopped eating? Are you frightened? Liang Yuyu, though small, was sharp-witted, replying decisively, No, I'm not scared. I'm just full. Thank you, sister and uncle, but I'll head back to my room now. Without waiting for a response, he dashed away. He Mian quickly dropped her chopsticks as well, declaring, I'm full too, I'm leaving first. Si Chen glanced back and forth, tentatively asking, Well, can I go now? Before he could rise, Ling Jun pressed him back down, coolly asking, Do you also find the atmosphere here too oppressive for comfortable dining? Si Chen stammered, No, not at all. Please don't misinterpret.
Ling Yun remarked, grandfather, see.
You frightened them all away. Yan Qilu lamented, This situation is truly dire. He lightly tapped the table, glaring at Ling Jun. I merely suggested Xu Bao visit the planting academy. I had no ulterior motives. Why this sarcasm? Ling Jun met his gaze with calmness. Isn't it true that you wish to take advantage of her cultivation skills and have her impart knowledge? Yan Qilu protested, I did not coerce her. With his thoughts laid bare, he felt a tinge of embarrassment and sighed in defeat, his demeanor sagging. Fine. He did indeed harbor such an intention. Proposing an exchange was also motivated by the hope that those at the planting academy might glean some experience. Even if they could not cultivate spiritually infused produce, any improvement would be progress. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, finally grasping the marshal's intent and understanding why Ling Jun had opposed it from the outset. Jiang Shushu kept her head down, silent, slowly savoring her food. The once lively atmosphere fell into silence. Yan Qilu sighed and addressed Jiang Shushu, saying, Xu Bao, please do not overthink this. I know the techniques of spirit masters are closely guarded secrets. I do not wish for you to divulge everything. I merely thought it would be beneficial for you to observe and offer some guidance. You see, our Su Huang star is incredibly weak, often unable to protect its own. Yan Qilu recalled the interstellar beast tide from 6 months prior, during which the Beast Kings united to assault the imperial border. At that time, the Beast King leading their line commanded a formidable army of magical beasts, far too powerful for them to withstand. They fought desperately to defend Su Huang star, suffering heavy losses among the warriors. Later, he had requested the finance officer to compile a list of necessary supplies to report to the Empire, seeking assistance. After all, whether for the care of the wounded or the medicinal resources needed, it amounted to a substantial expense. Yet, during that great battle, many planets in the Empire were attacked. And even if the treasury was rich, the distribution was merely a drop in the bucket, far from sufficient. Even now, Yen Qilu felt a pang of sorrow at the thought. Too many had been forced to retire due to delayed treatment, and some, tragically, suffered unbearably until death claimed them. They were valiant warriors, unafraid of danger in their fight against magical beasts. Yet in death, their suffering was profound. If only they had had more spiritual food to slightly slow the collapse of their mental seas. Perhaps they could have transitioned to a normal life instead of losing their lives. During that period, not only was he troubled, but Ling Jun too sought various solutions until his team discovered star treasures on a desolate planet, exchanging them for a considerable amount of medicinal resources and supplies, thereby resolving the ongoing treatment issues for the wounded soldiers. Jiang Shushu listened in silence, not uttering a word, her heart heavy with emotion. Was this not the inability to evoke her interest, thus leading to a narrative that would touch her heart? There was truly no need for such dramatics, Marshal. At this moment, she felt utterly paralyzed. Chapter 161, Striving for Greater Power on Your Behalf. Jiang Shushu hesitated before posing a question. But Marshal, from this perspective, shouldn't you be cultivating spiritual masters instead of plant cultivators? Regardless of whether it pertains to weapon forging or potion brewing, they are far more reliable for ensuring life safety than spirit fruits and vegetables, are they not? Yen Qilu was momentarily taken aback. Cultivating spiritual masters?
Indeed.
Spirit fruits and vegetables primarily serve to alleviate hunger. How could they possibly compare to the tangible benefits provided by spiritual masters skilled in alchemy and weaponry? Rather than investing energy in planting, it would be more prudent to nurture spiritual masters. Take me, for instance. Although I was once foolish and obstinate, I have now awoken to my potential, capable of concocting second-tier spiritual medicines and even forging divine artifacts. Why not consider nurturing me? I assure you I will devote myself to diligent study, safeguarding our homeland, regardless of the hardships I may face. Jiang Shushu raised her head, her expression earnest and sincere. Though she was still uncertain about the intricacies of forging divine artifacts, it did not detract from the fact that she had indeed crafted one. The room fell silent once more, with Si Chun regarding her with an expression of incredulity. It was always the Marshal who painted grand visions. Yet here was someone endeavoring to illustrate a vision for the Marshal. However, Yen Qilu was left astonished by Jiang Shushu's words. To be frank, even the prospect of cultivating spiritual masters seemed far-fetched. At present, even projects requiring investment in interstellar currency strained the military treasury. The empire was impoverished, with the logistics for sustaining the military provided only halfway by the national treasury, while the remaining costs were borne by individual planets. Excess supplies need not be remitted. Yet if resources were insufficient, the treasury could offer little assistance. The elder furrowed his white brows in concern and explained, "It is not that we haven't considered it. We simply lack the funds for such cultivation. The military treasury is exceedingly depleted. Most of the spiritual plants required by the army are purchased at a cost. The Planting Institute was originally intended as a food reserve for the planet, but due to inadequate technology, production cannot meet demand. If they could improve even slightly, we wouldn't find ourselves in such a backward state, looked down upon when venturing beyond our planet." Yen Qilu's assessment was accurate. Su Huangxing was indeed impoverished. Yet prices were exorbitantly high. For instance, spirit fruits and spiritual herbs were significantly pricier than on other planets, a consequence of their scarcity. Most available on the market were imported, incurring substantial transportation costs. Jiang Shushu found herself in a quandary. She understood that to become a one-star marshal, one must possess a far-reaching vision, commendable character, and a willingness to seek the welfare of the populace. Yet, she was also but a common citizen, struggling to make ends meet herself. How could she assist others? It was not selfishness. She grasped the principle of self-preservation in times of poverty. Now that the marshal had elucidated the difficulties, it seemed inappropriate to voice a refusal.
Jiang Shushu glanced at Ling Yun, her expression troubled.
Ling Jun instantly comprehended her thoughts and soothingly patted her hand before calmly addressing Yen Qilu. "Grandfather, if she is to go, it must be of her own volition, not coerced by your lofty ideals." Ling Jun's voice was steady, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Shushu is not one to seek the limelight. She possesses a low-key and cautious nature and does not relish being in the spotlight. By suddenly thrusting her into an exchange with the Planting Institute, she may face exclusion. The circle of spiritual masters is beyond my interference. However, I have observed that Jiang Shushu has always been solitary, lacking friendships with any spiritual masters, and those she encounters tend to regard her with disdain. The Empire has regulations stating that those with extraordinary abilities bear the responsibility of protecting the vulnerable, the spiritual masters. Since he could not act directly, he would elevate Jiang Shushu's standing, granting her the authority to protect herself. Jiang Shushu lowered her head, feigning a troubled expression. Ling Jun was indeed advocating for her rights. She could not lag behind. After all, the marshal had laid everything bare. Refusal was not an option, yet she could not simply acquiesce without thought. Just as she was pondering, Ling Jun's tone shifted once more. Every spiritual master harbors their own secrets, which grandfather would openly share their techniques. Such precious and confidential skills. How could they be divulged so carelessly? Are you truly willing to jeopardize your granddaughter-in-law? Yan Qilu grasped the implication. It seemed Ling Jun was indeed seeking benefits for his wife. He had initially thought the matter would not come to fruition upon hearing the first sentence. Nonetheless, Ling Jun's observation was astute. Indeed, abundant spiritual power was invaluable, while consistently achieving full spiritual power was even rarer. Just consider the old man in the courtyard. He could not guarantee full spiritual power every time and incessantly lamented the burdens of research and managing the academy. After pondering for a moment, Yan Qilu turned to Ling Jun and proposed, "What if I were to issue an order in my capacity as the highest commander of Su Huangxing, appointing Jiang Shushu as the deputy director of the Planting Institute? This way, no one would dare to exclude her."
What?
Jiang Shushu was taken aback. The marshal was prepared to appoint her as deputy director? Such a hasty decision. Ling Jun glanced at Jiang Shushu, noting her lack of objection, and after a moment's reflection, he acquiesced. In his view, not only was she deserving of the position of deputy director, but she could even merit the role of the director. However, as his Shushu preferred to remain inconspicuous, starting as deputy director seemed prudent. Si Chen was equally astonished by Yan Qilu's decision, unable to suppress a quiet murmur. Who would dare to exclude her now? Those people will likely be scrambling to curry favor. At that moment, one of those being spoken of by Yu had rushed to Sheng Nan's residence. Sheng Nan had just returned home, having been preoccupied with devising ways to win back Jiang Lani's heart, but, regrettably, he had made no progress. In the afternoon, he had been summoned by the general and berated thoroughly, ordered to apologize and make amends with the Jiang family. He genuinely wished to express his regret. However, since returning from Huanqing, he had not encountered Jiang Lani, nor had he seen any of the Jiang family members. How could he face the woman whose misunderstandings had arisen because of Baiyu? It was enough to harbor no ill will. He had no inclination to see her again. Yet, the steward returned with news. "Young master, Baiyu claims she encountered Miss Jiang Lani today." Sheng Nan sprang to his feet, excitement coursing through him as he exclaimed, "She has seen Lani? Hurry, bring her in." The steward hurried out, and shortly thereafter, a girl adorned in a white gown, resembling a vibrant flower, gracefully entered the room. Before she could approach, Sheng Nan eagerly welcomed her. "Baiyu, you said you saw Lani today?
How is she?
Is she well? Since my return, I've sought her out daily, yet she refuses to see me. Could you perhaps persuade her to forgive me?" Baiyu's expression dimmed at his words.
She,
whose family background paled in comparison to Jiang Lani's and who was less favored, had specifically donned an expensive new gown and applied a delicate makeup style to impress him. Expecting to captivate him with her beauty, she was taken aback when his first inquiry was about Jiang Lani. Baiyu slightly lowered her gaze, revealing only the tip of her delicate nose and her charming chin, her pink lips parting in a display of sorrow and grievance. "Sheng Nan, have you not heard? Lani left for the Imperial Star a few days ago." Chapter 162, Summer Delicacy, Snowflake Cake. In the interstellar realm, individuals are considered officially adult only upon reaching the age of 18. At that time, Jiang Lani had already become a second-tier spiritual pharmacist and was well-favored, with her coming-of-age ceremony celebrated with great fanfare. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, the two stood beneath the floral tree in the courtyard, where the exquisite pink petals fluttered down, carried by the breeze, falling gently upon her and enhancing Lani's beauty to the point of overshadowing the blossoms themselves. Sheng Nan vividly recalled Lani making a wish at the tree, her voice barely above a whisper, yet still audible to him. "I hope we can traverse all the planets of the Empire together and visit the Imperial Star." Clutching his heart, Sheng Nan sank despondently into a chair, murmuring, "Impossible. Lani had explicitly said she wanted me to accompany her to the Imperial Star." Baiyu felt a pang of sadness, her eyes darting as she quickly offered consolation. Sheng Nan, do not be disheartened. Uncle from the Jiang family mentioned that Lan Yu is attending to other matters on the Imperial Star and will return in a few days. Sheng Nan was taken aback. You have met Uncle from the Jiang family? He had visited the Jiang family numerous times, not to mention Lan Yu's father. Even the servants of their household remained unseen. The grand entrance was perpetually shut, and in the beginning, he assumed no one was home, knocking for an extended period, only to be forcibly removed by the general's men. It was later revealed that the head of the Jiang clan found the knocking too disruptive and contacted the marshal, who then reprimanded the general, leading to the general's ire directed at him. Consequently, he dared not knock upon his subsequent visits, opting instead to wait outside. How had Bai Yu managed to see her so easily? Indeed, she had met Lan Yi. Her visit coincided with the day Lan Yi departed for Emperor Star. Bai Yu noted that Lan Yi had lost considerable weight but appeared in good spirits. The uncle of the Jiang family inquired if she wished to accompany Lan Yi to Emperor Star. Bai Yu spoke nonchalantly, though in truth, she had not seen her at all. Yet it mattered not. Sheng Nan would likely not meet her either, as who would suspect her of fabricating such a tale? Neither Lan Yi nor her uncle bore any ill will toward Bai Yu, so why was she not allowed to see her? Was it possible that Lan Yi was upset with her? Indeed, the Jiang family held a deep affection for Lan Yi. Witnessing her sorrow would surely incite their displeasure. He resolved to find a way to cheer Lan Yi up. With this thought, Sheng Nan eagerly inquired, Bai Yu, do you know when Lan Yi will return? I am uncertain of her return, but I heard from the academy that Lan Yi has gone to Emperor Star as an exchange student, and she will be back by the end of summer at the latest. Oh, by the way, after school starts, I have been selected for the exchange program with the Agricultural Institute and will be teaching there for 2 months. Do you have any specific ingredients you desire? I could ask the students at the Agricultural Institute for you, and I'll get them at a friend's price. Bai Yu winked playfully at Sheng Nan. Previously, when Jiang Lan Yi was around, she had not had such an opportunity. The selections had always favored the academy's top talents. Now that Jiang Lan Yi was away, she had advanced to a level 2 apothecary and finally secured her chance. The Agricultural Institute boasted an abundance of fine goods, and most of them were ordinary folk who dared not defy the spirit masters. All right, I shall compile a list for you, and you can see what you can find. Yes, rest assured, I will gather everything for you. Before the commencement of the Spirit Master Academy, the entire star system was gripped by a sweltering heat, akin to riding a rocket into the sky. Just the day prior, the weather was pleasantly mild, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, but the following day brought oppressive heat, causing beads of sweat to form on foreheads and bodies alike. Jiang Shushu sat in the living room, enjoying the cool air while savoring the icy delicacy of snowflake cake, a specialty from the star system that Jiang Feng had just prepared. The ingredients were said to be harvested from the coldest season on Qihan Star, where the flowers of the cool bamboo resembled snowflakes. These were stored in a small ice house, crafted from ice-type spirit stones and advanced technology, designed to simulate the frigid temperatures of Qihan Star and sold exclusively during summer. Due to the difficulty of harvesting and the energy costs of preservation, the price was exorbitantly high. Accompanying the flowers was a small icebox made of spirit stones, reputed to withstand the summer's highest temperatures, as their ordinary refrigerator could not adequately protect such precious ingredients. After processing, Jiang Feng blended the flowers into a creamy mixture, resulting in a delightful fusion of floral sweetness and fruity aroma, with tiny fruit particles adding a refreshing crunch. It was utterly delicious, surpassing the nutritional value of various technologies and delicacies from her previous life. Jiang Shushu took another spoonful, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction as the coolness washed over her, leaving her feeling elated. What a blissful experience. At that moment, Jiang Feng's voice echoed from the yard. Shu Bao, I've examined the crops closely. They're merely a bit wilted. A little watering should suffice. It seems they can hold on until maturity. Standing at the edge of the planting area, Jiang Feng scrutinized the young vegetables and grains, noticing the tips of the leaves drooping slightly, clearly suffering from severe dehydration due to the heat. He quickly unleashed his abilities to water each section of crops. Jiang Shushu leaned out the window, calling to her father, You've already watered them twice this morning. I can see your energy is nearly depleted. You should fill a container and store it in the spatial pocket to save time running back and forth. Though the physique of an ability user was robust, the act of watering was not particularly taxing for him. However, exhausting one's abilities could be quite uncomfortable. She had previously considered using a planting robot for watering, but upon contact, the plants began to lose their vitality, prompting her to urgently use spirit spring water to revive them. She had always believed that the seeds planted by spirit masters were different from those handled by robots, only to realize now that it stemmed from the mechanical interference. Finding it peculiar, she had inquired with He Mianmian, who explained that such occurrences had been recorded since the dawn of stellar history, with no clear reason for the phenomenon, leaving them to comply without question. Jiang Feng turned with a smile, reassuring her, "Fear not, my daughter. Though my level is not high, this little exertion does not tire me."
Shu Bao.
The sweltering heat of summer is upon us, and once these crops mature, the subsequent planting may not thrive. In the face of interstellar heat, ability users could endure somewhat. But the spirit plants lacked such resilience. "We can plant," Jiang Shushu replied. Ling Jun mentioned that this year there is an abundance of cool bamboo, eliminating the need to procure from other planets. It won't be as sweltering as before. The coolness from the bamboo was entirely different from that produced by machines. It provided a natural cooling effect across the entire planet, rather than just for individual households. Suddenly, Jiang Shushu recalled something important and leaped off the sofa, exclaiming to Jiang Feng, "Father, Ling Jun mentioned they will be installing cool bamboo on the planet today, and I should go observe while bringing back Shershin." Jiang Feng entered the house, somewhat surprised. "Shershin is back." "Yes, wasn't he it with Captain 15? The military district had received word that the last batch of combat teams would return today, and she wondered how Shershin had fared after being with Captain 15 for so long. Chapter 163. Hearing his words, it is better than not speaking at all. As for Shershin's well-being, Captain 15 could not say, but he knew his own experience had been far from pleasant. He arrived at the First Legion, looking haggard, and encountered Bei Yuan, Ling Jun, and Sichen. With a weary gesture, he indicated the rapidly flying Shershin's sword. "Here, I've brought the esteemed Shershin back for you." He cast a glance at the blurry afterimage of the sword, his eyelids drooping, a look of despair on his face. "Please, stop spinning. You've been at it for a month. Soon, you'll drive him mad. I've doubted my eyesight several times. I might go blind." Bei Yuan observed the now slowing Shershin sword, then glanced at the dim-faced Captain 15, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had not heard of any dangers or tribulations faced by the 15 team. How could he appear to have aged a decade in such a short time? While he pondered this, Captain 15 spoke again. "I heard that, riding on the prestige of the esteemed Shershin, you secured first place in resource acquisition for the entire military district? With all 5 legions having returned, the resources collected had already been thoroughly assessed. And this information would naturally be broadcast across the military. There was no need for secrecy." The 3 exchanged glances, nodding in acknowledgement. Captain 15 scanned each of them, patiently awaiting their inquiries, but to his surprise, they remained silent. He felt a surge of irritation. "You've managed to secure the top resources in your hunts. Why not ask how much you acquired? What's with the pride?" Rolling his eyes, he continued, "Are you not curious about how much our team collected?" The 3 fell silent before shaking their heads in unison, clearly uninterested. Captain 15 felt a swell of frustration. While they were indifferent, he was eager to share. Why was it that, despite wielding the same artifact, the disparity was so vast? "After you left Su Huang's star, the esteemed Shershin felt your absence terribly. Hiding away in the tent and refusing to come out, the entire sword drooped with sadness." The 3, they could hardly fathom how a sword made of metal could droop. "The esteemed Shershin was in such low spirits that it broke my heart. I spent 3 days trying to cheer it up. Do you have any idea how much effort and vocabulary I exhausted? My brain was nearly fried." The 3 looked at each other, puzzled. "Do you need to think of vocabulary?" Captain 15's knowledge seems lacking. "After Lord Shershin was finally ready, he agreed to accompany me to the battlefield. I was under the impression that he would put forth his efforts and work diligently. However, on the very first day, he led a horde of demon beasts to assault our entire team. That scene left both of us spirit masters without a morsel to eat for 3 days. The 3 of us remarked, to be honest, they have also been through similar experiences. On the second day, thinking he might not understand, I spent a considerable amount of time explaining things. This time, Lord Shershin seemed to grasp it, but after half a day, the demon beasts chased over a dozen demon ancients into our ranks, causing chaos as they circled our team 3 times. On the third day, there were no demon beasts, yet Lord Shershin's mood soured again, leading to yet another day of persuasion. By the 3rd day before our return, he had become utterly disinclined to engage in any activities, merely circling around me for the 10th day. Just yesterday, our entire team deliberated whether to give Lord Shershin another chance. Perhaps he simply did not favor the jungle we had chosen? This time, we allowed him to choose for himself, but after a while, The vines of the demon plant king emerged to pursue him, and we fought valiantly to escape. After Captain 15 recounted the entire ordeal, he could not help but wipe away non-existent tears of frustration. Still baffled as to what Lord Shushu had done to provoke the demon plant king into risking several of its vines to chase him outside the jungle, the three of us could only lament, what a pitiful man. Yet, did Captain 15 not share similar experiences? Had it not been for Jiang Shushu, the alchemist present, and Liang Yuyu, the translator, they too would have likely suffered under Lord Shushu's whims. Sichin stepped forward and patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Captain 15. Try to see the bright side. After all, Lord Shushu has only recently awakened his spiritual awareness and behaves rather childishly. Bei Yuan added, indeed, he is a divine artifact. Who could command him? When he chooses not to work, who dares to compel him? Captain 15 retorted, so, we should blame him then? Seeing the lingering discontent on his face, Bei Yuan turned to glance at Ling Jun. Although they were not in the same squad as Captain 15, they were comrades within the same military district, and thus, harsh words felt inappropriate. Ling Jun, being of imperial lineage, held a higher status due to his identity as a shapeshifter. Ling Jun stated, you were the one who sought him out initially. You signed the contract willingly.
Now,
are you expressing these grievances in hopes of returning the original stone? Bei Yuan lowered his head, silently giving a thumbs up in admiration. It was no surprise that only Ling Jun could deliver such words with that effect. Captain 15, indeed, faltered, awkwardly chuckling, that's not what I meant. I simply wish to understand why Lord Shushu behaves differently in your team compared to mine. Ling Jun adopted a stern expression, and Sichin, taking on the role of the good cop, stepped forward and embraced Captain 15 in camaraderie, their heads leaning together as he casually remarked, if you wanted to know, you should have said so earlier. Allow me to enlighten you. Lord Shushu is quite easy to manage. All you need to do is shower him with compliments, and he will perform splendidly. Upon hearing this, Captain 15 inwardly scoffed. Had he not also praised him? The terms of praise were formulated by the entire team, countless in number, yet, what use were they? Sichin waved to the hovering Shushu's sword. Lord Shushu, it has been a while. Come here, and let me embrace you. Lord Shushu paused midair for a second before swiftly descending and striking Sichin's head several times. Humph, you villain. To stealthily take away my master is one thing, but to deliberately leave me behind. Do you think I am so familiar with you to be treated with such disrespect? It must be said, this misunderstanding was indeed profound. Yet none present understood the language of the sword, leaving them momentarily stunned. A flicker of peculiarity crossed Captain 15's eyes. It appeared the artifact's temperament was indeed eccentric, showing no regard for even its own allies, its temper too fierce to be easily controlled.
Sichin,
for the first time, was caught off guard by Lord Shushu's lack of respect, momentarily bewildered, with his first reaction being, wow. Captain 15 truly is not a good person. He has spoiled my artifact. Ling Jun turned to face the artifact that was now charging toward him, unleashing his pressure, which immediately rendered Lord Shushu motionless. Bei Yuan, with a grin, remarked, Captain 15, you have seen for yourself. Lord Shushu has his own thoughts and listens to no one. Captain 15 departed with a sense of satisfaction. Observing the artifact treat everyone equally brought him a sense of balance, for he no longer dared to claim it for himself. When Jiang Shushu arrived, aside from Ling Jun, who sat calmly on the periphery, a crowd was gathered around the Shushu's sword, chattering and attempting to appease it. Lord Shushu, my sister is on her way. You can ask her if you don't believe me. Yes, Lord Shushu, you treat us so well. How could you possibly think we would deceive you? Chapter 164. Unexpectedly, he quite enjoys the dramatics. What are you all doing? Jiang Shushu inquired curiously as she entered. Today marked the official onset of summer, and this temperature was nothing for warriors. Thus, the military department had yet to turn on the air conditioning, resulting in a rather stifling atmosphere. When Ling Jun lifted his head upon hearing her voice, he noticed Jiang Shushu clad in casual short sleeves, her porcelain white arms glistening with perspiration as she fanned herself while wiping her brow. Frowning, Ling Jun quickly stood to activate the cooling system, and soon a refreshing breeze flowed in from all directions, alleviating the oppressive heat. Jiang Shushu sighed in relief, plopping down next to Ling Jun, muttering, this weather is simply bizarre. It was cool yesterday, and today feels like a furnace. Ling Jun smiled as he tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear before responding, that's how summer is. Once we finish up here, I'll install some cooling bamboo at home. It was only the very beginning of summer, and this temperature was hardly an issue for those with supernatural abilities, as evidenced by the absence of sweat on Ling Jun's forehead. Jiang Shushu, observing his composed demeanor, felt a sudden impulse to switch careers and become a warrior. As supernatural beings, their constitution and stamina would strengthen with each level, making high temperatures or cold weather negligible. They were impervious to external disturbances. Just this fact alone made Jiang Shushu envious. However, she merely entertained the thought. The arduous journey to becoming a warrior was daunting, and the prospect of frequently battling monstrous beasts in the wild was somewhat intolerable. Who could remain unfazed when confronted with mutated, ferocious creatures in times of peace? Sister, you're here. Lord Shershin is back. Liang Yuyu joyfully ran towards her upon hearing Jiang Shushu's voice. However, the sword was even quicker, zipping past him and leaving a blur in its wake, appearing in Jiang Shushu's embrace in an instant. The sword trembled lightly, emitting a hum as if lamenting its grievances and expressing longing. Jiang Shushu hadn't seen it for some time and felt a strange sense of nostalgia. Just as she was about to pick it up for a closer inspection, Liang Yuyu's voice rang out. Sister, you must explain things to Lord Shershin. It's upset and thinks we deliberately left it on Huanqing. It believes we intentionally separated you from it and claims we are all bad people, leaving it heartbroken. You must console it. Sichin wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he chimed in. Initially bewildered as to why Lord Shershin was in a mood, Sichin's heart ached upon realizing how deeply it had been affected after Liang Yuyu's translation. After all, Lord Shershin had only recently awakened his spiritual awareness and still bore the insecurities of a child, surely frightened by the ordeal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shushu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What on earth was going on? An artifact of such caliber, yet it seemed to indulge in whimsical imaginings daily. Had she not personally communicated with Captain 15 and informed Lord Shershin of her early return to Su Huangqing? Why was it throwing a tantrum now? Jiang Shushu seized the sword and began to chastise it. Lord Shershin, did I not explain before? We had urgent matters to attend to, and you signed a contract with Captain 15. Once your tasks are complete, you can return with him. Moreover, you are immensely powerful. You are free to do as you please. What a terrifying sight. Sichin observed the Godslayer being treated so rudely, and yet its emotions visibly perked up. He suddenly thought, Bei Yuan is indeed quite curious. You allowed the Godslayer to do as it pleases? To which Bei Yuan replied, Indeed, what's the matter? He finally understood why Captain 15 had such a miserable fate. An immature and unruly divine artifact was nothing short of a synonym for arrogance and mischief. Jiang Shushu tossed the Godslayer, who had been easily appeased with just a few words, aside to entertain itself and turned her gaze towards the others. The Godslayer was returned by Captain 15? She recalled having had a few encounters with Captain 15, finding him rather intriguing. However, as soon as she spoke, the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh, including Ling Jun, whose lips curled in a smile, clearly in good spirits at the mention of this person. After Liang Yuyu arrived, she eagerly recounted everything she had heard. Sister, your statement of the Godslayer can do whatever it wants has truly caused Captain 15 to suffer greatly. When he returned the divine artifact, he looked utterly dispirited. It seems the Godslayer has tormented him quite a bit. Jiang Shushu was taken aback and turned to Ling Jun. Is what Xiao Yuyu said true? Back when Sheng Nan was toyed with by the Godslayer, he seemed quite spirited. It's hard to believe that the Godslayer couldn't even compare to a scoundrel. Ling Jun glanced at the Godslayer sword, which had scampered off to another corner, a smile gracing his eyes. Indeed, Captain 15 does appear to have had a rather unfortunate experience. After all, Sheng Nan only had it for 5 days, whereas Captain 15 was supposed to hand it off to the next combat team after 5 days. But the Godslayer absolutely refused to leave and insisted on staying with them. When Captain 15 contacted him, he was quite pleased, considering that Jiang Shushu and Liang Yuyu were not present with the divine artifact. Ling Jun agreed to allow Captain 15 to keep it until their return to Su Huang Star, yet it ended up being over half a month. Upon hearing this dramatic turn of events, Jiang Shushu couldn't help but facepalm. Captain 15 is truly a tough one, unable to manage it yet unwilling to let go. He is forcing himself to cope. Bei Yuan remarked, Captain 15 is quite astute. He might have harbored some intentions like Sheng Nan's to keep the Godslayer, but he is wise enough to know when to let go. Sichin nodded in agreement, having just asked Xiao Yuyu about the Godslayer's experiences, which aligned closely with his own accounts. He felt assured that Captain 15 must not have dared to mistreat the God Slayer. Rest assured, Captain 15 is far more upright than Sheng Nan. Just look at how the God Slayer behaved earlier. It's evident that it has grown accustomed to Captain 15's ways and now wishes to employ those tactics on us. Jiang Shushu, glancing at the divine sword frolicking with Liang Yuyu, rubbed her chin thoughtfully. She hadn't expected that such a seemingly shrewd and straightforward supernatural being would actually be quite taken with such antics. This point was unanimously agreed upon. Sichin pondered for a moment before continuing. I believe after this encounter, Captain 15 will no longer dare to covet the God Slayer, realizing that such a divine artifact is beyond his control. Now we shall see how the God Slayer torments the next batch of individuals. I have a long list of names from the teams participating in the contract. The thought of those who would likely endure experiences even worse than Captain 15's made him want to laugh. How could things go so smoothly? He had a premonition that in the future, not only would they not dare to covet it, but others would probably choose to avoid the God Slayer entirely. The others joined in laughter, and after a casual chat, Ling Jun received a communication from Zhuo Xiangming, instructing them to hurry over as the installation of the cool bamboo was about to begin. Chapter 165. A desire for a gentle Dean. In the spacious area behind the First Legion, a multitude of flying vehicles, both large and small, were parked. A large group of people stood by the edges of these flying machines. Yan Qilu, with a beaming smile, remarked, Shu Bao, are you planning to join Ling Jun and see how the cool bamboo is installed? He looked at Jiang Shushu, whose demeanor was both obedient and lively. Growing increasingly fond of her, observing their deepening relationship, he felt a sense of satisfaction as his grandson had been smiling more lately. Moreover, he couldn't help but find the nickname Shu Bao quite endearing, creating an atmosphere of intimacy and ease. He pondered whether his grandson's aloof nature was due to the formality of his full name. Perhaps he should adopt a similar name for himself. Jiang Shushu was unaware of his musings and earnestly replied, Yes, Marshal, I've never seen how the cool bamboo is installed. I'm quite curious to see. I heard that just a small piece of bamboo can release cold air even stronger than a refrigeration system, which seems truly marvelous. Then you should have Ling Jun explain it to you in detail later. Haha. Yan Qilu, seeing her earnest thirst for knowledge, felt reassured by Jiang Laotu's words. His granddaughter was indeed not a mischievous slacker, but rather had been delayed by scoundrels. After chatting for a while longer, the installation team was ready, and Ling Jun called for Jiang Shushu to board the spaceship. Yan Qilu stood with his hands clasped behind him, while Zhuo Xiangming stood a step behind, both watching as the spacecraft slowly ascended higher into the sky. Moments later, Zhuo Xiangming seemed to remember something and chuckled. Marshal, Dean Tang Xingshan has contacted me several times, inquiring about the Vice Dean you found who can cultivate full spiritual power. He is utterly delighted and has been asking when someone could come to the academy to meet him. Tang Xingshan was the head of the Planting Institute and, typically, the Vice Dean would require his approval. However, if it was the Marshal's wish, his opinion could be bypassed. He wants to meet? I suspect it's not merely for a greeting. He has probably encountered some recent challenges and is seeking assistance. Mentioning Tang Xingshan, Yan Qilu felt quite helpless, as the man was an absolute research fanatic, utterly absorbed in planting. Despite his advanced age, he showed no inclination to seek companionship or engage with others, only lamenting to Yan Qilu about insufficient funding when necessary. Otherwise, he was never to be seen, always either researching or on the way to conduct research. The Marshal guessed correctly. I've heard he is indeed working on something. If it becomes widespread, the yield could potentially double the annual output of fruits and vegetables. Marshal, do you think we should take advantage of Jiang Shushu's presence to let him meet with you? Zhuo Xiangming also felt quite exasperated and tentatively inquired. Have him come over now. Tell him that if he is late, the person will leave. Meanwhile, at the Planting Institute, not far from the Spiritual Master Academy, an elderly man was scrutinizing a pot of high-priced green plants on his desk. The leaves were thick and lush, evidently thriving splendidly. He circled around the pot repeatedly, examining it from every angle, yet could not comprehend why this green plant needed to be planted in heavy soil. After all, it was discovered growing by the water's edge. How could it flourish so well when planted in soil? Boss, he mentioned that his daughter almost killed it using spiritual medicine, but after her classmate changed the soil, it suddenly thrived. And it seemed to be growing even better than when it was first dug up. What could have been done? How could it thrive so remarkably? The elderly man was none other than Tang Xingshan. He had possessed this pot of spiritual plants for several days and had been researching it thoroughly, ultimately concluding that the plant's growth was not due to its inherent qualities. Rather, it was highly probable that someone had tampered with the soil, adding something to it. To ascertain what had been added, it appeared he would need to dig it up for testing. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tang Xingshan continued to observe the green plant for a while longer. Just as he resolved to dig into the soil, the sound of his communicator chimed. He opened it to find the image of a young man appearing on the screen. What did you say? The master, who can cultivate full spiritual power, is with you? All right, I'll head over right now. Make sure you don't let her leave. He swiftly ended the communication and, cradling the pot of plants, dashed out with the utmost speed his body could muster. The planting institute was expansive, filled with cultivated land and prohibiting vehicle access. At that moment, many students were busy in their experimental fields, and they witnessed their elderly dean sprinting past, cradling an unknown pot in his arms. Some students were left dumbfounded. Is that our Dean Tang? Didn't he say that due to his advanced age and poor health, we should refrain from provoking him? Perhaps not. I recall the director is not one to flee so swiftly. It hardly seems plausible, so let us not dwell on who it might be. I am yet to perfect the green plan I am developing, and I find myself wondering how I shall manage tomorrow. Some individuals may resort to self-indulgence as a means of escapism, yet academics remain paramount. The other students, witnessing their director vanish at the end of the path, could only lower their heads in despair and resume their toils. It is lamentable. Their director, a notorious workaholic, drags them into this whirlwind of labor. One quiz every 3 days and a major exam every 10 days. Tomorrow marks a significant examination, leaving no time for any further pursuits. They truly yearn for a gentler director to guide them. Outside, a group of girls made their way toward the entrance of the Cultivation Institute, chattering animatedly. Suddenly, one sharp-eyed girl pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, isn't that Senior Tang's flying car? What brings Senior Tang's vehicle here at this hour? Is he here to pick someone up?" No sooner had she spoken than an elderly yet robust man dashed out of the gate, leaped into the car, and sped off, vanishing from their sight in an instant. The girls were left momentarily stunned, turning to the girl at the center of their group. Ji Fan. Did I just see the director get into that car? It looked like he was holding a pot of green plant. Could it be the one you saw yesterday? Why is the director in such a hurry? I heard that Jiang Lanyi from the Spirit Master Academy has exceptional cultivation skills. Could the director be seeking her?
Impossible.
Our Ji Fan is a prodigy in cultivation. The director wouldn't even let her experiment. So how could he allow Jiang Lanyi to interfere?
Besides,
she hardly understands these matters. Does she? Perhaps, but Jiang Lanyi is rather irksome. She will surely make an appearance at the upcoming exchange event, Ji Fan mused, staring blankly as the flying car disappeared around the corner. The cacophony around her seemed to fade, and her mind buzzed with a singular thought. Where could the director and Senior Tang possibly be heading? Chapter 166. The Calamitous Interstellar People. At that moment, the spaceship carrying Jiang Shushu, Ling Jun, and others had reached the pinnacle of the planet. Jiang Shushu beheld the pale yellow spherical protective shield once more. This time, the spirit stones embedded within were clearly of the superior grade she had refined, all transparent and emanating a gentle white glow, as if randomly scattered within the defensive layer. The guards within the defense tower saluted upon their arrival and opened the first layer of defense. It was then that Jiang Shushu discovered the interior space was surprisingly vast, even accommodating their small spacecraft. Soon, Jiang Shushu disembarked, following Ling Jun and the others forward. Above them was the transparent shield embedded with spirit stones, while beneath their feet lay a surface more transparent than a glass bridge, yet solid enough to give the illusion of solidity, instilling a perpetual sense of unease that they might plummet at any moment. Trembling, she thought to herself, this is truly exhilarating. While Jiang Shushu quivered with trepidation, Ling Jun and the installation team he had brought began their work. Noticing her anxiety, Ling Jun approached and naturally enveloped her in his embrace. Strangely enough, this embrace feels far more secure than the transparent ground outside, she admitted. Fear not. I'm holding you. See the polished cool bamboo they are supporting? Once all is installed on the defensive shield, it will commence cooling the entire planet, he reassured her in a low, measured tone, instantly alleviating her fears and piquing her curiosity about the cool bamboo. She raised her gaze and, indeed, saw that Ling Jun was correct. The bamboo had been cut into sections, polished to resemble exquisite jade, translucent and elegant. More astonishingly, the protective shield seemed to possess magnetic properties, as the bamboo pieces were effortlessly attracted and affixed to it at the slightest approach. Carefully place it here, and that side can accommodate another piece. But be gentle. This material is exceedingly precious. Damaging even a single piece would be distressing, commanded Si Chen, directing the installation personnel. The cool bamboo had to be installed annually. And these workers were seasoned veterans. It was not their first time. Yet, their clumsiness was alarming, and Si Chen watched their every move with trepidation, fearful of any mishaps. Perhaps you should call Si Chen back. These workers seem quite familiar with each other. His presence might just intimidate them into performing better, Jiang Shushu suggested quietly. This material is already costly, and with his supervisor hovering nearby, it's no wonder they're nervous. Ling Jun pondered her words and called Si Chen back. Si Chen ambled over, grumbling under his breath. You really are a handful. What are you muttering about? They seem to be doing quite well now that you're not so close, Jiang Shushu remarked, gesturing towards the workers, who appeared far more relaxed and efficient from a distance. I'm simply assisting them in locating the proper alignment. Don't be deceived by how easy it looks. If they misplace a piece, removing it is quite the challenge. By the way, Jiang Shushu, do you feel any cooler? Si Chen inquired, observing her closely. Though he failed to notice the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Jiang Shushu nodded. She had felt the cooling effect as soon as the bamboo was retrieved from the storage. Otherwise, would I allow Ling Jun to hold me? The spirit master's constitution is only slightly superior to that of ordinary people. Without the cool bamboo, you would all struggle to endure this summer, Si Chen lamented. Why must we use cool bamboo? Isn't the cooling system sufficient? Jiang Shushu asked, perplexed. Shihan Star is notoriously cold and fraught with dangers, such as the screeching beasts. Must we rely solely on this bamboo? Couldn't the cooling system serve as a substitute? Ling Jun and Si Chen exchanged glances, bemused by her inquiry. Si Chen rolled his eyes. How could you lack such basic knowledge of the interstellar environment? No wonder there have been rumors of your unwavering infatuation with Sheng Nan, being oblivious to the world around you. He instinctively wanted to mock her, but remembered her recent assistance to the combat team and chose to refrain. The cooling system is ineffective. The air it produces lacks spiritual energy, which would cause all the greenery on the planet to wilt and yellow upon contact, inflicting great harm. Moreover, excessive exposure can lead to discomfort and weakness in ordinary individuals, Ling Jun explained. He paused before continuing. Historical records indicate that humans once prioritized technological advancements to the detriment of nature. They relied on high-tech solutions even for the simplest tasks, resulting in numerous catastrophes that nearly led to humanity's extinction. It was only after this lesson that they began to reconnect with nature. In short, while small-scale, short-term use of cooling is feasible, it is prohibitively expensive. In contrast, cool bamboo incurs no significant costs and is far more advantageous. Most importantly, if we were to rely solely on the cooling system, not a single green plant could survive the summer on Shihan Star, potentially pushing humanity toward extinction. Jiang Shushu reflected on this, realizing how tumultuous life could be among the stars. And she could only imagine how much more challenging it had been before humanity ventured into the cosmos. The installation of the cool bamboo, though seemingly straightforward, consumed considerable time due to the quantity involved. By the time Jiang Shushu and her companions descended to the planet's surface, Tang Xingshan had been waiting anxiously. He had been there for quite some time and had engaged in conversation with Yan Qilu and Zhu Xiangming, yet no matter how he inquired, they would not divulge the identity of the remarkable cultivator responsible for producing the abundant spiritual energy, simply stating, "You'll know upon meeting them." Tang Xingshan was nearly beside himself with impatience, and seizing the opportunity, he speculated quietly. He had essentially secured all the cultivation geniuses on Shihan Star, save for a few wood-type spirit masters. As for the renowned Jiang Lanyi, who was reputed to be a prodigy, he dismissed the thought. She was merely a product of Jiang's embellishments. If her sister had not faltered, perhaps there would have been hope, but alas, she had become a waste. And that possibility was utterly implausible. The little girl from the Sheng family has been rumored to possess extraordinary abilities. Yet she pales in comparison to even half of Jiang Lanyi's capabilities, rendering her improbable. As for the daughter of Boss He, it is said she is a genius in alchemy, but her skills in cultivation are woefully inadequate, nearly leading to the demise of the spiritual plants in her care. Therefore, she too is unlikely. The younger generation is virtually extinct, leaving only the older cohort, including the mentors from the Spirit Master Academy. I have heard that Zhu Xiangming's wife has considerable talent, but given his penchant for ostentation and the way he clings to others, if he truly possessed any ability, he would have showcased it long ago. Perhaps it is another mentor, Tang Xingshan mused, as he eliminated all the young and qualified individuals he knew of, only to despairingly realize he had not found a single person capable of nurturing spiritual plants to full vitality. Just then, he recalled Yan Qilu's identity, and a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Could it be that the marshal, noticing his struggles, had specially summoned a master from the Imperial Star to assist him? At that moment, a spaceship descended abruptly, its hatch opening swiftly to reveal a pair of long, elegant legs. Chapter 167. Unexpected. Tang Xingshan, brimming with anticipation, approached the hatch. Reminiscing about the masters he had seen from the Imperial Star, stooped figures, faces lined with wrinkles, exuding an aura of formidable power, and the pride that accompanied their mastery of spiritual energy. Finally, out stepped a pair of long legs, striding with a charming swagger, clad in casual attire, broad shoulders tapering into a narrow waist, crowned with a handsome visage.
Tang Xingshan.
He hastily pushed Sichin aside, continuing to gaze expectantly at the hatch. Another pair of long legs emerged, each step measured with an elegance that seemed almost regal, and in the next moment, he found himself meeting a pair of dark, profound eyes. Tang Xingshan. The two individuals who had come forth were not the ones he had hoped for, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. Noting that the hatch had yet to close, he steeled himself and continued to watch with keen anticipation. Ling Jun turned. Shushu, jump down, I'll catch you. In the past, Jiang Shushu would have needed no assistance. One leap was sufficient for a steady landing. However, now that she was in love, sweetness and affection defined her experience. She nodded obediently, leaping into Ling Jun's embrace, where she was securely caught, gazing up into his adoring, gentle eyes.
Indeed.
Beautiful individuals possess charm from every angle. Even this upward view, which typically reveals flaws, appeared flawless. The thought that such a perfect man would soon belong to her made Jiang Shushu burst into laughter. Turning her head, she found herself met with the astonished gaze of an elderly man, his mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg. Jiang Shushu. She quickly leaped down from Ling Jun, offering an embarrassed smile, only to see the old man's expression grow even more complex. Si chen interjected, Director Tang. What brings you here? Tang Xingshan. I might be here to find one of you, perhaps? His gaze flickered between the three individuals. Confusion etched on his features. Yan Qilu had explicitly stated that the person he sought was aboard this very spaceship, yet only these three had disembarked before the hatch closed. Surely the marshal would not deceive him, yet none of these individuals appeared capable of nurturing spiritual plants to full vitality.
Ling Yun contemplated briefly, surmising Tang Xingshan's purpose.
He drew Jiang Shushu closer. Director Tang is seeking someone who can cultivate plants to full vitality. She is that person. Tang Xingshan. Jiang Shushu. In the marshal's office, Jiang Shushu and the others found themselves seated face-to-face with Tang Xingshan on the couch. Yan Qilu occupied the highest seat, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Director Tang, are you satisfied with the deputy I found for you? Tang Xingshan sighed with a wry smile. Marshal, please, do not jest with me. I am swamped with work daily, lacking both time and energy for such antics. It was utterly absurd that the waste he had dismissed moments ago was now being presented by the marshal as his appointed deputy. Yan Qilu laughed heartily. Who is jesting with you? You are unaware that my granddaughter-in-law is remarkably capable. She simply prefers to remain low-key, having kept her talents hidden in the past. Having observed the rapport between Jiang Shushu and Ling Jun, and upon hearing Yan Qilu's remarks, Tang Xingshan began to harbor doubts. Could it be that Jiang Shushu truly possessed the prowess the marshal claimed? He cared not for her reputation or age. Nor did he ponder her reasons for concealing her abilities. He was solely interested in one question. Jiang Shushu, can you truly cultivate plants to full vitality every time? Feeling Ling Jun's encouraging gaze upon her, Jiang Shushu instinctively straightened her back and nodded earnestly. Yes, I can. Before Yan Qilu could issue orders for her to become deputy, Ling Jun had already discussed this with her. She genuinely wished to remain inconspicuous. But in a world where strength was paramount, being overly modest might lead to being underestimated. The matters regarding artifact forging were too extraordinary and could incite significant upheaval. Thus, even with her suspicions, she did not intend to disclose anything prematurely. Her comprehension of alchemy was profound, and her progress rapid. Revealing too much would suffice to astonish others. While the revelations concerning premium quality and full vitality plants would pale in comparison to the shock that artifact forging and alchemy could incite. Ling Jun was confident in his ability to protect her. Tang Xingshan, observing her sincere response, pondered for a few moments before pointing to the spiritual plant he had brought. Since you can cultivate plants to full vitality, you surely know how to care for this pot of greenery? Jiang Shushu followed his gesture, her gaze pausing. I recognize this plant. I saw it in He Mianmian's shop. Oh, I sense a hint of spiritual spring water within this soil. Xiao Ju, still nestled in the little snail, was no longer by the spring but perched atop a leaf of the water-spraying tree, slightly lifting its head. Jiang Shushu's eyes widened. Xiao Jiu, are you saying this pot is the one I revived with spiritual spring water? Indeed. This plant is of the same variety as the one I saved during my first visit to Mianmian's shop. At that time, it was wrapped in various medicinal liquids, with only a smattering of soil, having turned into a slurry. I recall He Mianmian later telling me that interstellar plants of this kind are always cultivated this way. And according to historical records, the first person to discover this variety did indeed find it by the water's edge. What a twist of fate it was to encounter this pot of greenery again after several months. It looks quite vibrant. Surely this old man isn't planning to let it perish, so I can nurture it back to life again? Jiang Shushu had heard tales of the head of the Cultivation Academy becoming obsessed, spending every day in the experimental fields or poring over materials to research new varieties. While she admired such dedication, she had no desire to join, having been thrust into academia from a young age in her previous life. And now finding herself in an era rife with magical beasts, she simply wished to cling to a sturdy golden thigh and enjoy a comfortable and secure life. Before Xiao Jiu could respond, Tang Xingshan spoke again, his tone tinged with melancholy. You see it flourishing now, but you are unaware it nearly perished before. Jiang Shushu, I know, better than you. She had encountered a peculiar individual who disregarded conventional care, repotting and changing the soil. Strangely, not only did the plant survive, but it also bore 3 times the usual yield. Jiang Shushu, she is not a peculiar individual. I have already examined the plant. Aside from its vigorous vitality, I found nothing else. I plan to dig up the soil for testing, but if I do that, I am unsure if this plant will survive. The prospect of soil testing unsettled Jiang Shushu, and she called out to Xiao Jiu in her mind. Xiao Jiu, he wants to test the soil. I added a few drops of spiritual spring water back then. Let's hope it doesn't get detected. Xiao Jiu lifted its head, appearing a bit dazed and still half asleep. Yet it offered reassurance. Do not worry, master. Their testing instruments cannot detect spiritual spring water. At most, they will only find that the soil is more fertile than usual. Furthermore, it did not underestimate the capabilities of these so-called instruments. Aside from the one from the Imperial Star, which made it a tad apprehensive, the others were utterly trivial. However, it matters not. My master is swiftly growing stronger. Once formidable, it shall accompany the master to shatter that instrument, avenging both her and itself. After a bout of self-comfort, little Nine succumbed to slumber once more. Chapter 168. Tang Xingshan. This is simply unbelievable. Tang Xingshan observed Jiang Shushu, who seemed lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he inquired, if I were to change the potting soil for this green plant, do you have confidence that you can maintain its condition? He looked at Jiang Shushu with eager anticipation. The reason he had refrained from touching the plant all these days was his lack of confidence in preserving its current state. Jiang Shushu reassured him, fear not. Leave it to me. I guarantee it will remain just as it is when returned to you. To be perfectly honest, I have successfully cultivated this type of green plant before, and it thrived quite well. However, Tang Xingshan misunderstood, believing that Jiang Shushu was referring to her own past experience of nurturing a plant into full vitality. That's splendid news. With your experience, you will undoubtedly become even more adept. However, the care method proposed by that master differs significantly from our previous understanding. Observe, she employs no potions, using only rich soil. And the growth surpasses even that cultivated with our spiritual herbs. The first batch of fruits is not only plentiful, but also substantial. And a second batch is on the verge of ripening, Tang Xingshan explained, parting the leaves of the plant for Jiang Shushu to see. Jiang Shushu replied, I do not presume to claim mastery, but I never anticipated that the interstellar variant of the potato could bear fruit twice. In truth, Tang Xingshan had not anticipated this either. After all, previous potatoes had not yielded such abundance, wilting after a single harvest. Otherwise, he would not have been so intent on conducting tests. As the two engaged in their conversation, they became oblivious to the presence of others, Yan Qilu, Ling Jun, and Si Chen, who were left bewildered and could only observe with curiosity. Si Chen subtly nudged Ling Jun with his elbow, whispering, I once heard He Mianyan tell a story that closely resembles what Tang Laozi mentioned, about someone who revived a plant by changing its pot and soil. However, in He Mianyan's tale, the protagonist was Jiang Shushu. Do you think they might be recounting the same story? Ling Jun turned his head, retracting his gaze from Jiang Shushu. Perhaps. I have always held immense confidence in Jiang Shushu's planting abilities, believing it is well within her capabilities. Yan Qilu leaned in curiously, asking, Chen, do you mean to say that Shushu has undertaken such a task before? Si Chen replied, as the planetary commander, why are you so curious about everything? He recounted the tale of how Jiang Shushu saved the Earth Yellow Egg in He Mianyan shop, considering Ling Jun's current feelings towards Jiang Shushu. He emphasized the wager between Jiang Shushu and Jiang Lanyi regarding Xingnan, hoping the marshal might hold her in higher regard due to that incident, given that his lord had affection for her. Little did he know, the marshal was already well aware and required no assistance in cultivating fondness. Shushu has indeed faced numerous tribulations since childhood, entangled with such a scoundrel for years, and has finally broken free. By the way, this Xingnan, was he not a subordinate of Yu Shao? Ling Jun confirmed, indeed. It is said that he initially had poor talent, starting as an ordinary soldier. But his strength inexplicably surged. Half a year ago, he broke through to S level and was promoted to captain of the 7th team by Yu Shao. The marshal was taken aback. You mean to say he originally had poor talent? How did he rise through the ranks? And, at such a young age? No wonder Yu Shao mentioned him several times in my presence, appearing quite fond of him. Did his family perhaps acquire some spiritual herbs for him? Ling Jun raised an eyebrow. No, his family has attempted to abandon him on multiple occasions. Yu Shao publicly praises him for his hard work despite his lack of talent. Yan Qilu expressed his confusion. Even with hard work, such rapid advancement seems improbable. He must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. After all, mere effort cannot compensate for the absence of talent. An ability user lacking innate skill would find it exceedingly difficult to compete, no matter how hard they try. Yet Ling Jun could only smile in silence. Suddenly, Si Chen had a moment of inspiration. Isn't Jiang Shushu capable of refining superior spiritual stones? Given her previous obsession with Xingnan, could it be that she used spiritual stones to enhance his abilities? Yan Qilu was equally surprised, recalling Jiang Shushu's talent for crafting superior items. He cast a glance at his grandson, who appeared nonchalantly sipping tea, likely already having deduced the truth.
Si Chen exclaimed, so.
Jiang Shushu elevated Xingnan to S level, only for him to turn around and abandon her? What a despicable scoundrel, truly the worst of the worst. Yan Qilu nodded in agreement. You speak the truth, Chen. He is indeed a scoundrel, but fortunately, he has encountered our Ling Jun, who will certainly treat her well in the future. Yun, wouldn't you agree? Yun? Ling Jun's back stiffened, and his expression darkened instantly. Marshal, please refrain from such exclamations. Yan Qilu retorted, what is wrong with that? Look how elegantly they call her Xu Bao. Calling you Jun Bao is simply harmonious, a beautiful name, don't you think, little Chen? Si Chen, too, trembled at the mention of Jun Bao, vigorously shaking his head in opposition. No, that is not pleasant. I object. It was inconsequential. Cultivating green plants posed no challenge for Jiang Shushu. Even without the spiritual spring water from her spatial realm, she could effortlessly cultivate them, not to mention mere maintenance. From her bracelet, she retrieved a pot, deftly extracting the earth yellow egg. After creating a hole in the new pot, she gently nestled the roots within, pushing soil around the base before lightly tugging the top leaves upwards. Thus, a new potted plant emerged. Tang Xingshan watched in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if to fit an egg inside. Jiang Shushu, are you certain this will survive? Jiang Shushu pondered for a moment, affirming, absolutely. I was careful with the root system while extracting it. It was well protected. If we liken a plant to a living being, the roots are its most vital organ. As long as the roots are nurtured vigorously, even if severed, it can still regrow branches and leaves. Can you really cultivate it this way? This is sheer waste. Such a precious spiritual plant should not be treated so carelessly. Tang Xingshan lamented, his expression one of regret. He found it utterly unreliable, far too unreliable. In his eyes, each plant possessed its own consciousness. What if it were to die from shock? How should one treat it? Surely, it should be handled with utmost care. Jiang Shushu replied, it's merely a potato. Am I to coddle it? This is something I would have scoffed at planting in my past life. She gestured for Tang Xingshan to release his mental energy to investigate. Director Tang, see for yourself. The vitality of the earth yellow egg is abundant. Tang Xingshan furrowed his brow, frozen in place as he sensed the plant emanating a surge of life force. This was truly extraordinary. Chapter 169. Just like being betrayed by a beloved. Tang Xingshan felt a profound sense of despair. The precious treasure he had tenderly nurtured was being treated as mere grass by another. The most astonishing part was that, even treated as such, the plant was thriving. Who could possibly accept this? The mindset of Tang Xingshan was beginning to unravel, akin to being betrayed by a beloved. An utterly distressing sentiment. His previously furious demeanor visibly waned, revealing a hint of sorrow, leaving Jiang Shushu perplexed, as if she had committed some grave error. After some contemplation, she pushed the potted plant towards Tang Xingshan. Director Tang, I assure you the earth yellow egg will thrive just as before. However, if you remain uneasy, you may take it back to care for it for a few days. Should any issues arise, you can contact me. Tang Xingshan exclaimed, what a betrayal of trust. He had been worried that repotting would lead to death, yet she dared to guarantee its survival in its original state. He couldn't help but acknowledge the truth. Indeed, the new generation often surpasses the old, leaving him with no choice but to concede. Tang Xingshan turned to the trio still engrossed in their conversation, clearing his throat. Marshal, I have resolved my matter. If there are no further issues, I shall take my leave. Yan Qilu composed himself, donning a smile as he inquired once more, Director Tang, are you satisfied with the vice director I have procured for you? Director Tang felt as though he had exhausted his quota of speechlessness for the entire year. Realizing that conversing with the marshal here meant he would be asked the same question until a satisfactory response was achieved. If not satisfied, then the questioning would persist. Satisfied? Absolutely delighted. There has never been a time more gratifying than this. Such a remarkable talent should have been sought out by the marshal much sooner.
Tang Xingshan blev lidt afsætstillige.
Acknowledging that, irrespective of circumstances, the prowess of their planting institute was undoubtedly destined to ascend to new heights. Yan Qilu added, my granddaughter-in-law is rather fond of maintaining a low profile. She possesses a gentle disposition and is quite agreeable. If you find her satisfactory, please extend her your kindness. Tang Xingshan responded, the marshal is overthinking. While our planting institute may not hold a high status, anyone who dares to threaten my personnel will find it far from easy. Content with this assurance, Yan Qilu nodded with a smile, signaling for Ling Jun and Si Chun to escort him out. Just as they were about to part ways, Tang Xingshan suddenly turned back and asked, when will you be joining the Planting Institute? He was aware that Jiang Shushu was still a spirit master and would likely focus more on the Pharmacology Institute. So even if she could merely maintain a nominal presence while attending classes occasionally, it would suffice. Jiang Shushu pondered for a moment, replying, let us wait until the exchange meeting after the school year begins. I will then contact the director. Tang Xingshan nodded in satisfaction upon receiving a definitive answer before taking his leave. Having returned home with the earth yellow eggs, Jiang Shushu entrusted them to Jiang Feng for care while also retrieving a substantial stack of polished cool bamboo from her spatial storage. Jiang Feng was astonished. How did you manage to bring back so much cool bamboo? The marshal stated that considering the significance of the peppers, we must control the temperature here effectively. Prolonged use of cold air is not advisable, so we will initially utilize the cool bamboo, Jiang Shushu explained. Additionally, the authorization from the other families has been sent to my quantum brain. Father, do you know how to install it? Jiang Feng nodded. Understanding that installation was not particularly challenging and did not require the intricate arrangements necessary for the planetary defense shield, it merely needed to be placed appropriately in their home. Upon hearing it was that simple, Jiang Shushu urged Jiang Feng to set up the cool bamboo promptly. According to Ling Jun, during this time of year, even if the cool bamboo were installed on the planetary defense shield, it would need to wait until the heat officially commenced before activation. Otherwise, her peppers would suffer, likely resulting in a significant reduction in yield. Thus, after discussions with the Marshal and General Zhua, it was decided that she could utilize it at home ahead of time. Upon her return, she noticed that the soil in the planting fields was merely damp, evidently due to excessive heat causing rapid evaporation of moisture. Jiang Feng had been remaining in the planting fields, continuously using his supernatural abilities to water the crops. Just briefly pausing, Jiang Feng was already carrying the stack of cool bamboo out the door. He first activated the home defense system, surveying the yard for suitable locations. It was not due to a lack of experience, but rather because they had never had a planting field at home before. Jiang Shushu approached to observe. Father, what do you think of the spot adjacent to the left wall of the courtyard? Most of the planting area is over there. The temperature should be more suitable. And, importantly, that is the only vacant space we have. What about the others? Sorry, they have all been demolished. Now, the only intact structure is the left wall, which has been purchased by some influential figure, Jiang Feng replied. Naturally, he was inclined to heed his daughter, the talented planting master's advice. Given that the layout of the residences along this street was uniform, he realized the other families had no courtyard walls. Ultimately, they decided to install the cool bamboo on the rooftops, thereby encompassing the entire area. Soon it was time for dinner. Shu Bao, come out for dinner. Jiang Feng's voice called from outside. Jiang Shushu exited her spatial realm, washed her hands, and made her way to the dining area, only to be momentarily stunned upon seeing a familiar face seated at the table, the mentor from the Pharmacology Institute, who had notified her about the assessment when she first arrived in this world. Her long, cascading curls framed her delicate face as she smiled warmly and waved. Jiang student. It's been quite a while. Mentor Lei, long time no see. Jiang Shushu awkwardly greeted, the term long time feeling more like over half a year. Though the previous academic struggles were not her own, she bore the weight of this body's reputation, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Jiang Feng, busy arranging the tableware, looked up in surprise. Shu Bao, is this your mentor? Yes. Don't you recognize her? Jiang Shushu asked, while her curiosity piqued if her father did not recognize her. Did that mean the mentor was invited by someone else? Upon this thought, she swiftly scanned the room for other familiar faces. Ling Zheng was assisting Jiang Feng with the tableware, while Si Chen helped nearby. He Mian and Liang Yuyu sat quietly at a distance, seemingly deep in thought. Just then, Jiang Feng continued, of course, I recognize her. She is the wife of General Zhuo Xiangming. As his words fell, Zhuo Xiangming's calm voice resonated. Miss Jiang. My wife returned to the Imperial Star not long ago. With the school year approaching, she has come back as a mentor. I will ensure that I transfer additional funds for Ling Jun's meals. He and the marshal were connected through Ling Jun, and the monthly allowance was 100 interstellar coins. What could Jiang Shushu say? She could only acquiesce, feeling immensely grateful as she gazed at the increasing number of guests around the dining table. Thankfully, they were in an era where everyone possessed supernatural abilities. Otherwise, preparing 3 meals a day for so many people would likely deter even the most generous, even for 1,000,000 coins. Chapter 170. A Group of Virtuous Friends. Zhuo Xiangming was a straightforward individual. Considering everyone's presence, he initially intended to let Ling Jun handle the transfer, but realizing he would be residing there long-term, he promptly added Jiang Feng to his contacts and transferred 3,000,000 interstellar coins for meal expenses. Jiang Feng was taken aback as he stared at the long line of zeros in his account, exclaiming, General, you've transferred too much. Zhuo Xiangming glanced at his wife beside him and chuckled. 1,000,000 interstellar coins is for Lei Ying's meals this month. The additional 2,000,000 is an advance for next month. His wife was also a spirit master, and compared to Jiang Shushu and her peers, her physique was not significantly different. It would be beneficial for her to maintain her energy levels. Upon witnessing this, Liang Yuyu, He Mian, and Si Chen lowered their heads and began tapping on their quantum brains. Before Jiang Feng could utter a word, the notification sound of another transfer echoed. Looking down, he was astonished to see yet another line of zeros. Si Chen, 1,000,000,000. Liang Yuyu, 1,000,000,000. He Mian, 2,000,000,000. The once orderly arrangement of numbers became chaotic, leaving Jiang Feng bewildered. He looked up. Why are you transferring so much back to me when you still have a substantial amount left for your meal expenses? And Mian, why did you also transfer 2,000,000? Prior to their journey to the Phantom Star, their transfer records indicated Liang Yuyu had 20,000, Ling Jun 50,000, Si Chen 50,000. And He Mian had recently followed Si Chen's lead with a transfer of 100,000. Jiang Feng believed the previous meal fees were already considerable. As they maintained good relations with Shu Bao, a little cost coverage would suffice. Yet here they were, unexpectedly increasing the price behind his back. Liang Yuyu blinked innocently. Uncle Jiang, we all eat the same meals as the general. If he gives 1,000,000 and I only contribute 20,000, it would be unfair to my sister and you. Moreover, the fortune left to him by his family would last several lifetimes, even if he squandered it all. Si Chen appeared utterly confused. I'm just advancing my meal expenses for next month. He Mian hesitantly added, just accept the transfer from Uncle Jiang. Jiang Feng was at a loss for what to do and turned to Jiang Shushu, seeking her guidance. Jiang Shushu pondered for a moment, then nodded in his direction. To be honest, among those present, it was likely that none were less affluent than she, This sum of money was utterly trivial to them. Yet, she feared that she would need to be more diligent in diversifying the varieties of fruits and vegetables, lest they perceive the expenditure of 1 million as a loss. Jiang Feng sighed as well, remarking that they need not feel this way. He understood that both they and Ling Jun were friends, and they had always taken good care of his daughter, Xu Bao. Even without interstellar currency, as long as his family still possessed ample spiritual energy, they were always welcome to dine at his home. He recognized their intentions. The mention of meal expenses was merely a means to prevent his daughter and himself from incurring losses. His son-in-law was of good character, and indeed, none of his acquaintances were lacking in virtue. Yan Qilu, seeing that they had reached a consensus, cheerfully beckoned, Come, take a seat. Let us eat first. He sat at the head of the table with Ling Jun and Si Chen to his left and with Xiangming and his wife to his right, while the others settled in sequentially. For reasons unknown, Jiang Shushu and He Mianmian chose to sit as far away from Master Lei as possible, speaking little and quietly focusing on their meals. In the intervals of picking at her food, Jiang Shushu discreetly raised her eyes, only to meet Lei Ying's playful gaze, who mischievously winked at her. Jiang Shushu thought to herself, it is said that Master Lei is the gentlest female instructor at the Ling Master Academy, having taught the first grade class for several years. The first grade class is predominantly composed of children under 10, all of whom are mischievous and spoiled. Yet they become exceptionally obedient and compliant whenever they encounter Instructor Lei. Jiang Shushu's impression of this instructor was rather vague. Her only previous interaction was when she had been reminded via a communication video to participate in an assessment upon her arrival in this world. Now, observing her, she indeed exuded a gentle and soft beauty, reminiscent of the delicate blossoms that herald the arrival of spring. Jiang Shushu returned a smile, then quietly resumed her meal, unable to suppress her thoughts. Their dining table was increasingly populated, encompassing individuals of varied statuses. Her father was merely an ordinary soldier in the military district, yet the highest-ranking commanders had become almost indistinguishable from residents of her household. She, a notorious underachiever, found herself dining alongside her class instructor. The dynamics between the father and daughter duo were rather complicated, and she hoped that they would not become even more intricate in the future. At that moment, she sensed someone approaching her side. He Mianmian leaned slightly closer. Shushu, how could you be unaware that Master Lei is the general's wife? What have you been attending to all these years at the Pharmaceutical Institute? Jiang Shushu maintained an impassive expression, retorting, I heed not the affairs beyond my window. My sole focus is on refining the sage and virtuous pill. He Mianmian chuckled softly. Shushu, are you jesting? How could your class instructor not be a matter of concern? Surely, you do not sleep through class every day? Even if you were indifferent, you would have gleaned something from the gossip among your classmates. Jiang Shushu tilted her head. What exactly are you trying to convey? Even if she possessed only fleeting memories, she doubted that the original owner would have known, as her attention had typically been reserved for less than savory individuals. He Mianmian's eyes sparkled as she grinned. Shushu, look. The general and Master Lei are both here for dinner. May I bring someone along as well? Noticing Jiang Shushu's slight frown, she quickly assured her, Fear not. You have met this person before, and he is of good character and temperament, unlikely to cause any trouble. He has endured injuries, and his health is somewhat frail. I merely wish for him to benefit from some spiritual nourishment. Jiang Shushu suddenly understood. So you transferred 2 million for him as well? Indeed. The new semester is about to commence. I plan to reside in this area and wish for him to move in with me. I have grown somewhat anxious from not seeing him for so long, He Mianmian whispered. She had initially hesitated to mention it, but upon seeing Zhou Xiangming arrive with family, the thought crossed her mind. Her concern for him was genuine, particularly since her father had always disapproved of him. Without her presence to intervene, things could become difficult. Jiang Shushu pondered in silence. Since Mianmian had broached the topic and even provided the meal expenses in advance, it was likely that even if she disagreed, her friend would still insist on having him stay with her, perhaps merely ensuring he remained inconspicuous, cooking at her residence. Bringing someone along was not particularly problematic. It was just that the identities of the attendees here were rather unique. If, as He Mianmian suggested, he was indeed of commendable character, it would pose little issue. Casting a sidelong glance at Ling Jun and Si Chen, and recalling He Mianmian's familiarity with them, she acquiesced, instructing her to introduce him tomorrow. After the meal concluded, He Mianmian hurriedly departed. Si Chen cast a side glance, muttering softly, Every day is filled with these trivial matters. He then promptly moved to assist Liang and Jiang Feng in clearing the table, preparing to place the dishes into the intelligent dishwasher. Meanwhile, Jiang Shushu led the others into the tea room, cheerfully announcing, "I have acquired a tea tree on Huaning Star, and it has just begun to bloom these past few days. I intend to brew a floral tea. Would you care to sample it?" Having heard that there were 3 major empires in the galaxy, Jiang Shushu was largely unaware of the living habits of the other 2 due to their considerable distance. But she noted that the Jiao Empire where she currently resided bore similarities to her previous country. For instance, they shared a fascination for cultivating vegetables, with even those lacking the ability to grow them eager to learn, much like her father, who had once held a stubborn belief that other abilities could not yield plants, but had since been convinced otherwise. Similarly, when it came to beverages, whether floral teas or wines, any time a new variety was discovered, it was either consumed or experimented with to create various drinks, regardless of taste, as there were always affluent individuals willing to pay. These insights were relayed to her by her father, who spoke with particular envy, noting that even the soldiers longed for such pursuits. Upon hearing Jiang Shushu mention tea, Yan Qilu was astonished. "Does Shubao also understand tea? I wonder what it is like. There are so few varieties of tea. If it is good, how about I buy them all?" His mind was already made up. This was Shubao's first attempt at making tea, and regardless of its taste, he was determined to praise it and purchase the entirety. Ling Jun shot a bemused glance at his grandfather, fully aware of the unspoken intent behind his words, to support Shushu. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the entire world was encroaching upon his relationship with his wife. Even outings became a spectacle with a crowd in tow, and even his lines were being usurped. Zhuo Xiangming felt a pang in his heart at the marshal's words. For him, the general rarely had the opportunity to enjoy tea. The imperial star was abundant in resources, and the Yen family was of noble lineage, but for a marshal who had been groomed as the family's heir since childhood, he had tasted an abundance of spiritual nourishment and beverages. Although his experiences on Shuhuang Star were quite pleasant, they could not compare to the offerings from the imperial star. The last tea that Tang Xingshan had painstakingly developed received a mere lukewarm reception from the marshal, who, despite his praise, had lost interest soon after. As Jiang Shushu blinked her big eyes under the scrutinizing gaze of 3 individuals, she feigned nonchalance while discreetly retrieving a small bag of roasted Jiu Li Xiang flowers from the system space, carefully adding a pinch to the teapot. The delicate blooms, a pale golden hue, each the size of a thumbnail, were the first batch she had harvested after planting the Jiu Li Xiang in the system space. As soon as they were introduced, the room was filled with an elegant and refreshing fragrance, invigorating to the senses and uplifting to the spirit. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, their 6 eyes reflecting the astonishment they felt at the overwhelming presence of spiritual energy emanating from the flowers. Setting aside the question of their quality, the sheer abundance of spiritual energy rendered them irresistible, not to mention the delightful fragrance that was undoubtedly exquisite. This heightened their anticipation even further. Yan Qilu found himself in a bemused state, having intended to impress his granddaughter-in-law, only to be met with an unexpected trump card. He cast a sidelong glance at his unambitious grandson, letting out a cold snort. He was fully aware that the young lady had merely agreed to date him, without yet acknowledging the reality of marriage. As long as that acknowledgement remained unspoken, there lingered the possibility of a change of heart. Alas, what a setback. He regretted having registered their marriage in advance, only to find that his efforts had yet to bear fruit. How embarrassing. Ling Jun, on the other hand, remained composed. Feigning ignorance of his grandfather's disdainful gaze, his attention fixated on Jiang Shushu. As it is often said, high-quality ingredients require only the simplest methods of preparation, and interstellar beverages were no exception. Thanks to the unique properties of abundant spiritual energy, even someone like Jiang Shushu, who is not particularly skilled in the art of tea-making, could brew a tea that exuded an enchanting aroma. Just then, the voice of Si Chen echoed from outside, inquiring about the source of such a delightful scent.
Ling,
Standing behind him, interjected, suggesting it bore a resemblance to floral fragrances. Jiang Feng chimed in, "It should be the flower tea that Shushu mentioned a few days ago." As the words fell, the 3 entered the room and beheld Jiang Shushu poised to pour something into a cup, and they quickly noticed that the captivating aroma was emanating from that very spot. Si Chen, brimming with excitement, darted forward and exclaimed, "Jiang Shushu, is that flower tea you're pouring? It smells absolutely divine." He inhaled deeply, and now that he was closer, the fragrance intensified, soothing his spiritual sea to a state of tranquility without a single ripple. Indeed, the power of abundant spiritual energy was remarkable. Upon learning that this tea tree had been acquired by Jiang Shushu on Huanqing, Lang was further astonished. Was this truly the infamous waste of talent everyone knew? The same Jiang Shushu who had languished in the first-level class for a decade? In just half a year, she seemed to have transformed entirely. Moments later, everyone gathered around the tea table, each holding a cup and savoring their sips. Yan Qilu, a lifelong tea connoisseur, had encountered countless fine brews. Yet this cup elicited a complex emotional response. Its flavor was both refreshing and rich, with a subtle hint of bitterness, leaving an elegant aftertaste. Yan Qilu found it delightful, and the others echoed his sentiments, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts, but unanimously agreeing it was delicious, exceptionally so. Even Ling Jun, the prince, found the taste exquisite. Silence enveloped the room, and Jiang Shushu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What was happening? Was it good or not? Someone say something. Jiang Feng was the first to break the silence. Shu Bao, I feel that this flower tea you've made is a bit unusual. Si Chen nodded in agreement, and the others followed suit, while Ling Jun fell silent for a few moments before solemnly stating, this flower tea is indeed different from any I've encountered before. These words sent Jiang Shushu as heart racing, prompting her to ask with concern, is it poisonous? It shouldn't be. I've seen these flowers before, and even used them myself to brew tea. How could it be amiss now in the interstellar realm? Could it be a mutation? Ling Jun then replied thoughtfully, this tea possesses invigorating properties. Its effects are remarkably potent. How will we manage to sleep later? Awakening the senses? Potent? Sleep? Jiang Shushu managed to lift her head from the disheartening thought of having brewed poison after toiling for so long, only to find everyone smiling at her, their faces flushed and radiant, their eyes sparkling with vitality. Jiang Shushu was utterly bewildered. They looked nothing like those afflicted by poison, but rather like beings rejuvenated by vital energy. What does Ling Jun mean? Is he suggesting this tea can invigorate? She pondered. But what does that have to do with sleep? This is flower tea, meant for calming the spirit. Lang smiled gently. You're not wrong. Many flower teas do have a calming effect. However, this particular blend does indeed have invigorating qualities. Perhaps you simply added a bit too much? Apart from Yan Qilu and Ling Jun, the others nodded in agreement. Zhou Xiangming wore a proud expression, as his wife was a grand spiritual master, well-versed in such matters. Jiang Shushu felt a bit sheepish, realizing that she had underestimated the potency of the abundant spiritual energy, believing it would stabilize the spiritual seas of the superpowered. Her intention had merely been to brew something enjoyable to aid digestion and promote sleep, but she had inadvertently created something invigorating instead. I sincerely apologize. This is my fault. I underestimated its potency, she admitted. I initially intended for us to enjoy it after a meal, but now it seems I've ruined it. Let us not drink the rest. We should pour it out. Ling Jun chuckled lightly. How can you blame yourself? It's merely a matter of sleeplessness. Such fine tea should not go to waste. Moreover, being invigorated is quite beneficial. It allows for greater focus, enabling faster progress in cultivation, at least double the usual rate. He glanced at Si Chen, raising an eyebrow. Wouldn't you agree? Si Chen replied with a grin, indeed. I plan to cultivate until dawn. Let us do it together. We can supervise each other, he added, nodding, his smile more pained than joyful. Just moments ago, he had mocked He Nian for being unable to partake in such a delightful brew, and now he lamented her absence, wishing he could enjoy a restful night after a full day of drills at the military base. Upon hearing Ling Jun and Si Chen discuss the tea's benefits for cultivation, Jiang Shushu's excitement soared. So, this flower tea is useful for training? I had been keeping this tree in a pot in my space, fearing it wouldn't adapt to the outside environment. I'll find a way to plant it in the yard, digging a large hole to allow it to flourish and bloom abundantly. Rest assured, I will brew you each a cup every night, ensuring your strength surpassed those in the military district. She rambled on, and no one questioned her. The others knew little of cultivation, while Lang, being a spiritual master, understood the intricacies of planting. However, upon hearing Jiang Shushu mention nurturing the flower tea in a spatial container, his mood became complex, secretly pondering whether he should also try this seemingly absurd method. After all, if she could cultivate abundant spiritual energy in her space, why couldn't she do the same in the fertile fields outside? It must be said that when one is strong, those around them inevitably align with their thinking. If it could enhance their power, it was undoubtedly a good thing, and Ling Jun smiled in agreement. Si Chen, however, felt a sense of reluctance. as his current strength was already formidable, with few in the military district able to surpass him. Yet, since the prince had agreed, he had no choice but to comply, comforting himself that once he became stronger, he could easily subdue those who had mocked him upon returning to the imperial star. Shu Bao, I really enjoy this tea. How much do you have left? Would you consider selling me some? Yan Qilu inquired. Jiang Shushu replied, Marshal, if you wish to drink it, feel free to take some. The next batch of flowers is about to bloom. She produced several packets of the prepared tea, showing no hesitation in sharing, for those present were not outsiders. And she still had a tree that would yield many flowers in the future. Using spiritual spring water directly on others yields no effect. But plants nurtured with it thrive vigorously, as though the spiritual energy were preserved in a different manner. Thus, the petals of the 9-mile fragrance, freshly harvested and packaged, still emanated a rich floral fragrance, causing everyone to perk up in excitement. As the weight of despair settled upon Si Chen's face, he realized that sleep would elude him this night. Jiang Shushu had boldly proclaimed that she would take care of the exquisite tea for both Ling Jun and Si Chen, while the remainder was left for Zhuo Xiangming, who took a portion for his wife, with the rest reserved for the marshal. Yan Qilu indeed held a fondness for the tea, and after careful consideration, he transferred 500,000 interstellar coins to Jiang Shushu, a price that was not insubstantial. After all, each small packet could barely yield enough for 3 brews, averaging out to a hefty sum of 100,000 for a single pot, which would only provide approximately 5 small cups. Subsequent brews would lack the same potency. This price was slightly above market value. A deliberate choice made to assuage any concerns Jiang Shushu might have about accepting it, particularly given his esteemed status as Ling Jun's maternal grandfather, and his public ownership of the god-slaying sword, which shielded her from unwarranted suspicions from outsiders. Jiang Shushu held a deep respect for this benevolent elder, who possessed a remarkable sense of fairness and broader vision. He exemplified a commendable commander, skillfully handling provocations from Yu Shao with grace and demonstrating care towards Liang Yuyu, even issuing military orders that stipulated severe penalties for any harm inflicted upon her. The sight of a 1-star marshal humbly seeking her counsel about a position at the planting academy was a testament to his authority. A mere command from him could silence any dissent. Jiang Shushu found herself in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. Instinctively, she glanced at Ling Jun for guidance, and upon receiving a gentle nod from him, her sense of guilt dissipated. With a beaming smile, she expressed her gratitude. It was clear that this night would be sleepless. Jiang Feng and Yan Qilu retreated to the living room, laughing and chatting, while Si Chen was drawn away by Ling Jun for training. Zhuo Xiangming, citing fatigue from the journey on the spaceship, also excused himself. Jiang Shushu, having not indulged in any tea, began to feel the weight of drowsiness and returned to her room. As summer enveloped the surroundings, with the refreshing scent of cool bamboo wafting through the air, Jiang Shushu leaned over the balcony, gazing at the twinkling stars above. Occasionally, a shooting star would streak across the sky, leaving a fleeting mark. She silently surveyed the shimmering constellations, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over her. She pondered whether among those luminous stars lay one named Blue Star, and if her classmates were diligently pursuing their futures. Would her sister's child think of her? She wondered about her sister's health, and if it had improved. Since arriving in this place, she had consistently avoided recollections of the past. This was the first time her thoughts wandered there, and the more she contemplated, the heavier her heart became. Just as tears threatened to spill, a sudden shrill and irate voice broke the stillness. Zhuo Xiangming, you scoundrel. Where do you think you're touching? Jiang Shushu's heart raced, and she hastily rubbed her face, leaning forward to peer outside. In the backyard, under the warm glow of the lights, Zhuo Xiangming appeared increasingly serious, his large hands moving gently along Lei Ying's waist. Stop fussing. You've traveled so far by spaceship. You must be exhausted. Let me help you relax, he coaxed earnestly. What nonsense are you spouting? I paid for the rest cabin and slept all the way here. Do I really need your help? Don't think I don't know your intentions, humph. Lei Ying's demeanor shifted from gentle to fiery, eager to leap up and strike him, yet she found herself unable to reach him, despite her attempts to jump. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes as she raised her long leg and stomped down hard on Zhuo Xiangming's foot, before quickly bouncing away from him. The force of her kick was so fierce that even Zhuo Xiangming, a martial artist, winced in pain, standing frozen in place for a moment. Jiang Shushu was left speechless, having expected some explosive news, only to witness a childlike scuffle. Was it really just about a back rub? They were a married couple after all. Moreover, Observing Lei Ying's fierce expression contrasted with her usual gentle demeanor, Jiang Shushu suddenly understood why her typically temperamental students behaved so submissively around her. For Lei Ying, Zhou Xiangming's actions of massaging her back were infuriating, particularly given her status as an instructor. She had to maintain her image, did she not? As she seethed, her eyes inadvertently caught Jiang Shushu's gaze, and their eyes met, both startled before the awkwardness set in. Instructor Lei Ying, you and General Zhou are still awake? Jiang Shushu quickly regained her composure, greeting her innocently. It was not her intention to spy. She felt responsible for the safety of those around her in her own courtyard. Lei Ying's expression softened, regaining her gentleness as she nodded at Jiang Shushu. Shushu, do get some rest. I must take my leave now. Without waiting for a response, she turned and headed towards Ling Jun's residence. After a brief moment, Zhou Xiangming nodded at Jiang Shushu before hastily following after Lei Ying. Once they had distanced themselves, Jiang Shushu vaguely heard Lei Ying's angry shout, "Zhou Xiangming, you rascal! Put me down, you old lecher!" The sound abruptly ceased. Silence reigned, indicating that everyone was likely fatigued. Jiang Shushu rubbed her ears and retreated to sleep. In the courtyard, He Mianmian stood before a young man whose head was bowed, his tousled hair obscuring his delicate features. His voice was low and clear, albeit slightly stammering, revealing his evident nervousness. "He Mianmian, you've already come. Why not go over? Don't worry. I've taken care of the meal expenses, and Shushu has already agreed. You remember Shushu, right? The girl I often mentioned, she's a year older than you. Be sure to call her sister Shushu later." The young man raised his head slightly, asking hesitantly, "Sister, will this put you in a difficult position? After all, you are friends with them, and I'm just an outsider." "Fear not. I am here, and you are not an outsider. You are my brother now." He Mianmian reassured him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Just remember one thing. You cannot disclose anything about this place, not a word." She intended to pat his head, but was surprised to find that she could no longer reach it. It felt like just yesterday when she had picked him up, a small, skinny child resembling a little beggar, and now he had grown so tall in just a few years. He Mianmian felt a sense of pride akin to that of a parent raising their child. Su Shi naturally lowered his head, yet when he heard her refer to him as her brother, a flicker of disappointment crossed his striking azure eyes, quickly masked by a compliant demeanor as he replied, "Sister, rest assured, I will not breathe a word to anyone." Nodding in approval, He Mianmian took his hand and led him into the living room. The hour was still early, and the others had yet to arrive. Only Jiang Shushu sat alone on the sofa. "Shushu, you rose quite early today," He Mianmian remarked, settling Su Shi onto the adjacent sofa. After exchanging a few casual remarks, He Mianmian introduced Shushu. "This is my younger brother, Su Shi, whom you've met before. He is my closest friend, so you may call her sister Shushu."
Suonse obediently greeted, "Sister Susu, hello."
"Hello," Jiang Shushu replied, discreetly appraising him. With his fair complexion, high nose bridge, and especially his striking blue eyes, he possessed a chiseled face that hinted at foreign lineage, albeit with hair as dark as hers. Jiang Shushu's gaze lingered on Su Shi's glass-like eyes for a few moments. The youth possessed a keen sense of perception. Upon feeling her stare, he immediately lowered his head, the tousled hair on his forehead nearly obscuring half of his face. He Mianmian gently patted Su Shi's shoulder, her voice tinged with nervousness.
"Suonse."
"Uncle Jiang is in the kitchen preparing a meal. Why don't you go lend him a hand?"
Suonse nodded,
making a concerted effort to suppress the unease in his eyes. After casting a glance at He Mianmian, he rose and departed for the kitchen. Once he had left, He Mianmian promptly took a seat beside Jiang Shushu. "Shushu, are you curious about why Su Shi's eyes are different from ours? He is only half one of us. A few years back, while my father and I were foraging for medicinal herbs on a wild planet, I stumbled upon him. He was all alone, surrounded by a pack of ferocious beasts, gravely injured. I felt pity for him and decided to bring him back, where he usually helps out at the shop as a receptionist and the like." Jiang Shushu inquired, "Half a citizen of the Juyao Empire? And the other half? Where does it belong?" He Mianmian glanced toward the kitchen, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I asked him, but he wouldn't say much. Only that his mother was from our territory and passed away when he was young. He had a difficult life with his father and eventually ran away. However, I suspect he might be from the Aster Empire, as his appearance bears a striking resemblance to theirs." It was precisely due to this that her father held a deep-seated disdain for him, feeling that they had saved him, provided him with medicine, food. And yet this ungrateful boy refused to speak the truth. Jiang Shushu nodded, having heard of that empire before. Although the three great empires of the galaxy were distantly separated and rarely communicated, there were still ways to reach them if one truly desired to. Chapter 174. Introduction of Su Shi. He Mianmian continued, I've already inquired, and he only knows his mother was from the Juyao Empire, but he's unclear about which planet. There are hundreds of inhabited planets in our empire, and with so little information, how could one possibly find anything? That's why I took him in. My father is always nagging, worried about his background and potential dangers. Jiang Shushu asked, so you allowed him to live with you? She scrutinized He Mianmian, realizing that this little girl was surprisingly kind-hearted and compassionate. It's not that I'm afraid of my father's reprimands, He Mianmian replied hastily. You don't know. Su Shi is quite innocent, and doesn't he understand many things? My father often scolded him, and even considered casting him out several times, chastising him for possessing only a pretty face. Noticing Jiang Shushu's increasingly disapproving gaze, she hurriedly added, Shushu, Su Shi is very obedient and hardworking, and he learns quickly. When he first arrived, he couldn't even take care of himself and didn't he recognize many herbs, but now he can help me sell goods. You wouldn't he want to send him away, would you? The last question was posed cautiously, as she feared Jiang Shushu might actually entertain such a thought. Upon returning home, she had discovered several hidden wounds on Su Shi, which she could only surmise were inflicted by her father. Enraged, she confronted him, but he adamantly denied it, claiming Su Shi was cunning and had harmed himself. The naive boy even panically asserted he had indeed done it himself, causing her to scold him on the head multiple times, exclaiming, He's no lunatic. How could he possibly injure himself? Jiang Shushu had a clear understanding of the situation and momentarily excluded Su Shi from her list of concerns. After a brief wait, Ling Jun and Si Chen entered the room. He Mianmian immediately pulled Su Shi forward, whispering something to the two boys while pointing at him. Ling Jun cast a fleeting glance and dismissed it, while Si Chen, with a sour expression, trailed behind them, muttering under his breath. He Mianmian asked, Why did you run off so fast yesterday? Don't you know we should face difficulties together? Confused, He Mianmian wondered what he meant. Si Chen retorted, After dinner last night, Jiang Shushu brewed a special flower tea she found on Huanqing. That tea was quite extraordinary, brimming with spiritual energy, and its aroma invigorated the senses. He intentionally spoke in an exaggerated manner until He Mianmian's expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to jealousy. Just as she looked poised to rush over and kick him, Su Shi restrained her, prompting Si Chen to leisurely continue. The tea is potent. Just a little can rejuvenate the spirit and promote sleep, greatly benefiting the body. And the lingering taste is truly exquisite. Too bad she brewed too much. What a waste. Is that what you call facing difficulties together? What kind of hardship is that? You're just trying to mock me for missing out on such a delightful beverage, aren't you? He Mianmian ground her teeth in frustration. She had known Si Chen since childhood, and he was notorious for his sharp tongue, always either mocking someone or teasing another. It was glaringly obvious he was there to boast, which infuriated her. Su Shi grasped He Mianmian tightly, preventing her from advancing, and gently advised, Sister, don't be anxious. Since Si Chen mentioned that the marvelous tea belongs to Shushu, there will surely be more opportunities to taste it in the future. While saying this, he discreetly glanced at Si Chen, who stood with his arms crossed, clearly waiting for He Mianmian to approach. Jiang Shushu stifled a laugh as she rose and walked to Ling Jun's side, calling out, Ling Jun, you and Si Chen stayed up all night training. How did it go? Wasn't it said that the tea is invigorating enough to keep one alert all night? Did you and Si Chen manage to sleep at all? Ling Jun replied, No, the tea was indeed effective. Si Chen and I trained throughout the night and made considerable progress. He Mianmian fell silent, glancing between Jiang Shushu and Si Chen. Upon noticing the weariness etched on Si Chen's face, she was instantly transported back to the nights on Huanqing when Jiang Shushu had urged them to train diligently. Seeing Si Chen in this state brought back memories of being under her command. She burst into laughter. Si Chen, so your hardship was this? Shushu kindly provided you with invigorating tea to help you train more efficiently, and yet you failed to appreciate it? Ha ha ha. Now it dawned on her that Si Chen had consumed the stimulating tea and had spent the night training, filled with resentment, while she had run quickly and slept soundly, leaving him feeling disgruntled. Si Chen grumbled, who's feeling disgruntled? Training during the day is perfectly fine. Why must I sacrifice my sleep at night? No one paid him any mind. Su Shi had already taken He Mianmian to the kitchen to assist Jiang Feng. Jiang Shushu and Ling Jun sat on the sofa, quietly discussing the effects of their training after drinking the tea, and the once vibrant living room fell into silence.
Sichen pouted.
Feeling as though he was the only one left idle amidst the busyness. The effects of the tea had worn off, and he began to feel drowsy. Rubbing his eyes, he stifled a yawn and prepared to recline on the sofa for a brief nap. At that moment, Yan Qilu walked in, followed closely by Zhu Xiangming and Lei Ying. Ling Jun glanced up and, seeing Yan Qilu in good spirits, felt somewhat reassured. Just as Jiang Feng finished preparing breakfast, they all helped set the table. And Jiang Shushu once again joined He Mianmian. When He Mianmian looked up, she locked eyes with Lei Ying, who was stifling a yawn and covering her mouth. Seeing her tearful, innocent expression, He Mianmian quickly lowered her head, inching closer to Jiang Shushu. Shushu, why does Mentor Lei Ying look utterly exhausted? She's a spirit master. Did she also train through the night? That shouldn't be the case. Spirit masters, being in constant contact with spiritual herbs, need not train extensively. Their abilities would gradually improve through the refining process. Moreover, they were not warriors, and the most crucial aspect was the level of the refined spiritual medicine. Jiang Shushu replied, "Why are you asking her? Even if the walls are down, there are still houses in between. She doesn't possess X-ray vision, so how could she possibly know?" She casually remarked, perhaps generals couldn't sleep and dragged Mentor Lei Ying along for a night of training. He Mianmian peered at Zhu Xiangming again, nodding in agreement. "You're right. I see the general looking exceptionally refreshed, indeed suggesting he has been training." Zhu Xiangming and Lei Ying exchanged glances, while the others chimed in. "You two are at the same table as us, not separated by a galaxy. Must you speak so loudly to ensure we hear you?" Before long, it was time for school to commence. After breakfast, Sichen escorted Jiang Shushu and He Mianmian to the school gate. The students had not gathered for several months, and familiar faces clustered in small groups, exchanging laughter and joviality. He Mianmian had already advanced to a junior level for alchemist, while Jiang Shushu remained in the first level class. After greeting each other upon entering the campus, they parted ways, heading in opposite directions. As Jiang Shushu proceeded forward, she soon noticed that the number of students dwindled, and those passing by her appeared increasingly shorter in stature. Chapter 175. Mocked by a bunch of little rascals. When Jiang Shushu entered the classroom, it was still sparsely populated, with only about half of the 30 or so seats occupied. As she stepped inside, a dozen pairs of eyes swiftly turned to her, fixated upon her presence. Instinctively, Jiang Shushu halted, realizing that she was not only the oldest among this cohort, but also the tallest. Most of the children in the first-level class appeared no older than 10, with some as young as 5 or 6. She thought that Ling Jun must have made a grave error in judgment, persistently suggesting that she transfer to another academy, when the priority should have been to elevate her rank first. Jiang Shushu awkwardly touched her nose, attempting to make her way to her seat. Just then, a little girl clad in a pink princess dress with 2 pigtails bounded past her, dashing into the classroom and sticking her tongue out at Jiang Shushu while making a face. The classroom, which had only just quieted, erupted once more into a cacophony of laughter. The old waste material has returned after a long absence, and she still looks as foolish as ever. How else could she be considered waste material if she has been lingering in our class for a decade? Ah, you all underestimate her. She is not merely a waste but possesses a thicker skin than any of us. After all, how could she endure all these years without participating in evaluations and still remain in our class? A group of elegantly dressed boys and girls gazed down their noses at Jiang Shushu, their expressions unified in disdain, clearly rehearsed from prior encounters. Jiang Shushu found herself bewildered. These children were quite attractive, yet their words were venomous, lacking the charm of her own little koi fish. Firstly, I did not provoke you, and secondly, I am not familiar with you. To jest with me hardly qualifies as humor, does it? How rude and uncultured you all are. Since they had shown her no courtesy, Jiang Shushu felt no obligation to reciprocate. She stepped forward, approaching the child who was laughing the hardest, and fixed her with an impassive stare. By this point, the class had nearly filled, and upon witnessing Jiang Shushu's stern demeanor, the laughter gradually subsided, even the little boy in front of her faltering in his mirth, looking somewhat apprehensive. After all, despite her being labeled as waste material, her height alone commanded a certain presence. At that moment, a boy seated beside the girl in the pink dress lazily remarked, "Xiao-san, are you afraid of her?" Upon hearing this, Xiao-san froze, then leapt up, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Shushu, nearly poking her in the face, and shouted, "Am I afraid of her? How could I fear this waste material? Before he could finish uttering the word waste, Jiang Shushu lifted her foot and, with a resounding crash, overturned the high-tech desk in front of him, scattering a chaotic array of items across the floor. A hush fell over the room. The little boy, having never been treated in such a manner, was instantly infuriated, stammering and pointing at Jiang Shushu, yet unable to articulate a single word. They, as aspiring spirit practitioners, were accustomed to reverence and admiration everywhere they went. They had never encountered such unreasonable and raucous behavior. Jiang Shushu let out a cold laugh. Is this what you call a raucous? You haven't seen anything yet. During this time, her spiritual energy had flourished, and her abilities had significantly strengthened. Even without being a martial artist, she could easily handle this group of little rascals. She reached out, grabbed the little boy, and flung him aside effortlessly, not bothering to look back as she approached the next desk. With a flick of her wrist, she sent another child tumbling, and with a swift kick, she sent another desk toppling over. In mere moments, the classroom had transformed dramatically. The desks lay in disarray, none remaining intact, while the children resembled a haphazard tower of bodies, the larger ones underneath and the smaller ones precariously atop. When Laying, with a smile, entered the classroom, this was the sight that greeted her. The usually arrogant children were now wailing, huddled together, their eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly pitiable. While Jiang Shushu stood innocently by, an expression of nonchalance on her face, clearly the instigator. Laying felt a twinge of complexity in her emotions. She had not anticipated that the previously reticent Jiang Shushu would unleash such defiance after only a few months apart. Clearing her throat, she approached the podium and rapped the blackboard. Class is commencing. Students, cease your mischief and promptly return to your seats. Teacher, Jiang Shushu attacked us, cried the girl in the pink dress, her face contorted in indignation, unable to comprehend the instructor's demeanor today. Look at the mess she has caused. With a stern expression, Laying commanded, return to your seats at once. I will begin counting. 1, 2. Before she could reach 3, the child perched atop the pile tumbled down, stifling tears as he scrambled to reclaim his desk and chair. The others hastily followed suit, quickly rearranging their desks and sitting properly with their hands folded. Jiang Shushu, feeling a bit sheepish, flashed a sweet smile at Laying before making her way to the only desk in the back row. Laying surveyed the small students. Their skirts were soiled, pants askew, and some shoes had gone missing, now barefooted and stretching their feet into the aisle to show her. Sighing internally, Laying adopted a serious expression.
Now,
who would care to explain what transpired? Teacher, it was Jiang Shushu who initiated the violence. We merely jested with her, and she retaliated. Piped up the little boy beside the girl in the pink dress, clearly the self-appointed leader of the group. Almost immediately, the other children nodded in agreement. The girl in the pink dress stood up, her new skirt now stained, tears welling in her eyes as she lamented. She bullied us because she is older and taller. And look what she did to my new dress. I demand compensation. With two of the group's leaders voicing their grievances, the others chimed in, collectively accusing Jiang Shushu of being boorish, uncouth, and unreasonable. Laying inquired, why did Jiang Shushu strike you? The children exchanged glances, and one piped up. It was just a joke. She overreacted. What joke? Laying turned her gaze toward Jiang Shushu. Jiang Shushu rose, feigning innocence. Teacher, they called me waste material. And they mocked me for quite some time. I couldn't bear it and flipped their desks. Chapter 176, The First Class Bombshell. Was she to be dismissed so easily? Her words brushed aside. Lei Ying's expression darkened as she scanned the other students. Did you all call Shushu such names? The children, though somewhat intimidated by Lei Ying, hesitated. After all, some of them had been held back several grades and had endured numerous reprimands from their families. A few of the younger ones muttered, she is waste material. She has never completed holiday assignments, and she probably hasn't tea this time either. Such a laggard is a disgrace to our first-level class. Among them, even the youngest students surpassed her in skill. At the very least, they could refine raw or concoct low-level potions with a decent success rate. As for Jiang Shushu, she seemed to excel at nothing and spent her days skipping classes to chase after a boy across the cosmos, embodying none of the noble restraint expected of a spirit practitioner. Laying. At this juncture, I have an important announcement to make. Student Jiang Shushu has achieved the highest score in this assessment, securing the top position in our class. The other students should take Jiang Shushu as a model and strive for improvement. Applause. Jiang Shushu clapped along, feeling a sense of ennui. Honestly, Compared to this group of little brats, how could she feel any sense of accomplishment? Clap, clap, clap. The students instinctively followed Lei Ying's lead, but after a few seconds, they registered the news, their eyes widening in disbelief, and the applause soon dwindled into hushed whispers. What? The instructor said that the useless student passed the assessment and came in first? Impossible, I don't believe it. Neither do I believe it. The students exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief, ultimately turning their gaze back to Lei Ying. Lei Ying, since a student just mentioned the holiday assignment, please bring out your assignments now. Upon hearing this, the younger students became animated. Regardless of how Jiang Shushu may have illicitly passed her assessment, there was no way she could cheat in nurturing a green plant. The seeds they received before the holiday were all marked, and even if they sprouted, they could still be identified. The students eagerly retrieved their green plants, secretly anticipating a moment of embarrassment for Jiang Shushu. Jiang Shushu, however, was taken aback. What holiday assignment? Wasn't there only one assessment? The last time she attended class was nearly a year ago, at the end of last summer, and having no acquaintances in the first-level class, she had no idea there was any assignment. Casually surveying her surroundings, she noticed that in the blink of an eye, every little brat had a pot of either green or yellow plants on their desks. Jiang Shushu, I see, so the other assignment was to nurture a green plant. She recalled that she had numerous green plants in the system space, but they were all in spiritual soil, making them difficult to extract. The only one she had was the Romania root entrusted to her by the old director, Tang Xingshan. In the next moment, just like the other little brats, a lush, vibrant plant appeared on Jiang Shushu's desk. After all, being in the system space, it was brimming with spiritual energy, and the Romania root had doubled in size since Tang Laotu had first given it to her. As soon as the Romania root was taken out, a powerful energy surged throughout the classroom, startling all the little brats, who turned to locate the source of the energy and beheld a plant on Jiang Shushu's desk that resembled no ordinary green plant. All the students, shocked to the core.
Can you believe it?
At a loss for words. Do you know that feeling? There were no words to describe the expressions on their faces in that moment. Lei Ying was equally astounded. She hadn't anticipated that Jiang Shushu would unveil such a staggering surprise for a mere first-level holiday assignment. Instructor, she must have cheated. That plant was certainly purchased. Yes, she has been in the first-level class for 10 years and has never seen anyone grow a spiritual plant, let alone one of such quality. Indeed, instructor, you must check her plant's imprint and soil. Some students immediately cried out. The group leader boy swiftly stood up, covering his mouth, and forcibly pulled the loudest little brat back into his seat, wishing he could silence him. You fools! He and the girl in the pink dress desperately signaled to the other students, and those who finally comprehended fell silent, casting complex glances at Jiang Shushu. Lei Ying smiled slightly. Since a student had raised a question, she would check Jiang Shushu's plant. As she stepped forward, the girl in the pink dress hurriedly stood up to stop her, saying, Instructor, there's no need to check. We believe her. We truly believe. Though internally she was on the verge of tears, believing was futile. That was an abundance of spiritual energy, and such a thriving plant was exceedingly rare. If it could be cultivated in their class's planting field, what an honor it would be.
Indeed.
Their academy had a long-standing rule. Students who excelled in their assignments would have the opportunity to plant them in the academy's designated cultivation field, which would also serve as a teaching aid during lectures. However, Jiang Shushu was unaware of this rule, so when Lei Ying asked her, Jiang Shushu, are you certain this plant is your assignment? The seriousness of her tone made Jiang Shushu hesitate. She rummaged through her meager memories, but found no discrepancies. The girl in the pink dress, the boy, and the other students who had caught on gazed at Jiang Shushu with eager anticipation, their big eyes sparkling as if waiting for a significant judgment, their hearts racing with excitement. Oh yay! Their class would finally have a plant infused with spiritual energy. How wonderful! Jiang Shushu hesitated. It seemed like a trap waiting for her to fall into. Just moments ago, the little brats were baring their teeth at her. And now they had transformed into eager little puppies? Their expressions were decidedly off. Jiang Shushu contemplated. Perhaps, maybe, it wasn't what it seemed. Upon uttering this thought, the little brat's expressions instantly fell, and even a flicker of disappointment crossed Lei Ying's eyes. She then smiled again, so, Jiang Shushu, what about your assignment? With a wave of her hand, the energetically charged Romania root vanished in an instant. The younger students collectively displayed disappointment, some of the more emotionally fragile ones nearly teary-eyed. They were so close, just a hair's breadth away from having a plant infused with spiritual energy. And they would no longer have to endure ridicule from the senior class because of Jiang Shushu's inadequacies, at least not regarding plants. Jiang Shushu hardly noticed the students' expressions, however. Upon catching a glimpse of the disappointment in Lei Ying's eyes, her heart softened. After pondering for a few seconds, she dug out the smallest, weakest chili seedling from the spiritual soil, haphazardly planted it in a pot, and presented it. Unlike other plants, those infused with spiritual energy exuded pure energy, even in their seedling stage. The younger students sensed the abundant energy once more, nearly bringing them to tears with excitement. Lei Ying, Jiang Shushu, is this pot your assignment? The younger students' faces lit up with anticipation, instinctively feeling tense as they swallowed nervously, nodding along with Lei Ying's words. Jiang Shushu, look at you all, so unworthy of this excitement. Where did the scornful expressions go that you were wearing just moments ago? Chapter 177. The supreme expert descends upon the novice village. Jiang Shushu did not produce this seedling for the little brats. Don't tell her not to argue with children. She was a child herself, so what was wrong with being a little petty? Moreover, although these kids were young, they were quite shrewd. Far from the pure-hearted little koi fish. Her intention was, in fact, to impress Instructor Lei Ying, a small memento for the first-level class before leveling up. Instructor, what do you think of my assignment? How many points do you think I can earn? Jiang Shushu asked with a beaming smile. Lei Ying was instantly a bit excited.
Good.
Your assignment could earn the top position in our class. I will report it shortly so you can participate in the academy-wide assignment evaluation. Even though this seedling was small, it was still infused with spiritual energy. Even she would need to invest considerable effort and time to cultivate one. The younger students were still somewhat incredulous, gazing blankly at Jiang Shushu. When Jiang Shushu declared that the chili seedling was her assignment, she clearly observed the shift in the little brat's eyes from apprehension to elation. Despite their usual arrogance, they were still young, and it was impossible for them to conceal their emotions. Jiang Shushu quickly deduced that this assignment infused with spiritual energy was likely tied to collective honor, not just her own or that of a single instructor. As expected, Lei Ying then said to her, Jiang Shushu, once this plant is submitted for evaluation, you will no longer have control over it. Regardless of the outcome, it will ultimately be planted in our first-level class's cultivation field. She pointed out that it was apparent Jiang Shushu seemed unaware of this regulation, which she deemed quite normal, considering the rumors suggested that she had not participated in the holiday assignments in the first-level class and thus likely would not pay attention to such rules. Jiang Shushu nodded, realizing that the eager expressions on the little ones' faces stemmed from the fact that they were to plant in the first-level class's cultivation field. Reflecting on their earlier cries of being useless, a mischievous thought flickered in Jiang Shushu's mind. Although she could cultivate a plant brimming with spiritual energy, the preciousness of such energy made her reluctant to part with it. Missing a single assignment should not be a significant issue. She picked up the green plant, her face betraying a hint of hesitation as she murmured softly. However, her voice was loud enough for the entire class to hear. Upon hearing her claim of being able to grow a plant with full spiritual energy, the younger students instinctively scoffed, only to panic upon realizing she did not wish to participate in the assignment's evaluation. Regardless of whether it was genuinely her own cultivation, they thought it best to place it in their own cultivation field first, and thus they urged her, Jiang Shushu, the holiday assignment is very important. How can you not submit it? The girl in the pink skirt said eagerly. Yes, I understand that you've grown it. Well, it's not easy. But an assignment is an assignment and must be submitted. Otherwise, how would the instructor feel? The boy, a small leader among them, added with a smile, convinced that the plant was undoubtedly purchased by Jiang Shushu, thus fearing the repercussions of being found out for cheating. Then, don't submit it. We can keep it as a mark of honor in the cultivation field of the first-level class. After all, no one from our class would report it. Once the plant grows, it will be difficult for the academy to investigate, he suggested. The boy and the girl exchanged determined glances, both resolute in their intention to preserve this plant. They were determined to ensure this honor remained in the records of mentor Lei Ying. Although their primary focus as spiritual masters was alchemy rather than cultivation, they were intent on securing the honor of spiritual herbs for the first-level class, with Jiang Shushu responsible for the plant brimming with spiritual energy. Jiang Shushu frowned, but you all just called me useless, and that hurt my feelings. I don't want to be bothered. I might as well embrace being a true waste. Her expression conveyed a sense of resignation, astonishing the group of little ones, who feared she might genuinely refuse. In a moment of desperation, the boy kicked the third child playfully. Shushu, it's all this guy's fault. Feel free to vent however you wish, as long as it brings you joy. The third child sat on the ground, feeling wronged, not daring to voice a complaint. Jiang Shushu found it amusing. Was this the same group of brazen little rascals? They now appeared to be a bunch of pitiable creatures. In truth, she was no longer upset about being called useless. After all, they had vented their frustrations, and she had enjoyed kicking back. So there was no need to dwell on it. Turning to Lei Ying, she stepped forward, cradling the pot as she approached the podium, stopping only when she stood before her instructor. "Instructor, please accept my assignment." Lei Ying received it with both hands, carefully placing it on the podium. Although she had seen many plants with full spiritual energy at home over the past few days, this one was distinctly different. The seedling, though small, radiated a powerful vitality. With proper care, it would undoubtedly mature into a thriving plant, and this particular plant belonged solely to the first-level class. She glanced at the desks below, noticing that while many students had placed their green plants on their desks, most appeared wilted and lacking vitality, raising doubts about their ability to mature. There was no need for testing. A mere glance confirmed that Jiang Shushu's plant was the clear victor, rightfully claiming the title of first place. With a sigh in her heart, Lei Ying acknowledged that Jiang Shushu's achievement was akin to a high-level expert descending upon a novice village. "I declare that in our class's holiday assignment, Jiang Shushu is the first-place winner. Does anyone contest this?" Silence enveloped the room, everyone tacitly agreeing with her statement, with no one voicing dissent. Lei Ying scanned the room, pausing before continuing. "Now, let us present the second assignment." Instantly, the atmosphere brightened, dispelling the earlier seriousness, as the younger students eagerly retrieved small boxes from their respective spaces. Jiang Shushu was unaware of a second assignment, her expression one of bemusement as she observed the unfolding scene. The boy and the girl stood confidently, opening their boxes to declare, "Instructor, this is the spiritual stone I refined." "Instructor, I have also refined a stone of the same grade." As the boxes opened, Jiang Shushu was astonished to discover that they contained a mid-grade spiritual stone. Jiang Shushu thought to herself, wishing to remain low-key. Yet it seemed her prowess would not allow for such modesty. As more boxes were opened, the boy and girl grew even more confident. Although they had lost in the planned assignment, they were determined to make up for it elsewhere. After all, it was widely accepted that Jiang Shushu was indeed a talentless waste, and the plant's full spiritual energy must have been purchased from elsewhere. However, they could not possibly have bought spiritual stones, could they? Chapter 178, a high-level expert descends upon a novice village. 2. In the Spiritual Master Academy. Whether in the alchemy department or the artifact department, students learn the skill of refining raw stones. After all, both first-level classes have holiday assignments involving team hunting tasks, and for those who cannot refine potions or artifacts, assisting mercenary groups or hunting teams in refining raw stones is still a valuable skill. While the skill may not be advanced, it suffices for practical use. The early-stage spiritual pharmacists and artifact masters all passed through this phase, and mercenary groups or hunting teams were willing to take on such students, akin to early investments, as these students would ultimately become closely associated with their teams as they grew. The first-level students and instructors have invested considerable effort into refining raw stones, so when Lei Ying saw that nearly half of the students had produced mid-grade spiritual stones, she nodded in satisfaction. As for those who had produced lower-grade stones or even failed to refine successfully, she could only console herself. It's all right. These students are not repeaters. Some are even newcomers from last year. A little underperformance is acceptable. They can improve in due time. The girl in the pink skirt beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Instructor, I did not cheat. This spiritual stone was given to us by the Academy. Look, it even bears the Academy's insignia."
What do you mean by that?
"Who cheated? Ours was also issued by the Academy." "Exactly. I noticed that many in our class have made progress after this holiday." A chorus of young voices erupted, leaving both Jiang Shushu and Lei Ying feeling somewhat exasperated. Jiang Shushu was reluctant to bicker with the children, as it would only serve to highlight her own frustrations. Lei Ying, on the other hand, worried that Jiang Shushu might misinterpret their words and retract the full spiritual energy chili she had given to the first-level class. Raising her hand to restore order, she said, "All right, everyone, we can no longer speak. Please place your spiritual stones on your desks, and we will introduce them one by one." Lei Ying's demeanor was gentle, yet her authority was palpable. The little ones quickly complied, sitting up straight in anticipation of the questioning.
"Now,
let us begin from the left side of the first row and share your experiences and insights from refining the raw stones." The first student's introduction was quite simple. The spiritual stone he refined was of poor quality, evidently lacking in experience and insights to share with the group. As the students presented from left to right, it soon became the turn of the third child, who had been the most vocal in mocking Jiang Shushu and the earlier plan assignment. Yet at this moment, he flushed red, stammering for quite some time before managing to utter a few words. There was no need to look closely. He had produced the least pure low-grade stone, with even more impurities than the first. What's going on with that third wheel? It's been 5 levels already, yet they can't even refine a raw stone? Who knows about him? Isn't he always hanging out with those 2 older boys? How come he hasn't learned a single thing from them? Perhaps he's just too foolish. Jiang Shushu overheard 2 children murmuring in front of her, and she couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain, inwardly mocking. How can someone so dim-witted be so arrogant? The older boy gives him orders, and he follows without a shred of thought. The introductions continued, swiftly reaching the spot where the young boy and the girl in the pink dress stood. They were seated closely together, and thus, their introductions flowed seamlessly. The young boy stood confidently, proclaiming, "I refined a medium-grade spirit stone, following my mentor's teachings. First, I reinforced the wood patterns in this raw wood stone, then expelled the impurities. This method has a significant advantage. The success rate is considerably higher." After he concluded, the girl in the pink dress also rose. "My spirit stone is of the same grade, yet my approach is the opposite. I expel the impurities first, then reinforce the wood patterns. The benefit of my method is its speed. It can reduce the refining time by half. However, the drawbacks are evident. The success rate is lower, and it requires a deep familiarity with the patterns." Her words resonated with confidence, clearly indicating that the person she referred to as familiar with the patterns was herself. She stood proudly, feeling as though she were atop a mountain, exuding an air of superiority as if all others were mere mortals beneath her. She firmly believed that in their first-level class, no one could surpass her in either theory or technique. Upon hearing her introduction, Jiang Shushu was taken aback. She felt that the girl's theory was directed at her and that her thoughts were quite audacious, given that she herself had employed a similar method. But why did she claim the success rate was low? Jiang Shushu thought she had done well, having never faced failure in her refining endeavors. The other students gazed at the girl in the pink dress with envy, eager for her to elaborate further, for not everyone possessed such understanding as she did. As the class continued with one introduction after another, Jiang Shushu observed that the remaining students mostly held low-grade spirit stones, with one even presenting a half-finished product. It was said that during her refining attempt, something had gone awry, resulting in a stone that was half black and half green. Truly a remarkable talent. Jiang Shushu was left in awe, thinking to herself that she could never produce such an outcome. The introductions concluded swiftly, with most students offering only a few words, as their refining skills were lacking and they had little experience to share. Everyone patiently awaited the teacher's announcement of the results, but as time passed, they noticed the teacher remained silent, gazing intently towards the back. Everyone instinctively turned to look, and there was Jiang Shushu's desk, barren and devoid of anything. At that moment, she blinked her beautiful eyes, making eye contact with each of them. It was as if they sensed something had changed about her. She appeared more beautiful and confident, and whenever their gazes met, they felt an instinctive urge to look away. Was it possible they were intimidated by her? The students adjusted their immobile desks and rubbed their sore lower backs, trying to reassure themselves that they were merely overthinking. Just then, Mentor Laying spoke up, "Jiang Shushu, where's your spirit stone? Do I need to present a spirit stone as well?" "Of course. I believe the other students would be eager to see the spirit stone you refined," Laying encouraged with a smile. However, Jiang Shushu discerned a different meaning behind that smile. She felt a bit helpless. Didn't he, Mentor Laying, fear that the spirits of these students would be crushed? Ultimately, she acquiesced to the mentor's request and retrieved a superior-grade stone from her spatial pouch. There was no alternative. She truly had no other grades available. And even if she wanted to refine a low-grade stone on the spot, there were no raw materials to be found. As anticipated, the class erupted once again. Chapter 179. The max-level expert arrives at the novice village. 3. Spirit stones are categorized into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and superior, with each subsequent grade containing double the spiritual energy of the previous one. For instance, a low-grade stone contains 20% spiritual energy, a medium-grade stone 40%. A high-grade stone 80%, and a superior-grade stone contains the total spiritual energy of 2 high-grade stones, plus some excess. Moreover, the superior grade cannot be quantified merely by spiritual energy content. Its difficulty level surpasses that of high-grade stones by a considerable margin. After all, Even among the highest-ranking 6th-level students in their Spirit Master Academy, there has yet to be a successful refinement of a superior-grade stone. Perhaps there have been, but such precious items are seldom shared. All the students fell silent, their eyes turning red with frustration. One could accept that one might produce a fully powered green plant, but to then also claim a superior-grade stone and seize the first place? That would be far too inconsiderate. The group leader, the young boy, and the girl in the pink dress managed to keep their composure, but the third will grew anxious, exclaiming, "Jiang Shushu, don't go too far. You've already secured the first place with the green plant. How can you also take the first place for the spirit stone? How can you call it stealing? This is merely an assignment given by the mentor. I completed it as required. How could it be considered theft?" Jiang Shushu tossed the spirit stone in her hand, watching as everyone else's hearts raced at the sight. That was a superior-grade spirit stone. Could she not refrain from tossing it about so carelessly? Even if the stone was hardy, what would happen if it were to break? The young boy's face darkened. "Jiang Shushu, everyone knows you're a waste. How could you possibly refine a superior-grade stone? If it's discovered that you cheated, you'll be expelled." "Oh, since you say I'm a waste, then this fully powered green plant surely isn't mine. So, Mentor Laying, please return the plant to me." As Jiang Shushu spoke, she made to step onto the podium to retrieve the pot. Mentor Laying and all the students exclaimed, "What? They have been cornered." To admit that Jiang Shushu was a waste meant they could not retain the fully powered green plant, but to acknowledge her as a genius was unacceptable. After all their hard work over the holiday to complete the assignment, confident they could secure the top scores in 3 subjects, how could they let a waste overshadow them through mere opportunism? Jiang Shushu was clearly cheating, yet they dared not seek evidence nor speak up. They desperately wanted to preserve the fully powered green plant for their class. And just imagine, a fully powered plant in their class while others had none. How cool would that be? Jiang Shushu stood silently, observing the changing expressions on the faces of these children as they shifted from red to blue, then to white, finding the situation quite amusing. She hadn't expected these seemingly unreasonable and temperamental children to possess such a strong sense of collective honor.
Mentor Laying sighed softly.
She understood the thoughts of these children. She didn't intend to allow Jiang Shushu to oppress them. Jiang Shushu was destined to rise, not to mention her identity. Her talent and strength would soon surpass them all. These children, though slightly spoiled and temperamental, were not inherently bad. If they could resolve their conflict with Jiang Shushu, given their shared class bond, she wouldn't hold grudges or seek revenge. Thinking positively, if they could receive even a modicum of guidance from her in the future, their prospects would be boundless. Mentor Laying truly worried for these children. Meanwhile, the younger students wished to add brilliance to their mentor's future career trajectory. Thus, each held their own thoughts, and an oddly silent atmosphere enveloped the room. Jiang Shushu glanced this way and that, her superior-grade stone continuously tossed into the air. What was going on? Who was going to report me for cheating? Hurry up, I want to reclaim my fully powered plant. Mentor Laying hung her head, appearing indifferent, yet she was nearly unable to suppress her laughter. These mischievous children had once driven her to seek out their parents daily when she first took over. But now it seemed that only Jiang Shushu had managed to put them in their place. The young boy's beautiful face was sulking, while the girl in the pink dress was pouting so much she could hold a donkey with her lips, her eyes brimming with tears. On the verge of crying from frustration, the little interloper continued to boast, "Report me if you wish. Do you think I fear you? You were inferior to me before. How could you possibly become so formidable after half a year? Unless you were concealing your true prowess all along. Ah, you astute little chub. How did you discern that I had been hiding my strength?" Jiang Shushu clapped her hands in praise. The interloper retorted, "I know nothing at all. Do you think I am a fool, as gullible as a magical luminescent beast?" Jiang Shushu shot back, "I'm unaware of what you know. But I've heard that magical luminescent beasts lack flatulence and only produce excrement. Have you perhaps had the misfortune of experiencing the odor of a magical luminescent beast?" The crowd collectively pondered, whether it be full of spiritual energy or of superior quality, both are exceedingly rare. How did the two of you transition from discussing such precious items to the flatulence and feces of magical luminescent beasts? Laying and the others were perplexed. However, the young boy understood that he could not allow Jiang Shushu to lead the interloper astray any further. He called out to the fuming little chub, "Enough. Jiang Shushu did not cheat. I firmly believe she produced all this herself." He enunciated the final words through gritted teeth. The girl in the pink dress also sought to soothe the others, saying, "Listen, I too believe Jiang Shushu did not cheat. Don't you wish for our cultivation field to possess a fully charged spiritual energy? Just imagine how impressive it would be with everyone from other classes surrounding us. The younger children fell silent. Lei Ying surveyed the room and, regardless of whether their compliance was genuine or feigned, smiled as he announced, "Now, I declare that Jiang Shushu's superior quality, attribute-less spirit stone, is the top achievement of our class." Oh wow! It was only then that the children comprehended the situation. Consumed with anger at Jiang Shushu's audacity, realizing that this superior quality stone was attribute-less. Indeed, with abundant energy, transparent and colorless, it could only be classified as attribute-less. This revelation left them feeling even more frustrated. Jiang Shushu, this extravagant child, had merely completed a holiday assignment. Was it truly necessary to exert herself to such an extent? How many interstellar coins must one possess to acquire such a treasure? It appeared that rumors of the Jiang clan seeking to expel Jiang Shushu were unfounded. She undoubtedly had her support. With this realization, the group calmed down, for they were aware they lacked the strength to contend with the family. Despite their youth, these children possessed a vivid imagination. Jiang Shushu, oblivious to their thoughts, displayed an expression that shifted rapidly, captivatingly, until Lei Ying's voice echoed once more, "All right, everyone, please present your third assignment." In Chapter 180, the overpowered master arrives at the novice village. 4. Jiang Shushu continued to observe others. As the instructor mentioned the third assignment, the young students quickly regained their composure, each retrieving a small vial from their spatial compartments. The vials were indeed diminutive and uniform in appearance. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to contain spiritual potions. Thus, the third assignment involved concocting spiritual medicine? Jiang Shushu pondered, stroking her chin. She had spiritual medicine from her time in the illusionary star, with a bottle of second-level purification potion still nestled within her spatial storage. It is often said that opportunities are always prepared for those with talent, and those with skills can never truly remain inconspicuous. Jiang Shushu effortlessly produced a similar small vial from her own storage. Sitting in the last row, ordinarily the individuals in front would not glance back, thus failing to notice her. However, things were different now. They sat upright, yet their peripheral vision was keenly attuned to the movements behind them. As Jiang Shushu raised her hand, they felt a tightness in their chests, and when they sensed a small vial materializing on her desk, they exclaimed in unison, "Oh no! Not this familiar sensation again. Jiang Shushu must be losing her mind." The girl in the pink dress whispered conspiratorially to the boy, "Do you think she even knows how to concoct medicine? What is she doing with that little vial, merely pretending?" The boy responded quietly, "This woman is incredibly cunning. She must have filled it with failed concoctions and is planning to pass it off as a first-level spiritual medicine, hoping to deceive us into believing she is at the top once again." It was not that they underestimated her. After all, she had been in the first-level class for 10 years, often skipping classes or dozing off. In the beginning, she was taught by a different instructor, who left due to the relentless mockery she faced, as she was initially labeled a prodigy with innate talent. The public believed she had led Jiang Shushu astray. Eventually, the first instructor could no longer bear the pressure and departed, only for 2 new instructors to follow suit. But by then, the first-level class had already decayed. They rebelled against the world and delighted in tormenting the new instructors. After 2 years of enduring the chaos, those instructors left, paving the way for Lei Ying. They sought to employ the same tactics, believing this new instructor, who appeared beautiful and gentle, would be an easy target. Little did they realize they had misjudged her. Though Lei Ying appeared amiable, her temper was anything but mild, as she often smiled while executing fearsome measures. For instance, when they were inattentive during class, she would refrain from reprimanding them verbally, opting instead to contact their parents directly and deliver a stern lecture. If they carelessly discarded the plants provided by the school, she would still call their parents, ultimately demanding compensation for tenfold the damage caused. When they placed disgusting magical luminescent beasts on the podium and chairs, she would seize them barehanded and, once again, contact their parents, compelling them to purchase 10 times the amount of the magical luminescent beasts' waste to smear across their desks and chairs. Such incidents were plentiful. Even within the academy, they felt stifled. The crux of the matter was that upon returning home, they faced even harsher punishments that felt merciless, as if they were not even regarded as kin. According to their parents, first, Instructor Lei Ying was a rare 6th-level spiritual master, holding a prestigious position. The privilege of learning from her was a fortune earned over generations. Second, Instructor Lei Ying had powerful backing and was unafraid of them, Rather, the parents feared she might expel their children, and collectively, they were a force to be reckoned with. Third, their shame was unbearable. They were regarded as prominent figures in the sovereign star, yet were summoned multiple times within a single day for reprimands. The audacity of the children was intolerable. Fourth, strict discipline was beneficial. Without it, a child could languish for 10 years in the first-level class without advancement, much like that so-called prodigy from the Jiang family. These parents, who held considerable sway in the sovereign star, found it impossible to compete with a powerful spiritual master with a noble standing and a formidable general as a husband. Consequently, these sentiments led to an increase in their children's punishment, as they hoped to instill fear and encourage reform, demonstrating their loyalty to Instructor Laying. The little children were overwhelmed, and the parents' display of loyalty was remarkably effective. Henceforth, the children dared not openly rebel. As they matured, they grew more understanding, recognizing that Instructor Laying genuinely had their best interests at heart. As for Jiang Shushu, it was rumored that Instructor Laying had contacted her parents several times. Yet the Jiang clan remained indifferent. Her father indulged her, and when the instructor became more stringent, she simply ceased attending, vanishing for over half a year without a single appearance, let alone attending classes attentively. In such circumstances, who would believe she could concoct medicine? Who would dare to place faith in her? The children's faces once again displayed unmistakable disdain and contempt. Yet there were indeed those who believed. At that moment, Instructor Lei Ying's voice resonated. "Dear students, I have seen the vials in your hands. Excellent. There has been noticeable progress this time, at the very least. All of you are attempting to concoct something. I am proud of you. Now, let us applaud ourselves." The students cheered, "Hooray, hooray." The boy and the girl in the pink dress exchanged glances, pouting, yet reluctantly joined in the applause. After a holiday break, Laying continued, "I believe that among you, there are certainly individuals whose strength has surged to a level that would astonish even me." Her gaze lingered with warmth on Jiang Shushu as she spoke.
Now,
As is customary, let us begin with the students at the front left to introduce the spiritual medicines they have crafted. The boy on the far left stood up. "The concoction I crafted was rather subpar. I practiced repeatedly at home, exhausting numerous materials before producing a mere semi-finished product." The little boy, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and poured out half a pill from the vial. Laying remarked, "Well, no lies were told. It is indeed a product. Albeit I have no idea how it was concocted. In my brief career, I have never encountered something so peculiar." The other students from various academies chuckled in good humor. "My own concoction was not much better," he continued, as several others were introduced, only for none to present a fully refined product until the stout boy in the middle stood up, looking somewhat disheartened. "Mentor, I have let you down. I couldn't produce anything either, merely a shell the size of a fingernail." Upon seeing what he held in his hand, Laying felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly reassured herself. "Good child, you call it a shell, and indeed it is just that. It is not even as substantial as the half pill created by the first student. It seems the conduct of these students is quite commendable. They are not deceitful." Soon, it was the little boy's turn. With a determined expression, he thought to himself that regardless of whether Jiang Shushu could present a spirit medicine, the first place would certainly belong to him. He stood up, filled with confidence, and proclaimed loudly, "Mentor, the spirit medicine I have concocted is a level 1 intermediate spirit medicine, the awakening powder." The little boy tilted his head back, brimming with pride. He had every reason to be proud, for as soon as he finished speaking, the entire class of young students erupted in astonishment. Even Lei Ying was momentarily taken aback. "Wow, big guy, you're incredible. You actually managed to concoct an intermediate awakening powder." The chubby boy exclaimed exaggeratedly. Others joined in, "Exactly. I couldn't even produce a basic one. And the big guy has already made an intermediate one. Otherwise, how could he be our big guy? So clever. The big guy hasn't been studying as long as I have." All the little boys rallied in support. The boy, grinning with delight, looked towards Lei Ying and asked, "Mentor, do you think my concoction is satisfactory?" Despite his prowess, he remained a child, yearning for praise and validation. He had already opened the vial in his hand, and the unique aura of the spirit medicine wafted out, invigorating anyone who caught a whiff. Half the morning had passed, and Lei Ying had nearly grown numb to the presentations of half pills and mere shells. The sudden appearance of a fully refined, intermediate potion stirred a flicker of excitement within her. "Very good, quite impressive. I recall that I only managed to concoct an intermediate potion after 2 years in the level 1 class. Given your apparent potential, It seems that you may ascend to level 2 next year, if you continue to excel. Liang was generous with her praise for promising students. Jiang Shushu, seated at the back, though unable to see or smell the spirit medicine, furrowed her brows and quietly asked Xiaojiu, why does his awakening powder differ from mine? In her previous experience in the illusionary star, she had concocted a similar potion, and her end product had been comparable to He Mianmian's, yet this boy's was evidently of much weaker potency. Of course, it is different. They may be the same type of spirit medicine, but the methods of concoction and the maturity of the materials greatly influence efficacy. Just like if you and this little brat used the same materials, your potion would yield 100% effectiveness, while his would barely scrape 50 at best. Just enough to pass, Xiaojiu's soft and adorable mechanical voice chimed in Jiang Shushu's mind. At that moment, Xiaojiu, having taken advantage of her owner's absence, was cozily nestled on a little snail, enjoying a bath beneath a spraying tree. Everything in their space was essentially energy manifested, making the bathing experience feel as if one were enveloped in rich energy, an indescribably pleasurable sensation. Xiaojiu lazily wiggled its antennae, feeling so comfortable it was on the verge of dozing off. With its owner providing sustenance, it no longer had to worry about energy. Jiang Shushu, oblivious to Xiaojiu's leisurely existence while she toiled in school, continued pondering the intricacies of spirit medicines. She was beginning to realize that not only did the vitality contained within fruits and vegetables vary, but so too did the efficacy of potions. Such potions must sell for a low price, right? Jiang Shushu inquired. Of course. Let me check. A potion with 50% efficacy is typically priced at 1/3 that of a regular potion. This is ridiculously cheap, but I suppose that makes sense given its lower effectiveness. You get what you pay for, Xiaojiu mused. Jiang Shushu was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? You can check? Didn't you previously mention that your permissions were too limited to access anything? But now I have leveled up and naturally my permissions have increased as well. If you have any questions in the future, just ask me. If I don't know the answer, I can hack into their systems to find out for you. Guaranteeing the highest level of information, Xiaojiu replied with a soft, endearing tone, yet with a hint of bravado. Jiang Shushu quickly asked, then Xiaojiu, do you know about the machine in the Imperial Star that detects souls from other worlds? That is our #1 threat. Can you look into it? Ideally, we could reset it so that even if we got close, it wouldn't even notice us. Uncertain about the situation at Imperial Star, she was hesitant to suggest breaking the machine. What if they had to produce a new one? Even if it remained broken, what if they upgraded and caused themselves trouble? Xiaojiu suddenly became alert, feeling a bit flustered, its tiny face turning slightly warm and its antennae blushing a shade of red. Hee, you're overthinking it, master. How could I check from such a distance? Quickly, pay attention to what Mentor Liang is saying. Xiaojiu hastily shifted the topic. At the podium, Liang smiled gently, her gaze focused warmly on the little boy, while a girl in a pink dress stood vivaciously, her large eyes sparkling. In her hands was the very same intermediate awakening powder as the boy had produced. The other girl students were fervently praising her. Wow, Nuan, you're amazing. You managed to concoct an intermediate potion. Moments ago, someone had boasted that their leader would undoubtedly secure first place. Now that Nuan had produced one too. Some were rendered silent. Perhaps they thought they were the only ones capable of concocting potions, the boys in the class mused. But they didn't say that. They were merely mocking Jiang Shushu. The camaraderie of children can shift swiftly, and animosity can arise unexpectedly. At this tender age, their thoughts are quick and sensitive, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they could change their minds in a minute. Just moments ago they had united against Jiang Shushu. Yet now they were each vying for attention. Liang, pretending not to hear, lavished praise on the girl, extending her commendation for a full 3 minutes longer than she had for the boy. The young female students were elated. As the introductions continued, and Jiang Shushu's turn approached, no one else had been able to produce even a basic potion, not even the simplest of concoctions. Liang felt a twinge of disappointment. She understood that the crafting of spirit medicines was exceedingly challenging and heavily reliant on innate talent. In this class, apart from Jiang Shushu, all were postnatal awakeners, destined for limited achievements. Yet, she still hoped for more students like Jiang Lanyi and He Mianmian, who, despite being postnatal awakeners, did not wallow in self-pity but rather strove for improvement, reaching level 3, which would earn them respect as spirit masters in the galaxy. Achieving success remained an arduous endeavor. Jiang Lanyi was supported by her entire family, while He Mianmian had the advantage of a family-run spirit herb shop and connections to Lingjun, both of which provided ample resources for a spirit master's indulgences. How many could compare to their advantages? The little boys. Noticing that Lei Ying remained silent and was merely gazing in Jiang Shushu's direction, exchanged glances and turned their attention to the back. Jiang Shushu had just finished her conversation with Xiao Jiu and was startled to find herself surrounded by the gazes of her peers. Just as she was about to inquire what was amiss, Lei Ying spoke up with a warm smile. Jiang Shushu, what spirit medicine did you concoct? Master. I have concocted a grade 2 low-level purifying potion, Jiang Shushu replied. This potion is not particularly difficult to create. Its efficacy is comparable to that of diluted spirit spring water. It was brewed during the illusory star period, and this is the last bottle I have. Grade 2 spiritual medicine? Lei Ying was taken aback. The little ones were stunned. The entire room fell silent for a full 5 seconds before Lei Ying regained his composure and inquired, Jiang Shushu, are you certain your assignment is a grade 2 low-level spiritual medicine? Indeed, I have only brewed this one bottle. There are no others, Jiang Shushu responded, slightly perplexed by Lei Ying's questioning. Lei Ying merely regarded her with a complex expression. The other young students looked dazed, resembling children on the verge of tears. My apologies. Everyone. I inadvertently snatched away your first place again, Jiang Shushu teased with a smile, showing no trace of embarrassment. It was indeed true that with the emergence of a grade 2 spiritual medicine, whether low-level or mid-level, everything beneath it paled in comparison. Jiang Shushu had expected that her provocation would incite the little ones to retaliate, yet they merely pouted, nearly brought to tears. A little girl with a quivering voice lamented, Oh no, our full spiritual power plants are doomed. I haven't even had a proper look at them yet. I haven't seen them either. But I truly don't want Jiang Shushu to take them away. It was clearly agreed that they would remain in the first grade class. Why must Jiang Shushu go back on her word? In just a few moments, half the children had tears glistening in their eyes. The little boy and the girl in the pink dress also fell silent, glaring furiously at Jiang Shushu. What heinous crime have I committed to warrant such murderous glares? Jiang Shushu found it both perplexing and amusing. It's merely first place. With a little more effort, you too can achieve it. After all, she would soon be advancing to the second grade class. This was still their domain. However, to her surprise, upon her utterance, several younger children burst into tears, sobbing as they murmured, Jiang Shushu, can you please not leave? Even if you're a waste, I won't despise you. And me, I won't despise you either. Wah, me too. What on earth was happening? The more Jiang Shushu listened, the darker her expression became, realizing they were indeed reprimanding her. Otherwise, one might think they were close friends, reluctant to part. The little boy, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, bit his lip and said, Jiang Shushu, I'm willing to let you be first. Can you please not go to the second grade class? The girl in the pink dress choked out, We beg you, please stay in the first grade class a few more days. From the moment she stepped into the class and was called a waste, to now being tearfully retained, such a dramatic transformation unfolded in mere moments. If one were to ask Jiang Shushu how she managed this, she herself had no idea. Yet, she recognized how bizarre this scene was. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Shushu looked at Lei Ying. Master? Lei Ying sighed and explained, The academy has a rule. As long as you can concoct any grade 2 spiritual medicine, you are automatically promoted. Your ability to create a grade 2 spiritual medicine indicates that you are now equivalent to a student of the second grade class. She cast a glance at the sorrowful students still crying. Yes, they are just too reluctant to let you go, hence the tears. Master, that is not it.
Boo.
I'm crying because I'm reluctant to part with the full spiritual power plants. One of the young students corrected through sobs. Several others nodded in agreement. Just thinking about our full spiritual power going to the second grade class makes my heart ache. It's unbearable. I feel the same, Master. Look at how fast my heart is racing. Don't faint. The youngest boy scampered up to the podium, lifting his shirt for Lei Ying to see.
Lei Ying face darkened.
Exasperated by this group of mischief makers. They had constantly called each other burdens and wastes, yet here they were, crying and pleading. Truly absurd. Jiang Shushu suddenly realized they were not truly reluctant to part with her. They were simply afraid she would take the full spiritual power plants away. She glanced at the little ones and remarked with a touch of cruelty, You all cry so ugly. A hush fell over the room. They wanted to cry, but had to stifle it, lest they tarnish the noble image of a spirit master. A few even hurriedly retrieved mirrors to tidy themselves up. The little ones were at a loss for what to do and turned to Lei Ying for guidance. under the weight of their hopeful gazes. Lei Ying couldn't help but smile and asked on their behalf, Jiang Shushu, everyone is sincerely pleading for you to stay. What are your thoughts? Jiang Shushu, confused, asked, do you truly wish to retain me? The students chorused yes. Jiang Shushu inquired, how sincere are you? They exchanged glances, and the girl in the pink dress stepped forward first, tears still glistening in her big eyes. Jiang Shushu, today was my mistake. I shouldn't have called you by that nickname. I promise I won't do it again. If I hear anyone else calling you that, I'll confront them. The little boy stood up alongside her. I'll help you confront them too. By this point, both he and the girl in the pink dress had realized that regardless of whether the full spiritual power plants were indeed grown by Jiang Shushu, the exceptional and grade 2 spiritual medicines were undeniably hers. Did they not see how calm and collected Master Lei Ying was amidst their ruckus? He likely already knew about Jiang Shushu's capabilities. The chubby boy, seeing his leader bowing his head, hurriedly stood up as well. I promise I won't call you that either. We all promise. Yes, we won't just stop calling you. If anyone else dares to, we'll defend you. A cacophony of voices erupted, each eager to pledge their loyalty. No matter how cunning the children were, they were still children. As soon as one person stepped forward, the others followed suit. Moreover, with the 3 items Jiang Shushu had presented, she was no longer a waste, was she? Lei Ying felt a surge of emotion. With the high ability levels of both Xiangming and him, despite years of effort, they still had not been able to conceive a child. Thus he always held a certain fondness for young ones. Seeing them all confessing their mistakes, Lei Ying turned to Jiang Shushu. Jiang Shushu, when would you like to transition to the 2nd grade class? Well, let me ponder for 3 seconds. Jiang Shushu feigned contemplation, watching as the little ones grew increasingly anxious before finally nodding seriously. In light of your sincerity, I shall reluctantly agree to remain in the 1st grade class for now. After a silence of 3 seconds, the class erupted into a thunderous cheer. We have full spiritual power plants in our class now. I'm so happy. We are no longer the weakest in all aspects. Several students, overcome with emotion, began to weep tears of joy, leaving Jiang Shushu both amused and bewildered. What a peculiar habit. They cried when angry and cried when happy. It seemed their only means of expressing emotions was through tears. The chubby boy, despite his learning struggles, was quite clever. He rushed to Lei Ying's podium, eagerly saying, Master, should we plant the seedlings right now? What if Jiang Shushu changes her mind later? Once we reach the planting field, they will belong to us, and no one can take them away. The other students' eyes sparkled with excitement, offering suggestions. Yes, Master. This pot is too small. The seedlings will grow better in the planting field.
Right.
I've never seen full spiritual power planted in a pot. Isn't that unfair to them? Haha, how many full spiritual powers have you seen? But it's true, they should be planted with greater care. So, Master, can we plant them right now? A throng of eager little faces stared at Lei Ying, who found their reasoning sound and nodded. He led them toward the planting field. The Spirit Master Academy sprawled over vast grounds, particularly in the Department of Medicine, where the planting fields occupied half the area, divided fairly among several classes. The 1st grade class's planting field was not far from their classroom, and after about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived. Jiang Shushu had always believed that if it was a field, at the very least it should be cultivated with half a dozen plants. However, upon standing at the edge of the field, she was immediately taken aback. In the expanse of over 2 acres of land, only a few frail, yellowish seedlings were scattered, their weak branches and leaves swaying helplessly in the breeze, making Jiang Shushu fear that a careless gust might snap them. Jiang Shushu thought, if even the grass grows like this, I can truly comprehend their obsession with the full spirit power. A little boy, a girl in a pink dress, and several other young apprentices rushed forward, compassionately channeling their wood-type abilities into the seedlings. Oh, my little seedlings, why won't you thrive? Lamented one. Mine too. After just one day, the leaves have turned yellow. I'm so afraid they might perish. Jiang Shushu glanced at Lei Ying, her expression one of incredulity. Is this really a vegetable seedling? It appears to be in worse shape than grass. Before she could finish her thought, the little boy jumped up in frustration, suppressing his anger as he stammered, Jiang Shushu, what kind of eyes do you have? I'm nurturing these vegetable seedlings. They're just sick at the moment and not growing well. You're right. My eyesight is indeed poor, Jiang Shushu replied, her gaze subtly falling on the full spirit power in Lei Ying's hands. The others felt the weight of her mocking tone bearing down on them once more.
Yet,
since they had pleaded for her to stay, What could they do but endure? The girl in the pink dress stepped forward to push the little boy aside, cautiously inquiring. Jiang Shushu, do you know why my seedlings are doing so poorly? I channel wood-type abilities into them every day, so they should be thriving. The little boy, having been shoved aside, scoffed inwardly upon hearing her words. They all knew that apart from premium products and spiritual medicines, full spirit power was something Jiang Shushu could never cultivate. How could she possibly understand these matters? Yet, Jiang Shushu did indeed possess a solution. As fortune would have it, the organic fertilizer she had concocted in her space had just finished fermenting, and she was eager to find an opportunity to promote it. She retrieved a small vial, stating, "This is my own formulation. It works wonders on plants. If you trust me, you might give it a try." The girl in the pink dress's eyes lit up. "Did you really concoct this? I've heard that among second-tier potions, there's a special spiritual medicine for growing plants. Could this be it?" She was ecstatic, not expecting that Jiang Shushu would actually have a solution. Jiang Shushu replied, "It's not a spiritual medicine, but its efficacy surpasses that of any medicine. You'll be the first to use it. Consider it a gift." The girl felt a twinge of disappointment but, recalling her premium products and second-tier spiritual medicines, was willing to give Jiang Shushu a chance. "How do I use this?" Jiang Shushu clarified, "This isn't medicine." The girl responded, "Oh. Then how should I apply this fertilizer?" Jiang Shushu, too lazy to correct her again, said, "Just fetch some water, mix it according to the ratio indicated on the label, and pour it at the base of the seedlings." "Is it really that simple?" The girl nodded, asking Lang for permission before promptly heading to the water room to fetch a small basin. The others, driven by curiosity, gathered around. The girl meticulously examined the instruction manual before reaching for the vial to pour some out according to the specified ratio. However, as soon as she opened it, she was taken aback. A peculiar and indescribably foul odor wafted out, nearly causing her to drop it. The surrounding apprentices instinctively recoiled 3 steps, covering their mouths and noses. The girl looked at Jiang Shushu, stuttering. "What is this?" Jiang Shushu kindly inquired. "Are you wondering why it smells so terrible?" The girl nodded. "I just mentioned it. Didn't I? It's fertilizer. Being fertilizer, it's bound to have a stronger scent. But you said it's also a medicine?" "Yes, it is a medicine. If you take a closer sniff, you'll find it contains an abundance of spirit power." The girl felt teary-eyed. A single whiff was enough. Did Jiang Shushu really want her to smell it a second time? What if she bore a grudge? In truth, Jiang Shushu had no intention of harboring any vendetta. The fertilizer indeed contains spirit power, as it was made from magical plants. How could it be lacking? She would even dare to assert that its effects surpassed those of any second-tier potion crafted by spirit masters. Moreover, the quality of the fertilizer was of little importance to her. What mattered most was her understanding of plant habits and how to nurture them to create the optimal growth environment. However, for now, only Jiang Shushu was aware of the fertilizer's benefits, leading the other apprentices to watch the girl with sympathetic eyes as she held the vial, trembling and breathing shallowly. Before firmly recapping it, she then mustered the courage to ask Lang, "Instructor?" Lang replied, "You asked for it, and Jiang Shushu kindly provided it. If you choose not to use it, wouldn't that be a waste of her goodwill?" Indeed, it was not wise to squander such kindness. The girl reluctantly twisted the cap back on, and as her hand trembled, she accidentally poured out 1/3 of the contents. The fertilizer's color was intense, and with the large amount poured in, the water in the basin became murky. Finally, the diluted fertilizer exuded a faint hint of spirit power amid its unpleasant odor. With this newfound assurance, just as she was about to pour it in, Jiang Shushu interjected, "Wait. The ratio is too strong. If you pour all of this in at once, your seedlings will perish. Perhaps divide this basin of water into portions and share it with the others," she suggested. As soon as her words fell, the other seedling owners jumped out in vehement opposition. "No way. I think my seedlings are doing well enough. They don't need any fertilizer."
"Right.
"Mine are fine too. They don't require any." Jiang Shushu gazed at the little children in disbelief. Had her painstakingly crafted organic fertilizer been met with disdain? Fine, if they didn't want it, so be it. She would use it herself.
"Lang,
Please plant the seedlings first. Later, pour the remaining fertilizer water onto this full spirit power plant." Lang stepped forward, somewhat concerned. Could it be too much? It won't be. It's a full spirit power plant. If it's lacking in nutrients, its grade will drop, Jiang Shushu confidently asserted. The other young apprentices grew anxious, but seeing that the owner of the full spirit power and the instructor both agreed with this approach, they could only watch. silently wishing that the full spirit power would withstand Jiang Shushu's handling and not be ruined. Lei Ying entrusted the planting task to Jiang Shushu, for she was undoubtedly more experienced. Jiang Shushu took charge, reverting to her old habit of digging a hole in the ground, roughly uprooting the seedling from the pot, tossing it into the hole, and patting the soil down around it. She then poured a ring of the remaining fertilizer about 5 centimeters away from the roots and casually discarded the pot. Observing this, the other apprentices, including Lei Ying, felt a wave of suffocation wash over them. Perhaps, just perhaps, plants preferred a more brutal treatment rather than gentle care? The news of a full spirit power plant in the first level class spread like wildfire throughout the academy in just over half an hour. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, He Mianmian and Jiang Shushu sat at the same table, with not a single soul within 3 meters of them. Jiang Shushu's reputation had made everyone reluctant to associate with such a perceived failure. He Mianmian, on the other hand, was known for her straightforward demeanor, which clashed with the gentle, scheming demeanor of the other girls in the academy. That full spirit power seedling in your first level class was grown by you, right? He Mianmian curiously inquired. Jiang Shushu paused mid-bite, asking, how do you know about the full spirit power in the first level class?
Oh.
Who doesn't he know about it at this point? That group of little brats from your class has been running around spreading the news. I heard that even the other instructors know about it now, and it's caught the attention of our dean of the Pharmacology Institute, who is planning to ask Instructor Lei Ying about which genius is responsible for it. He Mianmian sighed. A full spirit power plant is a precious existence even in the Planting Institute. I never imagined that our Pharmacology Institute would also produce one. Whether it was by chance or skill, being able to grow it is an accomplishment and an honor. It shows that our Pharmacology Institute's guidance in planting is not inferior to that of the Planting Institute. How could the dean not be excited? Jiang Shushu felt somewhat overwhelmed. It was not as if they were concocting a spiritual elixir, so why the grand fuss from the dean? Of course, there was a reason, a desire for all of us to become adept cultivators. Unfortunately, the better planting mentors had already gravitated towards the Cultivation Institute, leaving us unable to secure their guidance. With the sudden emergence of abundant spiritual energy, the dean surely wanted to investigate further. It seemed that Mentor Lei Ying would likely receive some form of reward for nurturing such an extraordinary talent as herself. He Mianmian shot her a knowing wink, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. In truth, the Imperial Star placed great emphasis on planting abilities, as some individuals, lacking in innate gifts, might only manage to reach the first or second levels and find themselves unable to progress further. Moreover, alchemy necessitated considerable financial backing. If one could cultivate their own resources, it would significantly alleviate the financial burden, thereby enhancing their chances of advancement. Even if they could not ascend, they could sustain themselves through cultivation. The prospect of assisting Mentor Lei Ying brought a sense of joy to Jiang Shushu. As anticipated, the dean sought her out that afternoon, accompanied by Lei Ying. The dean was a plump, jovial old man, exuding warmth and kindness. Jiang Shushu, come, please take a seat, he urged as they settled in. Once they were comfortable, he cheerfully inquired, I wish to ask if I may allow other mentors to bring their students to observe that spiritually potent seedling in your class's cultivation field. Would that be agreeable to you? Jiang Shushu was taken aback. As a member of the faculty, he was soliciting her opinion. You are too kind, sir. You may visit whenever you wish, she replied. The dean's eyes sparkled with delight as he glanced at Lei Ying, who also nodded in agreement, allowing him to relax completely. After a brief conversation, Lei Ying led Jiang Shushu away. Once the door closed, the dean discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering the formidable nature of these two young prodigies. Jiang Shushu was indeed a vastly different person now, not only in terms of her abilities, but also in her demeanor and attitude, as if she had undergone a transformation. After regaining his composure, the dean busied himself with his holographic communicator, coordinating with mentors from various classes to arrange a suitable time for their students to observe the seedlings. Consequently, the first-level students could hardly contain their excitement, frequently drifting off during lessons, their thoughts consumed with worries about their spiritually potent seedling being scrutinized. Some even began to regret their earlier boastfulness. Meanwhile, students from other classes stood alongside their mentors in an orderly fashion at the edge of the field. Baiyu, a second-level student, was the first to visit, surrounded by a gaggle of younger girls who adored her. Wow, Sister Baiyu, look. This seedling is truly remarkable for its size and vitality. My plants are at full maturity, yet they don't compare. One exclaimed. Indeed. I'm astonished that a genius has emerged from the first level. Do you know who it is? No one seems to know. Could it be a new student this year? There haven't been any new enrollments announced for this year. Spirit Masters are quite rare. It isn't every year that we can recruit fresh talent. Since Bai had ascended to second-level Spirit Master, her lifestyle had improved significantly. And on the first day of school, she wore a light pink dress purchased for nearly 10,000 Interstellar coins, inciting envy among the younger girls. Hearing them praise an unknown figure left her feeling uneasy. She sneered, "Do you not know what sort of individuals are in the first-level class? Do you think they could cultivate a spiritually potent seedling?" That plant was likely bought to masquerade as a project for submission. The girls surrounding Bai were taken aback by her words, a few tugging at her sleeve and whispering, "Bai, you can say that among us. But please don't let it slip outside." Yes, that seedling was certified by our institute. If your words spread and reach a mentor's ears, you might find yourself in trouble. Who could deny that the first-level students were lacking in both strength and skill, with a notorious underperformer among them? How could they suddenly cultivate such a superior seedling? However, this single seedling was now officially recognized, and even if they harbored doubts, they dared not voice them. For that would be tantamount to openly defying the institution. Bai cast a disdainful glance at the group, her eyes glinting with arrogance. "You are all my closest friends. I merely shared this with you. If this information leaks, it will be one of you who is responsible." The girls were momentarily stunned, hastily assuring her, "I won't say a word." "Neither will I." "What are you all staring at?" "I won't say anything." They all promised. Yet, Bai, whether intentionally or inadvertently, did not lower her voice, and with other students nearby, her words swiftly circulated in whispers. When Mianyan's fourth-level class gathered at the edge of the field to observe the greenery, she overheard hushed discussions nearby. Initially, the conversations focused on the remarkable qualities of the spiritually potent seedling, but soon took a different turn. "Have you heard? Some are questioning whether that seedling was actually cultivated. They say it was purchased from elsewhere. Is someone genuinely doubting it? What, are you also suspicious? I refuse to believe you don't have doubts. I'm not belittling myself. With our abilities, nurturing plants and concocting potions should be effortless, yet neither of us has ever cultivated a spiritually potent seedling. What do those first-level kids know? They can barely concoct potions and lack any significant wood-type abilities. What do they understand? Cultivating a spiritually potent seedling is akin to winning a genetic lottery, a daydream in the cosmos." After a lengthy discussion, it was clear that disbelief was rampant. "Indeed. I suspect it as well. Do you believe it?"
Ha, we don't believe it either.
Such sentiments continued to echo in Mianyan's ears, darkening her expression. The path to advancing as a spirit master grew increasingly arduous, and within their fourth-level class, there were only about 10 individuals. Spirit masters were proud, and when gathered, they seldom moderated their tempers or tone, allowing Mianyan to overhear everything. She turned around and shouted, "What are you all whispering about behind our backs? Just because you can't accomplish something doesn't mean others can't cultivate. That spiritually potent seedling was approved by the dean for us to observe and learn from. If you have doubts, go ask the institution directly instead of gossiping here." Mianyan was certainly not the most revered or favored student in her fourth-level class. But she was someone whom others preferred not to provoke, her temper akin to a volatile energy cannon, ready to ignite at any moment. At her loud outburst, the others suddenly felt uneasy, casting furtive glances at their distant mentor before murmuring, "Mianyan, why are you shouting? We were merely discussing things privately. We haven't said anything inappropriate. Precisely, we were just thinking out loud, not committing any transgressions. Is it necessary for you to be so furious?
Besides,
that plan isn't yours. We haven't said anything about you." Mianyan interrupted with a cold laugh. "That plant may not belong to me, but I know who cultivated it." The other stiffened, quickly inquiring, "Who is it?" "Why should I tell you?" However, seeing their anxious expressions, she decided to divulge a little. "This person is 10 to 100 times stronger than you, constantly on guard against this and that. They'd be better off thinking about how to improve themselves instead." With a final cold laugh, she added, "But it's fine if you don't exert yourself. If you lack talent, no amount of effort will change that." Her words were undeniably condescending. The recent discussions had incensed those who were already on the verge of exasperation, and with the utterance of that remark, it struck like a thunderbolt, nearly overwhelming them with indignation. Who among those who have reached the fourth level of spiritual mastery is not a paragon of excellence? Convinced of their own intellectual superiority, never before have they been so bluntly informed of their lack of talent. However, they were initially in the wrong and dared not escalate the matter further. Moreover, the one chastising them was He Mian, a woman known for her unpredictability. She was not one to entertain reasoned discourse. Her forte lay in physical confrontation. If one could best her, they could engage. If not, she would simply hire someone to fight on her behalf. Several outspoken girls and irritable boys from the 4th level class had all been subjected to varying degrees of punishment. At the end of the school day, Jiang Shushu met up with He Mian at the school gate, and together they boarded the flying vehicle sent by Ling Jun to fetch them. The interior of the vehicle was spacious enough that one would not feel cramped even while resting. Jiang Shushu reclined in her seat with a contented sigh. Ah, lying down is truly the most comfortable. Today has exhausted me. He Mian inquired with concern, did you find it too taxing on your first day back, considering you had fallen behind in your studies? Jiang Shushu replied, not at all. The lessons were exceedingly simple, and those girls were all so stunningly beautiful. Speaking in such gentle, sweet tones, I was so busy that I could hardly keep up. It was genuinely tiring. Forgive me for interrupting, He Mian exclaimed, only to realize, wait. Did you say the lessons were too simple? Of course, considering you can already concoct 2nd-level spirit potions, you should indeed be in the 2nd-level class. Did Mentor Lei Ying not mention a transfer? She did, but I think I'll wait until after the exchange meeting. Jiang Shushu recounted the day's events, concluding with a sigh. Those little girls were fierce at first, but later on, oh, they spoke so sweetly, each calling me Sister Shushu, and they were overly solicitous, even accompanying me to the restroom, lest I wander into the wrong class. He Mian chuckled. Could it be they feared you would sneak off to the 2nd-level class? Indeed. Just wait, tomorrow they will certainly be even more attentive. In the evening, during dinner, Jiang Feng's temper flared upon hearing that his daughter had been bullied by the children in her class. His mood only improved when he later learned that they had pleaded for her to stay. With red-rimmed eyes, he nodded. Xu Bao is doing splendidly well. Truly splendid. In the past, she had been infatuated with Cheng Nan, often contemplating dropping out of school, unfazed by external ridicule or the discouragement of friends and family. She was solely focused on how to make Cheng Nan better, striving for perfection. Reflecting on those days, he found himself unwilling to return to that life. Nor did he wish for Xu Bao to endure such hardships any longer. Yan Qilu spoke with a smile. Xu Bao, you have always been wonderful, pure of heart and kind, always considering others. Pure and kind? Jiang Feng's expression turned serious as he quickly assented. The marshal speaks the truth. This child has always been genuine in her thoughts. Jiang Shushu discreetly rolled her eyes, thinking, pure? More like foolish. Ling Jun couldn't help but smile at her expression, finding her adorably endearing, and he rewarded her with a piece of braised owo beast. Zhou Xiangming followed suit, offering a piece to Lei Ying as well. Moments later, She quietly offered a piece to He Mian. He Mian looked up in confusion, meeting Si Chen's mischievous grin. What are you laughing about? She whispered. What am I laughing about? Si Chen whispered back. Did you not see Ling Jun serving Jiang Shushu, Zhou Xiangming serving Lei Ying, and your dear brother following suit? TSK, his intentions are quite revealing. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Su Shi's expression shift slightly. It was evident to anyone with a discerning eye, yet it was only He Mian who remained oblivious. Not so clever, are you? My brother serving my sister, what of it? You're envious because I have a brother, and you do not, aren't you? It's just serving some food. Stop overthinking it. Here. Eat this, and silence your chatter. He Mian continued to serve Si Chen, much to his irritation, darkening his expression. Clearly, she was a fool. Unable to grasp the implications of his words, he had not meant the food at all. They were simply demonstrating affection. While Su Shi's actions in the background added further confusion. Su Shi looked at He Mian with a forlorn expression. Sister, I harbor no ill intentions. I have always told you I would never harm you. You are my only family in this world. His azure eyes sparkled with sincerity, akin to the most exquisite water spirit stone, nearly melting her heart. Having navigated the realm of spiritualists from a young age, He Mian had encountered all manner of peculiar personalities. Su Shi appeared genuinely innocent, evidently starved for affection. Her compassion surged forth, and she turned to speak softly with him, leaving Si Chen fuming. The following day, upon entering the classroom, Jiang Shushu was immediately surrounded by a throng of little girls clad in various puff-sleeved princess dresses, accompanied by a few boys who seemed hesitant to approach. The girl in the pink dress stood at the forefront, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Sister Shushu, do you know? My seedling, it has turned green. It has turned green. Jiang Shushu was bewildered. Green? What does that mean? We just checked. And the leaves of that seedling have turned entirely green, and it can even sense life force now. Its vitality has significantly improved. It has stabilized. Sister Shushu, how could that strange fertilizer have such a profound effect? Is there any left? We would very much like some. The little girls clamored eagerly, their voices filled with longing for the organic fertilizer. After all, just one night had transformed a near-dead yellow seedling into a lush green one. Who wouldn't he envy such a miracle? Jiang Shushu soon comprehended their intentions. They had come seeking a share of the miraculous fertilizer. She shook her head. I am not withholding it from you. It is quite expensive, and the quantity is limited. If you want some, you will need to wait a few more days. Disappointment flickered across their faces. But hearing that they would have it in a few days lifted their spirits once more. They eagerly tugged Jiang Shushu toward the planting field. At the edge of the field stood several individuals from other classes, there to witness the flourishing spirit energy. Upon seeing the first-level class approach, they initially intended to inquire about the identity of the one responsible for the flourishing plants. However, upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find that the one at the center of the crowd was none other than Jiang Shushu, the infamous waste material. Laughter erupted among them.
Ha ha ha.
Am I mistaken? Is that not the waste material, Jiang Shushu? What are you doing here, instead of staying home like a good girl? Perhaps you thought you could learn how to cultivate spirit plants? Learn? Can she even learn? Look at how long she has been in the first-level class. What has she accomplished? The mocking voices rang out unabashedly, drawing the attention not only of those in the first-level class, but also of those approaching from afar. The girl in the pink dress was furious, leading her friends over. I want to allow you to speak ill of our leader. Leader? The mockers paused, then erupted into even louder laughter. You little brats are out of your minds, declaring Jiang Shushu a waste, your leader? Next. You want to claim that she is the one who grew that flourishing spirit plant, will you?
Ha ha ha.
The mockers were all students from the second-level class. Both in stature and strength, they naturally held the upper hand, unabashedly launching verbal assaults on the group of little girls. The girls, indignant, raised their chubby faces in protest. What is so funny? That flourishing spirit plant was indeed grown by Sister Shushu. If it were not for her willingness to share, you would not even know what a flourishing spirit plant looks like. Indeed, Sister Shushu is far from being a useless individual. Her skills are remarkable. Not only does she possess abundant spiritual energy, but she can also resurrect plants. Why mock and question others when you yourself cannot cultivate them? They fail to comprehend that the dean has specifically promoted her spiritually enriched plants, encouraging mentors to bring students to learn from her. Yet here they are, vociferously expressing their disbelief. Are they doubting the dean's judgment or questioning Jiang Shushu herself? The girls, visibly upset, were on the verge of tears. Jiang Shushu, left at the back, silently observed as they ardently defended her. It seemed they were indeed fulfilling their promise to support her against those who mocked her, even openly declaring that she was their leader. With a leisurely stride, Jiang Shushu stepped forward, parting the crowd to stand at the forefront, and with a smile, she addressed the assembly. Who is it that claimed not to believe in the spiritual energy of my plants? If you doubt, then feel free to leave our first-level cultivation field this very moment and do not return. Someone, unwilling to concede, retorted, Why should we listen to you? Who do you think you are? Just because you look down on our first-level class and our spiritually enriched plants. I declare this. Any benefits or research results derived from those plants will have nothing to do with you. Jiang Shushu fixed her gaze on him, enunciating each word with clarity. If you do not believe, you may accompany me to find the dean right now. Chapter 187. If you dare, do not enter our cultivation field. The words of Dean Zhao left the opposing group with ashen faces, resulting in a tense silence between both parties. The girl in the pink dress, perceptive as ever, noticed the growing unease among the larger group and discreetly edged closer to Jiang Shushu, whispering, Sister Shushu, if a fight breaks out, we might be at a disadvantage. What should we do? Should I fetch everyone from our class? Jiang Shushu found the situation somewhat amusing. If a fight were to ensue, even bringing all the little ones wouldn't help. However, she glanced at the opposing group and whispered back, Do not worry. They dare not escalate things. They are in the wrong for mocking us, and will not want to make a scene. Besides, if it truly comes to blows, I will be here, 1ti. The girls around her widened their eyes in surprise. Sister Shushu, are you suggesting we handle this like He Mianyan from the 4th level class? He Mianyan was known for running away when faced with opponents she couldn't defeat, only to return with hired help to fight. Her strategy was clever, rendering her unbeatable within the school. After a confrontation, she would even challenge anyone who disagreed, ensuring they were left incapable of self-care. If anyone sought compensation, they would need to bring their parents to her home, as she would gladly offer it, yet no one had ever managed to extract a single interstellar coin from her. For every inquiry from parents would lead to the conclusion that their own child was at fault, resulting in them paying her for emotional distress instead. Not only would they suffer a beating, but upon returning home, they would face another from their own elders. Who could withstand such treatment? Moreover, they wouldn't dare to emulate He Nian's method of hiring fighters, as no one could afford such extravagance. If their families discovered they were frivolously spending interstellar coins, they would surely face a severe reprimand. Jiang Shushu was taken aback by He Nian's cunning tactics. Truly, she was exceptional. How had she ever conceived such a clever scheme? Spirit masters value decorum and face, yet Nian had boldly trampled upon their most cherished principles. Such behavior was undeniably exhilarating. The standoff continued, with the second-level students hesitant to escalate matters. Even as their resolve wavered, they stubbornly refused to concede to a group of younger students. Suddenly, Jiang Shushu burst into laughter, causing them to relax. They muttered something about the dean being too busy to concern himself with such trivial matters before hastily retreating. The first-level students who accompanied Jiang Shushu erupted in excitement, shouting from behind, "If you have the guts, don't run. If you dare, don't ever return to our cultivation field." The girls were jubilant, reveling in their first victory against the advanced class, their admiration for Jiang Shushu growing even deeper. After the celebratory commotion, Jiang Shushu led the girls out of the cultivation field. Each class's cultivation area was equipped with a small defensive barrier, accessible only to the respective students and mentors. Jiang Shushu first glanced at the spiritually enriched pepper seedling. Noting its robust growth and abundant energy, it appeared unlikely to drop in quality anytime soon. Her decision to keep this particular variety for the first-level class had been carefully considered. The survival rate of seeds from spiritually enriched plants was significantly higher, and with proper care, even if they didn't reach the highest levels of energy, they could easily achieve superior quality fruits and vegetables. Once assured that the pepper seedling was thriving, she approached the pink-dressed girl's seedling for a closer inspection. It had indeed improved since yesterday. The leaves, which had been drooping and yellowing, now appeared much healthier. The medicine and fertilizer I provided serve dual purposes. They nourish when the plant is healthy and adjust its state when it's unwell. This little seedling has bounced back, and will use the remaining fertilizer wisely. Let us refrain from injecting wood-type energy for now, and allow it to grow steadily for a while, Jiang Shushu meticulously advised for the better part of the day. The girls listened intently, including the girl in the pink dress, nodding along as Jiang Shushu spoke. One even activated her light brain to record Jiang Shushu's instructions for future reference. Naturally, Jiang Shushu was then invited to inspect 2 more seedlings, which were in similar condition to the pink-dressed girl's. As long as care was taken moving forward, they would flourish. As for the few male students, the pink-dressed girl scoffed, refusing to even acknowledge them. She was well aware of their petty schemes. How could they look down on Jiang Shushu, yet want her to remain in the first-level class? What a deluded fantasy. On the way back to class, Jiang Shushu had become the focal point for the girls, who chattered excitedly around her, leaving the boys in awe. One of the boys leaned closer to the pink-dressed girl, whispering, "What is going on? Do you really see Jiang Shushu as your leader? None of your business. Didn't you say you'd support Sister Shushu? Where were you when we argued with the second-level class this morning?" I want to play with someone as unreliable as you." The pink-dressed girl pouted, refusing to engage further as she focused on the lesson. The boy pressed his lips together, suddenly silent. He wasn't unwilling to acknowledge it, but he felt a twinge of discomfort within. At the podium, Lang was discussing the course on refining spirit stones. As you all know, each raw stone features unique patterns according to its attribute. When refining, be sure to observe closely and avoid damaging the original patterns. Otherwise, the stone will be rendered useless. Jiang Shushu, seated below, found herself drowsy, realizing she should not be here but rather at home. After all, the topic of raw stones was far too simplistic for her. With minimal new information presented, merely reiterating the importance of preserving the stone's patterns, a concept she had long grasped. Before long, all the students and mentors were treated to the sound of soft snoring emanating from a corner of the room. Students, laying, this scene is eerily familiar. Once a useless Jiang Shushu spent her days like this, and now, despite her newfound clarity, her routine remains unchanged. Everyone pretended not to hear, and the lesson continued. Soon, it was time for the practical segment. Liang retrieved a basket of water-type raw stones from his space and instructed the students to pass them along, ensuring each person received one. The little girl sitting in front of Jiang Shushu, with a slender ponytail and a tall, thin frame, quietly took 2 stones, keeping one for herself while handing the other back to Jiang Shushu. Jiang Shushu, in a state of drowsiness, sensed something being placed in her hand. As she squinted to discern the object, she instinctively activated her extraordinary abilities. Attention all students, release your mental energy into the raw stone, she instructed. Let us observe the watery patterns within the water-type raw stone alongside our mentor. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a surge of potent energy emanating from a distant corner. All eyes instinctively turned towards her, witnessing the raw stone in Jiang Shushu's hand transform at an astonishing pace into a transparent, attribute-less superior-grade gem. The collective reaction was one of astonishment. By my word, I truly believe it now. Chapter 188, An Unconventional Teaching Method. Before the gaze of her peers, Jiang Shushu adeptly refined a superior-grade spiritual stone, successfully captivating the innocent hearts of the first-grade students who had yet to experience the harshness of reality. The little boys, disregarding any discomfort regarding their leader's feelings, showered Jiang Shushu with attention after class, leaving the surrounding girls in disbelief, exclaiming that they were a bunch of shameless flatterers. During lunch, they flocked around her, eagerly vying to serve her food and pour her drinks, making it unnecessary for either Jiang Shushu or He Mianmian to lift a finger. They prepared everything with remarkable precision, prompting He Mianmian to express her admiration. With a teasing nudge to Jiang Shushu's arm, He Mianmian inquired, "What have you done to intimidate them? How has their attitude shifted so dramatically in just 2 days?" Jiang Shushu replied, "That's unjust. I haven't done anything. I've even helped them considerably." He Mianmian chuckled. "Ah, I see. You've won them over with your kindness." Jiang Shushu retorted, "That sounds a bit off. It was my charisma that conquered them, you know?" On Friday, the academy generously rewarded the class that excelled in holiday assignments with a plethora of gifts. Lei Ying personally delivered the rewards to the classroom. Standing at the podium, she scanned the audience, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. For this holiday assignment evaluation, our very own Jiang Shushu from first grade has snagged 2 grand prizes. Here are the gifts I have procured. The reason for the 2 prizes remained unspoken, and the students wisely refrained from asking. Why inquire? It was common knowledge that second-grade spiritual medicines could not qualify for selection. Competing was futile, and they might risk having their full spiritual energy and superior prizes snatched away by the mentors of the second grade. As Lei Ying continued her speech, she expressed, "This is the first time I have received a prize since teaching you. Honestly, I am quite thrilled, and I trust you are equally delighted." All students nodded vigorously, exclaiming their joy. Although the rewards were modest, they were well-deserved. The mentor acknowledged their diligent practice, though she also noted that talent was an innate gift. Hard work did not always guarantee success. The students silently agreed, recognizing the truth in her words. Jiang Shushu mused, "It's rather surprising that Lei Ying's unconventional teaching methods have not drawn ire from the parents. They are peculiar indeed. Effort does not always yield rewards, but a lack of effort guarantees none. As long as you maintain a calm mindset and strive to do your best, do not fixate on others. As I mentioned earlier, talent is inherent. When you envy others, consider whether their parents differ from yours. After all, talent and extraordinary abilities are often inherited from your ancestors. Rather than pondering why others excel, reflect on why your parents do not strive as hard. Am I not correct?" Indeed. Absolutely. The students were momentarily jolted by this novel perspective, yet it resonated with profound logic. Lei Ying observed them with satisfaction. Once Jiang Shushu had awakened to her potential, she resembled a little prodigy, and she feared that her peers, who had awakened their powers later, might have their spirits dampened by comparison. It was essential to provide them with gentle encouragement. Now, let us commence the distribution of rewards. First, we have Jiang Shushu's grand prize, 5 mature third-grade medicinal plants, carefully potted, along with a generous assortment of seeds and 50 raw stones. As Jiang Shushu cradled the items, their weight felt gratifying, and for the first time since the semester began, a genuine smile illuminated her face.
Wow.
So this is the bounty for excelling in the holiday assignment? No wonder everyone is so eager to come in first. Little did she know, the academy was even more thrilled. These items were indeed more valuable than full spiritual energy, which was rare and not easily exchanged. Furthermore, the rewards were bestowed upon their own students rather than being traded away, making it a worthwhile investment. Due to Jiang Shushu's exceptional talent, the class also received rewards: 3 second-grade medicinal herbs, a large bag of medicinal seeds, and an additional 100 raw stones for student practice. The little ones erupted in joyous celebration. A chubby boy who had spent 5 years in the first grade could not hold back his tears of excitement, exclaiming, "Our class finally has a group reward. After 5 years of schooling, it's finally our turn. This is amazing." A girl beside him corrected, "It's not you who is impressive, it's Sister Shushu. You would never have achieved this on your own." The boy quickly responded, "Yes, yes. It's all thanks to Sister Shushu. Compared to her, I feel like a total failure." The older boys shared in the excitement. Having long accepted Jiang Shushu as the new leader, their minds preoccupied with thoughts of the rewards, murmuring, "This is fantastic. So many seeds and raw stones. I won't have to worry about how to cultivate them anymore." In stark contrast to the fervor of their class, the second-grade students found themselves in a rather disheartened state, having received no rewards and finishing at the bottom of the academy. It was a notable shift, as the first grade had previously held that dubious distinction. The mentor encouraged them with a smile. "One setback is inconsequential. Simply strive harder moving forward. Besides, it's clear that the first grade has produced an exceptional talent. Not only have they cultivated plants with full spiritual energy, but they have also refined superior-grade spiritual stones. Your defeat is hardly unjust." Upon hearing this, Bai felt a pang of anxiety, recalling a certain individual who could indeed refine superior-grade stones. Back during their time at Huanqing, Shang Nan had mentioned seeking Jiang Shushu to exchange for superior-grade spiritual stones. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Mentor, did that useless Jiang Shushu truly cultivate the plants with full spiritual energy?" Chapter 189. Gather more handsome boys to welcome Jiang Shushu that morning. The students of the first and second grades had become aware of the altercation, and the second-grade students, feeling defiant, had not returned to observe the plants with full spiritual energy since. They remained convinced that such achievements were the result of foul play, believing that the first graders lacked any real cultivation experience. "I heard you haven't been to observe the plants with full spiritual energy lately, have you? You are no longer children. It's time to take responsibility for your lives. From our class, I have selected Bai and Sheng Miao Miao to participate in next week's exchange with the Planting Institute. Prepare well this weekend. Class dismissed." The mentor smiled, refraining from providing a direct answer before exiting the classroom. They were no longer mere children. They had become esteemed second-grade spiritual masters, capable of forming their own judgments and thoughts. The boy who had loudly questioned the origin of the full spiritual energy plants felt dissatisfied. Why did the mentor leave without addressing his inquiry? As the students gathered in small groups, discussions erupted, particularly around the 2 girls the mentor had mentioned. "Bai, I'm convinced that Jiang Shushu could not have grown those plants. She's a failure. Just keeping a plant alive is a feat for her. How could she possibly cultivate full spiritual energy? Indeed, even if one possesses a talent for cultivation, one must ascend through the ranks gradually. It has never been reported that she has successfully cultivated intermediate or advanced green plants." Bai leaned back with her arms crossed, a sneer of agreement curling her lips. "You are absolutely right. There is no way she could have achieved that. She must have cheated. I have heard that Jiang Shushu will also participate in this exchange meeting. Just wait. I shall unveil her true identity." A flicker of disdain and contempt flashed in her eyes. Even if Mentor Liang longs for recognition, he cannot allow such folly. Sheng Miao Miao sat quietly behind her, listening intently to the discussions ahead without uttering a word. The girls surrounding her lowered their voices to inquire. "Miao Miao, my sister is in the level 4 class. She mentioned that he Mian Mian has claimed to know someone who can cultivate plants with full spiritual energy." According to her tone, this plant was indeed cultivated by someone from the level 1 class, but whether it is Jiang Shushu, I cannot say for certain. "Miao Miao, you mentioned that your family is purchasing high-level fruits and vegetables to care for the injured members from Lufengxing. If it turns out that the one who cultivated plants with full spiritual energy is indeed Jiang Shushu, will you inquire further?" Sheng Miao Miao bit her lip, a hint of confusion evident in her eyes. She shook her head. "I don't know either. Grandfather only said we should stockpile more spiritual fruits and vegetables for future use." The gifted members of the family suffered severe injuries during the expedition to Lufengxing. Initially, Grandfather and Sheng Nan had discussed abandoning them, but ultimately, they could not bear to do so, opting instead to care for the fruits and vegetables first. But what if that person is Jiang Shushu? What then? Later that evening, after much contemplation, Sheng Miao found herself standing outside the family patriarch's chamber. She knocked gently, and upon hearing an aged voice beckon her to enter, she cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside, closing it behind her. Miao, is there something you wish to discuss at this hour? The patriarch was engrossed in writing when he looked up to see his beloved granddaughter, his expression softening with warmth. Sheng Miao bit her lip, summoning her resolve to speak. Grandfather, a student from our academy has recently emerged who is capable of cultivating plants with full spiritual energy. Really? How splendid! Plants with full spiritual energy surpass even the advanced varieties significantly. If we could acquire some, it would undoubtedly stabilize your brother's condition, granting us time to seek remedies. Miao, do you know this student? Are they from the level 5 or 6 class? Grandfather, I have heard that it is Jiang Shushu. Miao, who did you say? The Sheng patriarch was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Sheng Miao carefully recounted the events occurring at the academy. Jiang Shushu is the one who publicly announced her first-place project for the holiday assignment in our level 1 class. Now, everyone knows that she cultivated a plant with full spiritual energy. However, many students suspect she purchased seedlings from outside and claimed them as her own, alleging that she cheated. After all, it is difficult to believe that someone who has been deemed useless for a decade could suddenly claim to have cultivated the world's finest treasures, right? Miao, your doubts are not unfounded. Sheng Nan was engaged to her for nearly a decade, and I have never heard of her possessing any cultivation skills. The patriarch pondered for a moment before advising, let us do this. Did you not mention that she, like you, will attend the exchange meeting at the Cultivation Institute next week? Pay close attention to her then. The primary task of the Cultivation Institute is to grow plants, and we shall discern whether she can cultivate them with full spiritual energy. Also, do not inform Sheng Nan of this matter. He harbors deep misunderstandings towards Jiang Shushu, and I fear he may hinder our efforts. He himself wished to inquire among the spiritual masters, yet his status was insufficient. Even if he attended, if the academy wished to conceal information, they would not disclose it to him. Unfortunately, the academy had no intention of hiding anything. It simply had not made any formal announcements. Soon, the following Monday arrived and the students attending the exchange meeting gathered at the entrance of the Spiritual Master Academy, awaiting the instructors to escort them to the adjacent Cultivation Institute. Jiang Shushu represented the level 1 class, while the other classes, 2, 3, and 4, sent 2 representatives each. As for the higher-level students in classes 5 and 6, they were already considered grand spiritual masters, preoccupied with their responsibilities, leaving no time for such minor exchanges. Their focus lay predominantly on alchemy, rendering cultivation and refinement trivial pursuits. Jiang Shushu surveyed the 7 individuals present, recognizing only He Mian from the level 4 class, while the other 5 were unfamiliar to her, 2 of whom naturally grouped together. He Mian introduced, look, the individuals here are all recent upgrades. I recently joined the level 4 class, and you know Bai Yu and Sheng Miao, right? They are also junior spiritual masters in the level 2 class, having just entered last winter. The 2 others are from the level 3 class, sharing a similar situation. Are you implying that the exchange meeting slots are reserved only for junior spiritual masters within this class? Jiang Shushu inquired. Essentially, yes. This ensures every spiritual master gets an opportunity to visit the Cultivation Institute, as there are plentiful treasures available at minimal costs. Jiang Shushu realized, oh, I see. This is a legitimate opportunity for us to procure supplies. At the school gate, while awaiting the arrival of the leading instructors, several spiritual masters stood together. It was impossible for them not to recognize one another, given the limited number of students in the pharmacology department. They typically spend at least 3 years in the same class before upgrading, and even if their relationships were not particularly close, basic courtesies were maintained. Bai Yu and Sheng Miao, both in the level 2 class, naturally stood together, engaging in lighthearted banter with others. This is my first time attending an exchange meeting. I wonder if those cultivators can truly revive dead plants, as the rumors suggest? A girl from the level 3 class curiously asked. Another from the level 4 class interjected. You are exaggerating, they are still human after all. How could they possibly bring dead plants back to life? However, most of their abilities are likely on par with ours. Bai Yu feigned contemplation before speaking. If their skills are indeed comparable to ours, then we could exchange some experiences. But I find it puzzling. How can a waste of talent possess experience to share? As soon as the words left her mouth, silence enveloped the gathering. Everyone understood whom Bai Yu referred to as a waste of talent, and all eyes inadvertently shifted toward Jiang Shushu. He Mian, incensed, stepped forward, hands on her hips. ready to confront Bai Yu, but Jiang Shushu seized her arm, whispering a few words. He Mian stared at her in astonishment for a moment before her expression softened into a smile of joy. Oh my goodness! My dear friend has become the vice dean of the Cultivation Institute. Her initial reaction was to flaunt this to Bai Yu, asserting that the true waste of talent was she. Her second thought was whether her family shop could procure supplies from the Cultivation Institute at the lowest prices. Her third thought was that this exchange meeting was bound to be entertaining. Thus, after casting a playful glance at Bai Yu, she dismissed her further, adding fuel to the fire with, I wonder what a waste of talent is doing here? Such a waste of resources. The other spiritual masters were momentarily taken aback. Did he Mian not realize, or was it that she and Jiang Shushu were not as close as they appeared? Bai Yu, invigorated, turned to the others with a frosty demeanor. See? I told you, everyone detests a waste of talent, someone who, lacking any ability, still pretends to be capable. Who wouldn't he find that annoying? Miao Miao, don't you agree? Sheng Miao Miao, a relative of Sheng Nan, was not particularly close to him. So Bai Yu neither sought to befriend her nor to distance herself. Sheng Miao Miao was taken aback, not expecting Bai Yu to mention her. She offered a somewhat awkward smile, but remained silent. The other three were merely intimidated by He Mian. Upon observing that He Mian was not defending Jiang Shushu, they seized the opportunity to ridicule her, echoing Bai Yu's words. I must say, you are quite right. Lan Yi is indeed formidable. Who would have thought that her sister would be such a waste? This remark came from one of the girls in the third-level class, suggesting a familiarity with Jiang Lan Yi. Another girl from the same class chimed in, you are absolutely correct. Lan Yi is the stronger one.
Lan Yi,
known for her beauty and gentle demeanor, was well-liked among her peers at the academy, though there were whispers that her sister, deemed a failure, was only included in this exchange team due to her connections with the prestigious Empire Star. Among them was the sole male participant of this exchange program, a man in his 30s, hailing from the 4th-level class. He cast a glance at Jiang Shushu, momentarily taken aback by her beauty, only to quickly mask it with disdain. So, what if she's pretty? She's still useless, destined to be nothing more than a plaything for us spirit masters, he scoffed. Jiang Shushu remained calm, listening to their disparaging remarks without a flicker of emotion. They looked down upon her, and she reciprocated the sentiment. Yet, soon she would be on her own turf. She could only wonder how their expressions might change upon discovering that she was the vice dean of the Planting Institute. Lost in thought, she turned and locked eyes with the aforementioned male student, whose unsettling gaze caused her to frown slightly. Who is he? She inquired of He Mian. He Mian replied. He just advanced to the 4th-level class, named Shiguan. His family lacks significant power. He is counting on his future success to support them. Why do you ask? Jiang Shushu shook her head. It's nothing. She took another long look at Shiguan, whose composed and seemingly just demeanor was now directed towards Sheng Miao Miao, attempting to curry favor. It seemed he did not harbor disdain for women in general, but rather specifically for her. After a brief wait, 2 instructors arrived, one of whom was Lei Ying, who eagerly nodded at Jiang Shushu. All right, everyone, the Planting Institute is not far. Let us proceed on foot. Follow the instructors as we set off. As the group departed, the dean of the Pharmaceutical Institute activated his holographic communicator, exuding a sense of pride. Hey, old Tang. Still working on your high-yield fruits and vegetables? Just so, you know, this batch of exchange participants has already arrived. Make sure your people are ready to receive them. What? You say you're not interested? Oh, old Tang, don't say I didn't warn you. I specifically sent you a brilliant student who has cultivated abundant spirit plants. Jealous, are we? Ha ha ha, my Pharmaceutical Institute is not lacking in such talents. Are you implying that a spirit master can grow abundant spirit plants? Since when has that become commonplace? Tang Xingshan paused his examination of the soil, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Yet, as the vice dean of the Pharmaceutical Institute was also a spirit master, could it be that this group of spirit masters possessed exceptional talent? Meanwhile, the dean continued his chatter in the video call. Old Tang, I'm doing you a favor by lending you this student who can cultivate abundant spirit plants for 2 days. Don't you dare try to play tricks and keep her. Tang Xingshan, fuming, retorted, my vice dean far surpasses your so-called cultivator. Do I look envious of your student? Humph, shameless. With that, he abruptly ended the call, muttering under his breath. Just days ago, he had boasted about their own genius who could refine attribute-less superior grade ores, and now another student capable of abundant spirit plants had emerged. When would he be able to recruit some exceptional talents for himself? Huh. Did he say the exchange participants are arriving today? My vice dean mentioned she would come along with them. Tang E, where are you? I can't leave right now. Go, and welcome the vice dean for me. Be sure to bring plenty of people to make it lively. Oh, and don't forget to find some handsome young men.